FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. Lex and Lay here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. It's Football Friday, man. Football Friday in the latest, most important game of the year coming up on Sunday. It's been a great week leading up to this, and it's going to be a fun night on Sunday. It's going to be a fun day on Sunday to be able to watch what is a pretty relevant noon window for the Texans, but of course all roads lead to Kansas City on Sunday night, 7:20 here on Sports Radio 610. And we've got you covered all day long here on the station, getting you ready for that and a whole lot more. I'm Sean Pendergast. He is Seth Payne. Happy Football Friday to you, my friend.
Happy Football Friday. We find ourselves at the brink of yet another must-win game. These the Texans keep winning, and they keep staying right there, parked just outside of the wild card race.
Yeah,
they're just outside the playoffs, the 8th seed in the AFC right now, and they've fought their butts off to basically tread water. They're treading water. They're doing that lifeguard test. Yeah. They have to tread water while holding a big brick. And I'm getting tired of it. I want to throw that brick against the one of the swim instructors' heads.
My analogy, I feel like they're standing outside the club and they're standing next to the bouncer for the last month, and they're like, "No, our name is on the list, I swear."
Yeah.
And they're just standing here waiting to get in and waiting to get into the playoff hunt.
Yeah, I heard you, buddy. We're just we're checking with the guys upstairs.
Sorry, the more famous people are inside right now, like Drake.
Do you need a bribe, NFL? Yeah. Is that what you're suggesting, Roger Goodell? Is that what you're waiting for? A bribe?
The worst part is you're standing outside the club and you can see into the club and you see Trevor Lawrence getting a drink. Like, what the hell is that guy doing in there?
Right.
What is he doing in there?
Daddy's got money.
Why?
That's what
right.
it is.
Why am I? Yeah, Shad Khan is his daddy. His handlebar mustache daddy has money. So. Yeah, this is big on Sunday, and it's funny. This is the first time, probably, Seth, in maybe since the beginning of the season, since they started off 0-3. When you start off 0-3, every game feels like a must-win. This is the first one. This one is a must-win if you want to win the division, because one of the Jags or the Colts is going to win this weekend. They play each other. Yeah. So falling 2 games back, especially 2 games back of the Jags, because you played them twice already. You still got a chance to beat the Colts head-to-head again. Falling 2 games back of the Jags would be problematic for the division, but I think as you and I have talked about all week, of all the seasons where it doesn't feel like you need to win the division to go on a run in the AFC, this is it. And especially this team, the Texans, because they've got this defense. You know, I think this defense is going to give them a very high floor. It's going to keep them in any game, anywhere, including this Sunday. So this is the first time where I haven't been like, okay, if they lose this game and come in on Monday, I'll obviously be upset about it because you hate losing to the Chiefs. But this is the first time where I feel like if they lose this game, the season's not over because of what's in front of you. You got Arizona, You got Las Vegas the next 2 weekends. The Chargers are no great shakes right now, and neither are the Colts. You got 4 games after this that, quite honestly, you should be the favorite in all 3 of the home games, and if they're an underdog to the Chargers, it'll be a very small underdog to the Chargers.
Yeah, I can't be that flippant about just the Raiders or the Cardinals because it's the NFL, and it's not like the Texans have been so dominant that a couple of turnovers couldn't lose you those games. Yep. That's what makes me nervous about that.
Yep. I do along those lines about being flippant or whatever the case may be. I thought last night's game between the Cowboys and the Lions was maybe a nice reminder, or at least a little instructive, of not getting too flippant about going in and beating the Chiefs this weekend on Sunday, because I think there was a similar dynamic to that game last night as there will be to the Chiefs and the Texans game on Sunday. I think the Cowboys have been getting a lot of the similar love that the Texans have been getting lately. They've not been inside the playoff ropes, but we have the TV on in studio all week long, and you and I have the great pleasure of doing the show while the debate shows are going on.
Yeah.
And the same topics for the Cowboys, obviously not with respect specifically to the defense. The Texans' defense is in another universe compared to the Cowboys. But overall, as the teams, the Cowboys have been sitting just outside the playoff hunt, but then on a bit of a streak lately. They beat the last 2 Super Bowl teams. And so everybody for the last week has been like, are the Cowboys the team that nobody wants to see in the NFC? Similar to the Texans, that question being asked about the Texans. And the Cowboys went on the road in a primetime game against a team that's been one of the best teams in their conference the last couple of years, and who also is sitting outside the playoff race right now, the Detroit Lions. And the Lions did them last night. The Lions, they didn't dominate the game, but they were comfortably in front for most of the game. Like I don't know that there was ever a point, maybe when the Cowboys cut it to 30-27, it started to get a little tight. But then the Lions went on a run, scored a couple touchdowns, and the game was over. So I think that game last night, I think was instructive. I think it was a good reminder for Texan fans and the Texans themselves. Hey, man, I know the Chiefs are 6-6. I get it.
Right.
But you are going on the road in a big spot where you've not been great. And, yeah, you've been on a nice win streak lately, but this is still Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. The same way last night, I think the Cowboys found out this is still Dan Campbell and Jahmyr Gibbs, St. Brown, who was incredible last night, and the Lions.
The Chiefs are a wounded animal right now, but it's a wounded animal that's they're hiding a switchblade underneath their belt. That they have the ability at any given time for Pat Mahomes to go superhero. The other thing about the Chiefs' defense is, there are some alarming stats about where the Chiefs are defensively right now compared to where they typically are, and yet they're keeping teams out of the red zone. They're keeping games close. They've lost a bunch of games, but they're all one-score games. So they don't come with the same ferocity, and they're not as intimidating or as scary as they once were, but they're still a solid football team.
Yeah.
And the classic, if you removed all of the Super Bowl history and their recent history from what this season is, they're the classic team that you look at and say, well, they're 6-6, but boy, coin flips a different way a few times, and they're sitting there as a 9-win football team. So if you evaluate this, it's weird. I almost am more intimidated by this team if I forget their recent past. And because it's tempting to say, oh, yeah, this is it. This is like the Astros this year. It's just kind of the bloom is off the rose, and they're just not the same team anymore. If you looked at this as an up-and-coming team, if the Chiefs were, wow, look at some of these guys. Boy, this Karlaftis kid and this Chris Jones kid.
Yeah.
They seem like, if they could just figure it out.
Yeah.
These guys are doing something. They're just not that consistent. Have you seen this Mahomes kid? Have you seen some of the plays he makes?
Yeah.
I mean, if he ever really puts it all together, they really might have something. Don't sleep on this young Chiefs team. I've seen some things this year, Sean, that suggest that this young Chiefs team might actually achieve something.
Right. And then you wake up and you're like, oh, yeah, that's right. They all make $120 million combined, those 3 guys you just named.
Really, you take the Instagram filter off. They're like, oh, they old.
They ugly. Bad skin.
This Travis Kelce kid, though, seriously. I know his season stats aren't all that impressive, but every now and then he really busts one out.
Yeah.
If he ever figures it out, this is a potent potential Super Bowl caliber team, this young Chiefs team.
The Texans got bad news yesterday. Tim Settle out for the season. We know he limped off the field on Sunday against the Colts, and it turns out season-ending, I believe season-ending foot injury for Tim Settle. The other one that's in the short term here, I think even more problematic than Settle, is that Kamari Lassiter seems to be veering towards a game-time decision. He's missed practice the last 2 days, also with a foot injury that Aaron Wilson said, I'm pulling up the tweet, but something to the effect of, here it is, Texans corner Kamari Lassiter is sidelined with a foot injury. While it isn't regarded as season-ending, his availability on Sunday against the Chiefs is up in the air per sources. The Texans did add a cornerback off of waivers yesterday from the Bills named Jamarcus Ingram, so that's precautionary, I would imagine. Not a great sign if they're picking up corners and Kamari Lassiter is missing practice, but that's one of the, Tim Settle, that's a tough one because he's played so well, and he and Sheldon Rankins have been such a good duo there in between Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter. But Kamari Lassiter is almost like one of those 4 pillars, Seth, in this defense. It's almost like the 4 corners. You got the 2 ends, that collapse everything in the pocket, and then you got the two corners that smother everything in the back in Lassiter and Stingley. I almost feel like they can deal with injuries to anybody kind of in that in-between, in the defensive tackle room. Linebacker losing Azeez would be problematic, but he's not the level of player these guys are. Kalen Bullock is approaching that level, but this defense, the foundation of this defense is its ability of its corners on the back and its ability of its edge rushers on the front end.
I like that. I like the visual of that, of those four pillars being you've got those four dudes, and it's almost like you've got a beach house, one of those elevated beach houses.
Yeah, Galveston Beach House. Yeah.
And you hear there's a storm coming, and they're like, well, don't worry, it's only Category 1. And you're like, yeah, but I'm missing one of the columns on my beach house.
Yeah.
That's normally I'd say, okay, cool, I'm ready for a Category 1. Mm-hmm. I'm not so sure with only 3 columns on my beach house.
That's right. And that's Kamari, man. He's and this is
got a lot of tax shelters in this beach house.
No, and this is
fun. I write 50% off as an office.
That's right. That's right. And this is more than a Category 1 hurricane that they're approaching on Sunday. I mean, it's not peak level
Cat
Chiefs
5 like they once were.
No, but it's a solid 2 or 3 at the very least, I would say. So it's that's problematic if there's no Kamari. Now the good news is that the Chiefs are all sorts of banged up still on the offensive line. Trey Smith and Jawan Taylor did not practice again yesterday, and we know that Josh Simmons is out. He's on injured reserve, so he's not a problem for the Texans this week.
And the other big one, I didn't. If I missed it, I didn't hear you mention Woody Marks. Didn't practice yesterday either.
Oh no, he did practice yesterday.
Why am I looking at? Oh, all right.
Yeah,
sorry about that.
Woody. Yeah, Woody practiced. Yeah, Woody and Will.
I apologize. I'm looking at Wednesday's injury report.
Yeah, Woody, Will, and Trent Brown all practiced yesterday.
Well, did you know that Woody Marks didn't practice on Wednesday?
I do, and I know he limped off.
I didn't hear you say it.
Briefly with a foot injury. Briefly with a foot injury on Sunday. No, Woody practiced, so that's good. Yeah, Kamari's a big one. It's a big game, man. The Texans, for whatever reason, did I get that right about Woody? You're shaking your head. Did you?
No, I'm shaking my head at the Texans website. I'm pissed off.
Oh, okay.
That they don't have yesterday's practice injury report up.
The Texans, for whatever reason, every week, the last few weeks, the biggest swing between the win effect and the loss effect on your chances of making the playoffs, the Texans have been the biggest one the last few weeks, and fortunately they've been winning. But according to PFF, Seth, and we know there's different outlets out there that spew the percentages out, but this is the most optimistic one that I saw. So I choose this one. If they win this game, the Texans against the Chiefs, they have a 90% chance of making the postseason.
Yeah, that's I saw that. The Athletic gives the Texans, I think, a 78% chance of making the playoffs if they win this game.
That feels a little more accurate, if I'm being honest with myself.
Most of them are somewhere between 70 and 90%. Yeah. But 90%, or whatever the ESPN one is that you just saw.
PFF, yeah.
That's the most, yes, and PFF, my God. That's the most, Wednesday. That's the most aggressive one I've seen. ESPN's was up there too. That's why the ESPN was a pretty healthy Texans in the playoffs if they win this game.
Yeah, the ones I've seen have all been in that high 70s to above 80. 90% is the most optimistic. PFF says even with a loss, they're still better than a coin flip chance of making the postseason, and that's kind of how I feel. I think if they lose, I'm not going to do if they win or lose. I'm just going to take a look at these last 5 games as a snapshot.
Yeah,
I think it'd be incredibly disappointing if they didn't go 3-2 in these last 5 games. Incredibly disappointing.
Right. No, and a lot of it is that there's certain things about the offense, despite the fact that they're not scoring boatloads of points, but that are clicking. And we saw it with Davis Mills, and we're seeing the same thing with C.J. Stroud. The pass protection is just night and day from what it was early in the season. Mm-hmm. The ability of the quarterback to get the ball out quickly, and I say quarterback because we saw this with both Davis Mills and we've seen it from C.J. Stroud all season. He's been getting the ball out quickly. But versus the blitz on Sunday in the Colts game, man, they were good. I mean, it was a combination of pass protection, including the tight ends and wide receivers and running backs. CJ understanding where to go with the ball when he was blitzed, recognizing it. CJ making pre-snap adjustments. It was all really, really good. CJ throwing the ball in the dirt when he was under pressure once. And he could have had an outlet to the running back, but it probably would have been kind of dicey, and he just threw it in the dirt.
Yeah.
The decision-making on when to take chances and when not to. There were some things in that Colts game that really did click. And if you add to the fact that they did have a point-blank touchdown to Dalton Schultz in the red zone, but Jake Andrews had blocked Grover Stewart so effectively that Grover Stewart just stopped rushing and leapt up in the air. Yeah. Hey, stop blocking him so effectively. Make him feel like he's got a chance at still rushing the quarterback. Okay,
right.
Jake Andrews?
Right. Yeah, so CJ can get the ball to Dalton Schultz. Yeah, that would have been a touchdown right there.
Yeah, so there's some things in that game that just systemically look so much cleaner than anything we saw in the first few games of the season. So get rid of the procedural issues, some of the little technique things here and there. And if they continue to clean these things up, which I expect they will, as long as these offensive linemen stay healthy, that this is a team that's either peaking or ascending or whatever you want to say it at just the right time as you enter December.
We got a question, a couple people on the text page, the Tim Settle injury. Maybe they feel like we just brushed by that a little bit, but Chris and Katie is one of them. What do the Texans do now with no Tim Settle in that defensive line rotation?
They keep rotating their defensive linemen through. All those guys play pretty equal numbers of snaps. So it's Tim Settle's been a great signing for the Texans.
Yeah.
But and he's made some great plays, but they'll play 4 defensive tackles on a game day. And, they can move Danico Autry down inside on passing downs
that's probably what they do,
and things like that. But it's not – I don't mean to minimize Tim Settle's contributions to the team, but it's not as devastating as losing a guy who's a full-time starter who's out there for 60 or 70 snaps a game.
It's not, but the only thing I would say, Seth, is that there's after the first 4 guys, and I'm keeping Tim Settle in this group.
Yeah.
We know what the group looked like. It was Settle, Sheldon Rankins, and then they would rotate Mario Edwards Jr. and Tommy Togiai in.
Yeah.
I'd imagine we see maybe a little uptick of those guys, and I say that because every guy after them on the depth chart is on injured reserve. Keontae Hamilton, IR. Foley Fatukasi, IR. Now, maybe one of these guys comes back from IR in the next week or so, but they're not coming back for the Chiefs game, I don't think. Kurt Heinisch, IR. So, Danico Autry, I think you nailed it. I think we probably see my guess is that it becomes maybe more of a 3-man rotation of those guys with Danico Autry on passing downs, probably. Yeah,
and not even and not necessarily. I mean, Sheldon Rankins and Mario Edwards are your guys that you might have out there now, and they play 5 defensive linemen at times. A lot of times on passing downs, it's standard, especially on 3rd and long, to have more defensive ends at the defensive tackle position. So they can manage this. If they had one more injury, then it gets really tough because none of your defensive tackles are guys that you feel really comfortable for 60 or 70 snaps per game. That's when teams can start to really try to hammer you with the run. But when guys are coming in with fresh legs, it makes you that much better. Wherever you grade out as a defensive lineman, if you're taking 70 snaps per game, when you go down to 35 snaps per game, you're a better football player by like 10 to 15%.
Makes sense.
You're just so fresh all the time. Your bull rushes are more effective, and you can do them more frequently. It's just and 3 is a good rotation. Plus adding Danico Autry into the mix, but they're not allowed to have any more injuries.
No, they can't.
No more injuries.
Yeah, you look at this depth chart. And everything after the last 3 guys, it's all red IR next to their names. It's tough to look at. All right, Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. It's a Football Friday, man. Football Friday, huge game Sunday against the Chiefs. We'll keep digging in on that. Up next, would you? We'll play the little game of would you with a safety that's out there right now because this is yet another one who said, man, I'd love to play for the Houston Texans. And we've got that for you coming up next. Oh, guess who won at Prize Picks last night? Me.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Text message that I guess is somewhat of a lead into what we're about to talk about. Texans possibly picking guys up here at the end of the year to help bolster some of the depth at positions where they're losing guys. Safety position, they're dropping like flies. The defensive tackle position, they've lost Tim Settle. Text message. Do the Texans bring in that one defensive tackle that got dropped for allegedly groping his teammates?
Oh, Christian Wilkins.
I added the allegedly in there. You know, it's
the allegedly groping his teammates. I think that was we don't know exactly what the allegations were, but we know that they're related to him also sometimes on the field, checking dudes' oil with his finger and stuff, like putting his finger in people's butt. It was just weird. He seems to have an issue with boundaries.
Yeah. And the fact that he's not on a team, assuming he wants to play, would seem to indicate that there's something going on there.
It seems that there's a level of chumminess he likes to have with people that other people are not comfortable with.
Well put, Seth. Yes, chumminess.
If a coworker is violating your personal space in a way that he doesn't or she doesn't like, then you should stop doing those things. I
agree.
And there might be an issue with that with him.
Yes. Thank you for attending our TED Talk. That's right. Christian Wilkins I don't think is going to be a Houston Texan texter. We say all that to say Christian Wilkins, not a Houston Texan.
When your female coworkers are always like, stop being so chummy with me, Sean.
Right. Yeah. And I'm like, I'm not being chummy, I'm being swarmy, okay?
Yeah, that's right.
The safety position, though, we've hypothesized this week that it might be cursed, given the number of bodies that have cycled through there, or in the case of Jimmy Ward, not even cycled through there because he's had all sorts of injuries and off-the-field stuff going on. But Justin Simmons is a name that you brought up earlier this week. Like, hey, where is this guy? He's a good safety at his peak, and he
just had a down year last year, and now nobody in the league wants him, at least at the price that maybe he wants.
Correct, yeah.
That's always the big thing. What price does Justin Simmons think he's worth?
That's right. We don't know if it's a league thing or if it's a Simmons thing as to why he's still out there. But this we do know. He was on with Kay Adams yesterday, and Kay Adams asked him about the possibility of, hey, when are you going to get back out there? And he, like Tyrann Mathieu earlier this week, loves the Texans.
Yeah, that would be awesome. I think it would be game-changing to play for D'Amico. I've heard nothing but great things. I've talked to Kareem all the time, Kareem Jackson. Obviously, his last legit year of playing, I know he was on Buffalo's practice squad a year ago, but before that, he was with Houston, and he was just like, man, you would love it there. The way that D'Amico has things going, the defense is flying around. It's simple. You can play fast. That would be a dream, right, to be able to go play with Houston. Right now, there's not much talk, but that could change now that they're back in the mix and hoping to make a run. So we'll see.
Back in the mix and with problems at the safety position right now.
Yeah.
It is lining.
I take a little bit of offense to him saying back in the mix. I was like, all right, it's been a few years now, but yeah, I got you.
Oh, okay. I see. I took that as him talking about this season.
Oh, back in the mix for. Oh, yeah. That's all right.
Yeah.
Offense retracted.
Now that they're 7-5 instead of 3-5, that they may be willing to go spend on a veteran safety.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I took it.
I'm a little sensitive this morning, it appears, on behalf of the Texans.
You are. That's okay. That's all right. Justin Simmons, without knowing what kind of shape he's in, would you take a Justin Simmons on the team right now?
It's funny. I never once think about a defensive back being out of shape. They're just the guys. As long as he's eating right and everything, yeah, he's fine. And he looked like he was pretty fit in that video.
Yeah, they're always going to look fit. It's that 1/10 of a second that you lose when you're not doing football stuff.
It's your hamstrings that you
right.
the potential of him pulling a hamstring or something.
Yeah.
Justin Simmons didn't play all that well last year, and then nobody so far has wanted to sign him this year. So I don't know medically and everything else what's going on with him. And I'm 100% open to it. I'd be excited if they signed him, but I'm not sitting here ready to scream, you got to sign Justin Simmons no matter what, because you always remember there's 31 other teams. Your team isn't the only team that's passing on Justin Simmons every
Correct.
week. It's every other team in the league.
I'm waiting to see not just safety set, but other positions. where teams are cutting guys at the end of the year just because, hey, this guy's a vet, and we want to give him a chance to go win. I always think it's funny, though, because they have to go through waivers. And the reason I bring that up is Darnell Savage, the Commanders agreed to cut him loose yesterday, safety Darnell Savage. I always laugh because I'm assuming it was couched as one of those things where the two sides sort of mutually agreed to part ways, which I always assume means it's a veteran guy going in and saying, hey, man, can I go get into a better situation than this 3-9 team that I'm on right now? I always laugh at that, though, because I'm like, God, I hope the Titans pick him up.
Yeah.
I hope the Browns pick him up. I hope I hope these guys weasel their way out of a contractual obligation to a bad team by getting picked up by another bad team.
Well, and then, Brandon Cooks ends up getting picked up by the Bills.
Yeah.
So it worked out for him.
It did.
And I feel, look, Brandon Cooks hits waivers, and there's not a bad team out there that thinks, hey, we'll pick him up, and then we'll have him around. Like, they know that Brandon Cooks is going to make a mega stink about it. So it almost becomes like a trade situation where the player, it's almost like a no-trade clause.
It is, yeah.
For play. Just by being, it's really, it's an unfortunate lesson for life, because it's true in a lot of situations in life. The squeaky wheel gets the grease.
Yeah.
Just being a pain in the ass pays its dividends. Doesn't mean it's the right way to go about living your life, but it's true. It can be effective.
You can't. Well, and
you and I need to be bigger divas.
Do we?
Yes.
In the radio business, we need to be big divas right now.
Yes, that's exactly I'm choosing my spot.
Go ahead, Junior. Yeah. So we'll see about a Justin Simmons situation for the Texans. But this is two safeties now this week. This we know. If you're on the street right now and you want to be on a defense, people really seem to want to come play for D'Amico Ryans. You're going to get. It's almost like they probably feel they're going to get the best version of themselves playing for this defense.
One thing Justin Simmons said, is, hey, D'Amico keeps it simple so you can play fast, and that kind of made me raise my eyebrows a little bit just thinking about the fact that when it comes to veteran defensive players, you might want to sign and guys that are intelligent and have been around, like they can pick the system up quickly.
Quick ramp
up. And the
up,
onboarding would be a lot different than going to play for somebody like Spagnuolo or somebody like that. So that entices me. Like if Justin Simmons were to choose two teams right now to go to, and it might be if it were the Eagles or the Texans, he might just look at the style of defense of the Texans and say, yep, I like that. Definitely 100%.
Versus it's Vic Fangio in Philly.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah, Vic's a lot more complex.
Yeah. So that makes sense. The Pro Bowl ballot is out, and I do this as a public service to remind people. That's my favorite thing in sports, maybe when it comes to social media and with teams. Like the Astros do it with the All-Star ballot. They're like, hey, go vote all Astros on the All-Star ballot. Like nothing says integrity about the system of choosing the players than telling your fans to just go vote for everybody on your team.
Yeah. I don't think integrity is the right word because it's plainly out there in the open. Hey, this is a popularity contest. So lack of integrity would be claimed that it was actually trying to choose the very best players. They're just saying, hey, this is a popularity contest. Go ahead, Yankees. Go ahead, Dodgers in baseball.
Yeah. And in football, at least it's only – I say at least like this is some big deal, but it is fun. I like the Pro Bowl voting, but it's 1/3. It's 1/3 fans, 1/3 players, 1/3 coaches. That's how they decide who's going. The most popular Texans among fans right now, they put out the early voting tabulations, the top 10 at each position, and it's all blended. It's AFC, NFC. So when I say that Derek Stingley is 4th among cornerbacks, that's 4th in the entire NFL. So he's 4th among cornerbacks. Will Anderson Jr. and Danielle Hunter are 5th among defensive ends. How about this one? And I said this after that Buffalo game that Kalen Bullock's going to the Pro Bowl. The timing for voting couldn't have been better for Kalen Bullock. 2nd among free safeties in the entire NFL right now. He's the highest up the Pro Bowl balloting of any Houston Texan at their position right now.
By the fans, too.
By
so
the
for
fans.
A younger player, he's at so many interceptions.
Well, the ballot came out literally 2 days after the Bills game. So everybody saw that.
Everybody saw that. And then you look at the stats on the ballot and everything, and you just got a boatload of interceptions. And that's you could be the worst safety in America, but if you just happen to stumble into a bunch of interceptions, the fans look at it and they're like, "Woo! There we go."
It's how they sort the ballot. They don't sort it alphabetically.
They sort it by number of interceptions?
They sort it for the safeties and the corners by number of interceptions.
That's so messed up. That's dumb.
Like the quarterbacks, they sort it by passing yards. So CJ is way down there because he missed 3 games.
Yeah.
And so CJ's not even in the top 10 among quarterbacks, which is a little bit surprising in a popularity contest because I think CJ is one of the more popular quarterbacks out there. But he's not even among the top 10 at quarterback right now.
So let's look at the cornerbacks. I'm going to look at the ballot.
Okay.
You tell me who the top 4 are right now.
Okay, let me pull up the results. Hang on.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you who the top 4 at cornerback are right now.
Yeah, let me see how many of them are just on this top row of the ballot, the first guys you see.
Okay, number 1, J.C. Horn.
Yeah, he's tied for the most interceptions.
Number 2, Nashawn Wright of the Bears.
He's tied for first with 5 interceptions.
Number 3, Jamel Dean of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Wait, are you looking at the results or the ballot?
The results.
Okay, yeah, he's third.
Yeah.
I'm like, wait, are you looking at the same page I am?
That's what you told me to look at the results, right?
Yeah.
Jamel Dean is up there?
Yeah, he's third. No, look, as you've named them out, this is how they're listed on the ballot. It's Horn, Wright, Dean.
Yeah. Derek Stingley Jr., 4th.
So Stingley to make it, because Stingley's entered that realm where he's probably going to have fewer interceptions every year because teams just don't target him as much.
I said yesterday he might not get one for the remainder of the season. They target him.
So the top 3 guys are the first 3 guys listed on the ballot simply because they sort it by interception.
Yep.
Stingley's the 12th guy listed.
Yeah, Stingley.
So that's a big win for him in terms of actual respect from the thinking fan.
Okay, now
they're not just looking at the top 3 guys on the ballot and going by interception.
This is taking some of the starch out of Kalen Bullock's campaign for me right now.
Yeah,
my prediction that he would be making the Pro Bowl. I think he will. But is it deserved?
Well, let's do the same thing for the safeties. Is Byard the first?
Byard's number 1.
Yeah, because of course he has the most interceptions.
Bullock number 2.
Yeah.
Kirby Joseph number 3.
Okay, so Kirby Joseph is the 5th guy on the ballot, but one of the top. He's tied for 3rd with 3 interceptions. Yeah.
Evan Williams 4.
He's also on the list of guys with 3 interceptions.
Okay, last one. Xavier Watts, the rookie for the Falcons, is 5.
Okay, he's not even on here.
He's well known. He was Defensive Player of the Year at Notre Dame.
Yeah. So that's a big part
of it. He's got
a
following, yeah.
But for the corners especially, my God.
Isn't that crazy? All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's get to headlines coming up next. Big headlines for the Texans on the injury front, on the awards front. Thursday Night Football last night. Rockets back in action tonight. Lot to get to in headlines, and that's coming up next.
Oh, you want to hear about something on the awards front?
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines powered by Men's Tea Clinic.
All right, headlines. Let's start with the Texans and the bad news.
No.
Yeah, well, Tim Settle's out for the rest of the season. He suffered a foot injury in the game against the Colts. It will require surgery. It's a shame because Tim Settle was having a hell of a year, and he was an important piece of that defense. So he
really was. And I tried
on the D-line now.
I was thinking in the previous segment, I was worried that it was sounding like I was minimizing, the blow that this is. I guess at the very least, with a defensive tackle rotation, they play all these guys pretty heavily and rotate them infrequently. You've got 3 guys now instead of 4, but Tim Settle's made some really good contributions. The great thing is that Tommy Togiai has come along. If Togiai hadn't come along the way he has, then it would really be devastating because you don't necessarily have two guys. There's very few defensive tackles in the league that you feel comfortable being out there for 60 or 70 snaps per game.
Yeah.
Most people rotate, and the Texans just have had the luxury of a good deep four-man tackle rotation. That's going to be a little bit tougher now.
It'll be tougher. Now if the offense can do what it does, purely just from a stamina standpoint, if the offense can keep doing what they've been doing and string together those 12 and 13 play drives and keep the defense off the field, that'll be a small help. But the settle injury is one. Kamari Lassiter is the other one that we're keeping an eye on. He's not out for the season, but he does have a foot injury that Aaron Wilson is reporting is not season-ending, but he's up in the air right now on Sunday. And Lassiter is a foundational piece of that defense. Having two high-level corners like that on a defense is something that very few teams have, if any, to the level of Lassiter and Stingley in the NFL. And this is a team that does come with some heavy artillery at the wide receiver because they've got a lot of wide receivers that can hurt you, a lot of speedy guys out there.
I'm just looking at the snap counts from last week since we were talking about that. The Texans had 54 snaps on defense. Sean, I've told you this before, but I cannot tell you how good you feel after a 54-snap game. It feels like you need to go run wind sprints afterwards. So for a defensive lineman, because usually that means, like, as a defensive lineman, Danielle Hunter had 34 snaps. Sheldon Rankins played 34 snaps. Will Anderson 34 snaps. It just feels like you had a really brisk Wednesday practice.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah, that's good. So they're coming in with fresh legs. That's good news.
So, as you said, the ability of the Texans offense to grind clock and keep time of possession, that's been one of the positive things. Actually, scoring in the red zone is the cherry on top of all of that.
That would be great.
But you're eating a sundae, and you're a person that almost eats the sundae because you want the cherry on top.
Yeah.
So you left it like that's what watching the Texans offense. You'd be like, yeah, look, all this ice cream and the banana and everything was cool, but I came for the cherry on top.
Yeah, and I just can't get it. The other headline with the Texans is Azeez Al-Shaair. This came down late in our show yesterday. He was named the Texans nominee for the Walter Payton Man of the Year Award. Really good video that the Texans put out. If you're on social media and you follow the Texans, about a 6 or 7 minute video with a lot of people from Azeez's past talking about him. Some vignettes, D'Amico on there, obviously. The video of him learning that he won the award yesterday or attained the nomination yesterday, with Cal McNair sharing that news with him. The McNairs are huge Azeez Al-Shaair fans. If you look to be entertained by the whole Azeez Al-Shaair versus the league thing, go look at the replies to the tweet where the Texans announced it yesterday.
The question of the day yesterday was who's a misunderstood athlete, and it was inspired by Azeez Al-Shaair being named the Walter Payton Man of the Year candidate. Because people that only just see the Trevor Lawrence hit and everything think differently of him than the whole person. I thought my comp for Azeez Al-Shaair, Fonzie.
Arthur Fonzarelli, misunderstood. Yeah.
Like I know people would have thought, he's just this, he's this hood, he's this hooligan, he's this greaser.
Yes.
No, he takes time to teach mechanics to high school students.
Right.
He takes young nerds under his wing and tries to teach them how to talk to girls.
Yeah. He's that's right. Fonzie. I think that the word hood was what they used for it. That's where I first heard the word hood. Was on Happy
You know
Days.
what it is? It's bearded, just got back from Europe, Fonzie.
Right.
Remember that?
Yeah. I do.
Didn't he? Wasn't he coming back from Europe? It was like it was the season opener. Fonzie had a beard. It was weird.
Something like that. But I do know the phrase "jump the shark" is because of Fonzie.
You know what? With Azeez Al-Shaair, there's a Fonzie and there's also a Henry Winkler. Mm-hmm. It couldn't be more different.
That's right. Okay, no, they couldn't be more different.
Zero is just the character that Azeez Al-Shaair plays
Thank you, JJ.
On Sundays. Azeez Al-Shaair is the Henry Winkler.
That's right. So congratulations to Azeez. He is one of 32 that are now in the mix to win the big Walter Payton Man of the Year for the entire league. Thursday Night Football last night. Cowboys, the mini run they've been on here is over. They lose to the Lions in Detroit. These are two teams that were both coming into this game on the outside looking in the playoff race in the NFC, that's a tricky one. I think the Niners are the 7th seed, and they're 9-4. So if you're 7-5, you got to get it in gear. The Lions did that last night, 44-30 over the Cowboys. We'll have some audio from Richard Sherman later in the show. If you were thinking about giving a big money contract to George Pickens, Sherman did a good job of pouring cold water all over that last night.
You know what? I'm so glad that the Cowboys had that game last night. I was getting so annoyed by people trying to force these narratives on me. For one, oh boy, Quinnen Williams, turns out it was a great trade because the Cowboys defense turned it around. All right, he had an okay performance against the Eagles, who are an average offense this year. You had a good performance against the Raiders. How in the ever did you do that? The last 2 games, the Cowboys have given up 72 points.
Yeah.
Combined.
Yep.
All right, can we shut that
Settle down, yeah.
You thirsty bastards. And then George Pickens, wow, Cowboys just know what to get. They just know how to get the best out of it. No, he went full George Pickens last night.
He did. That was something to see, man. Real quick, Rockets back in action tonight against the Phoenix Suns. Phoenix Suns in town. Giannis going to miss 2 to 4 weeks with a calf strain. Vanderbilt in college football was trying to schedule a 13th game this weekend with a bunch of teams. Did you see that?
That would have been so badass. Yes, I love that. We're taking it back to the barnstorming days of college football, man.
Little amateur hour to me.
This is awesome.
I'm being elitist right now. I'm like, what are we doing? All right.
It is. You ever go back and look at some of the college the college schedules from like the 1920s,
dude,
or the late 1800s? It really was. They'd be playing high school sometimes.
No. I'm telling you, best is I got to Notre Dame and buying my first media guide there, and you thumb through the all-time results. And you see it has the record against every team ever in college football for Notre Dame. And I'm like, we're 3-0 against the Chicago Apothecary School?
Right, yeah. Well, like Carlisle Indian Academy and all that stuff, like back in the day.
Yeah.
Well, and then even in pro football, George Halas, if I remember correctly, for the first few years of the Bears, it was kind of him taking the train around the Northeast looking for teams to play.
Yeah, the Madison Marauders.
Yeah, it was cool.
Yeah. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, up next, the turning point for these two franchises. The Texans can pull a circle of life moment this weekend. The Frankenstein that they helped spawn, they can help kill, and we will lay out exactly where it turned for each of these franchises. It was on the field with each other. I have the exact moment that this thing turned and sent the Texans reeling and the Chiefs to great heights. We will do that coming up next. I can promise you this, one thing I know, Beck's Prime.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast. We're going to do this week's Circle of Swarm at 7:20 on the show here today. You can text the show 713-572-4610. What's so funny?
Can I put Red Grange in my Circle of Swarm?
You have been in a wormhole for the last 7 minutes.
Well,
looking
after I
up
cited the George Halas barnstorming tour with the Chicago Bears back in 1925, it was, listen to this, Sean, 4 days after Red Grange finished his college season, he joined the Chicago Bears, and over the course of 2 months, the Bears played 19 football games. Some of them back-to-back 0 days rest.
Wow.
Yeah. It was, next time you want to whine about Thursday night football, think about old Red Grange. And he did it for $125,000, which was an unfathomable amount at the time.
I was going to say, that's the equivalent. That's like quarterback money today.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah. And plus, not to mention, I wonder, talk about jealousy and everything. This college kid comes onto the pro team, and like those guys are all like working a job at a meat packing plant.
Oh, for sure.
During their off time.
3 jobs. One of them's football.
But he's Red freaking Grange. College football was the man back then. Pro football was just trying to get some credibility.
They're probably riding trains from town to town doing it. Probably getting on the train in their uniforms, maybe.
Red Grange was the Caitlin Clark of pro football.
Yeah.
It was, he was such a huge attraction that all of a sudden people were like, hey, maybe I'll give this NFL a chance. I will.
I would have liked to have seen you in that era playing football because you would have been a freak show. You would have been so big.
No, I would have been 50 pounds lighter.
You would? Okay. So
you couldn't play it. They didn't have 325-pound guys because they, for one, noted weights. You didn't want to get muscle bound, you see.
Yeah.
Also, that was for freak shows, weightlifting. If you you had to play both ways. You had to play 60 minutes of football.
I know, but that would have been good if you beefed up to 320 and you were this freak show side thing that the games were played adjacent to the Barnum and Bailey Circus, and then come on out and see the Seth Payne Freak Show. 320 pounds.
It's same in rugby though. It was more like rugby back then.
Definitely.
So
not using the head. Things like that.
That's what I hated about my big. I couldn't hang out with my brother's rugby friends without all of them informing me about how I wouldn't make it in rugby.
You're too big.
All right, champ. Yeah, I would. I know how to push away from the dinner table when I need to. All right.
Is that the dorkiest taunt that I think I've ever heard? Like you'd never be able to play rugby.
I also wouldn't try to do it at 320 pounds.
Yeah.
You must be the dumbest rugby player I know, and that's saying something.
Dopes.
That was usually what I said.
Whatever happened to your brother? He's so stupid.
No, my brother never said that.
Oh, okay.
Dan knew. Yeah. Dan knew I was psychotic.
Yeah. Couple more texts here, and then we'll get to the Texans and the Chiefs. Hey, Sean, Seth, can our old buddy Nick Wright get an honorary mention in 5 Reasons I Hate You today? I will lose my mind if the Chiefs win, and he comes in and says never a doubt on Monday.
I think he's openly on record as having a doubt.
I think he is too. I think he picked the Texans actually this weekend, if I'm not mistaken. So I am still looking for a couple more reasons, only because last year the Texans played the Chiefs twice at the very end of the year. I try to be original every time. And I used up a lot of the reasons though last year. So I'm still looking. Okay. I'm still looking for a couple more.
Well, I've got at least one that I'm thinking of that we can play. So,
okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll get it from you during a break. But text in if you got reasons to hate the Chiefs. I'm willing to crowdsource this one for Sunday night's game. Last question, do we get any more J.J. Watt covering our games this year? I was looking during the break, and obviously not this Sunday.
He doesn't know until the week before, he said.
I'm just looking at the ones that even could potentially be J.J. Watt games. The Arizona game is on Fox, so that won't be a J.J. game. I doubt they put J.J. on a Raiders game. He's too high up the food. No, they're playing the Texans. He's too high up the food chain. The last 2 games, we don't even know what day they're going to be yet because they could be on Saturday or Sunday. If I had to make a blind prediction, I would bet that J.J., if the game's on CBS, I would bet that J.J. gets the Colts-Texans season finale because he just did that game. So there's a lot of overlap that you can use from the first time around.
I'll tell you what, he's 100% past the objectivity test, and a lot of Colts fans were actually praising J.J. Watt for his objectivity in that game, and a lot of Texans fans were upset. They felt like J.J. was against them, like he was a traitor or something. Like, listen, man, you got to understand, all right? Don't be like some small town hick that thinks that your cousin's always got to bail you out or
That's
something.
right.
He's got to be objective. That's his new role.
He's really good, man. He has.
The last couple of weeks especially. I think he's really hit his comfort zone.
Yep.
He's hit his stride. And I've like trying to look for other people's opinions on him and everything. People seem to be as close to unanimous as you can get in this business of people saying he's doing a good job.
On a podcast, because it's even the good ones.
There's always going to be people
polarizing.
that don't like him no matter what.
Yep. All right, so we'll talk. We're going to break down, and we have broken down the matchups in this game plenty, and we will throughout the rest of the show today and on Texans Countdown on Sunday at 4:20 p.m. is when you can find Seth and I previewing the game on the Texans pregame show. But big picture with this game, this is a franchise, the Chiefs, where I think the turning point, this was like a big turning point moment, that playoff game for these two franchises if you look back. And I think that 24-0 lead, Seth, that Bill O'Brien's Houston Texans built against the Kansas City Chiefs, and then proceeded to cough up in a matter of literally 10 minutes. I've got some numbers that are going to blow people away here, okay?
Sean, and then just so to paint a picture of all this, most of this happened while you and I had done the pregame show for this at the Rustic.
At the Rustic,
correct?
Yep.
And things were going well. And I was watching on the big screen at the Rustic there at Midtown or downtown, wherever.
Yep.
And, okay, I'm going to make a break for it and go home. And I was so cocky.
Yeah.
And by the time I got home, everything had vanished. Everything had just disappeared.
Not an exaggeration. Not an exaggeration at all. They were leading 24-0 early in the second quarter, and they went into the locker room at halftime trailing 28-24, the Texans were. If I can isolate it to one play, where if I had to go back and look and see where these two franchises took their turn. Look, the Chiefs were already on their way to being one of the best franchises in football, but Patrick Mahomes had not won a Super Bowl yet. He didn't make it to the Super Bowl the year before. They were one of the best teams in football during that 2019 season, but I will remind people, you know who beat the Chiefs in 2019 in the regular season? Deshaun Watson and the Houston Texans in the regular season that year in Kansas City.
And not to mention, they win this game, but look, they had to come back from being down double digits. Who could have guessed that on that entire playoff run?
That's all they do.
They would come back from double-digit deficits in all of them.
All they would do. If I had to nail it down to one play for me, there were two that were the candidate. But the play that I go back and look now and I go, where did it all collapse for the Houston Texans? Not just that day, but for the next 3 years after that.
Yeah.
24-7, the Texans are up. They have to go. They have to punt. You know, they go 3 and out. They've got to punt, and for whatever reason, up 17. Bill O'Brien tries this.
Here's Brian Anger at the Houston 17-yard line. Weeks will snap it. Justin Reed calling signals on punt team. On 4th down and 4, and it's a fake. Reed running to the right side, and Reed's going to be short at the 34-yard line. He doesn't make it.
Up 24-7, a fake punt with a guy with a bum shoulder.
And can I tell you something why that's even more symbolic of all of the horrors that would come after that? It's that Bill O'Brien, for the vast majority of his tenure with the Texans, was very good at maintaining a lead. And a lot of times it came because he played really boring football. And you hated it while you're watching it, and it never felt right. People would complain about it because it always felt like, wait, what are you doing? No, step on their throat. And in that moment, he decides to do the opposite of doing like the traditional things you do to maintain a lead. And he really went for it big time. And I felt like that was a cascade of events of Bill O'Brien doing really ridiculously nonsensical, overly aggressive things as a GM. And just he lost his damn mind.
He lost his mind.
He lost his damn mind.
He lost it. That game, that play was, to me, the beginning of what was a death spiral for the Texans on that very day and for the next 3 years. And I'm not trying to walk us back through the misery to wallow in all of it. I'm going somewhere with this and what this Sunday's game could potentially mean. But on that day, the Chiefs 4 touchdown drives to come back from down 24-0, 3 of which came after that fake punt, aborted fake punt. 2 plays, 42 yards, 59 seconds. 3 plays, 33 yards, 23 seconds. They scored 23 seconds after that fake punt. 3 plays, 6 yards, minute 25 after a DeAndre Carter fumble, and then 8 plays, 90 yards in 2 minutes and 3 seconds.
That's pretty admirable effort there by the Texans by that point. They kept them on the field for more than a minute and 25 seconds.
The Chiefs ran a total of 16 plays in a span of 4 minutes and 50 seconds to come back from down 24-0 to lead at the half of a game against the Houston Texans.
Yeah, this is when I tell you, I wasn't when it all evaporated on my drive home. This wasn't when I was living in League City. This is when we were on Kirby and Richmond. It was
not
gone.
A long drive.
It was gone. I got lost along the way, as I always do when leaving Midtown. But still, it was nuts.
It's crazy.
It was absolutely insane.
It's crazy. So on that day, that's what happened. We know what happened. The Chiefs would go on to win 51-31 that day. In a game, the Texans were leading by 24 in the second quarter. They lost the game by 20. And since that day, the Chiefs have been to 5 Super Bowls. The Texans have had 5 head coaches, if we include Romeo Crennel in there. I just like the parallel of the 5s there. They've been to 5 Super Bowls. The Texans have had 5 head coaches. Bill O'Brien.
Like with each Super Bowl victory, the Texans said, all right, let's try a different
Let's try a different coach.
Is this guy as good as Andy Reid? No, I'm pretty sure not.
Bill O'Brien, Romeo Crennel, David Culley, Lovie Smith, D'Amico Ryans.
I'm going to grant you the Romeo Crennel, even though I don't. It's a dirty trick that a lot of people like to use when they showed how many coaches the Texans had or fired or whatever. He was an interim coach.
I need it for the metaphor.
Technically correct.
I need it for the metaphor.
Yeah.
The deluxe nut package.
Yeah, you know what? Yes, I'm including him. The deluxe nut package, just for that.
Tickle the tonsils.
The next 3 regular seasons, and again, we're talking about that playoff game in January of 2020 being the most drastic fork in the road that maybe we've ever seen with 2 teams in the NFL. The next 3 regular seasons, the Chiefs went 40-10. The Texans went 11-38-1 after that playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Texans had as many wins, 1 more, than the Chiefs had losses over the next 3 years.
Oh, my God. That right there, the Chiefs having 10 losses in that period and the Texans having 11 wins.
Yeah.
That's a rough one.
I'll add, Patrick Mahomes became the league's golden boy. He was on every commercial, winning Super Bowls. Everybody loves Mahomes. Deshaun Watson became public enemy number 1 to the massage community.
Look, Pat Mahomes became the darling golden boy to the point where, as it always happens with the golden boys, people get sick of it, and now they hate him around the league.
Yep.
Fans hate him around the league. But that's a much better – if I had to choose between being hated because I've won so much or being hated because I was alleged to have committed sexual misconduct against 24-plus different women, I choose Mahomes' route. I'm different. Maybe I'm different than other people.
I didn't have to think about it very long. No, you're right. You're definitely right.
I mean, sure, Deshaun's made more money than Mahomes during that time, but this is America. It's a meritocracy, you see.
That's so sad. Playing football, he has made more money. That's crazy. The Texans' solution to repair the team that offseason after losing to the Chiefs in the playoffs was to trade their best player for probably downgraded draft picks and a bad contract with David Johnson. Dole out a bunch of bad contracts to not very good players. Add nothing to the defense.
Oh, the shade you throw at Eric Murray.
I was including him in the bad contracts.
No, that wasn't Eric. That wasn't even the Eric Murray year, though.
Yeah, it was.
It was? Okay, so Eric Murray was the guy they added. A guy that they it was not a full-time corner, but they paid like he was a full-time starting corner.
Right.
Yeah.
The good thing, Seth, is at least they used the highest pick they got from DeAndre Hopkins from that trade on the very productive Ross Blacklock. So at least
a pick that would be a valuable player for the Texans for years to come.
That's what I was told.
That's what Jack Easterby called him before they even knew who they were going to draft in the second round.
I was sold that. Okay, so to take a step back here, because I know there's a lot of you in your cars. If you've not driven off the road yet, and you're still driving. Good for you. There's a Sean, why are we doing this? Why are we walking through this? Because Sunday is an opportunity. Sunday is an opportunity to take the monster, the golem, the Frankenstein that you created back on January 11th, 2020, and at the very least put this damn monster on life support. Take a gigantic stake and stick it through its heart and send them below 500 this late in the season for the first time in God knows how long. Yeah. I haven't even wanted to look because I'd have to look through several years of Chiefs bios on Pro Football Reference, and I don't feel like doing that. This exercise I've been doing for the last 18 minutes has been painful enough. So I am pointing this out because that fork in the road on that very day in January, this monster you helped create, you can kill on Sunday. You can sweep away all of the misery that I just recapped in the last 15 minutes. You can do it in 60 minutes of football on Sunday, and in the process, Seth, bring your playoff probability, according to Pro Football Focus, to 90%. To 90%. I don't know if they'll be the 7 seed when the weekend is over. This feels like the longest wait ever to a 7 seed. But by God, all of that misery from that one day back in January of 2020 can at least, if not eliminated, at least mitigated somewhat by a win on Sunday.
Can you give us a 92% chance of killing the Chiefs? Yeah.
Yes.
If you win on Sunday, you've given us a 88 to 92% chance of killing the
Chiefs. If they lose, according to Pro Football Focus, will have a 14% chance of making the postseason.
86% chance of killing the Chiefs.
Yes.
We killed 86% of the Chiefs. That's what we'll be able to say after Sunday. The Texans killed 86%. Good luck. Dude. Good luck making it.
Dude, that was tough, man, reliving that just now. That's like when on Game of Thrones where Bran relives something through being the three-eyed raven. And it's really tough, and then afterwards he's like exhausted afterwards, you know? Yeah. Like he almost killed himself. Mm-hmm. That's what that felt like just now. Whew. Reliving that fake punt. Ugh. God. And Vandy kind of called it. Vandy pointed out, hey, Justin Reed barking out the signals, because I'm not sure Justin Reed was the up man all year. You know?
So they went out and they ran a fake punt, but gave the defense plenty of time to realize it was going to be a fake punt. That's a rough one there.
Yep. Sorry, O'Brien. All right.
It's one of the best feelings in the world, by the way, when you do stop a fake punt.
Oh, I'll bet.
It's really, it is. I don't know. There's something about it.
It's
kind of unique, but usually you call defense stays if it's in a situation. They probably had their actual, I can't remember. Now, if they had they didn't have their defense stays out there. They had their punt team out there. But especially if you're on defense and it's kind of a maybe situation.
Yeah.
So you keep the defense out there. It's cool. It's fun. It's because it's slow developing, you know? So, like, as a player, you're kind of like, oh, boy, what's coming? All right. And then all of a sudden you see that it's a fake.
Yep.
And it still takes like 4 seconds for you to kill it.
Yes. All right. Are you ready to Circle of Swarm, my friend?
I am.
Okay.
I'm 100% ready for Circle of Swarm.
Let's do it. Let's do the Circle of Swarm, and let's do it right now.
What we're looking for is players, right, who are looking to swarm.
The swarm mindset, that whole mentality.
Right, we want players to have a special work ethic and a relentless mindset in everything that they do.
Who's in?
This is a special group of men, believe it.
It's the Payne and Pendergast Texans Circle of Swarm.
Seth, you and I got a text from a friend of ours, Joe. I'll just say Joe. Said, I was there at that KC game, just crashed the car in front of me, and I laughed.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Put it on the tell that to the judge. There's a good chance that he'll be sympathetic.
There's a good chance the judge is a listener.
Yeah.
I know most of law enforcement and people involved in the legal world that I run into say, hey, love the show.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I like that. Well, especially for law enforcement, because if they're spending a lot of time in their car.
Yeah.
I like that. I like to think that a perp has gotten away because of us. That a cop has thought like, well, hold on. I gotta hear what Pendy says.
I gotta find out what the fifth reason is that they hate the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Yeah.
Sit tight. Don't go anywhere.
That guy doesn't look like he's in great shape. We'll be able to catch him.
He'll be fine. It's just one more reason. Oh, man. Are you ready to do this, my friend? Circle of Swarm. And for those who are new to the show, every Friday before a Texans game, Seth and I do the Circle of Swarm. There can only be 6 every week. Seth picks 3, I pick 3. This is not the Astros Circle of Trust where there can be 0 or there can be 6. This is the Circle of Swarm. It is largely acknowledgement for the week before, with a peek ahead to what we might need in order to go into Kansas City and do what the Texans have not done since 2019, and that is beat the Kansas City Chiefs. So, without further ado, Seth Payne, you're up first.
You know what I'm going to do? This is going to be rare for me. Rare for me to do it numero uno, and rare for me to put a player who plays this position in the circle of swarm.
Mm-hmm.
But the player is named Coleridge Bernard Stroud.
First name I wrote down.
Quattro.
Yep.
Yeah.
First name I wrote.
Coming off a concussion, had a really. I'm actually going to give him credit for having a rough start to this game, including being a metric mile past the line of scrimmage when he tried to throw a pass. He did throw the pass, but it was illegal immediately.
He was so far over the line of scrimmage.
You know, my excuse I make for him is that he'd watched football on TV for a couple weeks, and he didn't realize that he doesn't have an imaginary blue line there. So they had to explain to him on the sideline, hey, CJ, the blue line you see on TV is an imaginary line. Yes. It's a virtual line.
Yes.
We don't see it in real life. But honestly, I went back yesterday, and I had not watched all of the blitzes that the Colts ran just sequentially. I hadn't broken it down and just watched that breakdown. So yesterday was the first time I'd done it since the game, and I was sitting there watching and waiting for an incompletion. He and the offensive line and the running backs and the tight ends and everybody else and the receivers in the way that they responded to Colts blitzes was night and day, so far completely removed from anything they showed early in the season that I got really excited about it just watching the cut-ups of all the blitzes, because there were so many things that they were doing at a high level in terms of just, yes, this is the way the offense is supposed to operate. CJ making adjustments pre-snap, tweaking alignments, anticipating blitz, receivers tweaking their routes based on the coverage and based on the blitz, the offense line and the running backs picking up the blitzers. It was an incredibly good performance by those guys when the Colts blitzed. And I got news for everybody. The Chiefs don't blitz so great this year. They're really one of the worst teams in the league at blitzing. And you still got to watch out because they're still good at fooling guys from time to time, but they're not as good. CJ Stroud. I gave him more than his allotted time on that, but I was really excited watching that cut-up.
No, I was too. Stroud. Now maybe he was the first name I wrote down because I'm looking at the box score and I start at the top and go down. But I, without hesitation, wrote his name down in my pool of players. All right, my first one is going to be Azeez Al-Shaair. I feel like Azeez has not been in the circle of swarm enough this year, and so maybe I'm playing a little bit of catch-up here. I mean, he is the epitome of what D'Amico sees as swarm, and he had a good game against the Colts on Sunday. He led the team in tackles, but I think even more so when he went out of the game, the Colts started attacking with Jonathan Taylor, and that's when Jonathan Taylor had his best stretch of football in the game with Azeez on the sideline. I'll sprinkle a little bit of confectionery sugar on it, too, for the Walter Payton Man of the Year award as well.
And I would also say a little bit of this is always, we always kind of like, we like to look to the game ahead and say, all right, what's this guy's task or role going to be in the game? In the playoff game last year, Azeez Al-Shaair was banged up and not moving all that great, and the middle of the field was an issue in coverage. And Azeez had a good game in coverage last week, and I think needs to play better. I'm sure he wants to avenge himself, even though he was injured from that playoff game. So Azeez Al-Shaair having a big game versus the Chiefs is a big deal this week.
All right, your next
Particularly when trying to tackle Travis Kelce.
Indeed.
All right, I'm going to do another one. I'm giving a lot of credit for guys coming back from the concussion protocol. Sean, who's my choice?
Jalen Petrie.
Yes.
Yep.
Jalen Petrie, who would just adds an element. He's a little bit like Derek Stingley in that sometimes Derek Stingley's the best thing he's doing for the defense is just being there, and that nobody's testing him. Likewise with Jalen Petrie, the fact that he's there and out there adds a complete wild card to defense, and offenses have to figure out exactly what he's doing, where is he aligned. They gotta pay attention to where Jalen Petrie is, and I think there's a marked difference of how that defense operates with him on the field or with him not on the field.
He had some big plays in the game too. He had a couple tackles behind the line of scrimmage. He had a couple big pass breakups, including one on a third down that helped the team get off. I think he had the pass breakup after the TFL that Mario Edwards and Will Anderson Jr. had combined for. that pass breakup helped force a field goal on that drive.
And also, look, everybody looks goofy in the Guardian cap, but he looks the least goofy in it, I think.
Yeah.
I saw a few people do the thing. They always do this with guys wearing the Guardian cap. You can tell they take their phone and they take a picture of the TV from the top, from above.
Oh.
So it makes the Guardian cap look that much
Looks
bigger.
like Kazoo from the Flintstones.
That's dirty pool, man.
Yeah, that ain't right.
The Marvin the Martian.
There was a listener to the postgame show on Sunday, because we had Jalen on the postgame show. He was our player of the game. He was our guest on the postgame show. And so I asked him about the Guardian cap. I said, hey, what went into the decision? Something doing, short term, long term. And he just, he talked about how he discussed it with his family and things like that. There was a texter that was like, he was concussed. We know why he had the Guardian cap, dumbass. Like,
but not everybody chooses to wear it.
Right,
dumbass.
right. Well, and I was just curious if this is something that he was just doing in the short term or long term.
It's not like you weren't aware of him coming back from concussion.
Yeah,
and some guys come back from concussion and choose not to wear it.
So I politely replied to the guy, as you know, I want to do, Seth. I politely replied and said, I was just asking if it was. He didn't seem offended by the question. I was just asking, is this a long-term thing? I'm not trying to shame him about the Guardian cap. I'm legitimately curious because he's literally the only Houston Texan wearing a Guardian cap out there.
Yeah, what'd that person say?
He said, ask better questions next time. He was not.
Why are some people such
I don't
jerks?
know.
They're just so annoying.
I don't know. It wasn't.
You like this?
Yeah. It wasn't even the ask better questions. That should have offended me because it was career advice from somebody who has no business giving me career. It was the dumbass part. I'm like, you would never walk up to me in the studio here and call me a dumbass.
You know what? I would know part of it because remember Titus Howard. Remember in the preseason, somebody asked him a question about wearing some kind of contraption on his, I think it was for his neck or something.
Okay.
And he said something about how like it just wouldn't be swaggy enough. Yeah. And I'm like, all right, man. And then lo and behold, Titus Howard misses time with a concussion this year.
Yeah.
And he's not wearing. Titus Howard isn't wearing a Guardian cap. Like that's how you could have responded to that weirdly.
CJ Stroud's not wearing one. He's been concussed twice now. Yeah. All right. My next one is Sheldon Rankins. And Sheldon Rankins, and this is a combo of what we talk about, Seth. Sheldon Rankins had a big TFL in the game. He had the only sack in the game. He's been outstanding all year for this team. That has been one great signing by Nick Caserio, and I think I'll credit D'Amico Ryans too, because I think that's a big reason why Sheldon Rankins wanted to come back here was to play in this defense for D'Amico Ryans. But this also factors in the peek ahead to this week with no Tim Settle now. Sheldon Rankins, and I'll add Tommy Togiai and Mario Edwards Jr. They're going to need to pick up the slack for Tim Settle.
And this is another thing about the Texans have rotation of defensive linemen. They also have a lot of old defensive linemen in their rooms. So one thing it does, on a game-by-game basis, it keeps your defensive tackles fresh. They can roll in and just give you 100% effort every single time. But that also, you do lose a guy, but you've only got 5 games left. And, Sheldon Rankins is 31 years old, but he's not as beleaguered and injured and battered up as if he'd had to play 55 snaps a game for the entire previous part of the season. So Tim Settle is a big loss, but you go from a 4-man rotation to a 3-man rotation, plus you sprinkle in some Danico Autry. Dylan Horton's a big dude who on passing downs or in certain rundowns will go down and play inside. So I'm not as concerned about it because I do think they still have a good rotation, including Sheldon Rankins.
For at least 2 or 3 snaps, they'll line Will Anderson up over the center and let Will Anderson shove the guy back in. Now, I don't know if he's doing that with Creed Humphrey this weekend like he did with the Colts center last week, but I enjoyed that. So we've got C.J. Stroud, Azeez Al-Shire, Jalen Petrie, Sheldon Rankins. Who's your third and final selection?
It's my final selection?
This is it, man.
No, this is tough.
Make it count. If you don't pick the right one, you got to count on me to pick the right one, and we know how that went.
All right, these are my 3 candidates that I'm choosing between. Don't tell me who you're taking.
I won't.
I'm choosing between Will Anderson, who you just mentioned, Nico Collins, and Ed Ingram.
Okay.
Even though Ed Ingram, listen, everybody, I know he whiffed that one time and allowed the sack. All right, it happens. It happens. He also had one of the most impressive hits I've ever seen by an offensive lineman in a game.
Like 2 plays later.
I mean, it really was one of the most impressive. It wasn't just a pancake. It was he looked like a strong safety. Did he not?
Oh,
He looked like he looked like a 300-pound Jalen Petrie.
Yes.
When he hit this guy.
That was a swarmy block for sure.
And the offensive line put in one of their best performances of the year. Ed Ingram.
Yeah. Ed Ingram is going to – I'll look at the scoreboard during the break, and we'll come back with what the totals are for the season right now in terms of number of weeks in the circle of swarm. But I think Ed Ingram is going to be near the top, and I feel like you have put him in most of the – I feel like if he's in there 4 times, you put him in 3 of them. You know, like you're a big Ed Ingram guy.
I've probably neglected Titus Howard more than I should have because Titus had a good game too.
Yeah, but the visual of that one block – Titus can make it sometime down the road. If you're going to put an O-lineman in, based solely on that block on that guy that you talked about, Ingram's the guy, man.
If it's weird to look at the PFF scores from a game and see that because O-line seems to be one of the more reliable scores that PFF gives out. But of the top graded guys on the offense in the game, Ed Ingram was 2nd for the Texans. Titus Howard was 3rd. Jake Andrews was 6th. Trent Brown was 8th, but they're all in the green.
Okay, that's good.
Like, lots of green with the Texans' offensive line, which is not something we saw a whole lot of last year or early this season.
No, and it's trending right now too. You know, they've been in the green the last few games here. It wasn't just a one-off, so they need it again on Sunday. All right, last one. Okay, so you named a couple of names that are on my sheet here. The other name I had here is Woody Marks, just because he played foot injury.
Oh,
and he had some big plays down the stretch. He had the game-clinching play, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So those are the names I've got. And you know what? Jaden Higgins I would have had on this list, except the botch on the play right before the half, where all he had to do
chose to run laterally.
He ran laterally. Yeah, if he just gets upfield, the Texans probably get a field goal attempt at the end of the half, and none of us are really going balls to the wall to criticize D'Amico and Nick Caley over that sequence, you know?
You know, Jaden Higgins is one of those. On one of those blitzes, CJ connected with Jaden Higgins on the crosser.
Yeah.
It just brilliantly. And the one big thing about Jaden, especially, Jalen Noel, but especially Jaden Higgins, is he's flat out in the right spot now.
Yeah.
I think early in the season, he wasn't always running his routes with the same precision that you need in the NFL, and he's figured out a way to do that and adjust the coverage and everything else. So he's become, his targets have increased steadily.
Yeah, he's become the number 2 on this.
Sean, ever since he got targeted 8 times versus San Francisco, in all but one game versus Denver, he's been targeted at least 5 times. And in half of them, it's been more than 7 times.
Well, and so if you want to look at silver linings for when you're missing guys on a team and guys stepping up, you know who was missing in that San Francisco game? Nico Collins. Jaden Higgins had to be the number 1 in that game out of necessity. So you do that. I should
really say, since the Jacksonville game, so in the last 4 games, he's had 7, 9, and 5 targets.
He's legit. There's no question. So who am I picking here? I'm not going to pick Woody Marks, even though I credit him for muscling through that injury to his foot. It was a nasty looking hip drop tackle that he was on the wrong end of, and it was one play at the end of the game. If there hadn't been enough candidates, it would be Woody Marks. So it comes down to Nico Collins or Will Anderson Jr. And Nico had a big day, 6 catches, 95 yards. He played physical like Nico always does, but boy, when you get your own Brian Baldinger video that has 4 plays of you just weighing offensive linemen and making TFLs and doing what Will Anderson did to that center who's never going to be able to live that down. It's Will Anderson. It's Will Anderson, right? Will Anderson.
Yeah, good job.
Right, there we go.
Good shot.
Thanks. Had to talk that through. So Stroud, Aziz, Petrie, Rankins, Ingram, Will Anderson. All right, the biggest example of lack of swarm may have happened in last night's game on Thursday Night Football. We will have some evisceration audio for you of a Dallas Cowboy coming up next. Stay there. But first, it's funny. Text to the show today from a listener who
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
The guys listening who called me a dumbass on the post-game show.
Now he's claiming that he never called you a dumbass.
I'll go back and find it. He called me a dumbass. Why would I make that up? Why?
Go ahead and well, just tell him to scroll back through and see his texts. So we have to go through a couple steps to search an old text.
Oh, I'll go through steps to prove people wrong. I'll go through steps.
He says he never called you a dumbass?
He said it was a dumbass he said, I never called you a dumbass. It was a dumbass question.
It really wasn't a dumbass question.
No, it was.
I feel like that's somebody he's doing the being misinformed. The reason you asked the question about why you asked Jalen Petrie what went into the decision to wear it. I think the person that called your question a dumbass, it was because he had a concussion. That's why he's wearing it. Right, but a lot of guys come back from concussion and don't wear the Guardian cap.
Yeah.
It's something I'm interested in. I'm intrigued by it. I try to go through the exercise of okay, would I wear a Guardian cap, all that. And
right.
So it was neither a dumbass question, plus I feel like it comes from a place of ignorance that he asked it. Well, also, really calling you a dumbass.
Said, sensitive Sean, give it a rest. Love always, Hollywood. Okay, so he's calling himself Hollywood. Nowhere near tough guy Sean. Okay, well that's. I'm glad we resolved nothing with this. Okay.
Nowhere near tough guy.
Yeah, I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means either. But I appreciate you listening. Either way.
I wonder if it's Hollywood Brown.
That would be awesome. If
he had a great catch last week, and he's listening in on Houston Sports Radio.
Let's make him the fifth reason we hate Kansas City.
Because Hollywood Brown
really get under his skin. Yeah, really get under his skin. Okay, this was great audio from last night. So if you missed it last night. Thursday Night Football, Cowboys lose to the Lions. I said earlier in the show, not to go too far in the weeds, that game last night had very similar makeup to this Texans-Chiefs game, where it's Cowboys getting a lot of love nationally for these wins lately, Texans getting a lot of love for these wins lately. Detroit and Kansas City, two of the most successful teams in the NFL the last few years, both kind of on the ropes themselves right now outside of the playoff.
Yeah.
And the Lions did the Cowboys last night. So Texans, I don't have concern over the mental state with which the Texans go into the Chiefs. They will go into this game with more than the appropriate amount of respect. I just don't want us as fans and media to kind of lay off the gas pedal here. It's still the Chiefs. The same way the Lions were still the Lions last night. They sure did look a lot like the Lions that were getting to NFC title games and whatnot. But after the game, Richard Sherman, I am growing to like this Amazon studio show more and more with every Thursday night. I think it's a really good studio show.
I think the general consensus is studio show good, actual play-by-play and color commentary awful.
I agree with you. Yeah. That is the consensus.
The game broadcast is atrocious, but the studio show is good.
Yes. Yeah. And Richard Sherman, I think, is really good. George Pickens, who is in the running, at least he was until last night, for Offensive Player of the Year. He's number 3 on the odds board behind Jonathan Taylor and Jackson Smith and Jigba. It goes Smith and Jigba, Jonathan Taylor, George Pickens for Offensive Player of the Year right now. He looked like he wanted to be anywhere other than playing the Lions last night.
He looked so uncompetitive.
Yes.
I mean, just lazing his way through his routes at times. On tight window throws, not a sense of fighting for the ball. I mean, the one deflection that got turned into an interception, it was a dicey throw to make, but also there was just zero. He was just waiting for the ball to come to him, and the pass was broken up, and he looked checked out.
Yeah,
mentally.
Yep, he did. And Richard Sherman noticed it, and Richard Sherman had this to say about George Pickens, who, by the way, is a free agent after the season. Richard Sherman had this to say.
The big story here is George Pickens. George Pickens throughout the game, especially late in the game, just looked uninterested in playing football. And that's what you can't have. If you're going to be a superstar, if you want to be the best receiver in the National Football League, you can never be disengaged. It doesn't matter if the game's going your way or not going your way. You can't just disappear in these games or else you're not going to have impact. And just right here, cruising routes. You're the guy. CeeDee Lamb is not in this game. He's out, and you get intercepted on your slant routes, and you can't be the guy and half-ass it. And I'm sorry, that's just, you can't, it's unacceptable. And if you're the Dallas Cowboys and you're looking at him and you're looking to pay him big-time receiver money, $40 million, you got to look at this tape and say, hey, is this a guy we can trust paying $40 million to show up regardless of circumstance? I don't know.
I have long thought, well, I say long thought, during this season, because Pickens has really elevated himself this season, that's been a good trade for the Cowboys this year. They traded a third-round pick for George Pickens. He's been one of the best receivers in football. But you can't ignore the past with George Pickens. There's a reason why the Steelers were willing to give him up for a third-round pick. And Pickens, when it comes to free agency, Seth, and I think Sherman kind of frames it properly there, I've always thought, Pickens is doing great, but that feels like a guy that a bad team is going to give $35 million a year to, and he's going to turn into the old George Pickens again.
I mean, Jerry Jones has flat out acknowledged it in interviews this year. So, hey, you just got to go into situations like this with eyes wide open and know that there might be some bumps in the road when you've got a guy like George Pickens. And the difference is, because Jerry will never shut up about the 1990s Cowboys and uses it as the justification and reason for everything he does now. I mean, the difference between the kind of issues that he would have with, say, a Michael Irvin were never on the football field or in the locker room or anything else. It was every now and then in a hotel room with a couple of prostitutes and some cocaine. But the on-field production was incredible. And George Pickens is the exact opposite of that.
Yes, yeah.
I shouldn't say he's not the exact opposite. The on-field production has been very impressive by George Pickens. But, do you think the Cowboys, how much did the Cowboys trade for him?
A third-round pick.
A third-rounder. Do you think that they were planning on giving a long-term contract at the end of this year?
I think they were just seeing what they had. A third-round pick is enough a lot like Diggs for a second-round pick with the Texans. I think a third-round pick is one that you can justify, hey, if it's only going to be a year, then that's fine. So I don't think they went in feeling like we've got to sign this guy or anything like that. I think they went, and I think even Pickens knew he hadn't done enough in Pittsburgh to where he could be one of those guys, well, I'm not going to Dallas without a contract extension, you know?
That's why I look at, for receivers, for whatever reason, I don't know. It's such an item that when you make a trade for it, I hate to use the term plug and play, but there is an element of okay, we need to round out the depth at a certain position. Receiver feels like just the most slam dunk. All right, this makes sense. Mm-hmm. Put this guy here, and it's going to improve your passing offense.
Yeah.
And at the trade deadline, if somebody trades a second-round pick for a wide receiver, nobody bats an eyelash.
Right.
Bats an eye. Yeah. So, I always try to figure, okay, if you do that before the season begins, you're actually getting an extra. You're getting twice as many games out of the guy. So, it made sense if it's a one-year deal. I should say if you trade at the trade deadline for a one-year deal.
Right.
Or an expiring contract, nobody bats an eye.
A rental.
So Pickens, I felt the same way.
Yeah, it's just weird because that Pickens, and I probably watch more Dallas than most teams outside of Houston because they're on all the time. Mm-hmm. And even weeks that they're not in prime time, they're the game that's on here, on Fox or whatever. That version of Pickens hasn't shown up this year. There's a reason why he's in the Offensive Player of the Year conversation. He's been outstanding all year. And then out of nowhere, that version of Pickens shows up in the biggest game of the year last night. Yeah. Totally disinterested, just not running routes, not trying. That's troubling. Someone's going to pay him probably, I would imagine. Maybe not $40 million like Richard Sherman's talking about. And I'll tell you the other thing, Seth, that when I watched the cut-ups of George Pickens last night and hear Richard Sherman talking about that, I get on my knees and thank God for Nico Collins. Nico is the polar opposite of George Pickens, like the 180-degree opposite in terms of his vibe in the locker room, his vibe on the field, the effort that he puts in. His contract is a tremendous bargain, which whoever signs George Pickens will not be a bargain probably after this season. I'm really thankful that we've got Nico Collins on this team as the number one guy.
Did you say that at your Thanksgiving dinner table?
I probably did, actually. Those are the things I'm truly thankful for. Family, health, Nico. That's it. Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, Carrington Harrison, afternoon drive in Kansas City on our sister station, AM 610, FM 96.5. He's going to join us in the next segment. He joined us last year when the Texans played the Chiefs. A little different this time around. The Chiefs last year were, 15-2 or whatever it was when we talked to him in the playoffs. This year, the Chiefs struggling to get into the postseason. But we'll get some the view of this game from a Kansas City side. Carrington does a great job. He'll join us coming up next. But first, Seth has the injury report presented by Mokaram Injury Lawyers.
The injury report and the two big, notable, disappointing bits of news that we got yesterday as we give you the Mokaram Injury Lawyers injury report. Tim Sell is done for the season with, Sean, what was a foot with him, right?
It's a foot, yeah.
Foot, yeah. And then thank you for contributing to the Mokaram Injury Lawyers injury report, Sean T. Pendergast. And then also Kamari Lassiter. Kamari Lassiter missed practice. He's, we don't know. We just flat out don't know. But the Texans did sign a defensive back.
Kamari, also a foot.
Also a foot.
Yep.
2 feet.
2 feet.
One knee equals 2 feet.
Yes.
That's an old John Maddenism. But Pat Mahomes is listed with a knee, but mostly he's on the injury report just so he can be dramatic on the sidelines. He's going to play in the game. The Texans, the Chiefs have Josh Simmons is on IR, their left tackle. He's out. Trey Smith, their right guard, and Juwan Taylor, their right tackle, did not participate. They're going to be questionable for this game. Those are the big injuries brought to you by Mokaram Injury Lawyers. If you've been injured in an accident, this is what you do. You call Mokaram Injury Lawyers because, man,
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. Texans-Chiefs Sunday, 7:20 kick. You can hear it here on Sports Radio 610. Seth and I have you for Texans Countdown beginning at 4:20 p.m. Big game, man. Big game. Texans haven't beat the Chiefs since 2019. This is about as vulnerable a version of the Chiefs as we've seen in quite some time. 6-6 on the season. Texans, of course, 7-5. And joining us right now, he does an outstanding job on afternoons on our sister station up in Kansas City, AM 610, FM 96.5. The Fan up in Kansas City. He hosts The Drive from 2 to 6 p.m. He is Carrington Harrison joining us on the show. Carrington, always great to have you on. I guess this is the thing right out of the chute that I'm most curious about is that the national talk about the Chiefs all season seems to be, well, they're just going to start winning at some point. These are all one-score games that they're losing, and it's Andy Reid and it's Patrick Mahomes. And until this week, everybody's been fairly nonchalant nationally about it. What's the temperature there in Kansas City? What's the concern level right now that this is not a playoff team this year?
Well, I would say right now that it's pretty split, and I would say this is probably as divided as Chiefs fans have been when it comes to this topic. There is one group of Chiefs fans that just think that it's over, that the game against the Cowboys, the loss, them being 6-6, them having to go 5-0, and just the amount of mistakes and errors that have kind of built up over the course of the season. There's a group of people that just think that the season is over. And then there's another group of people that kind of hold on to what you're talking about. They're the Chiefs. They'll figure it out. Their three most important games the rest of the way are at home, and they have played much better at home than on the road. So I don't want to make it seem like everybody has given up on Kansas City, but it is very much divided between a group of people that kind of just realize the daunting task that the Chiefs have over the last month of the season, and another group of people that just, they will never give up on Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid.
Oh, yeah. And look, I'm not giving up on them as being the biggest threat in any time you face the Chiefs. Even if the Chiefs had won 2 games this year, I'm still worried about Pat Mahomes, especially in the fourth quarter. I guess if I look at the team, and from my perspective, the biggest difference on the team this year, looking at the Chiefs, is that defense. It's not like it's a bad defense. They're not allowing a boatload of points or anything, but they're not making as many high impact plays in any given game. What's been the biggest difference, or what's been the problem with the Chiefs defense?
One thing that I don't think we do a good enough job in the media when we have these conversations is we just preach it's a quarterback league. Obviously, it's a quarterback league, but I would say the second most important thing that you can have is a team that can get after the other team's quarterback, and the Chiefs just don't have that. The Chiefs haven't gotten a sack in 11 quarters, so if you're not disrupting the other team's quarterback, what are you doing here? And that was a major problem against the Dallas Cowboys. It just... They're not good when they don't send pressure. They're not good when they actually send pressure. And I think that's just been the biggest problem with the defense so far.
Yeah, that's what I knew that they weren't as effective with the blitz until this week when I started seeing how ineffective they've been when blitzing. It was a shock to me. And I know one of the theories floating around out there is simply just that not only have teams seen Steve Spagnuolo's blitzes, for many years now, but that there's so many teams around the league copying them that offenses have just caught up to a little bit. Have you seen that?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the main problems with the Chiefs is I just think they've grown a little bit stale and predictable in a lot of different ways. I mean, you mentioned it when I entered. Chiefs are basically the same team. Like, if you look at the matchups that they've had against the Texans and where they are now, you've seen 80% of this Chiefs team. Nothing's really going to take you by surprise. And I think more and more information that you give other teams in the league, you can just copy and study and adapt. And that's what I think a lot of the other teams in the NFL have just done. But I think at least to the players' credit, and where I don't think it's Spags' fault is, to use a basketball analogy, sometimes you just need a guy that can go get a bucket. You guys saw James Harden. You don't have to draw anything up. I'm just going to make a move, and I'm going to figure out a way to score. Sometimes when it comes to pressure, you just got to beat the guy that's in front of you, and they just don't have many of those guys. Chris Jones only has 3 sacks so far this season. The expectation was that George Karlaftis was going to take a big step forward. He didn't take a big step forward. Charles Omenihu has 1 sack this season. Mike Dana, who they gave 3 years, $24 million. He has 1 sack and 4 tackles this season. So a lot of the guys that they were depending on to kind of be that 1-2 punch or at least complementary pieces, they just haven't been that for the Chiefs.
Carrington Harrison of AM 610, FM 96.5 in Kansas City joining us right now here on Sports Radio 610, does afternoons up there. So from that standpoint, looking at this Texans offense, because I can tell you, Carrington, the offensive line for the Texans is not great, but it's better than it was last year. It won't be a get-well game for that Chiefs pass rush, I don't think. They've been better at protecting C.J. Stroud. With that in mind, what's the biggest concern then defensively for the Chiefs against what's a pretty average Texans offense right now?
It's funny because not really much of the conversation in Kansas City has been about Houston's offense. Like, I don't think anyone's really worried or concerned about Houston's offense. Like, I'm picking Houston to win this game. I'm not worried about Houston and their ability to score against Kansas City. It's much more on the other side. So I'm not trying not to not answer your question, but right. The conversation in Kansas City has been about, I think the nation has seen when the Chiefs have breakdowns up front, bad things happen for the Kansas City Chiefs. Mahomes starts to get skittish. He starts to run around. Like, that's when the Chiefs are at their most vulnerable. The Chiefs are not going to have their left tackle, their right guard, and their right tackle in this game. So just so much of the conversation has been, how can they block Will Anderson? How can they block Danielle Hunter? How can the Chiefs manage things up front? That we have spent no time talking about Woody Marks this week. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they have so many more problems than that.
Well, okay, and this is where when you start thinking about, okay, different ways that the Chiefs might attack the Texans' defense, I feel like this when I talk about the Bills a lot, but not as much as with the Chiefs. But you see Kareem Hunt gets over 100 yards rushing against the Colts. It seemed to be working. You look at the rest of Kareem Hunt's game log this year, and it's like 20 yards, 30 yards, 40. Like, I watch these Chiefs games where the run game sometimes is working really, really well, and then they just go away from it. And does Andy Reid have it in him to go into a game saying, you know what, we need to get Kareem Hunt 30 touches this game?
What was that Bill Parcells quote? At some point, you just are what you are. Your record is what you say it is. Like, you mentioned the game against the Colts, and that's a good example for the Chiefs. I mean, they ran it 30 times with Kareem Hunt. Now, if they're going to show that level of commitment to ground and pound, they also ran 91 plays in that game. So they just kept the ball and kept the ball and kept the ball. And eventually, it just kind of grinded out the Indianapolis Colts. If they're prepared to have that kind of game plan, for sure, then they give them a chance. But I think sometimes their offense runs into the Pat save us mode, and they ask Patrick to be a superhero, and just one mistake kind of kills that. A bobble ball, a penalty on third down that removes the first down, a touchdown that gets taken off the board. I mean, they've had 4 touchdowns get taken off the board this year because of penalties. That kind of stuff just adds up over time. So I think it's just been a lot of those little things in addition to what you're mentioning, which is they just don't have a level of commitment to the run. One of the big talking points, at least with Chiefs fans, has been their runs from shotgun and their runs from under center. So there was a sequence in the Cowboys game. They ran it 6 times on a drive and got 54 yards. They then ran it 5 more times the rest of the game after that. So nobody can explain it. It doesn't make any sense. The Chiefs just do random things on offense now.
What's the biggest thing the Texans defense needs to take away from the Chiefs offense in this game? What's the head of the snake here for the Chiefs?
That's a good question because I would say that they don't necessarily have one. I mean, it's probably still Travis Kelce and Rashee Rice. Kelce is having a really, really good season. Mm-hmm. I'm giving Kelce a lot of credit where Kelce did, Kelce said in the offseason, hey, maybe I was too focused on doing these things away from football and it got my attention away from, the main thing. So I got to get back to it. Last year, Kelce averaged 8.7 yards per carry or catch. He's now at 12.9. So just a drastic improvement from where he was last year. He just looks fresher and renewed. Just a very different player than he was last season. Rashee Rice is playing at a high level. Aside from that, it's just kind of hit or miss. Xavier Worthy's been pretty banged up this year, so he hasn't had many explosive plays. Tyquan Thornton can kind of beat you down the field with something, Hollywood Brown. But aside from Kelce and Rashee Rice, there's not anything I would say to overly be worried about with Kansas City's offense.
Hey, Carrington, sorry, I should have had this clip ready for you, but it just occurred to me. Did you happen to see the clip of a reporter here in Houston asking C.J. Stroud about Stone Cold? And
I actually saw it last night. I saw it, yeah.
Okay, now, like, we have Ron Hughley here, but I'm curious. Does anybody in Kansas City actually call him Stone Cold?
Very, very rarely. He kind of went through this, like, I don't know. I feel like he was trying to brand himself in a way. And I just thought it never really kind of caught on to me. Like, I remember one time he mixed up a rock analogy with the Stone Cold. And I'm like, wait, you didn't really watch wrestling like that if you're going to mix those two analogies.
Okay, that's sacrilege.
Yeah, he was like, if you smell what Stone Cold is cooking, like, no, that's not how it goes. That's not how it goes.
Okay, we just found a bullet point.
I'm telling you, look it up.
I will.
Have your producer Google it. He said, if you smell what Stone Cold is cooking, and if you grew up during that era, you can't say that.
No.
Okay, well, so Stone Cold, as I like to call him, doesn't seem to be having like a classic Stone Cold season. What's going on with him, honestly?
He's old. I mean, that's the answer. He's old. The football, I really think, this is my hypothesis, I think that Tom Brady broke our expectation of football players. Because Tom Brady played until he was 57 years old. Now everybody thinks everybody can do it. Football is best played from people between the ages of 22 and 27 years old. And when you get, the further away from 27 you get, the more likely it is you can be washed. And you can be washed instantly. Like we saw Julio Jones in 2 years go from being the best receiver in the league to out of the league. We saw DeAndre Hopkins go from being really good to, I don't even know where DeAndre Hopkins is anymore. Like, that's just how quickly it can go. So the Chiefs signed Chris Jones to that big contract, that big extension. He has had 6.5 sacks in the last year and a half. He's just not the same player that he was anymore. So when you're paying somebody the 5th most of any defensive lineman in the league, and he's just not that disruptive, it just starts to affect other things on your defense. And when you haven't found that next complementary piece, that next star, you get the D-line that the Chiefs have.
So you're saying that even though DeAndre scored 4 touchdowns for the Chiefs and helped get the Chiefs to a thrashing in the Super Bowl, that he's not going to retire as a Kansas City Chief? You guys don't think of him as a lifelong Chief?
No, DeAndre Hopkins. I do know he plays for the Ravens. But no, DeAndre Hopkins, I mean, he was fine last year, but I mean, I kind of think DeAndre Hopkins, now in hindsight, was kind of indicative of the problem. That the Chiefs have just, they have relied a lot on players who are 30 years old or older. And that's just not the NFL. When you look at, all the teams that we think can make a run and all the teams we think can win the Super Bowl, they're really led by young pieces, or they're a team, to your point earlier, Seth, that can run the football. Like every team you think can win the Super Bowl, they might not be the best run team in the NFL, but they can rely on it. So I think for Kansas City, at least what I'm kind of focusing on for the offseason is they got to turn over the bottom half of that roster, and they really got to emphasize young players who are entering their prime. And the Chiefs just have to find an ability to run the football and be able to rely on running the football, take some of the pressure off their quarterback as he's now 30 and over.
Yeah, I just got depressed thinking about DeAndre Hopkins' rapid fall. That 31-year benchmark for receivers, it's pretty consistent.
That's real. Yeah.
It's like there's almost everybody falls off a cliff except the ones that don't end up being awesome and playing for a long time after that. Yeah, DeAndre, since he had over 1,000 yards in his 31-year-old season, just hasn't been the same guy.
Been the same guy. Hey, Carrington, before we get you out of here, we're talking to Carrington Harrison of our sister station up in Kansas City, does afternoons up there. I mean, you just talked about a little bit what may need to happen in the offseason. I mean, I'm just looking at the standings. If the Texans win on Sunday, I don't know what the tiebreakers are, but if the Texans win on Sunday and the Broncos win on Sunday, the Broncos clinch the division because they'll have a 5-game lead with 4 games to go. Is this the Broncos division now? I'm not just talking in 2025. Is this the Broncos division moving forward now?
I mean, I'm not ready to say that just because I think the Broncos are just last year's Chiefs. Like the Broncos every week just randomly pull something out of the fire. Against Philadelphia, they block a kick. Against Commanders, the Commanders score, and then they go for it on 2-point conversion, and then it gets blocked. Like it's funny, and I think like one of the things Chiefs fans have kind of pushed back on this season is the Broncos are getting praised for everything the Chiefs got criticized for last year. Like people look for reasons to not believe in Kansas City, where it's new, it's different, it's fresh with the Broncos. So I think that's it. I'm not ready to hand things over completely to Kansas City, but I do think it's time for the Chiefs to have a little bit of a reset. Their just roster has gotten stale. They've had the same offensive offensive coordinator, the same defensive coordinator, the same O-line coach. Like, they just kept things the same for a while. You know, we all work in radio. You guys can't do the same bits for 5 consecutive years. The audience get tired of hearing that bit.
We can. I think you underestimate us, Carrington.
Okay, my bad. Well, that's just kind of where I think the Chiefs are. They just need new bits. They need new features. They need new audio, new imaging. They need all of that stuff.
Hey, what if there's a single player that you could single out as, oh man, this guy's really getting it from the fans this year as the Chiefs are struggling? Who is it?
Honestly, it's been their offensive coordinator. I would say it's him and Stone Cold Chris Jones. Those two individuals. It's those two. And you know how it is. Like, if you were somebody that makes a lot of money and you're not living up to that expectation, the fans are just going to be frustrated with you. So if you're the 6th highest paid defensive lineman in the league and you got 3 sacks, and if you remember that game on Monday Night Football where Chris Jones is just standing there in the middle of the field while Trevor Lawrence scores a touchdown, it has been all downhill since that point, at least with his relationship with the fans. So, yeah, I would say Chris Jones is probably public enemy number 1. And then I would say their offensive coordinator, because the number one thing any fan base complains about when it's not working is play calling.
Oh, yeah, we know that very, very well here.
So wait a second. When things aren't going well, it's Matt Nagy, the offensive coordinator. But when things are going well, it's like, well, it's Andy Reid's offense anyway.
I mean, Seth, it's like you've never met NFL fans before. Like, come on, man. We all know how this works.
Chris Jones has always been fascinating to me because, like, honestly, you know, you watch him cruise through games, but then all of a sudden in the fourth quarter, he shows up big time. And I figured it might, not saying that it's over for him or anything, but you knew that the end for Chris Jones wasn't going to necessarily be pretty because nobody's ever said about him that he's a high motor guy or anything like that. So, as he gets older, that's going to wear on fans, I would imagine.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I would say there's a couple of things that kind of work against Chris Jones. I would say, number one, Mahomes and Kelsey are so popular. Like, fans only have room for a couple of players in their heart. So I think that's it. And then I think number 2, and this goes back a couple of seasons, you guys remember Chris Jones held out of all of training camp. Yep. And then when the Chiefs raised their Super Bowl banner, Chris Jones didn't play and was sitting in the audience. And then he came back. He had a 10-sack season, the last one that he had in his career, but he had to play in the last game of the season. The Chiefs didn't actually need the game. He was the only starter that played. He played to the third quarter to try to get his money because the Chiefs basically gave him a chance to get back all the money that he lost in training camp. So, again, I really think it comes down to, man, you did so much to get this big contract. You had $140 million. 91 of it guaranteed. And since he put his name on that paper, he has 6.5 sacks. You can't do everything that he did and then not perform and then think that things are going to go well with you and the fans.
Okay, Now I'm even angrier about this Stone Cold thing now because Stone Cold Steve Austin actually wrestled with like a broken neck for like 2 years to make his money. And Chris Jones is playing a fraction of the plays. And he's really Timu Rock. He's not even Stone Cold. He's botching the Rock's catchphrase, according to Carrington. So I'm even angrier now. The good news is, Carrington, the very next segment we do every Friday at 8:25 is 5 Reasons I Hate You about the opponent. So that you just gave us
been doing it for 5 years. We have.
Yeah, we've been doing this bit for 5 years. We actually have. We've been doing it for 5 years, and we did a what do they call it? A group panel with some listeners where they told us what they like and don't like. Favorite segment? 5 Reasons I Hate You. So that is a bit that is enduring, Carrington.
I think Carrington's going to tell me that I shouldn't be wearing Zubaz anymore. Great.
That's funny. I'm telling you, though, I want you to have your producer look it up, and if he can't find it, I'll send it to you. So even if you don't have it for today's show, you have it for Monday. You have to get when Chris Jones said, "If you smell what Stone Cold's cooking,"
oh my God,
because you just have to hear it.
God.
It's just so cringy. It's so bad.
You telling us about it. Yeah, you telling us about it is getting me hot and making me, in a bad way, making me cringe. Carrington Harrison joining us. Carrington, we'll cut you loose here. Go do your TV. Enjoy the game on Sunday. We always appreciate the time, man. You do a great job. Keep up the great work.
Hey, absolutely, man. I appreciate you guys. Thanks for having me on today.
Thanks. You got it. Carrington Harrison, host of The Drive in Kansas City on our sister station up there, is fantastic. He does great. Someone texted in, is this the guy that talked all that bleep last year to you guys? It is.
I think he was, yeah.
Yeah, it was, yeah.
He's fun. You want guys from I was kind of waiting for it. And the only shade he really threw was that everybody's talking about the Texans defense, not the offense up there. And I get that. That makes 100% in total logical sense.
Yep. All right, 5 reasons I hate you. Kansas
City. CJ opens up a can of whoop cooking. Yeah.
Thanks, Stone Cold Seth. All right, 5 reasons I hate you. Chiefs edition is coming up next. Stay there.
Hey, oh boy, Trajan Wealth. I'll tell you, I'm not going to screw this up. Like.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hi, Payne and Pendergast. Let's do this. 5 Reasons I Hate You, Kansas City Chiefs edition. We do it every Friday before a Texans game. We even do it during baseball season. Sometimes it's a big enough series. People like getting the appropriate amount of sports hate conjured up here for about a 10 or 12 minute period. So let's do this. 5 Reasons I Hate You, Chiefs edition. We'll start with number 5. This is per the request of a listener earlier. And I think this guy would like being in 5 Reasons I Hate You. I think he would actually embrace it.
Oh, yeah, he would. And that's what I say. He's embraced it to the tune of 7 figures.
That's right.
Being hated.
That's right. He's done a very lucrative job of being hated. Nick Wright, noted Kansas City Chiefs fan, maybe even a honk if you want to call him that. The listener texted in earlier and said, if you guys need a reason for 5 Reasons I Hate You, I hate Nick Wright because we know that if the Chiefs come in and win this game on Sunday, or if they win this game, they're hosting the Texans, they win on Sunday, then Nick Wright is going to come in on Monday on First Things First, his highly successful show on FS1, and say, never a doubt. Never a doubt. That's his big thing. Never a doubt. All the times the Chiefs have been doubted over the last couple of years, Nick comes in and it's never a doubt.
The big thing is that Nick Wright, just like many New England media people for him, have somehow taken on the arrogance of the success of their team almost as if they understand the sport more than the mere mortals who have not witnessed it and seen exactly how you play the game of football.
We've seen it with Chiefs fans and Patriots fans the most.
Yeah,
right?
like where the actual media, even the ones who are like, Nick is openly a fan of the Chiefs. You would see with the Patriots, people who were like almost some of the actual journalists who were like supposedly in their minds probably thought they were impartial. They felt because they had witnessed all of this excellence up close that they just understood the game of football better than all the other schmucks out there.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. All right, so that's number 5. Number 4, I may have used this one last year, but it's worth using again because I love the Texan fans. I think the Texan fans, and especially the super fans of the Texans, do a great job representing our team. Ultimate fan. We love Steve. Larry and Stafford, big fan. Debbie the Texan retired from being Debbie the Texan. I don't know exactly what that means.
Oh, that's right.
But she's been fan of the year. The 2 guys that were with us on the pregame show that dress up like Otoa and Jake Hansen, those guys are hilarious. The biggest known Chiefs super fan is Chiefsaholic, who is a scumbag crumb bum loser that robbed a bunch of banks. And had a documentary made about him that he largely filmed the footage of himself.
And that Chiefs fans think is basically like Robin Hood, don't they?
Yeah.
They look at him as a hero. Did he give the money to the poor? No.
He paid off his gambling
He gave it to the coffers of one of the worst owners in football. That's what he did.
Well, and his bookies. He was a big problem gambler too.
Yeah,
Chiefs all probably still is.
The crumb bump's hilarious. Did you actually happen to see that clip yesterday of Frank Rizzo, the old Philadelphia mayor and police commissioner?
No.
Oh my gosh. It's an old. It was like from 1980 of him. A reporter goes up to this Philadelphia mayor outside his home while he's walking his dog. And the mayor tears into him, challenges the reporter and his entire film crew to go fight behind some wall. I'll take you behind the wall. Me versus you 3. I know. And then he calls him a crumb bum.
Yeah.
You know what you are? You're a crumb bum.
That might be a Philly thing because you know where I got that from? One of the Rocky movies. Paulie calls somebody. I think Paulie called like one of Rocky's opponents a crumb bum jerk or something like that.
Crumb bum is worse than can bum. Yeah. This sounds like you're just looking for bread in a dumpster.
That's right, man.
Can bums are pretty enterprising.
Indeed. That's right.
It always looks more impressive than it is because, like, 2 big sacks of aluminum cans, you're like, those are big sacks.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, they're like 3 pounds apiece.
Right. No, but it's a lot of. But that's a lot.
It's a lot of work.
A lot of work. Yeah.
As opposed to a crumb bum.
Crumb bum is the worst kind.
You call them a crumb bum, a lush, and a coward.
That's right. Okay, so that's number 4. Chiefs superfan, Chiefsaholic is a scumbag crumb bum loser. Our superfans are
and a lush.
Tremendous people. And a lush and a problem gambler. Number 3, Patrick Mahomes has to find his way into this each and every time we do it. And normally it would be for his corny Kermit voice or his silly commercials.
His overly dramatic behavior when injured.
Yeah.
Like acting like he's the bravest little guy who ever lived.
His
my ankle.
Yep.
Oh, hold on a second. Let me awkwardly pop back out here.
Right, yeah.
Let me run pigeon-toed out here.
Let me zesty walk back to the huddle.
Zesty walk, yeah.
Zesty walk and do this thing where he's waving the next play in like this with his two middle and ring finger. Oh, that was him. But this is what bothers me now because it cost the Texans last year his late sliding sideline baiting ass, Patrick Mahomes.
You look at the game last week versus the Cowboys late in the game. Runs for a first down where the defensive back pulls off at the sideline because you could have legally hit him, but I don't know. And it was just 6 inches past the first down marker.
Yep. That's number 3. Number 2, I'm going to let you handle. This was yours right here.
Travis Kelce's personality being a thing, despite nobody, including people in Kansas City, actually liking his personality.
Right.
He's propped up by his actually likable brother and his polarizing girlfriend. That's why he is a podcast sensation and everything else, because Jason Kelce and Taylor Swift are actually interesting.
Yep.
And it annoys me because Kelce was routinely on the top 5 of lists of the most unlikable players in the NFL, long before Taylor Swift, long before any kind of vaccine, drama or anything like that. People hated Travis Kelce, and people in Kansas City were they hated him, and then he turned into a good football player, and they're like, all right, I mean, he's kind of weird, but yeah, look at him. He's an awesome football player.
Yep.
Yeah, it annoys me.
It should.
He's still in his baiting ass. Like, honestly, the football side, his baiting ass.
Yep.
His ability to get away with just taunting and antagonizing and everything, and then drawing the flag from the guy who retaliates.
This will be the one game that I will miss not having C.J. Gardner-Johnson on this team.
Yeah, because C.J. Gardner-Johnson Kelce tried to bait him.
Put his hands behind his back and just stood there.
Yep. Gave him that smug look.
Yep. Reason number 1 just popped into our lives within the last 5 or 10 minutes. We had Carrington Harrison on, and he laid down the story of how Chris Jones got a nickname that nobody calls him, Stone Cold. This was a lot behind this. This was Aaron Wilson asking C.J. Stroud about his concern this week, and this is a couple days ago, asking C.J. Stroud about his concern over George Karlaftis and Stone Cold.
What are some of the things you see from Karlaftis and also Stone Cold? Have a follow-up.
Who?
What do you see from Karlaftis and Stone Cold Jones?
I don't know. That's what people call him.
Yeah, and the people in Kansas City largely had forgotten that he tried to have people call him Stone Cold for a while. It's his social media handle. That's the best Aaron Wilson question ever.
Oh, my God.
That was just
so good. He was Stone Cold Jones. What are we doing here?
He's just not even saying Stone Cold Jones, just Stone Cold.
It's just Stone Cold, yeah.
I wonder what percentage of Kansas City people would have been like, wait a second. Oh, you mean Chris Jones?
That's right.
Okay, yeah.
Well, I took Carrington's advice, Seth, and I Googled it during the break, and I can't find the audio he's talking about.
I can't find even a reference to it.
Well,
to what you're about to talk about.
Okay, yeah. So what I did find was that this happened. It seems like Chris Jones tried to make it a thing, a new nickname for himself back like 5 years ago during COVID. It was during 2020. And WWE filed a complaint in September of that year about Chris Jones trying to name himself Stone Cold Jones.
Yeah.
So the WWE came after him.
And Harrington said that at one point in an interview, he said something like, "Can you smell what Stone Cold is cooking?"
Yeah.
Just egregiously botching his professional wrestlers.
Yes. Yeah, because that's a catchphrase for The Rock. Can you smell what The Rock is cooking, for those who don't know? And he sticks Stone Cold in there, which is The Rock's biggest rival, too. Mm-hmm. That's the other thing. Well, he didn't just stick any wrestler in there. He stuck the wrestler in there that The Rock is most notably tied to as his biggest rival. I'm doing today what a lot of wrestlers do, Seth. A lot of wrestlers sometimes, they bag guys as a way to sort of show that they're not intimidated at all by the guy they're about to face. Will wear the gear of the other guy. Like Roddy Piper, when he would fight Hulk Hogan, would wear a Hulkamania T-shirt to the ring when he'd get introduced, just as a way to troll him a little bit. I'm wearing the Taylor Swift concert T-shirt that my daughter got me. You know,
that's what that. I hadn't even bothered to look at it.
She's basically a Kansas City Chief. So
I thought it was Bon Scott. Yeah, okay, that's Taylor Swift.
Taylor
Swift,
Swift. Yeah, it's a concert T-shirt. Got all the dates on the back and everything. So the shows I didn't go to. So, that's
a ballsy choice to wear around in public, Sean.
Well, Taylor Swift concert shirt. Yeah, man. I'm comfortable in my own skin. And I texted my daughter and showed her, and she texted me back. She's wearing this exact same T-shirt today.
So you're, I guess one of the things that Carrington Harrison said that was interesting was that Travis Kelce, I hadn't seen this in the offseason, or I don't remember. It had basically said, yeah, maybe I got a little distracted last year when he was on his world tour with Taylor Swift and everything.
Yeah.
And he's recommitted himself, and now he's back up to looking a lot more like the old Travis Kelce.
Yeah.
That is a concern, given that the last time in the 2024 season that Travis Kelce really looked like the best version of him versus Houston Texans in the playoffs.
Yep.
Running roughshod over the middle of the field.
That can't happen this game, I'll tell you that right now. All right, that was 5 reasons I hate you. That was fun. Kansas City Chiefs. We've got a lot of people texting in about crumb bums. A few people texting in, what about Amenahu since he threw all that shade at the Texans? We've used Amenahu before in 5 reasons. But if you want to text it in, I will happily read it. Charles Amenahu being such a biatch about leaving the Texans like he was the only one having a bad time in that era. Oh, no, he wasn't the only one. As we were told by Philip Lindsay, 15 people marched up to Casario's office looking to get up and out of here back in the Cully season at the same time, according to Philip Lindsay, formerly of the Broncos and Texans. All right, up next.
Amenahu's not having a great year. He's got 2 sacks, 17 tackles.
Okay. Praise for C.J. Stroud. Beginning to come out of the woodwork. A lot of praise for the Texans defense, but praise for C.J. Stroud coming from the national media. We'll hear it coming up next. Take-a-mania, top of the hour. Stay there.
Hey, the ultimate watch event.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
Praise for C.J. Stroud, and what does it mean to the game this Sunday against the Chiefs? This was Andrew Hawkins, former NFL wide receiver on ESPN, talking about the big thing he saw with C.J. Stroud in his return from concussion protocol was trusting his protection.
They started the season 0-3, and there were so many questions about Nick Haley, C.J. Stroud, how they kind of started slow. And over that course, I mean, even if you watch this game, they got to clean up some of the execution stuff at times. There's procedural things they can continue to get better at.
Pre-snap penalties,
It's bad. But C.J. Stroud coming back, it's like he did some things well. He made good decisions, like for the most part. The pick we can talk about, but he made great decisions. And to your point, this offensive line, like C.J. Stroud is playing like he's trusting that protection 100%. That you're talking about. And we're seeing the C.J. Stroud of old. So shout out to their offensive coordinator.
Let me ask you a quick question. Jaden Higgins, the rookie receiver, what have you seen? He's come on. Like, he's become a very viable number 2.
The biggest thing when I'm watching them, especially now versus the beginning of the season, you're seeing the play calling, decision making. You're seeing the detail. You're seeing the detail in the routes. And for a young player like him, when you watch his game, you can see, even in the season, of the detail of what he's doing, and it's permeating throughout the offense because every position is like that.
And that's good to see. I mean, he was their top pick in their draft last year. Jaden Higgins was. So that's been a nice. We're looking at developments throughout the course of the season. I would say that the ascension and the growth of Jaden Higgins has been a big one for the offense.
And it's been a huge one in just whether it's Davis Mills or C.J. Stroud being able to spread the ball around. And we've seen over the last few weeks, both with C.J. before C.J. Stroud got injured, and then Davis Mills was in there, and then last week when C.J. came back, you've seen Dalton Schultz more involved, you've seen Jaden Higgins more involved, and likewise, you've seen Nico Collins get more involved. When defenses can't just try to take Nico Collins out of the game and then figure everything else will fall into place. And a lot of it early on was the offense in its entirety. You had multiple guys out there looking like, we're running this offense for the first time. Mm-hmm. Some of them were rookies. Some of them were offensive linemen who were not adequate offensive linemen at left guard. So they figured a lot of that out. And I think the timing of the Davis Mills injury was interesting because things really looked like they were starting to click, particularly in the San Francisco game. But you also had the Seahawks game where things did not look like they were clicking whatsoever. And we still don't – the Texans kind of – I don't want to say they catch a break, but they don't face a defensive line like the Seahawks defensive line or like some of the earlier defensive lines that they faced probably until the playoffs. Yeah. So you're getting to see some of the improvements that the Texans offensive line has made. But we might not really get a genuine test for it until you get to the playoffs. But for now, they weren't operating like this as a unit early in the season. Well, whether those were good or bad defensive, like it's not the Rams. If the Rams didn't have that same defensive line, they still wouldn't. The Texans wouldn't have looked as good as they have on the offensive line the last few weeks.
Yeah, no, and along those lines, Hawkins talking about CJ trusting his protection. We just had Carrington Harrison from Kansas City on earlier in the hour, and I asked him a question about, hey, what are you guys talking about with the Texans offense? And he's like, we're really not talking about the Texans offense all that much because the defense is so fearsome. Similarly, we've not talked about the Chiefs defense all that much.
Yeah.
So when he was reciting some of those pass rushing stats for some of the guys, like how few sacks the defense has and you cited this earlier, Seth, just how Spagnuolo likes to blitz a lot, and he likes to disguise and do some things to confuse quarterbacks. They just haven't done it all that well this year so far,
right?
And so that's, as we play that Hawkins audio, that's what I think of this coming week. And like, okay, he's trusting his protection, and they're going against the defensive line or a defensive front that has not been good at getting after the quarterback this year.
The Chiefs' defense is 27th in sacks. They're 26th in turnovers created, 23rd in yards per play, and they're 26th on third down. And they've done a good job, by and large, of keeping points off the board. Yeah. but they are not nearly as ferocious a defense as they used to be. The stats when blitzing, we'll hear from Mina Kimes later on this, are not that much different than the stats I just read. So the fearsome blitzes that Steve Spagnuolo dials up, they're just not as good at it this year. And I think there's a lot that goes into it. Some of it is that, teams have had a couple seasons now to really get a good feel for exactly how Spagnuolo operates. Not to mention, other teams around the league have emulated what Spagnuolo and some of the other defensive coordinators done, so you just see it more often.
Yeah.
Kind of the same dynamic when all these teams start running Shanahan's system. After a while, they're not going to run it as well, but teams start to get a feel for just the general style of play, and I think there is something with that. It's a bigger test mentally for CJ this week and diagnosing blitzes and everything than it was last week versus the Colts. Colts might be a better defense than the Chiefs overall, but they don't do some of the deception and the disguise as well as the Chiefs do.
Let's talk about that Colts game. There's Kurt Warner, I believe on the Rich Eisen show, talking about how C.J. Stroud played one of his best games of the season last week against the Colts.
I thought C.J. Stroud played one of his best games. I was a little worried coming back off the 3 games out with the concussion. I thought he played one of his best games of the year last week. Mm-hmm. And so I believe it could come down to that side, because early in the year it was more about the defense holding things down, and the offense really couldn't get anything going. The offense got some things going and looked pretty good last week at times. And so if they can take that next step offensively with some of the struggles against the Chiefs that we've seen from the Chiefs defense, I believe that could be the key factor, because Mahomes is going to win some. The Texans defense is going to win some. That's going to be a great matchup and a fun matchup to watch. But I think it could fall on the other side. How efficient is C.J. Stroud? And if he makes a step from what they did last week, that could go a long way in getting them this win.
I saw your post yesterday, Seth, of the still shot of one of the pockets that C.J. had to throw from. And you're like, something about milk and cookies, I think.
I said I wanted to curl up inside a pocket with a book and some hot chocolate.
Yeah, hot chocolate.
It was perfect. It was symmetrical. Yeah. It was the perfect pocket.
It was
versus a 6-man blitz.
Yep.
And or it was a 5-man rush. I think it was a 5-man rush.
Either way.
It was really, in going through and watching all the blitzes, I hadn't watched them all at once yesterday. I was kind of taken aback at how good the Texans were at picking up the blitz. And it was CJ pre-snap. It was the offensive linemen themselves. It was the tight ends and wide receivers at times. And it was Woody Marks. They did a really good job on the protection side of things. But then CJ's connection with his receivers and his tight ends was also just on point, and the ball was coming out fast. CJ was recognizing blitz, knew exactly where to go with the ball. The receivers were in the right spot. And, he was almost for a while, he went through a stretch where he had 5 or 6 receptions in a row. Mm-hmm. They just completely tore apart the Colts blitz. That was something that I don't care who would have, whether it was the Rams or the worst defense in the league in week 1, the Texans weren't capable of operating at that level in week 1.
Yep.
They've really picked it up there. And, one of the incompletions was on a blitz down on the goal line, and it was the ball that Grover Stewart tipped. But Dalton Schultz was wide open.
Yeah.
And, that was and CJ was hitting guys, the guys who weren't wide open, but he was throwing hot. He had them accurately with perfect throws. His bootleg out to the right when he was under duress, that was on a blitz, but throws a perfect throw on that one from the end zone copy. It was really nice to see. It was a level of operation that we haven't seen in several years here from the offensive line.
See if they can do it on Sunday, man. See if they can do it in what's going to be a crazy environment on Sunday night. All right, up next, Take-a-mania. The champ right now is Kendrick Perkins. I think we got a lot to break down with this Kendrick Perkins take from last week.
There's also a reason that we might just move him to the side.
We might retire him.
I'm making a policy decision on something.
Yeah, we may retire him, but there are 5 challengers. I don't know if any of them are in a vacuum worthy of taking down Perk, but this will be one of the more noteworthy Take-a-manias coming up. Bad takes of the week. We do it next.
Oh, noteworthy investments. If you're looking for
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, this is Friday at 9 o'clock. Take-a-mania. We do the bad takes of the week, and they take down the previous champ. And we're getting to the end of the year, so we're going to have to figure out our format for an all-encompassing Take-a-mania review, whether it's a power ranking or a tournament or something, because, boy, there were some bad takes in 2025 that deserve additional shine. But for now, the champion from the previous week is Kendrickins, who had this to say about Shedeur Sanders after Shedur's first start, in which he beat the Raiders a couple of weeks ago.
Shedeur Sanders is the most powerful black man since 2009. You know what happened in 2009?
Right.
That's when President Obama got elected in office. He's the most powerful black man since 2009. You said you were sitting there watching the game in your house, and what you did? You ran with the TV.
Yeah, right.
Right? What was you doing, DB?
I was cheering. I was happy.
You was cheering like a motherfucker. When Shedeur Sanders is on the field, and when I say powerful because there's two sides of it, right? Think about it. Okay, you got the black community. He bringing the whole black community together. I ain't ran across one black person that done said one bad thing about Shedeur.
We want him.
And guess what? Not one, because he has the balance. He has the balance of that. I'm arrogant, but I'm humble too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
right.
He having fun with this.
And he having fun with this. And on top of that, y'all want me to feel it ain't gonna happen.
Yeah, he talking.
He's the most powerful black man in sports. No other. Matter of fact, black man, he the most powerful player in sports.
Okay, it didn't feel quite as powerful after they lost 26-8 to the Niners this past week.
It didn't feel like it. And yet it's his ignorance of recent American history that bothers me most.
Sports or otherwise, right?
It's not even a bad sports take. But even if we restricted it to sports, if you're talking about just things that I don't even want to get into all the actual. I don't want to get into all the actual very serious and real life things that black men either in sports or out of sports have done. I just can't stomach listening to this take anymore. So he's on the brink, Sean.
Okay, and I don't.
It's already. You know what it's turning into?
Yeah.
It's not an hilariously bad take. It's kind of a disturbing take at this point.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about it in a week, and now I'm actually a little bit pissed off.
Text message. It angers me as a black man every time I hear it. This message literally makes me want to see Shedeur fail. Same person texting that.
Yeah, no, that's the other problem. Yeah, and the part I don't. Unlike Kendrick Perkins, I don't want to speak for all black men here, but I don't know. We know some black people who don't like Shedeur Sanders.
Right.
So the Kendrick Perkins saying he hasn't met a black person that doesn't. It's disturbing me more than anything, Sean.
Yeah.
I feel like I feel like it's Kendrick Perkins trying to pull a Stephen A. Smith and angle his way into getting into crossover talk.
Oh, politics.
He's going to be a political commentator. Or
all
something.
right, but maybe so. All right, so that's the champ right now. These are the challengers. Ironic you mentioned Stephen A. Smith. Here was Stephen A. Smith earlier this week saying that the Clippers, in letting Chris Paul go, disrespected Chris Paul.
How the hell do you do this to Chris Paul? Now, this is a future Hall of Famer who's come there for the last year in his career. I don't give a damn what's going on with the team. They're trash right now. We understand that. They have the worst superstar in the sport in Kawhi Leonard, who is a talent when healthy, no doubt, but does nothing to promote his team nor the game of basketball. The absolute worst superstar that you could possibly have. And from what I've been told, the only person that really talks to him is CP3 because nobody else talks to him. Okay? Just leave him alone. That organization right now is a mess. It's a mess, okay? I know, and we know it ain't coaching because Ty Lue the coach. Ty Lue know what the hell he doing. Now, Jeff Van Gundy being there, we know Jeff Van Gundy knows the stuff, but he's old school, stuff like that. I get it. I have not spoken to CP3 yet, but you know I will. Okay, I haven't spoken to a few of the Clippers. They know they'll be. They know they'll. If I don't get a call from them, they'll be getting a call from me within the next 24 hours. Okay, because I've already been calling this morning. All right, I'm just on the air right now. I missed 2 calls during the show. I'll deal with that later.
Okay, so it's on here, Seth. It's on. It's in the ring right now with Perk because 2 things. One, I don't know. Like, I have a hard time feeling sorry for Chris Paul over anything. Like, oh, wow, he got cut in the middle of the night. Oh, well, what are we going to do? Chris Paul averaging 3 points a game. The name dropping at the end, too, is something else.
I know, but the funniest thing about Stephen A. Smith is I'm starting to give him more bad take credit, which means, criticizing him for it, yes, yet also lauding him for it because it's such a bad take. He's just more and more, shooting down his own arguments within his argument. He's presenting the counter argument, I think, as a way to make it look like he's being even-handed or something, but actually destroying his own argument and doing so. So he goes on to talk about how it's just such an egregious way they would treat him, but then goes on to, in an effort to name drop and take future credit for people he's going to talk to. Points out that he's completely ignorant about what's actually gone on. I just don't. I'm so torn over all of this because I don't even know where the take is.
Right.
I don't know whether he's. If anything, I want to criticize him for the. It's not even name dropping. It's name dropping in advance. I'm going to talk to this guy. I'm going to talk to that guy.
They know they're getting a call from me. Yeah. Does it beat Kendrick Perkins?
No, it does not.
Does not beat Kendrick Perkins. By the way, Seth. We don't have to pick one of these to pick Perk. If we want to vacate the title after this segment, we can do that.
I'm almost thinking about if there's any kind of race baiting going on, just to leave it out, because it gets to, this is supposed to be a fun exercise. And race baiting, not always the most fun thing to address or discuss,
No, it's rarely fun.
Notice that.
Yes. The fun
not
times
always the easiest way to hold on to your job either.
I'll admit, the fun times I've had race baiting are few and far between.
Sometimes I just sit around on the porch waiting for somebody to race bait me. Could I do something with my this afternoon?
Hey, you! All right.
Hey, Grandma. Let me get your opinion on this.
Tell us about the good old days. All right. Here's Steve Sarkisian.
Hey, Grandma. You know who our kid's dating?
Oh, my God.
And then make something up.
I love this job. I love it so much. Steve Sarkisian. Here's Steve Sarkisian, head coach of the University of Texas Longhorns, on the field after the Aggies lobbying the College Football Playoff Committee, which I understand him doing, but he goes a little over the top here.
You tell me, that team's undefeated, number 3 in the country. A lot of the pundits out there think they're the number 1 team in the country. We just beat them by 10.
What kind of statement do you think that made to the committee?
Well, I think this. If you really look at the body of work and you look at the Southeastern Conference and what we have to go through every week, you look at the non-conference schedule we play to go to Ohio State in week 1 and lose by 7 when we outgained them by nearly 200 yards. We got a really good football team, and it would be a disservice to our sport if this team's not a playoff team when we went and scheduled that non-conference game. Because if we're a 10-2 team, it's not a question. But we were willing to go play that game. So is that what college football is about? Don't play anybody and just have a good record, or play the best and put the best teams in the playoff, and we're one of the best teams.
Okay, so there's a couple things here, Seth. One, obviously, the whole it'd be a disservice to the sport. Let's settle yourself down, Steve Sarkisian. Disservice to the sport. Number 2, the part where he says, I didn't notice this the first time, but he said that was the number 3 team in the country, which is true. And some pundits say that's the number 1 team in the country. Stark, I would be willing to bet some of those same pundits whose opinion you're lauding right now also think that you don't deserve to be in the playoff. I would bet.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Some pundits. You know what? Oh, I'm glad you pointed that out. Now, you having to explain to me why something is a bad take is usually a bad sign for its prospects. But I'm glad that you did point that out.
Yeah.
You don't get to cherry pick like the pundits being a bunch of idiots versus, the pundits, but these pundits actually, Yeah, it's kind of like when you go cherry picking for the medical advice or the doctor. You know, that
I'm seeking a second opinion on
like any kind of topic, like in the real world, where it's like, well, look at this one doctor here says that smoking is actually good for you.
Right.
Like, yeah, he's like 1 out of 1,000. What are you talking about?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. The other thing,
1 out of like 100,000.
the other thing too that just bothers me in general about this whole if we had just scheduled Akron instead of Ohio State, ignores the fact that if you had beat Ohio State. Boy, think about where you might be. You might be getting a bye right now. Like the whole argument of we shouldn't have scheduled this team because we lost. You sound like a blackjack player that says I shouldn't have down at the table because I lost.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't have fought this heavyweight fight.
Right.
I clearly wasn't ready to be heavyweight champion, but I should be heavyweight champion.
Yeah. Well, or just even if you're competitive in the endeavor, ignoring the fact that if you had won, there's upside to it. I think it's a one-sided. I just think it's a
I think
flawed
you're a little
argument.
too close to the issue, and your nerves are a bit raw from having taken a beating all season long over your New England Patriots like Notre Dame schedule. And whenever somebody's defending themselves or their team, I give them a little bit of a break. So no, he does
doesn't
not
win.
defeat
That's
Kendrick
fine.
Perkins.
That's fine. All right,
Kendrick Perkins was basically like holding Colin Kaepernick down in the mud as he made his take.
Yes. Right.
And I still wouldn't put I wouldn't put Colin Kaepernick up where Kendrick Perkins was saying.
Here was Odell Beckham Jr. There are people that wanted this one in the Take-a-mania this week. I don't think it's going to win, but this is, if you haven't heard it yet, Odell Beckham Jr. talking about how hard it is on the Pivot podcast, talking about how hard it is to hold on to $100 million.
If I didn't have a dollar in my account right here today as we speak, I'm going to be straight for the rest of my life. No question, right? I don't think everybody is in that. And when you've sacrificed your whole life to get here, and you're like, yeah, I played 10 years in the league. And I always explain this to people, I'm like, bro, you give somebody a 5-year, $100 million contract, right? What is it really? It's 5 years for 60. You're getting taxed. Do the math. That's 12 a year, that you have to spend, use, save, invest, flaunt, like whatever, however, just being real. I'm gonna buy a car, I'm gonna give my mama a house, I'm gonna do, everything costs money. So if you spending $4 million a year, that's really $40 million over 5 years, 8 a year, And now you start breaking down the numbers, it's like, that's a 5-year span of where you're getting $8 million. Can you make that last forever? And you always hear the people who ain't us and ain't been in the position, like, oh, well, that would last a lifetime.
Okay. This is where I'm torn with this because he phrased it so poor. There is truth to it in that people don't realize how quickly you can mismanage that money.
For sure.
But he's framing it almost like, no, it's actually really hard to make $40 million last a lifetime when it's not at all.
No.
If you do it the right way. His framing of it was just so poor. He tried to make it a boy. Oh, and I had a hard because you and I had a good long discussion after that where I tried to put it in more like realistic terms. I think like a lot of young men, especially, it's the young people themselves that get the money that don't realize themselves like that this doesn't last forever and everything.
Yeah.
But he kept going back to it's really hard to make $40 million last a lifetime.
His math
it's really not. It's really easy if you handle it right.
His math started getting goofy too when he was talking about the $4 million into $40 million. I was like, okay.
Well, then spend $4 million a year. Like, yeah. It's actually pretty easy to not spend $4 million. It's remarkably easy to spend $4 million a year, but it is just as easy to not spend the $4 million per year.
All right, so where are we on this?
I'm torn on this one because I feel like his heart was in the right place.
Yep.
And he just he framed it and phrased it so awfully that I actually feel sympathy for him because I think his heart was in the right place.
Okay,
so no, he doesn't.
He loses. All right, Perk's still the champ. All right, we'll do this quickly.
He's in there criticizing people who would say that somehow it's easy to make $40 million last lifetime. Like that. Like let's find the balance here. Yeah.
This is Manny Diaz. He's the head coach of Duke, who plays Virginia in the ACC title game tomorrow, which is the most whack bleep ever. That Duke at 7-5 is playing for the ACC title. If Duke wins, there is a decent chance, that the ACC doesn't get a team in the college football playoff because it's the 5 highest-ranked conference champs that get in. And there's a decent chance that if Duke wins, both the Sun Belt champ and the American champ are ranked ahead of Duke. Manny Diaz is indignant. He said, no. The ACC will always have a team in the playoffs.
What is Duke's best case for college football playoff inclusion with a win on Saturday?
I would say this. The Atlantic Coast Conference champion will always be in the college football playoff. It's going to happen this year. Regardless of what happens on Saturday, it's going to happen every year. That's just the way it's going to happen. We have 4 Power 4 conferences. The competition in this Power 4 conferences is unlike the competition in anywhere else. That's not to disrespect really good teams that are not in the Power 4 conferences, of which we played 2 this year and lost 2 this year. But week in and week out, in terms of who you play and how you have to prepare, that's why there's a difference. That's why it's called the Power 4. And for us,
so
go ahead.
So you don't think that you need to make a case, like you're in your mind if you win?
Not today. The case we have to make is on Saturday night at 8:00. That's all I'm concerned about right now. It'd be foolish for me to start making a case other than the fact that we have to beat Virginia. But just the fact that we'd have beaten Virginia would be better than any other win that could be compared from anybody that we're in any hypothetical argument against. So that's all of our focus right now is worry about beat Virginia. We'll let the politicking take care of itself after that.
Okay, so the ACC will always get a team in. So if Duke wins, they're 8-5 with an ACC championship, and they're not even in the top 25 right now.
Yeah.
There are a group of 5 teams that play on Friday and Saturday that are ahead of Duke right now.
Yeah.
I think if Duke wins, he's going to be proven wrong. I think that's to your corollary about it's a coach sticking up for his team, and I guess by proxy his conference. This one feels like it might fall short.
And taking shots at Notre Dame as well.
I didn't hear
any shot at a schedule is a shot at Notre Dame.
Okay, yeah, I didn't
beat Notre Dame.
For the record, I didn't interpret anything he said as
now.
A
As far as when did Notre Dame play Miami? That was
first week of the season.
That's right. Yeah, it was August.
August 31st.
So like the wear and tear of the season at that point didn't matter, obviously.
Right.
I'm just thinking through a Miami and Notre Dame lens.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't beat Kendrick Perkins.
Okay.
Can he do it? Cover!
This last one is quick. This is Cam Newton. They were making some point on First Take during a segment about Tomlin.
Yeah.
I don't know why O.J. Simpson came up in the conversation, but he did.
The last person to put up this much yards, God rest his soul, was O.J. Simpson. Respectfully. And you give up that, not with Tomlin at the helm to say, oh, you can't stop nobody.
Okay, we can stop right there. It was
what was the performance?
I don't even know. It's the reason this is in here is he gave an O.J. Simpson, God rest his soul.
And it was I can remember.
I don't know that everybody wants O.J. Simpson's soul to necessarily be rested. That's all.
No, and I can remember when he said it. I can't remember who he was talking about, but there have been other rushers. Like O.J. Simpson doesn't currently hold the record for all-time rushing leader.
They had just played the Bills, so it might have been a James Cook.
Oh, the last time the Bills, like anybody. So that's where he's bringing up the O.J. Simpson.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So that.
Boy, it's hard. Anytime brings up, like, I don't want to put God into the Take-a-mania champ or anything.
God and race,
but I also don't want somebody to just hide behind, like hide in a church.
Right.
And they away, like find sanctuary in the church.
That's right.
Despite the horrible crimes they've committed.
Yeah.
The horrible crime being Take-a-mania champion.
Yes.
Now this falls into the category of odd, and because it did involve the Bills, he does not.
He does not win. Okay. So we got to make a decision on Perk.
Now Perk's still in. I'm going comfortable with it. I'll give it another week.
Give another week.
To
Okay.
Think about it.
Okay. We got some bonus
audio. I'm not
audio.
going to let him off this easy.
Yeah. You want to get to the bonus audio in the next segment?
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay.
We'll do this. This is the all-time best takedown of a reporter.
Okay.
in the history of microphones.
We'll do that. We've also got some Mina Kimes audio that you told me not to listen to. We'll get to that on the Texans, and really on the Chiefs. Nick Caley as well. Trent Brown was on with the guys in the afternoon yesterday. We'll hear from Trent Brown, getting you ready for Texans and Chiefs. And we'll stack the card this weekend. We get to watch early window football this weekend as Texan fans. There are 3 games that have a huge impact on the Texans. We'll get to those in the final segment. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast. But you know we're going right after the show is
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors football day on Sports Radio 610. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Football Friday. Texans-Chiefs, 7:20 kickoff here on Sports Radio 610 on Sunday afternoon. For those wondering, 4:20 p.m. is when Texans Countdown is going to start with me and Seth, and that's not some tip of the hat to 4:20. It starts 3 hours before kickoff. This isn't the Texans getting cute with weed jokes, okay?
Can I tell you another thing that just I keep finding reasons to be annoyed at Kendrick Perkins' take that Shedeur Sanders is the most powerful black man since 2009?
Yeah.
I can't believe it took me this long to think of this. He chooses 2009 because that's when Obama was inaugurated. He was president for 8 years after that. So just in saying that he's the most powerful black man since 2009 ignores the actual presidency of Barack Obama.
What about 2014 Obama? Nope. Wasn't all that powerful. Went back and did my Sagarin power ratings of Obama years in office. 2014 was actually second to last.
Instead of saying January of 2017,
when he left,
he says 2009. Somehow the inauguration was the peak.
He was at his most powerful the second he put his hand on the good book.
Another reason that's the worst take of all time. Yeah.
Yeah. It's
or at least right now, of the last several weeks.
For now, yep. You had a bonus one that we didn't get to that I want to get to before we get to Mina Kimes talking about the
this
Chiefs.
is just because we had referenced it earlier. This is Philadelphia mayor and police commissioner at various times. I don't know whether he was mayor or police commissioner at this point. What?
Is this the one this is the guy we were talking about because of Crumb Bum,
because
right?
he uses Crumb Bum.
Yeah.
So this is in 2000. A reporter approached him while Frank Rizzo was walking his dog sometime during the winter, based on their clothing. I'm guessing about some kind of controversy, and this is how Frank Rizzo handled the reporter.
You're a crumb creep. I want to fight you. But you don't have the courage. You're a real crumb bum. Put that on camera. You're a creep. Get away from me.
Well, sir, I'm on the public street. I should be authorized to be here.
I'll break it over your head. Get away from me, you crumb.
You're
a crumb creep coward. I want to fight you.
Why is that?
Because you're a crumb creep lush coward.
You don't even know me, Mayor.
You are a lush, I can tell by looking at you. I was a cop all my life, and I know a lush when I see one, and you're a lush. You're a creep. Get away from me, crumb.
Dude, that's so... Even the voices.
For television verbiage.
Yeah.
He never once swore. He challenged him to a fight. That's a short version of that. It goes on. There's like a 3-minute version. He challenges him and his crew to a fight at least 5 or 6 times. Yeah, but never once swears.
It's the voices even sound. When's that from? Like the 80s, you said?
1980. It sounds like a movie, doesn't it?
It sounds like a scene from The Godfather. Like the voices even sound different back then. There's that comedian that you talk about all the time who talks about
Shane.
Is it Shane Gillis who says it?
Yeah, it's Shane Gillis.
Who says back in the 20s, everybody talked like.
He says that's the last time white people were cool.
Yeah,
there was the moment that Jackie Robinson hit his first home run, that was when it stopped. Like, there's McGillicuddy Jones. Not a better athlete in the world there isn't than McGillicuddy. Let's see how Jackie Robinson fares versus, oh, crap. We're just gonna have to focus on playing defense, on playing tough defense for the next 100 years or so, fellas.
Did the Rizzo guy say that you're a lush, whatever that means? Did he say whatever that means? Because we have a texter that goes, Seth, you're a lush, quote, whatever that means.
Yeah.
Did the guy say, I don't know. Don't worry, you don't have to replay it, Ben. Dude, when he started going in on the fact the guy was a lush is when it went next level.
And he was a cop for however many years.
I know a lush when I see one. Yeah. Oh, man, that was good. All right, back to football. Mina Kimes. Seth, you set this up. I've not listened to this.
Oh, okay, so we know that the Chiefs' defense isn't quite what it used to be. They're not taking the ball away. They're not getting sacks. They're not rushing the passer well. But you always think, okay, well, the Chiefs and Steve Spagnuolo, man, he'll dial up that blitz, and they'll kill you with it. I knew that they weren't blitzing as effectively. This is Mina Kimes laying out just how ineffective the Chiefs have been when blitzing this year.
When they blitz, they are 28th in pressure rate, 31st in yards per play, 25th in success rate. 2022 through 2024, so the previous 3 years, they were first in yards per play, second in pressure rate, third in success rate. So they've gone from being one of the best and most effective blitzing defenses to one of the worst by a pretty significant margin.
Yeah, and look, just watching that Cowboys game and some of the other games this year, Dak Prescott kind of shredded them versus the blitz. He also got a couple times versus the blitz. That first interception he got, there was a free rusher that kind of hit him as he was throwing it, and he threw a duck up in the air. I enjoyed it because Tony Romo tried to claim that there was something exotic going on in coverage when, no, he got hit, Tony, and and he threw a duck of a football.
Yeah.
But they're not as scary when they blitz, but kind of like it is with Pat Mahomes where, all right, yeah, but he can still reel off a devastating blow at some point during the game. They still present all those same challenges of trying to figure out and diagnose what's coming. Don't get fooled. Be sure you've got the protection in order. They're just not good when they blitz this year. So it's a wounded animal in a lot of ways. There's more to it than just, hey, this year they're losing one-score games where last year they won a lot of one-score games. It's that the Chiefs' offense isn't getting the benefit of short fields and turnovers and all of these other things that the Chiefs' defense gave them last year.
Yeah, the Texans, it sounds like the Chiefs have a huge trench problem in this game. Obviously, on the offensive side for them, they're going to be down 3 offensive linemen against arguably the best defensive line in all of football. And then, if these blitz issues that Mina Kimes lays out here, and I know blitzing is a lot more than just, the guys that supersedes or goes beyond just the trench warfare of the whole thing. But the bottom line is this is not a good Kansas City defense at getting after the quarterback, period.
Right.
And I think the trench thing comes more from the Texans side. They've really hemmed things up on the offensive line decently. It's not great, but it's not bad anymore either.
Yeah, the interior offensive line is interesting too because I was surprised. ESPN gave me some good nuggets yesterday. You can bag on ESPN all you want, but Dan Orlovsky had some good stats too about the interior offensive line because the Texans' interior offensive line, especially at left guard and center for the first half of the season, was having a real tough time. But on the sum total of it through 12 games, last year through this point in the season, they had allowed 25 sacks through the interior line. This year, 14 sacks. Pressures last year up to this point, 164 pressures last year at this point in the season. This year it's 106. So they've drastically improved how well they handle things on the inside. I think that's going to continue to get better. And if you look at a lot of the O-line rankings right now, the Texans they're right in the middle of the pack.
Yeah.
But the trajectory is higher than that.
Yep.
So the upside of the offensive line and what it could be over the course of the next 5 weeks with this lineup that they've been using the last couple weeks is really good. And they don't face some really tough defensive lines. The Chiefs' defensive line isn't as tough as they look on paper or what you thought they were in the preseason. Chris Jones isn't the same guy. George Karlaftis isn't the same guy. And then also this year, you don't have Blake Fisher trying to block George Karlaftis. Yeah, so it's a different matchup this year.
Yep. Trent Brown was on with the guys in the afternoon yesterday on the drive with Stoerner and Hughley, and he talked about the belief in the system the Texans are running right now.
I have a super belief in this system, this offense. I won in it. I know how it works. I know what it looks like. I know what it does to teams, and it's built to do what we've been doing. Let's run the ball, play balanced football and friendly football, like I was saying earlier, and allow our defense to go out there and do what they do best. I hate to throw the defense fastballs. You know what I'm saying? Like I want to play friendly football and keep our defense fresh and off the field, and so they can do what they do, and that's play number one defense. You know what I mean? Like I've been able to be a part of some teams that have other teams on the Patriots that were the number one defense, and so I understand how that feels, and I know I've been carried, and I kind of try to tell the guys and try to in the room, like, man, we got to do our part in the group project. You know what I mean? Like it's no fun to. You know what I mean? Like, it ain't about getting glory, but it's just you just want to feel like you had a part in success of the team. You know what I mean? Like, that just no fun, like being carried. I just don't. As a man, that's just life in general. Period. You know what I mean? Like no handouts. Just want to be a part.
Is that an S word that he dropped right
yeah,
there?
he caught himself on the HE double hockey sticks early. And then
which is legal,
let an
actually.
S-bomb drop at the end. Yeah. He's feeling it, man.
Yeah, man.
It's true. Like, you want to be a part of it. It's the defense is I like that one of the guys you brought in to be a veteran leader is just saying what it is, which is that, man, the defense has been out. The defense has been carrying.
Yep.
And I feel like previous versions of the Texans' offensive line was more interested in defending themselves on social media than acknowledging that they weren't playing that well.
Yep.
You know, like that part of it, I kind of liked hearing that. Yeah, that's a real thing. And Trent Brown is telling guys in the room, listen, man, look at what those guys are doing over there. Like, we gotta keep working. We gotta get this going.
All right, final thoughts as we head out for the weekend on the game between the Chiefs and the Texans. Also, we'll stack the card on Sunday. Texan fans, you're going to get to watch the early window of games, and there are at least 3 games that have a major impact on the Texans' playoff hopes. So we'll lay that out for you, sort of a rooting guide for Sunday in the NFL. We'll do that coming up next.
Hey, football season's in full swing. Underdog is the best place to get.
2. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we're back. Okay, yeah.
I wonder what you were doing.
I
thought we went dead or something.
I had the volume turned down on my headphones because I was recording a couple spots during the break, and so that's how I normally hear the show. You know, I hear Voice Guy coming back. How long were we off for, Ben?
Just a few seconds.
Oh, okay, good. All right, good.
It's a pregnant pause.
I want to finish the week strong. You know, I don't want to go into the weekend with a ratchet segment and hand things over to In the Loop and then The Drive and then Area 45, and then it gets handed to the Texans and they go lose to Kansas City because we came back from a break late.
Speaking of pregnant pauses, that was one of the funniest things I've laughed hardest at over in the last year was at Thanksgiving. My nephew was jumping around on me, like wrestling and stuff and everything, and he said, "I'm gonna punch you in the pregnant," and I was like, "What?" I thought he was saying, I don't know if he was saying another P word or something. He was saying, "I'm going to punch you in the pregnant." I think somehow he learned, I think, that that's where babies come out of. And that's what, and he mixed up that's where you're pregnant. Like the groin, that's you're pregnant.
How old is he?
I had 3, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
That would be funny. But how old is he? 17.
37.
It wasn't Tyreek Hill. It was,
I'm excited to get the opportunity to sit down and watch a little early window football on Sunday as we get ready for the Texans and the Chiefs at 7:25. You and I start work at 4:25, probably a little earlier. No, sorry. 7:20 kickoff, 4:20 Texans countdown.
Yeah. And don't worry, anybody. He didn't actually punch me in the pregnant. He was just joking around. He was threatening me.
Yeah. He's talking about the possibility.
Then I taught him how to brandish a gun. Yeah.
Learn them young, man.
Yeah.
This early window of games on Sunday, there's a few of them here that have tremendous impact on the Texans. 3 of them in particular. Cincinnati at Buffalo. Buffalo's 8-4 right now. This can be Joe Burrow's second opportunity to really work his way to the favor of Houstonians here, which is what everybody wants to do.
Can you do something this year, Joe Burrow?
He beat the Ravens last week. That was pretty good on Thursday night. This would be big if he goes into Buffalo, because Cincinnati, in that division, they're still kind of in it. The leaders in the division are 6-6 right now. They're 4-8, and they play the Ravens next week. I don't know if they play the Steelers again. But, yeah, Cincinnati beating Buffalo. If you're looking for sort of a rooting guide, everybody, root for the Bengals against the Bills in that early game this
is going to be a tough one for the Bills, obviously, but also just the turnovers have been an issue for the Bills this year, and I just don't know if the Bengals are the team to get that weakness out of the Bills.
Yep. Yeah, not a good defense.
Unless you mean like in getting that weakness out of them. The Bills don't turn the ball over. They get the weakness out of them.
Right.
They extract it by being a bad defense.
Colts at Jacksonville. We're still getting questions about who do I root for in this game, which is awesome because it means you guys are plugged into the fact that this is a really important game. The thing that strikes me about this game, Seth, is that if the Texans lose, that'd be really, really tough to go get, especially if it's Jacksonville that wins that game, because you're not in as good a position tiebreaker-wise with Jacksonville because you played them already. Jacksonville's got a decent division record. Jacksonville has an easy schedule the rest of the way.
This is the tough thing if we're pulling for the Colts, and we've seen what the Colts' weakness is. One of their big weaknesses right now is that Daniel Jones doesn't move all that well. And so teams are very much looking at the Colts the way the Texans did, I think, which is, hey, worry about Jonathan Taylor. Take care of Jonathan Taylor, and everything else will fall into place. And the Jaguars have one of the best run defenses in the league.
Yeah.
So this is they're gonna limit Jonathan Taylor, and they're gonna put it on Daniel Jones. But we saw Daniel Jones make some beautiful passes last week versus a very good Texans secondary.
He did. So we're rooting for the Colts. I'm trying to find what do you think the number is on that game? What do you think the spread is? Colts at Jags. If you had to just take a guess at it,
I think it's Colts -1.
Colts it's Indianapolis -1.5. Good guess.
There we go.
Good guess. I'll be honest with you. You did better than I did on that one. I would have guessed the Jags just being at home would have been a small favorite based on the health of Daniel Jones and the trajectory of the two teams right now.
The big thing about it, so the Texans were really well equipped to take Jonathan Taylor out of the game and make it about Daniel Jones. The Jaguars are equipped to take Jonathan Taylor out of the game, but their pass defense is atrocious.
Yep.
So that's the advantage that the Colts have.
Yeah, I like seeing that the Colts are favored in that game. We need the Colts to win that game. And then Pittsburgh at Baltimore. I'm rooting for Pittsburgh in that game. Baltimore, it's a similar vibe to me with Kansas City, which is until they're killed dead out of the playoffs.
Yeah,
I don't want to see them in the playoffs.
It's a 6-6 team versus a 6-6 team vying for the glory of the AFC North.
That's
Sean.
right. Yep. Yeah.
How far they've fallen.
I know
that division.
It's crazy. Well, when the Deshaun trade got made, the thought was, oh my God, there's not a bad team in that division, and now it turns out, oh no, there's at least 2, if not 3 bad teams, and a 4th team whose quarterback Lamar Jackson clearly has something going on physically right now.
Do you know who the best defense in the NFL has been? The best scoring defense has been since Week 6, Sean?
I do not.
It's the Baltimore Ravens.
That which you pointed out when the Texans play the Ravens in Week 5. The Ravens tend to get better as the season goes on.
It's so weird. It's 4 out of 5 seasons now where the Ravens' defense has been really bad in the first part of the year and then really good in the second part of the year. They were the worst scoring defense in the league through Week 6. Since then, they've been the best scoring defense in the league. They're allowing 16.5 points per game.
Yeah, that's crazy. They're a ton of talent, obviously. So let's get them and the Chiefs killed dead. And the Texans can do their part on Sunday of killing the Chiefs dead. This very monster that they were part of creating by coughing up a 24-0 lead in a playoff game. 5 years later, 6 years later, they can help kill this monster right now. Carrington, I went on Carrington's show yesterday, Seth, Carrington Harrison, who we had on earlier from Kansas City. And I meant to ask him this at the end of our talk with him because I like the way he does this at the end of his interviews about games. He does a little thing. The Chiefs win if, and the Texans win if. So I remember he asked me that yesterday about that game, about the game on Sunday. And I said the Chiefs win if the Texans' offensive line all of a sudden turns into what they were earlier in the year, and CJ's getting all kinds of pressure on him.
Yeah.
If CJ's under pressure, if he's under siege, and the Kansas City Chiefs figure out some things, they'll win. I said the Texans win if they're able to win the time of possession and keep Patrick Mahomes off the field, but I feel like my answer should have been something actually related to affecting Patrick Mahomes when he's on the field. Keeping Mahomes in the pocket, that sort of stuff.
Oh yeah. Keeping him off the field, it doesn't. It's not as big a deal as it used to be. Yeah. They're not particular. They haven't been as scary. I think in the fourth quarter, it's still kind of all bets are off. Mm-hmm. But just by just running a competent offense and more than anything, just punching it in the red zone. I think the Texans offense is going to look much better than I think a lot of people fear in this game.
Yeah.
And I think you've got PTSD, and understandably so, from how good the Chiefs defense has been over the last 3 seasons. They're not that same defense anymore. And I do think I don't know. I'm not going to predict they're going to put up a bunch of points, but I do think they're going to control the clock in the time of possession.
How worried are you or concerned are you about the weather in this game?
Not really that concerned because I went back and I thought about some of CJ's games in cold weather. He's really only had 3, 2 of them versus the Chiefs, 1 versus the Ravens.
Yeah.
So the Ravens in the playoff game, the Texans weren't going to win that game if it was 72 degrees out, if it was 107 degrees out, or if it was negative 17.
Good way to put it. Yeah.
They were not going to win that game, and the cold had nothing to do with it. The Chiefs game last year in the regular season, CJ I don't think there was any issue with his accuracy or anything. I mean, it was Tank Dell's injury where everything seemed to go south for the offense.
Yeah.
And they were still able to move the ball after that. It's just they made some errors. CJ made some mistakes, the kind of mental mistakes that maybe he was affected by Tank Dell, whatever it might be. But I think at one point during that game, the cold's really affecting C.J. Stroud.
Right.
And then in the playoff game as well, C.J. was making some good throws in that game where it didn't seem like the cold was affecting him.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be absurdly cold or anything.
Jonathan Alexander, did you see Jonathan's article of asking all the guys about what they do in the cold, in the chronic cold?
Yeah.
Did you do any of these things, like slathering yourself in Vaseline or this warm skin cream that they have now?
I never knew about the warm skin cream. It sounds like it's just some version of Icy Hot with different branding.
Maybe.
But I did the Vaseline.
Okay.
You don't put it on like a thick coating or anything, but you'll
like
get flagged for that.
A slippery eel.
You get fined for that, but just kind of you got to rub it in if you use it.
Kate Stover slathers Vaseline all over his body, according to this article. Head to toe, Vaseline.
Did he specify if that was a cold weather thing? Or
Yes.
Just, okay.
Yeah. Yes. The interviews were all about the cold weather.
Jonathan Alexander, he's like, wait, I haven't finished the question yet. And Cade's on to and then I usually use a more viscous version of it for behind my knees. Yeah.
Nico, Vaseline on the arms. This warm skin cream sounds interesting. I almost want to get a jar of this for when it gets a little nippy outside. The warm skin. Danico Autry, Titus Howard uses warm skin cream on his hands, then surgical gloves, and then puts the regular gloves on over that because he said the most important part of my body that I need to have feeling in is my hands because, that's the catalyst for being a really good blocker.
Yeah.
Thought that was interesting.
Let's see. What I learned about warm skin,
$12.99 on Amazon.
Yeah. Oh,
go ahead and put
boy.
in the call.
Oh, you just look it up
right now. That's a much better deal.
Huh?
If you go to thewarmingstore.com, it's $17.
Yeah, see, Seth goes to the retail outlets.
I know. I got to pay for shipping probably.
Sucker.
Too.
Yeah.
Idiot.
Prime membership, baby.
It looks like it's icy hot. It's icy hot plus essential oils. Because I'm just looking for it's got methyl something or other.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to have to get myself some of that. It is a little nippy outside. My hands got cold when I went to smoke that cigar yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
You got to be able to hold on to the cigar.
Yeah.
How you guys doing?
Doing all right. Maintaining dexterity.
Football. That's what I was wondering. Football Friday, man. How about that? Football Friday. So, what is the question of the day?
You saw LeBron last night. How many games? 7 million?
1,297 straight games.
Of double-digit scoring.
Digits.
Correct.
That's incredible.
What?
Yes.
Yeah.
Snap that streak.
And
in the most LeBron way, mind you.
Well, I saw, I didn't see it, but I saw Nick Wright's tweet about it. Nick, noted LeBron lover, who loves LeBron, was quick to point out that LeBron probably could have gotten, it was a close game at the end.
120 to 120, final possession, ball swings to LeBron at the top of the key. He
dishes
it off to Rui Hachimura for a knockdown three, a game winner.
Yeah.
Appropriate way to do it. LeBron, a very unselfish player.
Yeah.
So that was cool. That's that streak will never be broken.
Well, you saw Nick's tweet. I did too, and it's going to be like 10 years for Durant, who's second.
12, actually. If
Is
he
it 12?
plays 82 games, it'll be something like 12 years.
And that
for
ain't
him to
happening.
Match that.
Says you.
And
he
he
has to
has
sit out there at the
longest
three-point
active streak.
line launching. Yeah.
So the question of the day is, what's a streak that you're proud of, either past or present?
Okay.
Go ahead.
I'm going to extend one of them right now. For roughly 15 straight shows, I've remembered to say, Crosstalk is brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing.
That's 15 shows, baby.
KILT AM, KILT FM HD2, Houston and Odyssey Sports Station is what you're listening to right now.
You love to hear it.
And so you know how much time I've spent in my life on the water.
Oh, yeah.
There's tons.
Damn
Decades
near
of
Aquaman.
being on the water. I have never hurled, as in getting seasick.
Do you normally get motion sickness?
No, I don't. But I've always said this. Anyone who says, well, I've never gotten seasick has probably not been on the water. Or very much, because I've gotten seasick a couple times, but never to the point of.
Oh, is that so? Some people, it's. I always thought you either did or you didn't, but there are people.
No,
that,
it's biorhythms. It's what you ate. It's what you drank. It's
where your estrogen levels are.
I don't know.
Yeah.
All that stuff.
Yeah.
Because I've had one time in Alaska, one time in Costa Rica, where I could feel it, but I kind of shook it off. But all these years, I've never actually.
Wow, no vomit, huh? Yeah. Impressive. That is pretty impressive.
Yeah. And I had one streak broken after 14 years.
Which is?
14 years from the day I got here until the third round of COVID. I never used a sick day.
I still haven't. Here,
that's a great streak.
Sports Radio 610.
Wait, so how many years are you working on here?
My hire date was January 1st, 2014.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll be 12 years in on New Year's Day.
So you only need a couple more years.
And
to
you got
pass
me.
Yours was 13 years, you said?
14. It was my 14th year.
Your 14th year. Okay.
Yeah, and I, broken bone in my foot once and the flu, and I'm not like I'm not trying to be,
like an Iron
Cal
Man
Ripken here.
Yeah.
It was just something I was proud of.
Yeah.
And then the third freaking round of COVID, not the first, not the second, the third one, I called Parker.
Got lackadaisical, didn't you?
I was kind of feeling a little, out of sorts.
Yeah.
Then I tested, and I had COVID, but I said...
COVID got you.
And I called Parker, and I said, I got COVID, but I'm still going to do the show from home if that's all right. He said, sure. I called him like 2 hours later and said, it ain't happening.
It's the bad strain.
It ain't happening.
It's the bad strain.
I was in bed for a week.
Both times I got COVID, I was on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
So I never brought it into the studio or anything like that. But yeah, I'm proud of that streak.
That's a great streak.
Yeah, it's great. It's a good streak, and it helps when you like your
and
job.
you're like me. It's not like, hey, look at me. It's just like it's something to be proud
I think it's
of.
the first time I've ever mentioned it. That's the other streak that I'm proud of being part of is the fantasy football league that I'm in, the big one that I'm in, I'm in with other media members here in town. We've had that league since 1997. For 9 straight years, at least one owner got divorced.
Really?
Yeah. Very proud to be. I was number 8, I think, on there. Yeah.
Did
the
the fantasy football have any contributing factors?
100%. It's maybe. Yeah. I mean, the vibe that comes with fantasy football. You mean those 4 months where I'm more interested in my fantasy football team than my marriage? Yeah.
That's a great streak.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the funny thing about that is, Matthew Berry, who's like the big fantasy guru, I think he works for ESPN now. He used to be at ESPN. He wrote a book back in 2013 about all these fantasy football stories. Like, and he wrote a book. He basically put out there, hey, send your funny fantasy football stories in. And he culled them all together into a book. Things like, hey, when a guy finished last, he has to get a tattoo on his ass and stuff like that. There was a league that does that. One of the guys in our league sent him that story about 9 straight years where there was at least one divorce. And so this is when I was doing the show with John Granato, and we had him on to promote the book. And I asked him, I said, hey, I know one of the guys in our league sent you that story. Did it make it into the book? He's like, oh, yeah, no, I remember that. No, it didn't make it into the book. I said, why? He said it was too depressing. And I'm like, dude, we can go through roll call. Everybody's happier.
Yeah. I kind of hate that we often view divorce as like a bad thing. And it's like, hey,
Lovie Smith
clearly
said
this
man.
Several times.
Sometimes, yeah, he had to. Sometimes divorce is a good thing. So that's, yeah. You got a streak, Seth?
You know what? The one I'm probably most proud isn't the right word, but I'm just kind of shocked that I've kept up with it because it was a COVID. It was a COVID commit. Was in October. I'm going back through my habits spreadsheet here. I've kept a spreadsheet where I kind of keep track of the habits that I want to create and stay consistent with since October of 2020. I've got every month since then, like every single day, I've got some boxes that I need to change to a highlight color of green. Yeah.
Oh, that's really good, man.
No wonder I don't get as much stuff done as Seth.
Well, that's what Reginald. That's when I knew that. Holy crap! I think I've actually changed myself as a person because a text I never would have thought I'd ever get in a million years was when one day Reginald texted me and said, like, "Hey, how exactly do you kind of get all these different things done?" And I'm like, somebody looks at me as that kind of person.
Yeah, man.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
I was never that kind of guy.
How do you keep it all together all the time? How do you keep it all together all the time?
You're so balanced and well adjusted.
Is that how you?
It was a huge boost to my ego, Reginald. Thank you.
Is that how you answered the question? Like, holy crap, why are you asking me?
Yeah, and then I never helped him. Yeah. No, I gave him a couple books. I think Atomic Habits is a big one.
Yeah.
And I think I gave you another couple books. But the spreadsheet's been huge, and it's not like I haven't had an unblemished streak of all these habits, but I've paid attention to all of them that entire time.
Of course, that streak is something totally productive. And I'm like, I was divorced number 8. Yeah,
I do wonder. Yeah. You said it was 9 straight years?
9 straight years, I think.
I wonder, like, when you get to year 10, are people looking around like
who's it going to be?
I need to.
We haven't had any since.
We got to keep this coming.
I'll tell you, no, we've had one since. And in fact, I think he's showing up at the studio here to record spots with me in a second. I don't want to put his business out there. We've had one since, which resulted in Daryl Morey being in our league for a year.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. That particular owner, whose name I won't put out on the air, dropped out. And I think part of it was the league. Anything you're spending more than $400
gotta
on,
save my
you don't want to
marriage.
show. You don't want it to show up in mediation. But we actually had Daryl Morey in our league for a year, and it was in 2013, right after he had signed Dwight Howard and traded for James Harden.
Yeah.
And everybody in the league, and this particular owner was that dropped out of the league, never won. So we're like, God, the Isaiah Thomas of our league is dropping out. And we brought in the actual Daryl Morey into our league. So it was
crazy.
that was fun, man. Yeah, that was.
Was he always trying to pull off funky stuff?
He was. There were two things about Daryl in that league.
Oh, the trade proposals.
The trade proposals are one, but the two things that are really funny were, one, remember how before he got James Harden, he just had a slew of power forwards on the roster?
Yeah.
Like there were no players on the roster who were anything but this fungible set to go get a star.
Yeah.
He drafted, or we do an auction, so he bought 8 running backs.
Just to control the market?
2 of them are going to work out, that kind of thing. So that was number one. Number 2, waivers. We have a website, cbssports.com, that we have a waiver order, and you get your priority picks in. Once the waivers are over, anybody can go pick up first come, first serve an unclaimed player.
And he got them all.
That all would happen at that process happened on the website at 2:45 in the morning. I was the commissioner and still am the commissioner of that league. So my phone, I get push notifications when people are making pickups. The phone, the first week Daryl's in the league, the phone is on our nightstand and it's 2:45 in the morning and I'm dead asleep. On the nightstand, you hear brr, 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 literally
He's
7
picking up
pickups.
everyone.
7 pickups. And Amy's waking me up. She's like, man, you got to check your phone. She thought something was wrong with the kids.
Sure.
You got to check your phone. And I check, and it's Maury's Eels. Maury's Eels. Maury's Eels. That was the name of his team. I'll send you guys the screen. I screen grabbed it. I'll send you guys the screen grab. And I text him. It's 3 in the morning. I'm like, bro, what? Go to sleep. And this is the first time I ever heard this saying was when Daryl Morey texted me back. He said, sleep when dead. That was his reply, sleep when dead.
He didn't even have time to finish the whole statement. He's just keywords.
I'm still picking guys up, man. Yeah, I got 3 more guys I want to get. Now I know at least one other owner's awake right now.
I've never heard anybody shorten the "I'll sleep when I'm dead" to just "sleep when dead." He's like, too many words, too many characters.
3 words,
SWD,
man.
yeah, baby, SWD.
3 words. All right. You are listening to Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Auto Leasing. Seth, antibodies to you. See you at 4:20 Sunday.
Antibodies to you, and everybody be sure to listen to which ad copy is new with Sean next week.
I was already thinking about that.
It's all good. It's all good. All right, we are done. We are out of time. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, they are in the loop. Have a great weekend, everybody. We'll see you at 4:20 p.m. on Sunday for Texans Countdown. Have a great weekend. In the Loop starts now.
Happy Football Friday, ladies and gentlemen. You are indeed in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. That's John Lopez.
It sure is.
I'm Reginald Atatula. Figgy Fig on the 1s and 2s, making it sound good.
It is Figgy.
And, of course, you hanging out with us in the various different ways that you get involved. 713-572-4610 is the number to text in. We appreciate you doing that, which I see a lot of people already giving their streaks. I'm excited for Question of the Day time because I knew that it'd be great to get people involved. But also, there's another way to get involved, and we appreciate the Mokaram Injury Lawyers for it.
We keep it 100.
The live streams, both on the YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, and the Twitch chat, 610 Houston. Football time, baby. We're gearing up for this game. It's really exciting. Yesterday, we got to hear from the coordinators, John Lopez.
We sure did. Did you pick up what I did?
Yes.
It kind of felt like Nick Caley was getting grilled.
Absolutely, without question.
He was like, hey, you're going to stand there and you're going to take these questions.
That's right.
It was pretty funny. But I don't know. Well, let's hear from him. But at the same time, I'm curious what your feeling was, when it was all said and done about Nick Caley.
Where are we starting?
All right, let's start with...
you want to go with Caley number 1? Because I think the big thing that is, I think, of interest with Nick Caley was that end of the first half last week where, you get up there with 141 left in the half, and they run a play, and they go back to the huddle, and there's just no sense of urgency. They run another play, swing pass, doesn't get out of bounds. Woody Marks honestly looked like he was seeking contact in that moment, which I'm still amazed by, the lack of situational awareness in that particular moment. So, let's go to Nick Caley, the man who's play calling in that moment. Can you talk to us what was happening, or tell us what was happening there, Nick Caley?
Yeah, the plan was to end the first half with points, and just not dissimilar to the week before in Buffalo. Similar situation, timing-wise, may have been a little bit different in terms of seconds or whatever, but to be able to, get our drive started, we were going to be in our normal mode, and then we were going to kick it into our 2-minute mode. We didn't convert the third down, so I think that might have altered the approach from there, unfortunately. We didn't execute.
That's not comforting, is it?
No, and I mean, kudos to Landry, because I think Landry, I knew he was going to try and, get some answers in this space. And he tried to, very much heat Nick Caley into a play. Because, let's be honest, what he said there, we got to get points. Yes, we know that's the objective in the general sense. We're asking for something a little more detailed. And he did a good job of escaping in that moment. But, no, I think that's one of those things that's important, right? It's an important thing to figure out or to know what is the intention first and foremost. Clearly, that is not how you intended to go. What went wrong in that moment? And I'm not going to lie, it does still irk me that I don't know that we can get great answers out of anybody in the brain trust there as to why in these moments it doesn't go right, especially because I know that he's talking about, it happened in the Bills game. I don't think you executed particularly greatly, but you ended up getting points at the end of that first half. But even still, the way that they go about it sometimes isn't necessarily great. And I think that it's surprising for a team that is so much process-oriented to then in some instances fall back on, it works sometimes. No, but the process felt bad.
Well, the issue I had with it is the whole tone and tenor, and he actually said this, was we were going to take our time at first and see what happened. And I get that if you're on your own 6-yard line, or whatever, you're trying to just get some room and all that.
Right, it's unlikely that you make the drive, but if you're able to make something pop, let's go get it.
But to say, we were going to take our time and see what happens, see if we got a first down and then go from there. Again, that's not real comforting. And couple that, or as you like to say, juxtapose that with...
I do be saying that.
Juxtapose that with what we heard from D'Amico Ryans on Monday. I'm always aggressive. All right, so we have the head coach saying I'm always aggressive. And then you have the head coach and Nick Caley yesterday saying, we were going to take our time. We were kind of slow footing this thing. It just didn't hit right.
No, and it doesn't even feel – the frustrating thing for me on top of that is, okay, we were going to go with the normal process, and then once we, maybe found something, then we would go. You need to get yourself in field goal range, right? I don't understand what the difficulty is in going with a certain level of pace, getting yourself in the field goal range, and then going from the place of, because you weren't guaranteed 3 at that point.
Right.
So the idea that we're just going to take our time feels absurd to me. We're just going to waste this resource of time until we feel that we need to kick it into gear. No, this is kicking into gear time. Literally, it's called 2-minute drill, and you got the ball at 151.
Yeah, exactly. And so maybe some people are out there saying, and Frank Ross said this separately, we'll hear from him later today as well, hey, we weren't great, but we got the win, let's move on. So some people might be thinking that, hey, what are y'all worried about? They got the win. Well, the Kansas City Chiefs are one of those teams that have a very good defense. It's going to be a very close game. We know that. That's how the Texans play it. And that's why if you're projecting this forward, you don't want to see this again at the end of a half,
No, and exactly. It's the projecting forward. I don't even know how much I'm looking at it for this game in particular with Kansas City. These are the things.
Sure.
These are the things that, on the margins that lose you football games, right? As much as you're looking at the recipe that you have, and this is something we talked about earlier in the week, it's a fairly narrow recipe. There's not multiple ways to win with this team right now. Particularly that your defense is going to be locked down and your offense is just going to not mess it up. That's an oversimplification, but I think we've discussed it enough to understand what we're talking about there. You open up the window a little bit by being efficient or adding the most possibility to win in other facets, like making your game time decisions,
or this
clock management, things of this nature. This is one of those places that very simply, even the status quo of what we do in the National Football League goes counter to what you did. And it's frustrating to see that, and I think it's even more frustrating to see them be a little combative in that place.
Right.
I think it's okay to acknowledge, hey, man, we messed up. In fact, it's a lot easier, in my estimation, to do that in the time where we were able to make a win, though. We were able to get a W, make it walk, and we probably could have done that a little different. I think the only thing that he said that he would have done differently is on that the second 1st and 10 with 1 minute and 10 seconds left, the swing pass. He's like, well, maybe I could have called a better play. I actually didn't think that was a terrible play. Like, maybe you wanted to get beyond the sticks.
It was execution.
It could have gotten out of bounds.
Yeah.
The idea is, why are you then going full huddle, taking your time, breaking the huddle late. Like, it feels like the tempo.
Yes.
And it feels like, for me, that also falls in line with something where I have questions as to the capability of doing it. Because at times we've seen them go with tempo, but it doesn't really go consistently. I'm like, hey, man, I wonder at times how capable they are of, like, we need to get into this space. Let's get up, let's run it, and let's go.
I agree. I do want to get into the offensive line, what he talked about there, because, again, projecting forward with the Chiefs, this is going to be huge. And this is too, Figgy, just his first statement about the offensive line progression.
Yeah, I think they've continued to get better at just fundamental football. In the run game, I think our double teams and combinations have gotten better and improved steadily. And I think just time on task, trying to settle in with the guys that are in there now, just more time at doing it, honestly. We've improved on that. I think in terms of the pass protection, the cohesiveness, starting with communication and being on the same page, those guys have done a really good job of just working together, communicating, so that we're all coordinated in terms of our distribution in the pass pro. So when you couple that run game, pass protection, I think we've made some strides. We still gotta make some more strides, but I've been pleased with the improvement from that standpoint. We get a lot of extra work at practice, do a lot of stuff fundamentally in terms of blitz pickup, et cetera. And I think it's starting to show improvement at a good pace. We just got to make more.
Now, that's all good, and that's all positive, and he's right. We've talked about it. This offensive line has got its feet. But then he went on to talk about the offensive line, and this is where, you kind of start thinking about, well, let's hear Kaylee, the second part of this.
Yeah, well, I think we stress communication. We stress seeing it through the same set of eyes. It starts with our mic point and our declaration, and then everybody else being able to communicate and know exactly what we're doing. Leave nothing to chance, communicate, and then be able to make our calls accordingly. We want to protect inside out, and we rep. We take a lot of reps in terms of blitz pickup, stunts, pick stunts, games, et cetera, like that. So it's like anything else. You got to work at it to improve it, and that's what we're still trying to do.
Took a while, right? But I'm thinking more Spagnuolo, this Chiefs defense. This is going to be. I left this feeling pretty good about where he is. It took a while, but they are there. This is about as good as we can expect from the offensive line. But would you agree with this? This is the biggest test for this offensive line since Seattle?
I'm not certain about that, actually, because I do agree with him. Like, they have gotten better, and one of the things is, like, they utilize duo a lot. Like, that's some of the thing that's, I think, has helped them, right? When we talk about the opportunity for gap schemes, like, they're going in there with two guys attacking that man up front and then getting up to the second level when they have an opportunity to. Knowing that I am the sicko that I am, I was like, I wonder who have the Chiefs seen that have maybe utilized duo? And the closest facsimile I could find was the Denver Broncos a few weeks back.
Maybe, yeah.
So I went and looked at it. Even they don't use a ton of duo, but they use some. And in the duo reps that I saw where they ran the football, the Kansas City front, they don't shed blocks. They don't move necessarily. It's not like you're just absolutely going to muscle them off of their spot, which is kind of interesting. But they're also not shedding blocks. So I think that this is one of those where you should be able to pick up like 3 or 4 on a lot of, or at least the Broncos did, right? Pretty consistently pick up 2, 3, 4 every time. Now, they weren't busting them on those particular duo reps. It wasn't like they were breaking free for 7 or 12 on any of these, but just pretty consistently keep those guys, blocked up. You're able to find, as long as you're reading the blocks well, pick up 3, pick up 4. Which honestly, does that not sound like what this Texas team wants to do?
It does. I just, the middle of their defense, we heard from Nick Wright yesterday, of all the things you can talk about, some issues here, Chris Jones is way down on the list, and that's a different animal there, man. That's a completely different animal. So it could get, I think it's a big test.
Yeah, in theory. The wild thing about it is knowing the talent that Chris Jones has. What did Aaron Wilson say that man's nickname was, supposedly?
Yeah.
Stone Cold.
I never heard of that one either.
That's one of those. Have you ever gone on, like, the stat head websites, whether it's Basketball Reference, Football Reference, Baseball Reference, and see where they put the nicknames next to it?
Yeah.
And I love doing that because I'm like, nobody calls this person that.
Yeah.
I think that Stone Cold Jones is one of those where I was like, nobody actually calls Chris Jones that. But even that ethos of Chris Jones, we know he's supposed to be that. He hasn't statistically been that this year. So I'll be very interested to see whether it's the track record of this season of Chris Jones or just like the mythos of Chris Jones that we see in this game. And I think that might tell us a little bit about this offensive line. But
I agree.
Watching,
that's how I walked away from it.
Even watching the Cowboys last night, and we'll talk more about it, because the Cowboys it was the Chiefs game and the Eagles game where we were like, oh, maybe they've improved this defensive line. The defensive line didn't look that great, which makes me look at the, or rather not the defense, the other way.
Yeah.
It made me look at this this Chiefs defensive line and be like,
yeah,
okay, not all that afraid. Not that I was already too afraid of that anyways. More stuff to talk about there. I think that's absolutely the good side of it is the offensive line does look a lot more steady, and if they can keep CJ upright, I think there's opportunities to do even more. A lot to talk about when it comes to this game. We're gearing up for Texans-Chiefs as we keep going here on a Football Friday. And coming up next, like offense, that's one thing. There's also something to be considered in the special teams realm because the Chiefs haven't necessarily been all that great in their own right. Let's talk about what special teams might look like in this game next.
The Texans are headed back. starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got to do.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do I do? Just take a nose hit?
Just take a good whiff of that. It's
my first. Whoa! God almighty.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, it's a Football Friday here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Having a good one here in the loop. John Lopez, Reginald Atula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna have a fun one if for no other reason than B. Scott comes in the 11 o'clock hour as he is wont to do. That'll be fun. We'll get a chance in the 12 o'clock hour to give away a pair of tickets.
More
to see
tickets.
The University of Houston Cougars basketball team take on Florida State at the Houston Hoop Showdown. That's going to happen tomorrow at Toyota Center, so that's going on as well. And we're gearing up for a big-time game that has the possibility of being redemptive, right? Of being restorative to the soul of these Houston Texans after the last 5 games versus the Kansas City Chiefs. Not quite gone the way that you want to.
You know, I never put pen to paper. It is
5 of them.
5
of them things. Last 5 dating back to
kind of a low-key rivalry, even though they haven't done their part.
Yeah, again.
Yeah.
The old thing about rivalries only going one way, so on.
But they want it badly.
Yeah, look. I imagine that they want it pretty bad, even though I don't think they'll let us in on it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that, like, when it comes to the organization? Because I know. Okay.
Heck yeah.
Highest levels.
I've talked.
Cal,
I've
Hannah.
had text exchanges I could show you.
Okay. All right. Okay. Because they're not going to let on. I think that's the way.
Yeah.
Although you look over at the Kansas City side, it seems like they might be in on the rivalry aspect of it. Special teams is an interesting portion of this game. Frank Ross, I thought did you see his availability yesterday?
Yeah, he was feeling it.
Yeah.
Even for Frank Ross standards.
Yeah. I mean, he's always amped up.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that I appreciated him being, putting it all on him. He's like, look, man, coaching wise, it's always going to be on the coach when you talk about those special teams things, but they do need to get things right. I think that they've been leaky at times or not quite the way the places that they wanted to be. Kicking field goals, obviously, in the special teams domain is going to be interesting here because one of the things that we tend to believe is that Kaimi Fairbairn in the cold, with those K-balls, it doesn't quite work out in the ways that you typically want. It seems like the Kansas City special teams coordinator is also trying to add into the rivalry in special teams fashion.
It does. I guess he was kind of you tell me, was he kind of trying to Jedi mind trick the Houston Texans when he talked about this?
Tell you one thing that I do like is the cold weather. That makes it feel like playoff weather, and it just feels like that's natural and normal for us. And I practiced yesterday. It really felt good being out there with the cold weather. I think that's going to help us.
Couple more. Speaking to that, Dave, because of the changes in the conditions, does that change that demarcation line?
Yeah, I mean, I always talk about the cold weather as like return season, and I think that helps. I mean, guys don't want to run down there and tackle in the cold weather. I mean, a lot of guys don't, but I just think it gives you an advantage, a mental advantage, if you had success in that kind of environment, and we have.
Feels natural for us. A lot of guys don't like to go down and tackle in the cold weather. It gives us an advantage. Is that trying to get into the Texans a little bit?
I mean, I imagine that he's trying. I don't think that it's going to work because if there's anybody who's talking about the mental side of this and the physicality, I feel like the Houston Texans aren't the team that you go, they don't have the mental feel for this.
They struggled.
They have struggled, but it's not been for lack of physicality.
Yeah.
It's just been placement,
where
right?
They are,
maintaining your lane integrity has been the things that allowed the 2 return touchdowns in 3 weeks. That was what it was.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody on this and the special teams are like lacking physicality, right? Think about the young man who had his first go with the Texans, where he's out here just like fumbling and bumbling and stumbling, making sure to get down the field to go and have his coverage responsibility. No, this team, man, like they do this. Like they physically, that's never been a thing that I've questioned with Frank Ross is his ability to motivate his guys to go and be physical. The question just was, are they going to remain gap sound?
Right.
And they did a better job of that this Sunday, and I imagine that this is another day where they're going to need to keep that in touch.
It is funny because there are people in Kansas City who follow the Chiefs that will tell you, that, last year so many close games that they won. This year some close games they're losing. There are people who will tell you the biggest difference between last year and this year is the Chiefs' special teams. They have been one of the best special teams in return and coverage and everything for years, and they've been very average to below average this year. So the Texans are not the only ones that have struggled here. So maybe he's talking to his own team too. We can do this. It's time for us to, playoff season, as he put it, to get going. But it is funny because we did hear from Frank Ross about those struggles as well, and it just kind of made it. It's almost like every Friday, because Ross and the coordinators speak on Thursday, the special teams comes to the forefront because he's asked about all these things.
Sure.
And this is what he said about the struggles.
For example, to the reference on a range for kickoff for it to cross the whole season. But when something does go like that, for it to cross. Yeah, first off, anytime there's a mistake, it's the coach's fault. It's the coach's fault, man. We got to coach it better. We got to coach it better. We got to have more population to the football. We got to be putting the players in the right seats on the bus to go execute. And it sounds maybe it's a silver lining to me, and it's how I try to operate. We want to play every play perfect across the whole season. But when something does go like that, you got to have a chin. You got to be able to take it, and then you got to make sure. At the right time, you come out in a win. Thank you, great. Okay, let's go learn from it. And I think we've done that. We're able to make some adjustments and cover some things up nicely. I called it a week ago. So we're thankful to learn from that. Silver line is when those things happen that we still get a football team win, and that's all that matters. So, anytime there's something a little shaky, we're going to go and work hard to button it up.
Just really, kind of struggling to explain that they're working on it, number one. But those struggles have been very, very real. Very real.
I feel like anytime somebody's like, "Oh, I'm getting that fixed a week ago," you can tell it's digging in their crawl.
Yeah.
And for Frank Ross, he was like, "No. We're like
this kills him.
This is fixed a week ago.
This kills him."
And that's why I can only imagine.
Yeah.
I don't know if at that point yesterday he had heard what Dave Tobe had said over in Kansas City. I'm sure that just needles him. I bet he drank.
Some guys don't like to tackle in the cold.
Yeah, I bet he went and just had 3 espresso shots and was like, "Let's get to work."
Exactly.
I can only imagine. The team is working out in NRG today. I wouldn't be surprised if Frank Ross went and got the special teams guys. Like, no, y'all come with me. we outside. They calling us soft, baby.
Yeah.
Like, hell no.
And oh, by the way, we have some horrible special teams memories in Kansas City. From fake punts to missed kicks to missed playoff field goals. So this is, we always mention margins. This is the one that matters. I think is going to matter the most in this game.
How are you feeling about the range and kicking?
I'm really uncertain. I'm just uncertain. The confidence level with Kaimi Fairbairn is high, except when you look at what he's done in late in seasons and in cold weather.
At least last year.
Well, remember, I think we went to last year and the year before. Either way, there have been some misses, in these types of environments.
I'd like to think that last year was just kind of a blip. Like, I hate to use the word because especially in the context of sports, it is one of those ultimate no-nos. It felt like he kind of got the yips a little bit.
It did.
Last year.
It absolutely did.
And I think that would maybe lean a little bit away from that because I was a little bit shocked to see over the entirety of his career, which, to be fair, he's the longest tenured Texan at this point. It's a longer career. He's actually been pretty good in the month of December. But it feels like when you have the opportunity to play outside is where it gets a little dicey. Like this is where the rest of your team can help your special teams out is, hey, if you're punching in touchdowns as opposed to, leaning on Kaimi Fairbairn in those moments. Not that you don't believe him to be a player capable of leaning on, but you can help him out, man. Like, don't put him in situations where it is entirely his leg that you're requiring to get you over in this. Be better in the circumstances in the red zone. Give him much more makeable field goals if you are having field goal circumstances. Like, that's where I think that the rest of the team can help him out quite a bit.
Yeah, 832. Is he trying to call us soft?
100%.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Look, both these special teams have struggled, and I think whichever one has the big play or the most big plays, I think the team wins the game.
And then, of course, he was just talking about the cold in general, which It sounds like the dudes have their ways of combating it. Although I get the Vaseline, like inherently is supposed to be something different, like gives you kind of like a barrier. In my head, tell me if I'm wrong. I'm just like, oh, so moisturizing is you're just gonna put some lotion on? Is that does it? Just make sure you moisturize, huh?
Yeah. Don't get all scaly.
Are we solidified on thinking? Who do we say was our cold weather warrior that we?
I think Jake Andrews is going to go shirtless or sleeveless in the pregame.
I think probably over.
That was
because
he
played in Ohio.
Yeah.
Okay.
We will get images of that.
Yeah, 100% before the game. And I'm looking forward to all the snapshots of being able to see guys' breath out there and everything. That'll be a fun part of it. And hopefully,
how cold is it supposed to be?
20.
20.
Mm-hmm.
Woo.
Yeah.
Glad I'll be watching that from the comfort of a couch rather than out there.
It's a good question, Figgy, because we've been talking about the cold and we haven't really.
Yeah, like if it's 40 degrees cold,
we're good.
But it's not supposed to be precipitation.
No,
it's
I don't
just
think
cold.
so. Yeah.
Which, hey, that's significantly
20
better,
is still 20 though, man.
Yeah, but 20 when it's cold, when it's raining sideways or things of that nature.
Man, it was 50 yesterday, and I was like, dang.
Yeah, but we soft.
We're soft. We are soft, by the way.
Football team is not. All right, you're in the loop.
Tell
Hero.
Dave Tobe.
It's Tobe. It's. I don't know why. I don't know why, but it is that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, yesterday in sports, you saw the end of a incredibly long streak, and that got us thinking. Question of the day: what's a streak that you're really proud of? 713-572-4610. Let's do that next.
All right, let's do it. Fast breaks, buzzer beaters, block parties are.
222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
About to get to the question of the day here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Quick note, Kamari Lassiter is at practice today. Obviously, it's more of a walkthrough on a Friday inside the stadium at NRG Stadium before they take off to Kansas City. But this is of note because we had reporting yesterday that was like, hey, he's the injury that he's dealing with. I mean, he will play again this year, but it's kind of up in the air. And I was like, hold on, wait a minute, because he had not practiced Wednesday nor Thursday. And the idea of playing without Kamari Lassiter very much does change the way, or not change the way, but it affects the way I view this defense.
I think it changes it, because of Miles Bryant and, who knows, Petrie, coverage. Tight ends like, I don't know, Travis Kelce and some of the wideouts that they're getting back. No, I think it's huge. It's a huge thing for him, especially, you've already lost Tim Settle for the year, and I know he's not in the secondary. What I'm saying, though, is your defense is taking some hits.
Yeah, I mean, you don't have very many secondary players, and I think Trey Smith would have to play all those snaps on the outside. I don't think that he's incapable, but it's very different. It's very different in that case. But we'll talk about that more as the show continues because it seems like he's at practice, so that seems like he has a shot of playing on Sunday. Better than what I felt late last night about Kamari Lassiter. But question of the day, inspired by LeBron James, who before yesterday, actually I have the dates here, so if you'll give me 1 second, I will get these for you. And of course, as I scroll,
I think it's 7,685,000.
Not technically correct. So this streak started January 6th.
It's a long streak.
It's a long streak.
Breaking news. It's
January 6th, 2007. From then up until December 1st of 2025.
I was in high school.
1,297 straight games that he played with a double-double in each. That was broken yesterday, and it's an impressive streak. How impressive is it? Kevin Durant is now the longest active he now has the longest active streak of double-digit scoring. Thank you. Sorry. In the league. He would need to do it for about 82 games for about 12 more years in order to catch up to where LeBron's is. Crazy.
You talk about
crazy stuff.
Stupid records.
And so with that being the case, what's a record or a streak that you are proud of? 713-572-4610.
I'm curious what you guys are. I mentioned mine. I'll mention them real quick here. And just as soon as I say this, I'm planning another trip to Costa Rica after the Super Bowl. And I've been on the water for my entire life. Boats, going on trips, fishing trips, rough water, calm water. I've never hurled.
Have you gotten close?
I've gotten close, I believe, twice. Once in Alaska, we were in some pretty nasty stuff trying to go catch some halibut, and I could feel it. I'm like, oh, boy, I'm getting sick. And, you kind of snap out of it. You're looking at the horizon, trying to keep yourself busy and all that. And once in Costa Rica, where I was like, all right, the old stomach's starting to flip-flop a little bit. And I've snapped out of that one. But I've never, as much as I've been on a boat, I've never hurled. I've never upchucked, as they say. Seasickness. So I'm pretty proud of that. And, of course, in February, I'm going to come back from that trip and say, I threw up.
That's right. Honestly, I thought like Seth did that it was one of those kind of you either have a disposition towards vomiting on a boat or you don't. Like this is everybody can get it.
I think there is something to that. Like but I've gotten my sea legs for decades. It takes a lot for me to even feel it. But I do think it has to do with that day. What you ate the day before, not just like you're hungover or something, but maybe what you ate the day before, what you drank the day before. Your biorhythms, your body is. Some days you feel different than others. Even just waking up in the morning and you're like, oh, I kind of feel off. I'm not. Well, you get on a boat that day, you might be vomiting at the end of the day. I think it's case by case. I will say this: if you get on the water enough, you're gonna feel it at some point. And I think some people are more predisposed to actually feeling it in the worst way.
Okay, all right. Yeah. For me, I can keep it simple. Because for some reason I was thinking about high school football when I played high school football this morning, and I have never broken a single bone in my body.
Oh, you've mentioned that.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Again,
that's amazing.
I played sports my whole life, soccer, football, basketball, not a bone. Now, the one thing I will say, I have sprained these ankles more times than you can count, but Never had a break, not a single. And I wasn't a reckless child, but I also wasn't the most cautious. Have I told you the story about how me and my friend were jumping off
of stuff?
Yeah, jumping off the second floor onto the first floor on a love seat. He broke his arm, and that's when we stopped. You know what I mean? Like, so I've been close, but I've never broken a single bone in my, which is wild because it feels like that's a pass, especially if you play sports. You know what I mean?
Yes. Figgy?
Yeah. So the one I thought about was, back before I moved here, one thing I used to always do, always get stopped by the police. Like, no matter what, every time, even if it's just something simple or mistaken identity or something, always get pulled over. Since I moved here, I only got pulled over one time, man, and that was like 2 years ago. I got caught in a little speed trap.
Oh, okay.
It was speed trap.
Did you get a ticket?
Yes, I actually got a ticket. So I had to do the little class, the little online class, so I don't get any points on the license.
Some driving, baby.
Yeah. So that one, another one too. Speaking of police, I hung around a lot of crazy dudes and all that stuff. Never been arrested.
There you go.
Oh, that's
I've
great.
never been arrested. A lot of people. I've been around some wild stuff too, man.
Yeah.
I've never been in handcuffs before.
That is
one of streak going.
Yeah, that is one of the most important streaks.
Yeah. I plan on keeping that streak going.
You got to keep that one going.
Yeah, I've been around a lot of people who've been arrested.
Yeah.
And they let me go or didn't, question me or anything.
You told a story once, like some other guys around you, right?
Yeah. I've been around some crazy stuff. Man, I've been pulled over to the point I almost got arrested, but they end up letting me go.
Yeah,
never been arrested before.
The one that I'm still bitter about this. I will, for as long as I work here, I'm going to be bitter about this. I had a nearly 14-year streak of never using a sick day, never calling in sick. And Figgy, you remember this. I got here on a Monday in 2023. And I survived the first wave of COVID. I survived the second wave of COVID, and we were in the third wave, which some people may not remember. That was another kind of bad one. And I got here, and I was just kind of feeling off, like just not like what's going on, like what I was just talking about. So I got home and tested, and it was positive. And I called Parker, and I said, "Hey, I tested positive for COVID, but I'm not feeling too bad. I'll do the show tomorrow from the house. I'll do the show this week from the house." Man, 2 hours later, I was in bed feeling like I was dying, and I didn't get out of bed till like Saturday.
Well, don't even worry about it because you wouldn't have been the best on the show today. A number of people talking about not missing work. This one from the 832, pretty damn good. 17 years without missing a day from work up until some health issues went and shut that thing down.
That's a good one.
Man, that is incredible.
Yeah.
I saw some earlier.
The air conditioning one?
Yes.
I love this
832,
one.
been in air conditioning since 1978. 1978. Remember how many? Quick math. How many years is that?
That's close to 50.
57.
It's since 78.
78 is not quite 57.
No, that's not 57.
So it's 47.
47.
Yeah.
47.
Yep.
Yeah.
They said they spent 32 years without stepping through a ceiling.
Yeah. And you know what I answered him? That's quite a feat.
All right.
Get it?
Boo.
See what I did there?
Boo this man.
Quite a feat.
Boo him a ton. 832 never had COVID and did not have the flu since 1969.
Oh, my God.
I know you getting your flu shots. That is incredible.
Oh, my God.
That is good stuff.
Yeah.
And then someone said, shout out to Dom in New Jersey texting in. He said he's not proud of it, however. 0-2 seeing the Texans in person.
Oh, he's mentioned that.
So not 0-2. Sorry, 0-12. Did I say that correctly?
Oh, 0-12.
0-12. So he's got T-Mill beat something crazy.
Yeah, you stay the hell away from the Texans for the rest of the season. At least the rest of the season.
We got to set him up for an easy one. You know what I mean? We got to see if
go
we
to
can
preseason or
get
something,
Doms
man.
for an easy one to break the streak because that is insane. So some other ones coming in when moved to a new house in 2020, no microwave. Is that a streak? Does that count as a streak, just not having a microwave?
Yes. How do you not? You've never had a microwave?
Heating stuff up on the stove?
Hey, man. All those chemicals and all that stuff in the microwave.
Well, yeah, a lot of people believe that. Yeah. Yeah.
All right. I will take this. I will take this time, this expeditious food, as opposed to what you're talking about there.
Yeah.
281 streak I'm most proud of, meeting or exceeding my sales quota for the past 18 years. They said over $500 million during the streak of sales. Hey, shout out to you.
That is a big time streak.
I feel like you probably on the streak where you've never been fired because that's That is incredible work. As long as you're making money.
I'm on the streak right now where haven't had cable since I lived here.
Oh wow!
And I thought I was going to break that streak, man, because
what made that possible, Figgy?
Just reading books and all that stuff, man. I ain't focused on no TV.
Of Mice and Men.
Yeah,
right?
man. Just sit there and read a book, man.
The Joy Luck Club.
He's
all
one of
over
those guys.
Netflix.
You get him on a podcast, got like a wall of books behind him, man.
Yeah, haven't read not one of them. Just decoration.
That's right.
There you go. Oh, wow. Don't accuse Figgy of that, 832. All right. So keep those coming in if you so choose.
Calling you a snitch.
The streaks that you have
What I snitch on?
And I love
because I've been arrested.
It's a great one from the
Got that
713.
charm, man.
Yeah, from the 713. Haven't been to an Astros game sober since 2003. There you go.
Kudos to you.
Doing it correct. All right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up in the next, maybe the best hour of the show all week. We get B. Scott jumping in and joining us. And let's talk about around the NFL. Let's talk about that Thursday night football game. Did it deliver to what I had sold it as, possibly the best Thursday night football game this season? Let's talk about it next.
The Drive. AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, we're about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And football is the name of the game. And because I am going to stretch it to footy, the association football. The 2026 World Cup draw is happening today. In fact, it's just gone live, and I will be keeping track of it, ladies and gentlemen. So if anything important, especially finding out which teams will be playing in the great city of Houston, I will try and deliver that at some point in the show today. But we were just doing our question of the day, and joining us for the around the NFL, all of the fun in this hour is one Brandon K. Scott. Hey, man, first and foremost, your impression of LeBron James letting that streak go, and secondly, what is your longest streak?
Hey, how about LeBron James just making the right basketball play instead of being worried about the stats?
He's not clutch.
He's been accused of stat padding in the past. He is not stat padding in this situation. And
he doesn't have the killer mentality.
And the part about the clutch that never made sense was sometimes the clutch thing to do is to resist the urge to take a bad shot and
100%.
make the right basketball play. That part was always overlooked. And I'm not here to defend LeBron any more than he needs to be defended. Not that he, needs to be defended. This streak alone, if that doesn't speak for itself, but that just stands out to me how making the right basketball play, there is pressure even just within that, and he has done that over the course of years. My longest streak are the ones that I would say I'm most proud of. One similar to yours. I did fracture. I don't know if we count a fracture.
That's a break.
I think that counts.
Okay, so I did fracture my wrist in 8th grade, but that didn't require surgery. So instead of saying broken bone, one of my would be that I've never had surgery.
Yeah.
Outside of, you wouldn't count getting your wisdom teeth pulled as surgery, right?
If I was going to be obnoxiously technical, yes, but no.
Dentist?
They gave me the laughing gas or whatever it is.
That's dicey. That's right in the middle of it.
I'll
give it
that's
to
not
you.
surgery.
I'll give it to you.
That's the closest. That's the closest I've come to surgery is getting my wisdom teeth pulled.
I had a vasectomy.
So, that's surgery, right?
Congratulations.
Yeah.
Tell me if you find this one as impressive as I did, and then we'll go to around the NFL. One, somebody said, been years since I went a day without listening to 610. Appreciate you doing that.
That's a pretty nice streak. I like that streak.
Somebody said 6 years without losing sunglasses or an umbrella.
That's incredible.
That's wizardry.
That's also very specific.
But those are things that
I've never lost my sunglasses or umbrella.
Those
but you wouldn't know if you've done that.
Those ones get lost all the damn time.
Sunglasses especially.
I would lose both. I've definitely lost both.
I have a question for you because I was actually trying to think, what's B. Scott's longest streak? And I thought of your hair.
Yeah, I've mentioned this on the radio before, but it's still a pretty incredible streak, I think, at this point. I have not had a proper haircut in over 17 years. Since May 2008. So we're approaching adulthood on some of the hair on my head.
It's almost able to buy cigarettes.
It's close. Well, I think you got to be 21 now to buy cigarettes. But if you were my age or any of our age from back then, you would have been old enough to buy cigarettes with my hair. So when I get carded,
my hair's older.
I'll be like, look, because first of all, whoever it is, a lot of times working at these registers, they don't own the place. A lot of times it's somebody that I'm older than at this point.
Yeah.
Or if you go to Walgreens or something like that, and I'm like, hey man, listen, I was buying this stuff when you was pissing your pants. Excuse my language, but that be the truth. So I got the very end of the hair. You can see it on the YouTube and Twitch. The very end of my hair right here,
17 years
is
old.
Almost old enough to go to war.
That's right, to serve this great nation.
Yes.
That will be hosting World Cup matches. Sorry to keep bringing it up. But
I'm excited for this.
I, as you can tell, I am as well. I was excited also for Thursday Night Football last night. Lions, Cowboys, both with things on the line. And I will ask you guys as a question. I said that this is probably going to be the best Thursday Night Football game that we have had to date on this season. Did I lie?
You did not. That was a terrific game, man. That was a terrific game.
Yeah, I'd have to think back to all of them, but this is
Texans Texas Bills Thursday night as well.
Yeah, but you could feel it in this one, like the intensity and the ramping it up.
Yeah, and I feel like there's some bias for me at least, and I know we were all there for Texans Bills, but the fact that I was there probably takes it to another level for me, and obviously the interest, the rooting interest that is involved in that particular game. But I will say this, to the credit of last night's game, it was one of the few Thursday night games where I did purposely sit there and watch every single snap of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Like normally I watch the Thursday night game pretty intently and pretty closely, but I don't make it a point to where I've got to watch every snap, where I don't want to get up and go to the bathroom or get up and get something to drink while the game is still going on.
Mm-hmm.
That was one of these games where I didn't do any of that, and whereas I normally do that during a Thursday night game.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And then there's the whole George Pickens thing.
The George Pickens thing is the big story for me, because I've been just like marveling at the George Pickens performance throughout the season.
I was like, there's like three things you could say with the George Pickens thing last night.
When you say
and I was wondering where we were going.
No, I meant so before last night.
Sure.
Marveling at what George Pickens had been or has been for the Cowboys, and then he shows up as Pittsburgh George Pickens in this game when they absolutely needed him to be the George Pickens that he's been throughout the season. And so it's like, man, wherever you go, you are. You know, it's like a tiger can't change his stripes or whatever it is. It was amazing to see how, like, this exact thing that we know him for, he like just did it, just straight up did it.
Are you saying like Pittsburgh George Pickens for like the people we're talking about, the route running,
the give up?
Yeah,
he has some of those routes consistently. That's kind of like baked into his game.
He gave up.
Yeah, but it's not with this. It wasn't just the routes; it was the effort on the ball once he got there. Yeah, I did. I sat there and watched that too. I mean, he had a point. Points were being made.
Let's listen to Richard Sherman.
The big story here is George Pickens. George Pickens throughout the game, especially late in the game, just looked uninterested in playing football. You know, and that's what you can't have. If you're going to be a superstar, if you want to be the best receiver in the National Football League, you can never be disengaged. It doesn't matter if the game's going your way or not going your way. You can't just disappear in these games or else you're not going to have impact. And just right here, cruising routes. You're the guy. CeeDee Lamb is not in this game. He's out. And you get intercepted on your slant routes. And you can't be the guy and half-ass it. And I'm sorry, that's just, you can't, it's unacceptable. And if you're the Dallas Cowboys and you're looking at him and you're looking to pay him big-time receiver money, $40 million, you got to look at this tape and say, hey, is this a guy we can trust paying $40 million to show up regardless of circumstance? I don't know.
So we were literally, I went to my grandkids. They had the Cookies with Santa thing at their school.
Nice.
So I went over there, and then we went to eat dinner afterwards, and we were watching the game. And me and my two sons were literally having a conversation. Is he the best receiver in the NFL right now? And, you know, just in terms of how he's been playing, you know, the last few weeks.
Makes a case.
And so we were literally having that discussion, and we're looking at the TV, and we're like, nah.
Not with that kind of effort.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like Reggie mentioned, the routes. Even sometimes when he dogs it on routes, you can still throw him the ball because of the catch radius and the contested catch ability that he has. And it was both things here. It was the bad routes and not being that big catch radius that you normally expect him to be. He was just, as Richard Sherman just put it, seemingly uninterested in playing football.
I think that's fair, but I think in this game, well, one, we had been doing all the Cowboys look like they are a lot better and improved, and maybe not as much as we were talking about. And if anybody was interested in the All-Texas Super Bowl, I think that is very much slid away, because I think the best record that the Cowboys can get if they win out is 10-6-1, and I'm not sure if that gets them in, interestingly enough.
Yep.
That's what the NFC side of things looks like. I thought this game came down to three things, gentlemen. The effect of leaky special teams, because the Cowboys couldn't stop the Lions from return. I think that Lions' average starting position was like in the 40s, like 43 or something.
Yep.
It was that, poor situational coaching decisions, and then penalties. And tell me if any of those feel like they have opportunities to apply to the Houston Texans.
They do. They absolutely do. You know, we were talking earlier, I'm sure you were listening, B. Scott, about the kind of the explanation off of the last 2 minutes of the first half.
Yeah.
And such. No, you're absolutely right, Reggie, but I was just marveling at where did this come from all of a sudden with him? Because it's still, all that said, it was a one-score game late into the game, and they had a chance, and he just mailed it in.
Yeah, when Richard Sherman is right there talking about the game not going their way, well, yeah, they were down, and they were against, I would say, improbable odds, but they were still right there in the thick of it and could have absolutely used him to be closer to the version that he's been this year and not the Pittsburgh version. When you say, where is this coming from? It's coming from like, what, Pittsburgh? Coming from a year ago? Like it seemed like he had come there and at least gotten right to a certain degree. I know he had to sit out a series, and like Reggie mentioned, he still to this day doesn't always give the best effort on his routes, even to this day. But it seemed like it found something, and then he just, one step forward, two steps back last night.
I still think for him, like, what you get out of him is worthwhile, and I'll say it again.
Yeah, he's really good.
I think that they found themselves in like 3rd and 19 a number of times in that game because of penalties. I thought that Brian Schottenheimer, like, this is, if you were like, yo, why did nobody hire Brian Schottenheimer, and why were so many people down on him? You put on this game.
Yeah, I didn't ask that.
Yeah,
I never.
Well, I know, but there were some people that were, and I think honestly, we talked about it earlier in this week. Like, oh, maybe we should have given him more of a shot. No, these are the things here that you started seeing.
No, again, this is truly one of those. Both things are true.
Sure,
you're right. I mean, I'm not disagreeing with you. But boy, in moments like that, you need a guy like that. And by the way, everybody's talking about how much money he's costing himself. Sometimes I think that's overstated. I don't know if it's overstated in his case.
Yeah, well, he's going to be a real interesting test case.
Yeah.
Like, how do you handle him? Because the talent is undeniable, and even the production this year has been undeniable. But that tape that we saw, and not even tape, just like live, you don't have to be a tape cruncher, film watcher to be able to just watch the game, and that didn't exactly look
down
like.
10.
Your point though about could these things rear its ugly head for the Texans is, I think, a really good one.
Oh, yeah.
Because all three of those are real legitimate concerns for the Texans.
Fourth down 10, the Cowboys decide to kick the field goal and decide to lean on their defense. I think there's people, and of course it didn't work out. You end up with Jahmyr Gibbs running to the end zone again after. Did y'all see him absolutely abusing number 26 Deron Bland out there?
I did.
I was like, he got to go
just
fight
shoved him down.
Well, that was after he diced that man up and had him fly out to the sideline.
Oh yeah, he did.
Which was documented perfectly and terribly by that side pylon cam, and I'm like, I need more of this. But like, people were getting after Schottenheimer in that instance for kicking the field goal. Did y'all have that same feeling? Like, hey, put it on your offense in this moment?
Yes.
That's a conversation that, again, kind of tracks a little bit back to Houston in some ways and how we talked about their aggression or lack thereof.
See, for me, this is where it's different, though, between the two teams. Like, sure. I want, if I'm a Cowboys fan, I'm criticizing that decision, and I want to put the ball in the hands of the offense because their offense is one of the better, honestly, in football, despite their record or, them being an oddly 501 team or however you want to look at it. But then the Texans, they actually have the defense to put the money where the mouth is in this, so to speak, right? Like, if you're going to put it back in the hands of defense or trust your defense or play ball control or conservative, the Texans are more equipped and uniquely built to play the conservative ball control type of game than I think that the Cowboys are, because their offense, for one, is so good and their defense is notably not the Texans' defense.
Yes.
Fair enough. I see you on the text line 281. They said it was bad last night. I'm going to lose my fantasy football playoffs because the guy's kicker had 24 points. That guy is Brandon Aubrey. This is a stat that I saw that was hilarious to me. Shout out to Roger Sherman. In his 3 NFL seasons, Brandon Aubrey has made as many career 60-yard field goals, 6 of 9, for 66.7%, as every NFL kicker from 1960 to 2008.
That reminds me, I lied earlier. The only time I got up to look away from the game was when Brandon Aubrey got up to kick because I knew what time it was.
Yeah,
you're like 60-yard.
Chip
he
shot.
went 3 over 50, right?
Yes.
And then one was like a 47, 48-yarder, I think.
Dude, he hit a 63-yarder in this game, and there was a point in time where that was like the standard. That was the long.
That was Tom Dempsey.
For decades.
Decades, yeah.
And he hit that with leg to spare.
Yeah.
We've gotten to a crazy place in the game on kicking.
Crazy.
I would also like to do a little bit of an extrapolation or ask you guys about this, because you mentioned George Pickens, and when you were like talking about marveling, the one thing that I'm not about that you can marvel about was the quote-unquote pass interference that was called, that was clearly awful. It wasn't even hand fighting. It was just basic navigation of the field, and it ruined an opportunity for the Cowboys. Not that anybody's crying over here, but are we in a bad place with NFL officiating, or is this just the normal complaints that we typically have?
Yes. Yes and yes.
Okay.
Because so Tony Dungy made the point earlier, I think, he was saying this on Twitter, that it is, because I think it was Chase Daniel that was saying, hey, they don't favoritism for one team or another.
Yeah.
And Tony Dungy's pointing out, like, this is not about favoritism. It's about an inconsistency in either point of view or training or whatever it may be for the referees. Like the difference in interpretation per crew, where you got maybe if you got 16 crews on a given week, 10 of them might call that a pass interference, 5 of them might let them play, another one might call it the other way. Like there's just not enough consistency across the board. Never mind this idea of favoritism of a team or favoritism of a home team or anything like that. It's just the inconsistency of how the rules are applied.
It's that. It's so many things. I mean, it's that. It's the lack of referees. We don't need to get into that, but I think it does matter. I think it's also the way a particular play looks.
Yeah.
Like if a guy falls down, and this happened in the Texans game, with the hand foul, that shouldn't have been pass interference.
Right.
But the guy fell down, so the referee's inclination is to think, well, that must be pass interference.
Yeah.
No, not necessarily. The dude might have just fallen down.
Yeah.
This
is not to get corny about it, but this is truly the human element of the game.
Yes.
Where things are open to interpretation. So another example would have been, and I think I changed my tune once I saw a different replay, but the safety that wasn't a safety, or the non-safety that I thought was a safety.
Early on in this game?
I would have been sure that was a safety on Dak Prescott.
Yes.
Now, it ended up showing a replay that had me change my tune, but in the moment, I'm watching the replays that they're giving us and that they're looking at. They changed the call, and I'm like, that's a safety to me.
That's another one that reminded me of a Texans game.
Yeah. And I mentioned that to my girl while I was watching the game.
Yeah.
So, like, this is just the human element of the game that's a little bit unfortunate if you're on the wrong end of it, but does make it fun to talk about.
That actually reminds me. I think that's why it's important that going in every game, you have an understanding of what the crew is and what kind of biases they might come in with or just tendencies. We'll talk about that as we go on the day. That's around the NFL. Oh, man, I didn't even mention the fact that the NFL made note of the fact that they will mandate new playing surfaces for all stadiums in 2028 from obviously tested surfaces, both synthetic, hybrid, and natural. They're going to have a new standard that comes into place in 2028. So we'll talk about that more when we have opportunity. But you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Shout out to the man B. Scott sitting in with us here in this 11 o'clock hour. And whenever he does that, we got to find out what B. Scott's got on his mind. Let's do some B. Scott's thoughts next.
The Texans are headed back. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
It's going down. H-Town. Hiram Clark. B. Scott.
B. Scott from Hiram Clark.
You hear the intro song, B. Scott in the building, and it's time to get B. Scott's thoughts. I imagine that they're going to focus incredibly closely to the World Cup final draw that is happening live right now on the television.
Is it happening? I'm getting more and more upset.
Well, I mean,
all this pomp and
the draw itself. Well, it's literally the biggest sporting event in the world.
Okay, let's get to it.
You have to do the pomp and circumstance.
You sound like the guy during the Super Bowl halftime show that's like, what is this Kendrick Lamar? What is this Bad Bunny?
Get them back on the field playing football.
I don't want to see the Weeknd.
Who are these schmucks that are singing in a different language?
Get off the stage, Dr. Dre.
Let's see the draw.
Come on now.
It is taking for them.
It's forever.
Also, I forgot, Kevin Hart's here for some reason.
Well, because what does Kevin Hart miss? What big event is Kevin Hart not attending?
No, I hear you.
He's got to be the smallest man that is everywhere.
He will accept the paycheck. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I just don't understand why they were like, soccer.
He's the comedian Snoop Dogg, pretty much.
Yeah,
got to be at everything.
He's a good hang.
Heidi Klum up there.
He's a good hang.
Towering over Chris Rock.
Towering and put together, might I say.
Yes,
that is the way that I will say that.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's so funny though. Like Kevin Hart's got to be the smallest man that covers the most space.
That's right.
Because like he's everywhere. Literally.
Yeah.
Everywhere you can't, he's unavoidable. I'm not trying to avoid. I like Kevin Hart.
It's like I said about Patrick Mahomes yesterday. He's the fastest, slow-looking guy I've ever seen.
That's a good point.
He looks slow.
It's something about his walk. Yes, even the way he stands, he looks very unathletic. And then there he is, being an athlete.
Like bow-legged or something?
He's got maybe
or like
he's
duck-footed kind of
either
something like that.
bow-legged. I don't know if he's bow-legged, pigeon-toed, or like knock-kneed. Or some combination of the three.
Yeah, some level of hem and haw in there.
But something's going on.
I'm going to say something, and you're going to think that it was me that said this, but it was not. It was in a text conversation from a friend of mine.
Mm-hmm, that's what they all say.
I know. Yeah, I know I'm going to get the brunt of this. When we were talking about this yesterday, and a buddy of mine texted me during the show and said he has women's hips.
He does.
He does?
He does.
He has women's hips.
I don't know what I was expecting, but I was not ready for that. Yes, no, it's fine. I have no pushback.
So we should probably get to your thoughts, huh?
I've got thoughts. No more thoughts on that one.
Okay, fair.
So my main thought is this weather thing. Okay, it's fine having the conversation because it's relevant to the game. It's going to be colder than any game that the Texans have played all year, and notably, the Texans do not play or even live and operate. If you play here in Houston, you don't live and operate.
They're inside right now
in a cold environment. You said this earlier in the show, Lopez. It was 50-something yesterday, and we were all acting like bitches. We were a lot of us anyway. I know I was.
I pulled out the jacket with the lining on.
Oh yeah, you had the fur lining.
Yeah.
Hey man, I cut some of my bad habits behind the cold.
You couldn't get outside?
Man, I went back inside and just said we're gonna have to deal with it. We're gonna have to figure out something else to do.
So let me go get a nicotine patch because outside don't work.
This ain't gonna be it at all. And so to that point. Not to say that it's not relevant, but I just don't have a whole lot of patience for it in terms of excuse making here's how I look at it. If this iteration of the Texans is not perfectly, specifically, and uniquely built and equipped to handle the cold weather, I don't know what Texans team will be. Now, this is we've been having this conversation all year. Is this the best Texans defense that we've ever seen? Mm-hmm. I feel like we're there at this point. This is probably the best Texans defense we've ever seen. It's not the best overall team, I don't feel like, that we've ever seen. It's hard to say that, especially given the record. Mm-hmm. So they might have better teams at some point. They might even somehow put together a better defense. But the combination of ball control, possess the ball, the line of scrimmage, let's run the ball kind of offense, and a dominant defense, the best defense in the league, that combination to me fits perfectly, especially for a warm weather city football team to be able to go out in a cold weather environment. Because if you're serious, if we're really talking about playing football, beyond just the first round or trying to get to the AFC Championship game for the first time. Like at some point, unless you're going to do all the games at NRG Stadium, at some point you are going to have to go out there and prove that you can play in cold and these type of environments. And so to me, this is the ideally built Texan squad to go out there and do that. So I don't have a whole lot of patience for being concerned.
Weather's going to affect the.
Yeah, I mean the weather's going to suck, man. Nobody likes the cold. I don't care if you're from Buffalo. I don't believe them people. They're out there and they're going through it and they're toughing it out. But I don't believe that they really like it. I can't believe that nobody really likes it. But you got to go out there and at least handle business for the 3 hours that you're out there. And I think a team like this that's not built air raid, let's stretch the ball downfield the way we know C.J. Stroud wants to do. No, they're running the ball, dinking and dunking, and allowing their defense to take over the game. And that should be a winning formula.
Especially when we're not talking about precipitation. That's the thing when we start talking about weather.
Or wind.
Right, wind.
The wind, it's going to, I think I looked at it, it's like 10 to 15. That's nothing.
Which is manageable, right? That feels pretty standard fare for any football game that's played outdoors. Right, if we're not talking about rain, snow, sleet, hail, if we're not talking about those things, when we're talking about weather and it's just cold, we got things for that, right? CJ was talking about it, actually. He was asked specifically about it in his availability, and he was like, I mean, it's really a big thing when you're on the field and you're playing football. We've all been in that circumstance where you go outside and then once you get moving, you don't feel it as much. On the sidelines, let me tell you, if you've not been there, those benches are fantastic. So they have the bottom portion of it. They've got like vents where it blows warm air.
Tuck your feet in them.
You can tuck your feet in them. And then those big coats that they have over them, like it lets the warm air get in there and circulate and stay in there. Those benches themselves, when you sit down on them, are heated. Yeah. They are taken care of when they're on the sideline, when they're on the field. In fact, CJ said the only thing that really makes you cold is when those breaks happen and you're just standing out there on the field. Hey, and there's not going to be a ton of those.
I know all about that life. Viggy, you remember when we went to the Army-Navy game a few years ago?
Oh, y'all was on the sideline?
This show goes every year.
Yeah.
I went one year
in Philly.
when we went to Philly, and if it had not been for those warm, heated benches, I wouldn't have made it.
They are really good too, man, because you think it's just warming your butt up, but your whole body get warm.
I sat on one for 45 minutes straight. 45 minutes straight.
The kicker had to move you.
Yes. It literally took the Army. An Army had to come out there and get me up off them benches. So I know all about that life. I'm 100% with that. But yeah, no, I mean, look, they, as y'all mentioned, no wind, no precipitation, dominant defense, and then, to me, specific to this game, it's special that you're going up against a Kansas City Chiefs team that's leaking oil now, right? This is probably the worst iteration of the Chiefs that you faced, and it's the best defense, right? So, like, when we think the Chiefs, obviously they've had great defenses over the years, helped them win the Super Bowl, but we think Patrick Mahomes, we think Andy Reid, and so how do you combat that? All right, well, this is the perfect defense to do that, and then they ain't really necessarily what they've been in previous years, so you want to call it a perfect storm, if you will. This defense, that offense not necessarily being what it is, going up there in any – if you're going to go up there and it be cold, this is the time and this is the situation to do it.
But they have to be able to run the ball even just a little bit.
And I think that they can.
Even just a little bit.
Did you hear what I was talking about with the duo? Because
Because they get out of their skin?
Yeah.
It's going to be tough.
I got to remember who it was to be able to attribute it properly, but I saw a graphic that was pointing to the styles of, the run schemes the teams are running, and I think it was Brian Burke at ESPN. And the Texans are one of probably about 5 teams that utilize a lot of duo. We've seen that a lot up front with them, kind of having 2 guys block one guy on the line and getting up to the next level. So I went and I was looking at Kansas City, and I was like, who have they played that maybe has run some duo that I can maybe see how they handle it? And the closest that I could find was when they played the Broncos a few weeks ago. And I went and I watched all their run reps. And when they ran duo with the defense for Kansas City, they didn't get moved off their spot, which is good for Kansas City, but they also didn't shed the blocks.
Right.
So if they're not moving, but they're not shedding and able to reach out and stop the run, the Broncos were able to pick up 3, 4, 3 kind of consistently. Does that not sound like what this Texas team would love to do? Just if you can get 3 or 4, just by making sure that you sustain that block at the first level, maybe get to the second level. They're not going to shed it. You pick up 3, pick up 4 at a time every time you run the football. That'd be success for this team.
Yeah, and I would point out that the Chiefs' defensive line is notably unremarkable outside of Chris Jones, who's got a little. I'm not gonna say he got George Pickens in him, but it ain't that far off. Like, and you can ask Ron the Show Hughley about this. Somebody that watches every single snap of Kansas City. Chris Jones will disappear a time or two here or there. The thing is, he's been a part of Super Bowl teams and has had way bigger moments than George Pickens, and so you don't necessarily think about it like that. But specific to the game again, like, so the Texans running the ball, I think is going to be really key, obviously, in a ball control situation. But my next thought was going to be an acknowledgement of this offensive line. Like, to your point about duo and how much success that they're having with that, they're a lot better in the run game, and a lot due to the duo that some of these tactics that they've been using as of late, but then also the protection as well. And we don't think this is going to be one of those, huge, heavy passing game type of situation for the Texans. But you look over the last couple of weeks, the last few weeks since they've been rocking with this specific offensive line, I think the offensive line changes the conversation, and how they've been playing, to me, changes the conversation about the team overall. They still have some penalty issues. Right. Of course, C.J. Stroud was sacked a couple of times this last game, but they had no sacks given up against the Bills. And then at least one of the sacks against the Colts was a C.J. Stroud thing. And we know C.J. Stroud kind of has that issue, whether it's holding on to the ball sometimes or running into a sack or running too far back or whatever the case may be. He also had some plays where he dirts the ball. I think DeMeco Ryans talked about this on the Coaches Show earlier in the week. That kind of shows some growth in that area, but that is a little of a weakness in his game at times. And so, but the point that I'm making here is that I think the offensive line is a lot better, and that's something that needs and requires acknowledgement when you start talking about this offense, the Texans offense specifically, taking that next step, and I think that they've done that. I don't know how y'all are feeling about this combination of offensive line, but I'm feeling a lot better about it. As somebody who is not a fan of moving Titus Howard from tackle to guard and hate how they yo-yo the guy throughout his entire career. It seems like this happens every year. Got to admit, it's working right now. It looks pretty good.
It's the best version of what this offensive line could be, and it's the best personnel. DeMeco, how often we heard DeMeco say, just get the 5 best out there. I think they finally, after 11 weeks or whatever it was, 10 weeks, got their best 5.
And I want to give credit, because I try and make sure I give credit on the other side of maybe not being as glowing about certain things. Got to give credit to, one, the belief that's there. Shout out to the fellas of The Drive. They interviewed Trent Brown yesterday, big old Trent Brown, who expressed pretty glowingly his belief in the system that I imagine is pretty mirrored by all those guys. And, belief is a huge thing in getting anything done. It's the first step. But secondarily, their technique is so much better. And you got to bring that to Cole Popovich. And I know there was questions about, like, all right, he was already in the building. How are you actually going to see a difference? The minutia of, like, getting those technicalities right, that's showing up. You're seeing the benefits of that when they have the right dudes that have the other things that can help elevate that. And I think all those things have come together to a much more sustainable offensive line.
Yeah, and I agree. Cole Popovich deserves a lot of credit, and I think where he was getting sold short when they promoted him from assistant offensive line coach to the actual offensive line coach was kind of just overlooking the fact that the assistant does not have he gets input. They might ask his opinion, but they are not required to take it. So that is the difference. It wasn't a matter of this guy was in the building. It was a matter of this guy was not in charge of anything, and now he is, and we're seeing the fruits of that labor.
After some time, it's come to bear. All right, those are B. Scott's thoughts here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Quit talking about all that damn cold. It's not gonna matter. All right, you're in the Loop. Coming up next, let's get you what's popping. I'll see if we've found anything out about the FIFA World Draw, but also let's talk about a little bit of Rockets. They're playing tonight against the Suns. We'll do all that next.
Coach DeMeco.
Line $100 plus a month plan with autopay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. This has become a morbid curiosity here in the studio because, no, we still don't have, after 44 minutes of stuff, whether it was singing, awarding peace prizes.
Are you not entertained?
I'm not.
Looking at Heidi Klum, I am. But we haven't found out a single thing about the World Cup and who plays where, which is fine. It's all good. But what we have found out today is Kamari Lassiter was out at practice. However,
on the side,
asterisk, caveat, he was on the side, and this is a walkthrough day at NRG Stadium as the fellas get ready for Texans-Chiefs. So how do we feel about Kamari Lassiter right now, knowing that he is a large part of what this team's identity is defensively?
Dude is just tough, man. He's a dog, and so I got a hard time believing it. Like, if he can walk and like move normally, like anything close to normally, I think he's gonna play. I remember back in the day, early 2000s, Shaq used to make I forget whatever injury Shaq was starting to go through with the Lakers, but he would quote his dad and say, "Man, my dad used to tell me if you can walk, you can run, and if you can run, you can play," which is not necessarily how it works.
And it's hilarious to hear that coming from Shaquille O'Neal.
Yes,
Mr. I got hurt playing on company time, so I'm gonna recover on company time.
And by the way, it's not true.
It's not true at all. It's not true at all.
True.
But I can see irrational competitors viewing it that way, and Kamari Lassiter is somebody that I could absolutely see viewing the world in some similar lens. Like, hey, man, I can walk, I can run. I can run, I can play. Not an exact science, probably not even logic, but I could see it. So at this point, I'll say this. I would be surprised if Kamari Lassiter does not play. I am just more curious to see how effective and or hampered is he by his injury. I think he's going to be out there, though.
I would be interested in seeing him out there, and I talked about this yesterday with you, Lopez. The Colts game, especially with Alec Pierce and the speed that he has, I felt like I started to see, the foot speed difference shows up in a little bit more here.
But to be fair, Alec Pierce is a burner.
Right.
That dude is a burner.
Would you like to check the Chiefs depth chart?
You know, they got burners. Yeah. I'm familiar with
that. That was the particular thought with me. It's not that I think he could got all the damn time, because clearly that's not the case. Fantastic, and he's managed to make us all look silly for even having real big thoughts about that foot speed conversation. I think in this particular circumstance, if he is hampered in that foot, that's where I go, okay. Not saying that it's going to topple this defense by any means, because that'd be asinine, but it's just like, how does that change the margin in a game?
Does it change the approach?
Where it's slow margin? Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. Yeah, it absolutely could, but I would also say, just in terms of his importance, some of the stuff that I was talking about earlier about being uniquely built for this type of game, the weather, like who do you want more on your defense in a game like this, where it seems like toughness and will and determination matters more, maybe in most games, maybe whereas it sounds cliche in more games than it does in this one because of the cold, because of that circumstance. You want guys like Kamari Lassiter, Azeez Al-Shire, Will Anderson, and Daniil Hunter. Like, these are the types of players that, to me, are specifically built for this type of game. Now, the foot is going to be an obvious question, and like I said, I'm going to be watching out for it. I am curious, like you said, Lopez, how does it change the approach?
Yeah.
But he absolutely has got to be out there one way or another. He's a football player, so you find a way. His foot speed is being hampered. All right, well, maybe he's the safety today. You know, I'm being a little bit sarcastic, but maybe we just do something different with him today. Maybe we alter our coverage, but we want Kamari Lassiter in the mix somehow, some way.
If he doesn't play, we were talking about this earlier. I mean, the whole dynamic of what you're doing defensively changes. To
some degree, I think that they do what they do. It's just going to be, hey, here's Traymon Smith over here, and do our teams more comfortable to take attacks over there. Now, the question then becomes how capable are the Chiefs in doing that, considering that it's quite possible that they're missing 3 of their starting offensive linemen, and Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson Jr. are on the ass.
Yeah. I mean, with Kamari's foot injury, do you feel better about him instead of having to keep up with burners like Rashee Rice or Xavier Worthy? Do you just feel better about him lining up closer to the line of scrimmage and maybe guarding the more physical players like the tight ends and like make him more of a slot corner, and that brings into question what do you do exactly with Jalen Petrie? Like it is a odd numbers game if you have to adjust your game plan with Kamari, but he's absolutely somebody that I got to have out there if he's ready to go.
It's one of those things that I think I'll wrap it up here. Is I think it's an interesting thing to think about. I wouldn't say I'm worried about it, but it's like, this is a point of intrigue for me as we go into Sunday. So definitely you want to listen 4:20 p.m. on Sunday when Texans Countdown starts with Sean and Seth. They'll give you all the insight, and they will lead you up to kickoff. And that's going to be one of the things that's going to be of great intrigue. Is Kamari Lassiter ready to go in this game? Is he going to give it a shot? We mentioned the Rockets are welcoming in the Phoenix Suns tonight at Toyota Center. Now, you will not see Devin Booker. You will not see Jalen Green, both of them out. But you will see a man who has decided to become a different level of himself because his team has needed it in Dillon Brooks. What are you looking for from this game tonight, B. Scott?
Well, start off with the Dillon Brooks tribute video. And
good point.
And shout out to Dillon Brooks for his 2-year tenure here with the Rockets that I think was probably more influential in culture changing and culture setting than I think most people gave it credit for. So shout out to Dillon Brooks, but I am looking for them to beat up on a Suns team that is better than I think most people thought it would be, but does not have its best player. Now, you might question a little bit with the way that Dillon Brooks has been playing.
Okay.
Like, is Dillon Brooks their best player these days?
Right.
If you want to do that. But I think a Dillon Brooks-led Phoenix Suns team should be doomed at Toyota Center with these guys. So I'm looking for a lot of more of the same, at least in terms of how I saw them, in the most recent game against the Kings, kind of righting the wrong against the Jazz on the second end of that back-to-back. Yeah, I want them to beat up on the back teams
Kevin Durant getting
as they should.
Is Kevin Durant getting the stare down?
Yes. No, well, it's not even that is, to be fair, everybody's getting that stare down.
But it's always the star, that he really sort of.
I feel like he's literally, maybe it is, but I feel like he's just doing that. Like he's staring into space and he's in his own world.
I'm having a hard time remembering because obviously these teams have played before. They just played in Phoenix. Was it a couple weeks ago?
But Durant wasn't there.
And I'm that's fair. But I'm trying to remember what the mugging process was like, or what the kind of, because they got physical.
Durant didn't go to that. That was one when he had his family.
His family issues.
Yeah. So that was last week, early last week, and Amen Thompson is still wearing that patch on his chin from when Nick Richards hit him, went him upside his head. So I'm interested to see just how physical it continues to get.
Yeah.
Because that is one of the things that after that game I was like, oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That used to be the Rockets, and it's not quite them anymore. Which, speaking of, we don't have time for it. I was about to jump into the Amen thing.
Well, I was about to jump into the Amen thing.
You got it, big dog.
Well, because you asked what are we looking to see, I am waiting to see. Maybe it doesn't happen in this game. Maybe it doesn't happen in the next game. Maybe it doesn't happen until a month from now. Maybe it doesn't happen until after the All-Star break. But I am interested to see at what point do the Rockets acknowledge where Amen Thompson is at his best right now.
I think they're acknowledging it.
Are they going to – do they still want him – how much on-ball action do you really want from Amen Thompson, or do you want to kind of put him back into the role where he was excelling last year and kind of just focus on him in a dunker spot and off-ball – and sort of just allowing him to thrive that way? Do you get a better version? Do they think they get a better version of Amen Thompson by doing that?
Aren't they kind of acknowledging it now, just in how they're playing?
A little bit. There's a lot of Kevin Durant pseudo point guard happening now.
Yeah. No, I think you're seeing that transition. And so, but of course, Amen Thompson still has the ball in his hand quite a bit.
Yeah.
So, and that's was a lot of the heart of the issue, I thought, in the first half, which was funny because he had a really good first half, but where he wasn't good was when he's got the ball, but he's missing point-blank shots at the rim, and, obviously still doesn't have a credible jump shot. So, I think it's going to be interesting to see how they make that adjustment with Amen Thompson.
Excited to see it. And finally, the final draw, the draw for the World Cup is starting to happen now. I'll give you some updates as to what it actually means for the United States of America and also for the city of Houston, who
I think the sites are going to be announced tomorrow.
Are they going to be announced tomorrow?
This is the draw. If I saw, I'll look it up. But this is the draw of the groups and actual sites are going to be tomorrow. They're dragging this.
All right. Yeah, of course they are. But we knew about POTS or anything.
Yeah.
I'll talk about that later. But the FIFA thing that I did want to say is I think we got a little bit of a win. Generally, if you want to go and watch some of these teams play at what they will call Houston Stadium, I imagine.
Yeah.
FIFA has backed away from a plan that they had to use dynamic pricing for tickets.
Yeah.
And if you're not familiar with the concept of dynamic pricing, it's just that, especially within our ever-growing data world, that, the prices would shift depending on various different factors when you went to buy them, which, as you might imagine, for a lot of people, and I don't think you can imagine prices going down, but they can go up, right? And so that was a little daunting in what is already an exorbitant price line in World Cup tickets. That would have been really tough to get into some matches if you were hoping to do that. It seems like FIFA is walking away from that for the World Cup 2026.
Yeah, ticket acquisition has been one of the more fascinating parts about this whole World Cup process for me. Like some of the stuff that places like Verizon has done, like some of the exclusive offers to get tickets. I have found the ticket acquisition aspect of this to be one of the more fascinating pre-World Cup aspects of the entire process.
Yeah, I think, obviously they're trying to temper back on what has been just absolutely outrageous pricing.
Yeah.
Make no mistake, it's still going to be extremely high.
Without question.
It's still going to be extremely high.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, B. Scott, appreciate you giving us a little bit of time on this Friday.
Always fun, man.
Always a pleasure to have you in. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, there's a few statistics or kind of things about this game between the Texans and the Chiefs. And I want to ask you, Lopez, and I want to ask you, listener, are these things something, nothing, or everything? Let's do that next.
The Drive.
or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it could end your debt nightmare and save you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. For free information and to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, simply go online and visit DRA.com or call 800-474-1811. 800-474-1811. That's 800-474-1811.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
It is indeed a Football Friday here on Sports Radio 610, and the Football Friday fun continues on when we're off the air at 2 with the fellas of the drive. They'll be out at Raven Tower near North Side. It is, so make sure you go out and see those fine fellas out there having a good time, gearing up for Texans-Chiefs, as we all are here on this Football Friday. Appreciate Academy Sports and Outdoors and Tom Ball Ford for doing that. But you know me, I dig into the numbers of these things. I allow my anxiety to drive me in looking at various different stats and figures and tendencies of teams going into these games. And I kind of am looking at a stack of them, and I kind of need your help, Lopez. I kind of need your help, Fig. I kind of need your help, listener, to tell me whether these are something, nothing, or everything. Does that find fair?
I will play.
Okay. You know what? Just to get us in the feel of things. Kamari Lassiter, foot injury. Something, nothing, everything.
Something. Just because he was on the side today, I feel like he's one of those guys that you just feel is always going to play if he has, any chance whatsoever. The whole Shaq mentality: if you can walk, you can run, et cetera. But it's not nothing. It is going to affect how they play.
Yeah, I'm going to say something, too, and maybe this is a little PTSD. I'm kind of getting that with foot injuries around here, where you kind of see a foot injury, it's like, and then next thing you know is like, out for the season. Or I think, Tim Settle just had.
We didn't really even know.
Yeah,
it just came out of nowhere.
So, it's probably not anything, to be honest, but to me, in my brain, it's something.
Oh, yeah.
Just because of the history.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so we got a feel for it. I see you on the YouTube page, something. I would tend to agree. I think that is something. I want it's something, but it's closer to nothing for me. However, that's neither here nor there. All right, the Texans have used a lot of zone, 12th highest rate, which is not entirely the highest, but a lot of zone this year. When you're looking at Patrick Mahomes, they have been much more effective against zone coverage this season, generating the third most yards per attempt and completing 70% of his passes against zone. Overall, mind you, his yardage total, which is just under 2,400 against the zone, second most in the league.
Oof.
Something, nothing, or everything.
I might go everything on this, simply because of what we just talked about with Lassiter in the secondary and new faces perhaps, or being affected physically. And then 70% doesn't lie, 2,400 yards doesn't lie, and you've got a zone killer in Travis Kelce. I think it's everything in this game.
Yeah, and what's interesting is he's only averaged about 5 yards an attempt, which is the fifth fewest against man. This is a team that has the capability of playing some man. I think they are more inclined towards zone in those instances.
What do you think on this?
I've been trying to.
I think it's everything.
You think it's everything?
If the Texans go man, I think they'll have more success by the numbers alone. But then again, you have an injured secondary, and for him to have that kind of success against the zone, which the Texans do a lot, as you mentioned, I think that could be a sort of one of the big determining factors.
Right. Yeah. Are you going to have Patrick Mahomes able to just kind of continually find people to get the ball to?
Yeah.
Especially because I imagine they're going to be trying to get the ball out quick, and this still feels like it ties in very nicely. In fact, can you give me Matt Burke talking about this on defense? Ties in very nicely with the biggest relationship that the Chiefs have on their offensive side, which is Pat Mahomes and Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce is so good at filling out the space in zone. And this was Matt Burke talking about that relationship that they have.
That's a very unique relationship. And I think when you talk about the off-schedule plays and the scramble drill and those sort of things, like, I don't know how to, like, sort of classify it. It's just different and it's unique because, like sometimes you can't even tell what routes that are being run, you know what I mean? And so, like, when you're breaking games down, you're saying, oh, they run these routes and these concepts, like, and Kelsey's got such an innate ability to uncover and get open, and to have that paired up with a quarterback that can find them and understand where those pockets are going to be is like very, very unique. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, I don't think there's anyone else in the league that operates the way they do when that happens, when the play gets going and play breaks down. Like, the receiver's ability, particularly Kelsey, to find the spots, and then the fact that Mahomes can find those throws and know where they're going to be. Like, it's hard in terms of how you're trying to, like, get attached and get on guys, because they're just not, like, in the common spots, and how they have that connection to say, like, I know he's going to be there and I can make that throw, or I know this is where it's going to show up, or where this receiver's going to be. Like, we got to really work to get attached when we're in those situations, for sure.
I thought that was great. That's about as transparent as you can get from a defensive coordinator. But I also thought this, you don't know, because I'm not sure they know.
What routes they're running at those times?
I'm not sure when the ball is snapped. You know, the old wink of an eye or some hand gesture, maybe sometimes they do that. I think sometimes, Reggie, they just like, all right, do your thing, I'll do mine. You know, I don't think they have a real idea sometimes.
And I it's one of those things that's evident when you think about it, but I just didn't think about it very frequently, which is, you know, that's got to be hell for a defensive coordinator. Not just, you know, that they're good at finding each other, but you go, is that something that was designed, or did they just pull that out their keisters?
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to that. And I see a couple of people mentioning that Seth has talked about this being like more of a matchup type zone. And for that, I think it's something, but I don't think it's everything, because some of this is also Patrick Mahomes just tends to be good at getting his guys the football in general, but the pressure that he's under is going to try and make the diamonds in this for your Texans defense. But it's going to be something I'm very interested in watching in this game. Another thing is, how have you felt about the Texans tackling? Because technically, on the per Next Gen Stats, they've recorded the second highest missed tackle rate in the league this year. But teams haven't even gained that many yards off of missed tackles because of the nature of them swarming.
Yeah.
However, you know, this is a Chiefs team that you really got to make sure that you stick to, and you can't allow them to, you know, use the Patrick Mahomes magic to wriggle out of moments.
Yeah.
A la the third and longs that we've seen a ton of times. Is this something, nothing, or everything?
Well, it's clearly something, simply because, you know, that's a high rate of missed tackles, but every missed tackle has a story, to paraphrase Brock Osweiler. If you're missing tackles on the line of scrimmage, the swarm is there. We've seen it repeatedly. Very recently, we've seen it. You're missing tackles in the secondary, that's an entirely different story. You miss a tackle in the secondary, and they've been very good at that. I wish we could see the numbers broken down from, you know, defensive backs versus linebackers and tackles. Because it seems to me like when we talk about missed tackling, a lot of times it's on runs, you know, like linebackers, et cetera. And then the swarm is there, and it doesn't really hurt you that much.
Sure.
You know, but if you miss, I think the secondary has been pretty strong, and this is just eyeball test. And you start missing them out there, and then it becomes a different story.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want another audio assist on this
Of
one?
course.
I kind of like the pop of that.
Yeah.
I would like to go back to Matt Burke, because Burke was asked about something that I had not kept in mind, but I probably should have again. This is the first time that Jalen Petrie, over the last couple of seasons, has to play with the Chiefs. This is Matt Burke, rather, defensive coordinator of the team, talking about having Jalen Petrie back in the toe for this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's a good player, obviously, for us. So it's obviously good to have good players back for us and playing. So, yeah, I think just that core of sort of underneath defenders for us, the linebacker level, Petrie, and the safety level, like that's where a lot of that stuff's happening. I mean, our corners are our corners and whatnot. But I think having a guy with his speed and tackling ability, because again, there's a lot of it's going to be tackling in space and those sort of things. That hopefully is a huge benefit for us.
Something, nothing, or everything, having Jalen Petrie in this game.
Oh, I think it's I think it's everything. Just even though, you know, he had missed tackles early in his career, and I think that reputation is still kind of there. He's been much better in terms of tackling, you know, since then, more recently.
Season long, he still has a high, like he leads the team on missed tackles, which is the 8th most for all defenders even. But I think you're right. I think that this has kind of tempered down, and some of it is also, he missed games with the injury. But coming back last game, he looked fantastic.
Yeah.
And I think that he's going to matter. I think this is everything. I think having him in tow, especially where you looked at last year, tight ends beating you, and I know that people don't feel great about his coverage capabilities, but what was your substitution last year in that slot? I think that it's going to be good having guys in the place that they're comfortable in, especially also when we talk about blitzing, when they do decide to blitz Patrick Mahomes, that's going to be a key asset in Jalen Petrie. I think he's huge in this game, having him available.
Especially because Lassiter has been known to blitz. And so now you have another weapon at least. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's at least get this one in here. The Chiefs defense that you're facing off against, not nearly the same level of defense as it has been the last couple of years. We've talked about that. They've been susceptible to play action this season. They've allowed a league-high 77% completion percentage on play action. C.J. Stroud in this offense, I guess season-long, hasn't used a lot of play action. It feels like it's taked up in my note-taking when I've seen it. The idea that this defense, real susceptible to play action, something, nothing, or everything.
Oh, I think it's something. I think it's absolutely something, just because you're right, and this is another eyeball test, not digging into the numbers. I've seen that a lot, and that's one of the reasons that they're going to run the ball no matter what. And D'Amico talked about that this week. Just run the ball. We know that that's what they are, and that's what they're going to do. And the play action off of that, even if you just get 2 yards, 2nd and 8, they're going to have to trust, the play action. They're going to have to respect the run possibility there.
I think it's everything.
Really?
In fact, because you got one thing you got to remember. When you're looking at defenses, a Steve Spagnuolo defense is trying to disguise things all the damn time. I think if you can do things that then shifts some of the burden back onto them when it comes to discipline and things of that nature, I think that's huge. Or even something that as simple as, creating some level of discord in what they do, making it tough on them in the chess match. I think that's huge, and I think that this is one of those weapons, in addition to utilizing motion to help uncover some of the disguises that they're putting in there.
It could absolutely be.
Yeah, putting a lot of effort, a lot of strain on Leo Chenal and the other guys in that second level of the defense with some play action, hugely important, I think, in this game. I think this is everything.
I think that's what they want. They definitely want to be able to utilize that.
Yeah, so a little bit of thing, nothing, or everything. Oh, and real quick, I think this one could be real quick, because I mentioned this to you. Did I mention it on air or maybe off air? I can't even remember. C.J. Stroud hasn't thrown a touchdown pass in each of his last 2 starts.
You mentioned it briefly yesterday on air, and I was actually surprised. I just seemed to remember one because it's not everything.
Are you just remembering Davis throwing touchdowns?
I guess I was. It's not everything, but of course it's something. I mean, and it's something to him. It's something that he wants to get back on track with.
This is as close as it's something, but I think this is as close as I can get to as saying that it's nothing, as I think things that we've thrown up here, because it feels like they found a little bit more innovation in, and that's all relative, obviously, in the red zone with running the football. Like it might be that this is becoming a little bit more of a we can get in the end zone by running the football type of team. It can't be the end all be all, and I think you definitely need C.J. Stroud to throw. But I'm not as concerned about this as I thought I would be going into this game. One, because I don't really rate the Chiefs defense right now on stopping the run, but particularly because it feels like they've had a little bit more innovation in getting out to the outside and letting Woody Marks or Nico Collins get out there and score a touchdown.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think it clearly could be a case where first of all, they're going to continue to run the ball. They're going to continue to try to run the ball no matter what. So that lends itself to play action.
And a fair point also from the 8-3-2. He probably should have had a touchdown throw if Nico Collins manages to get his body weight directed properly and doesn't step out of bounds on that play, the deep over where he just kind of can't corral himself, where he had the room to turn the corner, interestingly enough. Yeah. So fair enough, fair play to the 8-3-2. This is definitely something, definitely not nothing. Let's turn to the phone line where I'm hearing that we got a Dom in New Jersey who wants to get us hyped for the game.
We need a fix.
Dom, what's happening, my man?
Boys, it's Fire Me Up Football Friday. Let's go. Texans fans, our time is now. This time it's different. Arrowhead has been a house of horrors for us. Let's walk into that dump this Sunday night and exercise those demons. I don't care who's banged up, who won't be out there with us. I believe in this system. I believe in this coaching staff. And most of all, I believe in this team. And it starts with you, Seven. This is your time to prove to everyone that you're still that dude. Again, the word is belief. I believe in you. The city of Houston believes in you. Defense, I need you swarming your you-know-what's off all night long. Play fast, play physical as hell like you always do. Hit them in the mouth from the jump. Let them know Houston has arrived. And finally, gentlemen, we've been in this spot before. We've received love from the national media, and we never prove ourselves. This time, it's different. Let's double down on all the national media attention we've been getting. Let's show them we're for real. It's all right in front of us. Let's effing go Texans, baby.
There you go.
All right, Dom.
There you go.
All right, Dom.
Dom's call. Something, nothing, or everything.
It's everything.
Let's go.
Absolutely everything. And it does speak to, what we talked about, another primetime game. Another primetime game. Last time you were on primetime, you sacked Josh Allen 8 times.
Sure did.
You do the same thing or have a same type of successful performance against the Chiefs, it's not going to be like, yeah, but the Texans this. No, I think they'll be all in.
Super excited for this game.
Yeah.
7:20 on Sunday. It is that island game that we talk about. Sunday night. 4:20 is when pregame starts with
nice.
Sean and Seth. Yeah, it is indeed nice. I'm sure that you'll be blazing it. And we'll get all the information and get you ready right here on your home of the Houston Texans, Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us in the loop on this Football Friday. Coming up next, let's do our lunchtime confessions. We'll do that next.
The Texans are headed Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, presented by the Men's Clinic on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This wasn't my regularly scheduled confession, but I hate FIFA so much, and I love soccer. I just hate FIFA so much.
You're not the only one.
More so than you can talk about all these commissioners of this league or this and that. It is by the way, FIFA is the international governing body, for those who don't know, of soccer.
Footy, as I like to call it.
Footy. They have the World Cup draw today, which is being watched by billions of people around the world.
And those people are also annoyed, just to let you know. This isn't just American annoyance.
No, this is not. In fact, probably more so them than us, even, because we're used to, all these drawn out, whatever events in sports, whether it's the sky, whatever. But they were supposed to announce the World Cup draw. And if you're not a soccer fan, too bad. More people are.
Well, you may not be a soccer fan. I imagine you're an America fan, and we're just trying to find out who are they going to play.
We are going on an hour and a half into this draw. And we've had some contrived awards. We've had Lauryn Hill actually showing up on time.
That's the most amazing thing about all this, right? And I say this as an apolitical statement.
Yeah.
Literally the only person who has kept to the time on the program was Donald J. Trump, a man who likes to talk.
Yeah.
That is amazing. That is amazing that's happening.
And they're having these music things, and they truly have not drawn a single team that we didn't know already was in. It was basically Canada, U.S., and Mexico.
And they're hosting.
Yeah. And by the way, the reason I hate FIFA is not just because of this, but because this is emblematic of what they are. Pompous, arrogant, dirty. They truly did just put out when, I guess, Qatar. They literally just went to all these countries and said, who's going to pay us the most? And you're getting
Stop describing college football, okay? Calm down.
This is stupid, ridiculous. That was not my regularly scheduled, but I had to get that off my chest.
You can still go for your regular one, too.
All right, let's go to the regular one.
These are my confessions.
How's Amazon doing during the holidays? Pretty good so far, huh?
What do you mean,
getting stuff out. You're getting your things. I don't know if you've ordered any.
I have.
I've ordered a couple. It landed just as usual in a day or two, as they're wont to do. In the midst of the holiday season, Amazon is rolling out 30-minute deliveries.
Ain't no way.
Well, I've got questions. 30-minute deliveries. They're rolling them out in Seattle and Philadelphia right now, and they're going to expand it to other cities. So my questions include this. Outside of like medicine or something, why do you need something in 30 minutes? Like you're ordering, I ordered fuel treatment the other day on Amazon. Got it a couple of days later. Cool, I'll use it. Why do you need something like that in 30 minutes? That's question number one. Question number two, have you seen traffic? Are you familiar? Are you familiar with Houston traffic, LA traffic, hell, Philadelphia traffic? There's no way this is going to work, right?
I just feel bad for the drivers because I'm like,
30
what kind of mule driving are they doing to get those? Like, we were like, hey, anything that you want off the internet on Domino's pizza timing. What?
You want this in a pizza?
Yeah.
You're getting 30 minutes?
Are they rolling out the little drone things too? Because I've been seeing that.
They gotta be. They gotta have the drones and the little robots that they roll around on the sidewalks and stuff. It's gotta be that. In order
how they just flying the drones around and then drop the groceries in your backyard and all that stuff.
It's called Amazon Now, and even Prime members have to pay an extra $3.99.
There it is. Okay.
If you're not Prime, it's an extra $13.99.
Gross.
Wow. Amazon deliveries in 30 minutes?
They are cleaning up, man.
Oh my gosh.
Somebody said, I want my bleep now, okay? $14 for the hey, but you know what? Sometimes I imagine they expect people to make that calculus of, is this worth it in this moment? And there's gonna be instances where the answer is yes.
Yeah.
It's my money and I need it now.
Okay, 713 is confirming, because I did not do the appropriate reading, that the 30-minute deliveries are drone only.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that makes sense.
I don't know. Still, I don't know.
You gotta subscribe to it so you can see it
When they get here, I'll
yeah.
do one. I'll do one. See
Excellent.
how long it takes.
That's what In the Loop is here for. Trying things that you don't want to try for yourself. At least that's John Lopez's job.
These are my confessions.
John, it's kind of interesting that you were just having a moment earlier this week talking about how you missed the movies.
Yeah, as events.
And you're going to miss it even more because I think the big news in like entertainment is going to spell the end or like a real steep decline from where we already are in theater releases and stuff. In fact, they've said as much because Warner Brothers Discovery, obviously a huge, media company because it's a whole bunch of different levels of it, was bought by Netflix, or at least it was confirmed that would happen. And Netflix has already said that they're going to shorten theater releases, obviously, so it can get to streaming, which cool to get to streaming. However, movie theaters are going to die, aren't they? Because this is what they're telling us, and we know companies will tell us stuff and then do more stuff later.
You're talking about the Warner Brothers and Netflix $82 billion, right? Wasn't it an $82 billion?
Netflix won the bidding for Warner Brothers Entertainment or whatever.
And you're saying it's going to kill?
I think we're headed towards at least movie theaters being like a done deal. So Netflix's incentive, I think, is to take all that property and throw it up on the platform, man.
Now, see, that's why I wanted to talk to you guys about this, because both of you are a lot more plugged into this stuff than I am. I just enjoy content. I don't really know the business of it, especially you, Reggie.
Well, I don't want to purport myself as some level of expert because I'm not that.
I did see that as part of the deal, and maybe this is just lip service, where they're still going to release to theaters.
They are.
Yeah.
For now.
That's what I'm wondering.
Just like Red Zone is only going to have 1 minute ads.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like it's hard for me because with them getting the rights to Warner Brothers, they also had the rights to Harry Potter,
all kinds
stuff
of
like that.
stuff, yeah.
So it's hard for me to believe that they ain't thinking about putting a new Harry Potter series or movie or something like that.
Series I can
Netflix.
Understand. Movie I want to see it released to a theater.
Well, I mean, I think there's a lot of people because I think the period of time that we've had over the last like 5 years has made people like, I'm actually not too bad with the big TV that I have in my house, just getting the movie straight there. The question I have is, you'll have it on Netflix. How much do you think you're going to pay for the entirety of the Warner Brothers catalog and Netflix? Brother, they're gonna be taxed. It is the new cable at this point, ain't it? You're gonna be paying cable prices for Netflix.
And then not to mention, I think part of that deal was HBO Max.
Yes.
And so I'm not sure how that's gonna go, if HBO Max, the actual app, is gonna go away, or if that's gonna go up, and I have no idea, man. This is a mess.
It's a mess, and that's why I'm glad you brought this up as your confession, because I'd like some more clarity. I mean, none of us are going to know until, it starts to happen, but I'm curious on it.
I am terrified for the movie industry, and I just hope they don't do nothing stupid to The Wire, because I don't know how they could. But now it's under Netflix's purview.
You're worried.
Do it right.
Yeah.
I'm going to show up somewhere.
These are my confessions.
So I've been talking about this stray dog who I haven't seen in the last day.
They came and got him?
I have no idea. I don't know if he just off somewhere else and probably be back later this afternoon. I don't know. But I got to confess, man, I'm kind of tired of people that see this dog and hear me talk about this dog and say, oh, you should keep him. Like, why would I don't want to keep a dog, man. It seems like every time they see this dog, it's like, oh, why don't you feed him and give him some water? And like, no, I'm not doing that. I don't understand why that's for everybody's thought, especially when you hear how irritated I am and how much, I don't want to say he's not causing a lot of issues, but nah, man, it's a stray dog or either somebody's lost dog. I'm not taking care, and it's a big ass dog. It's a I forgot the name of it, like a Great
Pyrenees.
Yeah, that's the type of dog it is.
And some people are just not two dog families.
Look, I got one dog, and that's enough.
Yeah,
I can't have no Great Pyrenee walking around my house, man. Like, nah, I'm good, and they need a lot of room and all that. So I don't understand how people, when they see me kind of being irritated about it.
No, I'm with you.
And they say, "Oh, you should keep it." I'm like, no, why don't you pick it up?
It's easy for you to say.
Yeah, why don't you come over here and pick it up?
Yeah.
If it's that big of a deal, you come get it. Don't nobody want to come get it, but they trying to force it on me. Like, no, I'm not feeling bad.
No, I'm with you, man. I'm with you.
These are my confessions.
So I saw this seconds before you showed it to me, and we're going to get to the college football theme of the week here at some point today.
Well, here soon.
Soon, next.
Yeah.
So Matt Campbell all of a sudden seems to be closing in on a deal with Penn State.
Correct.
My confession, stay tuned.
Oh.
Stay tuned. I don't know anything. Penn State is just screwing everything up right now.
Oh, you don't think this is
They had the BYU coach.
Well, no, they didn't. Big Cookie came in.
Yeah, Crumble Cookies came in and said, eat on these crumbs. I mean, because I'm not so sure that it is a done deal that Matt Campbell from Iowa State, by the way, very big, popular guy in the NRG building, is going to end up being the Penn State coach. Penn State also, by the way, ranked 150th in the recruiting rankings yesterday. That's not good.
To me, this is like the perfect example of, hey, we know it's not going well, but you probably shouldn't have fired your coach.
Grass ain't always green, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Because
be careful what you wish for.
Yeah, because if you're gonna fire the coach, you got to have somebody in place that you know is confident that would take this job, type of deal.
And they generally do.
I think the question for Penn State though or with Matt Campbell in particular, how much does Iowa State have as a program to invest in the money of it? Because I imagine that Penn State is going to look at this as we are committing a lot more money to investing in the payment of players than Iowa State would. And does that change the recruiting profile that Matt Campbell has on top of his clear development profile that he has to raise the elevation of the players that he brings in?
I always say that, and you're right, but I also always say this. Pick a college, pick a university. They got a billionaire or two lying around. But
there's levels to this, man.
They got a billionaire or two. Every school does.
There's
Did you
levels
think
to this
BYU was going to come in with crumble cookies? I didn't even know that dude.
Yeah, I didn't realize it until I read. Of course, I'm North that has a college football newsletter. Yeah. Matt Brown of Extra Points. It's a fantastic newsletter in the business of college football. He made it very clear. The Church of Latter-day Saints, right? Otherwise known as Mormons. They don't really do all these other vices, right? Drinking, gambling, all that stuff.
They do football.
When they do their vices, it's junk food. So them crumble cookies go hard in Utah apparently, and so
that's their
hadn't thought about
that's them living on the wild side.
Had not considered it. Right?
All the sugar.
When they feel like being real bad, they like, I'm about to go give me a real crazy chocolate chip, baby. And so apparently that's the money over there.
We're going wild tonight, baby.
They slanging cookies over there.
We're going wild.
So
tonight.
our College Station, depending on the price of oil, we can make some things shake at Texas A&M. Out there in Utah, they like, how the cookie market looking? We might be able to keep the coach, get us some players.
No, I think Iowa State. I don't know if I'd count them out just yet.
Oh, that's interesting. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Those are your lunchtime confessions. Coming up next, we started talking college football. Why not continue? Let's get to our college football headline for the weekend. It's championship weekend coming up. What does John Lopez have for you in store? We'll find out next.
Coach D'Amico.
834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
We're about to get into our college football preview presented by Wrangler to get you ready for championship weekend. But the college football of the world, soccer, the FIFA World Cup draws finally actually happening.
Yeah.
And we have one team in the USA's group D, mind you, where the United States of America, the Yanks, will be facing off at some point or another against the Socceroos, Australia, which is probably the best that you could get. If you're not familiar, they set it up in pots.
It's like seeding.
Yeah, so each team gets, you have your 1 line, your 2 line, your 3 line, your 4 line is basically the way that I'll set it up in this instance. And USA is part of the 1 line. And honestly, they're probably not a 1 line type nation right now.
No.
So the idea that they got Australia, which is probably a lower 2 seed in a way of saying, is a really good thing early on. We'll keep you up to date with what's happening there. But John Lopez, forget the world's college football. Let's talk about America's college football right now. I would like our college football headline of the week, Mr. Headline Writer, presented by Wrangler.
That headline of the week is "Don't Step in It Saturday."
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Don't step in it. And there are a number of reasons why this is going to be an interesting, whether your team's season is over or not.
Well, some team's season is over, but also isn't. Did you see Vanderbilt?
Yeah, well, yeah.
You see Vandy, apparently Clark Lee was out here like, hey, boys, have your bags packed in case we get somebody who wants to play us so we can impress the college football playoffs. And at which point I had to think, it can't be that bad, can it?
Yeah, that's where they are right now. A lot of these conference championship games, if one team or the other steps in it, is going to change the entire complexion of what the college football playoff looks like. Let's start with the Big 12 championship, BYU versus Texas Tech. That's
You're not even going to start. You're not start tonight.
There is one tonight. Is that Tulane and
Tulane and North Texas? The American.
That's a big one.
Is going to be actually another one that's also pretty big is Kennesaw State James Madison Troy. James Madison should get their job done, but if you tie this in with the ACC championship game, James Madison has an opportunity to sneak into the college football playoff because again, it's the highest rated conference champion.
Yeah.
And you have the possibility of getting, some other ones in here as well.
So the winner, North Texas Tulane, gets in. James Madison, they're both ranked ahead of James Madison, I believe, in this.
They are. Tulane is 20, North Texas is 24th.
But there is a scenario James Madison gets in depending on what happens in some other games.
Right, because and we'll talk about those as we move.
Yeah, but BYU Texas Tech, for BYU, they're screaming from the highest mountain, like Steve Sarkisian. We're 11-1. We're 11-1, and we deserve to be in. The only way they get in is by beating Texas Tech.
And you know what? I feel like there's been apologies given. I think Sean gave an apology, but for a very particular way. I have an apology to give as well, and simply to the Red Raiders. Haven't talked enough about you recently, and it's because you've been handling business, and the Big 12 has been yours for a little bit here. But now that we're talking about the college football stage, they've got a shot here.
They've got
a really good shot here in a way that the conversations have not necessarily belied.
Yeah.
They got the quarterback plays well. We've talked about it all season long. The money bought them some dudes in the trenches.
Yeah.
They have an opportunity to really position themselves with a bye in the first round.
Right.
To go and win a national championship.
They absolutely do, and also the Big 12 championship is at AT&T Stadium.
It is.
It's going to be all Texas Tech fans, or you know what I mean, largely Texas Tech fans.
It's going to be a lot. BYU travels, though.
Yeah, but come on.
I just wanted to make it clear, like BYU, I think some people, because we were just talking about the Mormon and other circumstances, like, oh, man, what do they do? They travel very well.
And they'll be outnumbered probably 80%.
Pretty likely.
85%.
I don't know. It might not be 85, but I can see it being 60-40 for sure.
And then, but here's my bigger point. AT&T Stadium for the Big 12 championship, which would mean that they would get a bye because they'll be a top 4 seed, and probably the Cotton Bowl, which means also
right back
to Dallas. So they've got a path, man. Texas Tech has a path. BYU is playing for a lot of different teams like Notre Dame.
Sure.
Teams like...
Because Texas Tech's not falling out of this thing.
No way. So that is don't step in it if you're Texas Tech. Don't step in it. Well, you can say both of these teams. Georgia, or somebody's going to step in it. Georgia or Alabama. Georgia, I think they're good, so that's why I was hesitating no matter what with a loss. If Alabama gets blown out or double-digit, loss here, they're going to have to sweat it out. They're going to have to sweat it out here, and who knows, what teams. There's a disaster scenario for Alabama. Obviously, if they lose and BYU wins, BYU is in no matter what. So Alabama's in one.
That would be a team that could possibly, or at least at the moment, is ranked lower than that could jump them and get in. Obviously, there's quite the possibility of a conference champion or two upsetting the order of the natural rankings, so to say. But they're currently number 9. We're talking about this in the context of if they slide in the rankings. How do you like the idea of the rankings being possibly sliding based off of conference championships?
I'm glad you said that. Traditionally, a conference championship loss in one of the big conferences like SEC, et cetera, has not affected too much, or it's less affected their seeding because it's an extra game, a championship game, et cetera.
Yeah, and you're supposed to value conference champions or being able to play for it, like being that good in your conference.
But I could see it being more this year. That it affects, losing that game might affect you more this year. Just my opinion, simply because there are so many teams on the periphery, that have strong resumes that it might matter. Here's another interesting one. Undefeated Indiana, undefeated Ohio State. Huge Big Ten championship. They're both in. Here's my question. Are they both safe with a first-round bye? If Ohio State loses, I think they're going to get a first-round bye. I'm not so sure if Indiana loses.
Because people feel like they ain't played nobody?
Right.
In my mind, and maybe I'm just so set on Indiana and who they are, I think they should still get a first-round bye. They look to be a very good team. I know you can maybe say, who have they played? They've beaten down who they're supposed to, like qualitatively. They've done it. But I also don't know, especially with this college football playoff committee, because God knows how to get into their heads, if they will have that same value. I mean, Indiana has said it too, so I would imagine so, that they would keep them as a first-round bye. But that's kind of interesting. I had not thought about that. I imagine also how they show up in this game probably makes a big difference.
Another don't step in it, Virginia. Virginia's having a heck of a year, 10-2 after, I think they had a losing record or around 500 last year. So they're doing great. But if they step in it, 7-5 Duke gets into the college football playoff.
I'm of two minds here.
You kind of want to see the bedlam?
There's chaos within me that wants to see it unearthed because, I don't like the system anyways. So I kind of want to see it pulled and pushed to the max and see how it works. Like, I want to see it break. But at the same time, come on, 5-loss Duke? And I don't think Duke gets in if they win this national or this ACC championship. And I think also it'll lead to a lot of bitching and moaning from the ACC anyway. But come on, I really don't want to see. I don't want to see ACC like a 5-win ACC champion. But at the same time,
you kind of do.
I am deeply curious. I am the curious child that gets a radio and is like, I want to see how this works. Let me pull out my screwdriver. I think that this is kind of I want to see how this works.
And by the way, this game does affect also more than likely Texas A&M. They would probably face Virginia if Virginia wins, but I don't know if they'd face Duke if Duke wins.
No, I don't think Duke gets in if Duke wins.
That's
so I think that you end up in a place where you're talking about the American champion and maybe even another lower champion sliding in. I think you might have James Madison sliding in. I think you could easily end up with the ACC not represented in the college football playoff, which is kind of
the officiating is going to be real good in this game, isn't it?
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure. Like, that's a great point. Like, the ACC, if you talk about conspiracy theories,
I can't wait to watch the officiating.
What motivation would they have to not just put their thumb on the scale to make sure Virginia gets in there so they can have representation and get – remember, money comes – like, the share of money happens based on getting people into this.
Yes. And by the way, side note, the United States draw has added another – there's 4 teams in each group, just if you're interested. Group D now is – boy, things are falling well for the USA soccer team. Their first seed in there, or the first team, they drew Australia. Not real scary. Their next draw was Paraguay. So, again, they're a pretty good spot there. But I got one more.
Paraguay is
they're okay.
39th, but
okay.
I think this is still be on the lower side of the pot. They have
a good draw. the U.S.
Maybe the president
so
winning.
far.
Maybe the president winning the first FIFA Peace Prize has
on the scale.
Maybe it's earned the men's team a little bit of an easier pot. I'm not saying. I'm just pondering, thinking out loud.
I do have one more item here for Don't Step in It Saturday, and it has nothing to do with the games that are being played. It has to do with the pregame show. Shout out to Jimmy Sexton. Shout out to the man that runs college football, although ESPN, Reese Davis was the latest, by the way. Oh, it's a preposterous to say that. He got one Lane Kiffin on College Game Day for the pregame show there. So he's going to be interviewed, Lane Kiffin.
Shout out to Lane for finally making it to the SEC championship game.
Look at you. Lane Kiffin, represented by Jimmy Sexton. He's going to be interviewed by Kirk Herbstreit, represented by Jimmy Sexton. Nick Saban, represented by Jimmy Sexton. Pat McAfee, represented by Jimmy Sexton. Reese Davis, represented by Jimmy Sexton. Desmond Howard, represented by Jimmy Sexton. So that's going to be a real, hard-hitting,
so the Jimmy Sexton show.
In-depth.
Does Jimmy Sexton represent radio hosts in
I know, we need some of
top
that.
top 6 markets? I don't know.
We need some of that happening. So I was just like, come on, man. It's just the car wash.
That's right.
It's just a car wash.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, but that's the name of the game now, man. There's so much pandering. There's so much positioning. And that's why I call soccer, college football, they're kindred spirits. The shenanigans that we're seeing in soccer, the shenanigans that we see in college football, similar type of stuff. Crazy fans, institutional lack of control, all sorts of madness, and also incredibly funny and crazy storylines to watch. But this weekend is going to be a fun one. Who steps in it, who doesn't? That's going to be the fun thing to watch this weekend in college football. Starting tonight, in fact, there's some really important games.
I've forgotten about that. I'm glad you said that.
You can't, I know for some people, you might want to go to a sports bar so you can watch the college football and the Rockets at the same time. It's going to be a lot of fun tonight in sports. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's gear up for it. We're gearing up for Texans, Kansas City Chiefs, so let's do the thing. Texans win because, Texans lose because. What are the factors that will determine whether or not the Texans will exercise some demons in Kansas City and come out with the win? 713-57... let's try that one more time. 713-572-4610. We do it next.
AILT-FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adetula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. I thought that the United States had just pulled off a coup, but then FIFA rules and stuff, and I don't know. I don't want to dig into it. We'll figure it out later. But it looks like they filled out the pot, or the group, rather. Only thing is that there's going to be a playoff winner. I don't need to explain that. That will ultimately fill it out once we get there. But
just know this. They got about as good a draw as you could possibly hope for.
It's pretty good.
From the United States.
First game will be against Paraguay June 12th in Los Angeles. And I'm still looking to find out details as to when Game 2 will be for Australia. And just to see if we'll get any U.S. men's national team games guaranteed in Houston at all. That's something that I'm hoping to find out. When we do, I will. But right now, what we're focused on, John Lopez, is getting these Texans a victory. Texans win because Texans lose because they're headed to Arrowhead on Sunday to try and exercise some demons. 5 straight losses versus Kansas City, and an opportunity to change that comes on Sunday. So what are the things that will determine whether the Texans get a victory come Sunday?
Texans win lose because it's one and the same. I feel like I'm kind of becoming the geeky Mr. Special Teams guy. I've talked special.
I've often said that.
I've talked special teams the last 2 weeks because they struggled in the previous 2 weeks.
What's the point of emphasis? Frank Ross has talked about it.
And this week, the Chiefs, one of their big discussions up there, they have been traditionally one of the absolute best special teams in the NFL, and they've struggled this year. So I think first special teams to blink, whether that's a missed field goal, missed extra point, or a return, I'm feeling like that is going to, because we're really, I think, I say we, I mean, I don't even know who we are, but I think a lot of people,
little crisis of identity,
are really downplaying the Chiefs defense, and I can't do that. I just can't go there. I think they're pretty darn good. I think it's going to be, obviously Patrick Mahomes there. Defense is pretty good. Texans, we know how great their defense is. They have a very conservative offense. So it's going to be a pretty even game otherwise. I think the first special teams to blink.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. And look, Matt Ariza, when he was coming out of college, out of San Diego State, they called him the punt god. Like huge punting. Like that could flip field position.
Yeah.
Which actually ends up being of great importance. It becomes a lot less important if you do this thing, which is sustain drives. A thing that the Texans have been pretty good at of late. If they could continue to do that, continue to get themselves in third and manageable sustained drives and hopefully punch in touchdowns, but at the very least sustained drives keep the ball out of Kansas City's hands to some degree also. I think that's going to be a big way, and I think our guy Cedric said it on the YouTube, or rather on the Twitter text line. I was going to get there eventually. But, yeah, I think that's going to be a big thing. That is the recipe that you've established. If you can stick to the recipe and not change the ingredients and, change the cook time in this tortured metaphor, like you got to do the thing that you've come to know is the way that you want to do this, which is sustain those drives.
Yes. So I really feel we're going to be sitting here on Monday going, oh, boy, or yay. based on something that happened in the special teams.
Can I go back? Because you're talking about special teams. Damian Pierce factor in here at all?
Oh, boy. I just said, oh, boy. Yes. Absolutely, yes. That's where he's had his most success in recent years. If he plays, he's active and plays. I could see absolutely he's in the special teams return game.
I do love that Cam on the YouTube was like, will Damian Pierce score a touchdown against us? And I was like, if he does, it's going to be a debacle.
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time Damian Pierce scored a touchdown, period?
It was a return, wasn't it?
So
Yeah.
I guess so. I don't know.
I'm going to say that the easy money is no there. But I'd be interested to see. Well, and I don't think we'll be able to parse this. What kind of impact Damian Pierce makes, not necessarily on the field, but in how this goes. But that's one of those things that you're not going to be able to tell is how much did Damian Pierce impact their game plan here and their ability to see what the Texans were doing.
Yeah, it's hard to see.
Yeah, but Array's a good punter. Harrison Butker, good kicker. But Tommy Townsend, former Kansas City Chief, he should be
Revenge game.
He should be comfortable punting in this. And it feels like he's punted even better of late.
Yeah.
Sometimes I have questions about him, like out kicking his coverage and allowing returns. It doesn't feel like that's been the case, and he has absolutely pinned some teams back. So that'll be important in this game as well.
So what stands out for you?
I think the very evident thing in that you got to score in the red zone. If you're sustaining those drives and you get down there, punching it in is going to be important. CJ talked about it as a point of emphasis. We've all talked about it because the game is about putting up points. This is CJ's second game back from concussion. Like, let's see him throw a touchdown, or let's just see this thing work better. As they've notably made progress offensively, getting into the end zone is going to be important. And I think game script is one of those things that I've talked about a lot. They haven't really fully figured that portion out.
Yeah.
They have sustained drives and, had enough defense to make it work, but it's still kind of come down to these last drive circumstances where you've had to have a stop. I would like it to be more of, this offense doesn't do a ton, but they at least got themselves up a touchdown plus and then made the other team feel and sweat a little bit and feel even more of the pressure under the weight of the defense. And that starts with, when you get down there, punch it in.
No, that's the story of the game. We've talked about it. We heard Nick Caley talking about it. We heard D'Amico Ryans talking about it all week. The red zone right now, frankly, I feel like you're kind of playing with fire against this team. If you kick too many field goals and settle or don't get down there enough and have to kick longer field goals, because not only is that something that Patrick Mahomes is really good at, off script plays, rolling to his right or left, and waiting for someone to come open, and then all of a sudden, boom, Chiefs touchdown. We get it; they're not quite the same team, but he's still that. Patrick Mahomes is still that, and can find a way to score on those broken plays in the red zone. And then the other thing, of course, is all due respect to B. Scott, the weather could potentially be a factor for Kaimi Fairbairn.
It's possible. We'll see how that comes into play. Some great ones coming in here in various different places. 713, Woody Marks can beat the Chiefs linebackers in the pass game, I imagine, is a win because Woody Marks' ankle ends up being a factor. I know that he's going to play in a way that is tough. He's going to try and get out here and give it a go. He's practiced, and I don't think that – but what happens if he's diminished and he's not able to be the same version of himself? I think that could be a problematic portion of this. Although I think in this game, because, again, I went back to looking at teams that have run duo concepts versus the Chiefs, and I didn't get the full sample. I'm not going to pretend like I poured through all of the film.
Yeah.
But in what I did versus with the Broncos, who probably were the team that used it the most, they sustained good blocks, even if they didn't move the defensive line too much, to be able to consistently get like maybe 3-yard rushes, which, again, isn't going to set the world on fire. But with the way that this offense has worked, it's kind of enough. So I think that that's something that Nick Chubb could do if you really needed to.
Yeah.
But I'll be interested to see what Woody Marks looks like with his ankle, because that's going to be important. I think.
Absolutely. Just the burst, just to be able to cut, the confidence, all that. Another one for me that is relatively obvious, but we'll find out for sure today with the final injury report that we get and designations. If a player is out or in. I'm not talking about the Texans. Talk about that Chiefs offensive line.
100%.
I'm talking about that Chiefs offensive line. If they're missing 3 dudes or even just the 2 tackles, and they're going to be missing 1 for sure. I mean, I hate to say that might wrap, but it certainly goes a long way because Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson against 3 backups, or 2 for sure on the edges, they're going to eat.
Yeah, it's going to be real problematic,
Yeah.
and then that's less opportunity, or at least it makes it quicker that Patrick Mahomes has to work. Does not give him as much time to maybe utilize one of the things that could be a lose because that comes up on the YouTube page. Texas lose because Rashee Rice is too fast for the secondary. You don't have to stop at him. Xavier Worthy is another guy who has a lot of speed that they are good at getting into space. And you pair that with a kind of baseline concern that I brought up, which is Kamari Lassiter, if he is dealing with that foot injury and manages to play, does that end up being something that is exasperated and allows some deep shots to happen? I don't know if that's the case, but yeah, I think that all those things will tie together in a weird chain. And hopefully the biggest thing and the most important thing is, the Chiefs not having their full complement of offensive line, Patrick Mahomes being under a different level of pressure. But I think the biggest lose and it's kind of crazy to say this, but it's the thing that we always come back to, that relationship between Travis Kelce, if that flourishes, right? If they're able to have, because he's so smooth. Like there's a hive mind mentality in some ways, and he's great at not only finding the space in the zone, but once he gets the ball, he gets north and south really well. He kind of implements almost a dream shake sometimes when he sits into the zone, to where it's not like he sits and waits for the ball. He gets there, the ball's there, and he's going. Like it's very well oiled the way that they're able to do it. And if he finds some space in there, that can be one of those things that terrorizes you, as it has been in the past. Maybe the win because is Petry's there to hopefully lay the lumber in some ways and help neutralize some of it.
I think that's big. And then one more for me anyway. Is these wide receivers. We've been talking about them all year. Who's going to step up? Who's going to be the other guy? We're starting to see Jaden Higgins a lot more. I don't think we can count on Jalen Noel. I think that book has been written for this season.
Unfortunately.
But then you have how healthy is Dalton Schultz. Can Cade Stover catch a ball? All due respect, no,
you're right.
He had some bad ones.
You're
man.
right.
Can Cade Stover catch? Is Jaden Higgins going to be looked at more? How are they going to handle Nico Collins? Is he going to be? He clearly is their focus, right?
I think him and Higgins are focuses. I think Mia Kimes made a fantastic point talking about the game. Look at who the cornerbacks are for the Chiefs, and I'm not talking about talent-wise because you're looking at like Jalen Watson, you're looking at Trent McDuffie. They're good. They're relatively small. Compare them to the size that you have from the Texans pass catchers. They might be able to just body them and bully them that way.
6'3", 6'4", if you're counting
for the Texans side.
Schultz,
I think that could be a huge reason why they're able to win and get the ball to the places that they need to, is that those guys physically, if they can use their bodies, which we know Nico Collins can. I think Higgins has shown some and demonstrated a little bit of possibility of. That's one of my gripes with Dalton Schultz is that sometimes it doesn't feel like he boxes out nearly well enough. But if they can do that on the larger scale, they might be able to even take some potentially contested opportunities and be able to bring them down. And we've seen the way that Nico Collins is with yards after catch. I think Higgins has more opportunity to grow there, but just an opportunity to catch some of those balls against contested. And then on top of that, if you're able to get space with those guys, you can do some real things and continue to extend drives. And maybe that's part of the answer in the red zone, is being able to just go, I'm bigger than you. Boom, I'm going up and getting this, and here's a touchdown. Like, I think that could be a huge factor for the Texans in this game.
Now, let me ask you something. This is not necessarily my thought. It's a question if you think it's a win because or a lose because. This was actually going to be a confession of mine before I went off on FIFA. Who's going to have the best game manager on their sideline?
It's a good question. It's a good question.
Because Andy Reid for decades has been considered, his one drawback. Is he the best?
He might be.
Yeah.
Because not only do I have questions about the game management operation all the way around for the Texans, it's been happening of late. It's been happening very recently and in different ways. So now one thing I will say, because Frank Ross made this point, and I was like, okay, maybe I need to give them a little bit more credit for the depth of the thought. He was talking about, one of the things about in Tennessee, them choosing to take the ball, which I imagine he.
Oh yeah, that was good.
Was direction of I think wind
in the second half.
In the second half,
yeah.
And I was like, do they select which side to play on in the second half? And I think that is how it plays out, or what have you. And I was like, okay, well, maybe sometimes the idea of why did they take the football to start the game might actually be a little bit more of a decision for some of those other things.
I was like, is that big enough reason? Unless it's a gale.
Sure.
It wasn't that significant, was it, in Tennessee?
I don't recall it. I feel like it would have been something that we talked about.
Play defense.
But yeah, that may you could take that in that way, and that's fair. Is that all of these considerations? It feels like sometimes a lot of times we're not all that pleased with the decision making on the other side of it. I think that feels like at best or at worst, at best for the Texans a draw, but I think it's probably in the side of the Chiefs.
Isn't that something? Andy Reid, game manager.
I mean, if you're willing to listen to D'Amico Ryans, if we're doing the matchup coaching wise, that's an L on both sides. Now, of course, that's not actually the way it goes because I think D'Amico is being some level of humble when he's like matching wits with Andy Reid. I don't try and do that.
Yeah.
No, the way that this thing works on the defensive side, you got to give yourself. Well, no, not just that. You got to give yourself some credit, man.
Yeah,
they match up. They match fairly well.
Yeah.
But you go Spagnuolo versus Nick Caley. Just if we're talking about matching wits. I think I typically go Spagnuolo. That's one of those things where that could be a lose because if that demonstrates itself outside this, just the talent that you have and the way that it's constructed, if it just comes down to who's drawing the right play in those moments, that could be a little dicey.
So we'll see because I think all those things, these are really, you talk about thin margins just in this game with as big of a game as it is for both teams, but especially Kansas City. Very, very thin margins in this game. I think this defense is going to carry the load. I'll go ahead and make the pick as we occasionally do here. I think the Texans win this game. I'm not going to say comfortably because I think that's a fool's errand with this Texans team. They don't win any game comfortably, but I do think this defense gets it done.
I'm hearing you, and another thing I want to throw out there is when I mention Spagnuolo, I should also make the note that he typically blitzes a lot, and he does. They haven't been all that effective blitzing this year, and that might actually lead to C.J. Stroud being even better, because they've handled blitzes pretty well. Yeah. That might help them somewhat. I am willing to be optimistic in this. I don't think that they need to win this game, funny enough, in order to get to where they want to go. I think they should, though.
Yeah,
I think they should. I think it's something like, and maybe this is just the general bias of I haven't seen a lot of points on the board all the time. I think 21-17 could do this.
I mean, just get to 20. I always say 24, but I'm just get to 20 and we'll see what happens.
Biggie, how you feeling, man?
I think they're gonna probably pull it off, man, because I think Kansas City is kind of struggling a little bit, and with this defense, I don't think they're gonna turn it up on this defense, and I think they probably gonna win it. I would say 20-13.
24-21.
All right, let's exercise these demons, baby.
Yes, sir.
Let's exercise these demons. Texans, get it done, at least in the estimation and in the loop. No guarantees, though. There was no guarantees because that's been bad.
Y'all, sir, they was going to win.
That's been bad juju around here.
Y'all need to get off the radio. Y'all always wrong.
Well, I can't deny that. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Chiefs have the better coaching staff by far. I mean, I tend to agree, but it feels like it's mitigated in some ways with the ways that things have been going here, not being great, and just kind of with Patrick Mahomes actually Mahomes has been great under pressure.
Yeah, he has.
But like those defensive and third down, getting off the field, those things of that nature. That's going to be big if the Texans can manage to be good on third down. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. It's about that time where we hand things over to our guy, Figgy Fig, for the mixtape.
Yeah, so I got to talk about a Houston barbecue spot that was in a bit of a controversy over a stuffed animal.
A stuffed animal?
A stuffed animal, plus it was a championship game going on in Vegas, and I felt like we need to talk about it.
Okay.
All right.
Championship conversation and stuffed animals coming to you next.
The Texans are coaches' comments, and your reactions starting at 6 and going all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape in the Loop, Sports Radio 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Friday. Happy Friday to everyone out there. So a very famous barbecue spot here, and I think, Lopez, you know this guy personally. Ronnie Killen.
Oh, great dude. Great friend.
Yeah. Do we listen to this show pretty often?
I think he does. Well, I know he does. I don't know how often.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he
don't have to lie.
No, he's a good dude. I talk to him a lot.
Yeah. Big fan of his restaurant.
Mm-hmm.
Agree.
And
you're not going to disparage his good name, are you?
No, I'm just going to share a situation,
Okay.
and if you talk to him, he'll probably explain the situation maybe in a little more detail. Because Killins, this is the Killins in the Heights, the one right
by
there.
My house.
Yeah, it's kind of like the home style restaurant. It's different from the barbecue one in Pearland.
Yeah.
They found themselves in the middle of a situation involving a murder mystery when it comes to a stuffed animal. And this is courtesy of crime.com. They had this story. And just for the fun of it, I'm going to play my little investigation music. I haven't played this in a minute. Right here. Here we go. So here's crime.com with this story about a missing stuffed animal and a possible murder.
How does a stuffed monkey cost a Houston restaurant thousands of dollars in damages and lead to murder accusations?
We don't know what happened to the stuffed animal, but like I've told her when I spoke with her personally at the front of the restaurant, if there was any trace of it or if we found it, we would return it to her.
So this story actually kind of comes in like two parts. There's block one, which happens over like 6 months starting in May, where a person posts a missing sign of her stuffed toy monkey named Leroy.
She lost it in the parking lot, and she admits to this when she was arrested in our parking lot after hours. Oh. And when she came back to claim it was no longer there.
And then it escalates where she says that Killins, the restaurant in the Heights, murdered the monkey, and then from there vandalized the restaurant twice.
She's come back to the restaurant since then after hours and painted the front door and the entire front of the restaurant in large black letters that Leroy died here.
Ronnie Killen says that it caused like $5,000 in damages.
Her son, I'm assuming, is Leroy. And while we feel for her, there's literally nothing that we can do because we don't know what happened with what happened. So.
Man.
Okay, that took a turn. That took a turn when she said, well, she was arrested.
Yeah, so now that's taking the whole, maybe it's a kid that lost the toy.
That was my next question. How old is this person?
She was a grown-ass lady.
All right, well, then that's her fault.
What'd she get arrested for?
What'd she get arrested for?
They didn't say.
Okay.
That's something you could probably ask Ronnie.
I'm not, and by the way, stuffed animals cannot be murdered.
Who said?
Says who?
I just said that right now.
You don't make the rules around here, buddy.
I don't think it's necessarily a rule that anybody has put in writing.
Stuffed animal hater.
Is a stuffed animal a male or a female?
What you tell me.
Well, I feel like
you the expert there, buddy.
I feel like Leroy would have to lean male.
Yeah.
But what do I know, man?
Yeah, it would have to lean male.
Says who?
All right, so I get...
Not me, I don't know.
I get that stuffed animals can be a very personal and... a sentimental thing, but that's something you put on a shelf and you love because you had it as a kid and it's very sentimental. You don't take it to Killins.
Well,
you don't take, if you're a grown-ass woman and you're taking a stuffed monkey to Killins and then that monkey gets murdered and you get arrested in the parking lot, that's all on you.
Yeah, I was like, that's all on to Killins as if, was she not outside Killins after hours? I don't think she was at Killins. I think she was just in a parking lot that happened to be in front of Killins. In fact, what's that, Washington?
Yeah, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
I feel like there was some Washington involved, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like that's how this went.
Yeah, to me, I don't know what happened, obviously, but to me in my brain, I was thinking maybe she was just out there kicking it. Maybe got a little too squashed it.
Correct.
Probably obviously kicking it with Leroy, the stuffed monkey.
Which to me is the biggest problem, but go ahead.
Drop
that?
Yeah.
That's the biggest problem, that she has the stuffed animal?
Yes. Finish your point, and then I'll
I feel like she probably got into a situation, dropped it, didn't know she dropped it, and got arrested, tried to go back out there. Leroy took off.
A lot of adults listening to us have very sentimental stuffed animals that they had as a kid. Hell, my son has had his. He took it to college with him and everything else. You know where it was? It's Leo, his teddy bear when he was a kid.
That's suspicious.
Leo.
Do we take it to Washington Ave?
You know where he keeps Leo? On a shelf in his house, and it never moves. You're taking.
That sounds like a bad friend to me.
Yeah.
Leroy out here kicking it in these streets.
That's a good point.
And Leo's on a shelf?
Yeah. Leo don't get to see nothing nice.
I think she's a little, but that's
you
just
don't
me.
say.
Yeah.
I immediately thought was like, oh, this feels like there's some mental health issues happening within this. And
I didn't say mental health. I just whistled.
Oh, well, I will say.
That was Reggie right there.
I think there might be some mental health issues happening.
She going to come up here and spray paint Reggie's car.
Yeah.
She don't know which car. I walk to work. The question I had, in just trying to be like a problem solver, do you think it'd work if you just get another monkey?
Yeah, no.
Nah.
They know.
Yeah, good
They
luck
know,
trying to sell that.
That's what I was like. I feel like we could either de-escalate this or escalate this by a magnitude about 5.
No,
right? She's like, this ain't no Leroy. I see what you're trying to do.
My thing is, why are you blaming Killings for this?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, why are you blaming them, man? They don't know nothing about that. So, salute the Killings, man. I hate that they had to go through all the gamut.
713 says if Leroy is black or brown, it's a hate crime.
It's quite possible. Somebody said, why did she name the monkey Leroy? Race card. Okay, very good. And 832 with a very good question that I thought of, but I was like, is it fair to say? But you brought it up. Sounds like Leroy might have possibly been holding on to some medication.
Oh, stuffed in Leroy?
Okay.
You did say it was a stuffed animal, right?
Yeah.
Stuffed with what?
That might be why Leroy's not here no more.
That's a very
Someone might have found out that Leroy was holding something.
Yeah. I might have a key or something in there. I don't know. It's a mixtape in the Loot Sports Radio 610. So it was a championship game going on in Vegas, and this was a huge deal. And as a sports station, I feel bad that we didn't even bring this up.
Is this the same competition that y'all had us playing?
The outdoor. I mean the housekeeping.
Oh no, not this one.
Housekeeping. Remember the housekeeping Olympics in Las
I had
Vegas?
forgotten about that. The one I was talking about is the.
This is a microscopic monster cloud.
Oh,
that one.
That one.
Yeah,
the sperm race. No, it's not that one.
Okay, very good.
Nah, it's not that one. But here is.
Why do you have that as a drop?
He still saved it.
I still got it.
Just in case, and you know what? It came in handy.
Yeah, it did. But so we didn't talk about this championship game, but I'm gonna play some of, I guess, what happened in Vegas.
Okay.
The peak of sports has returned.
Excel World Championship.
And don't get it twisted. Excel athletes are real athletes.
I'm a high-performance athlete. Athletes sweat.
The championships had it all, from zeros to heroes to dancing pandas. So how do you turn a spreadsheet software from the 80s into a global competition? Well, in a round, competitors solve different scenarios, known as cases, using raw data.
We are pushing Excel to the limits here.
Cases range from things like finding the projected earnings for a company to navigating a maze. And it all came down to this moment.
Damn it, it's finished.
Your new Microsoft Excel World Champion.
Microsoft World Excel champions.
How'd you do in the qualifiers?
I did not. I'm not. I've never.
Like, damn it! I forgot to apply for it.
Why'd you have to bring that up? Now he's bitter. He got knocked out in the.
How did I not know about
He
this?
lost in the knockout stage.
See, I'm the worst type of nerd. I'm the type of nerd that came down to the calculator and I let all these other people calculate. I'm like, oh, that's interesting. I like that. No, you know what's hilarious about it? They tried to put that EDM or dance music behind it to try and make it sound exciting.
Try to hype it up a little
Still
bit.
didn't. They're like, Excel, zeros, sums.
So salute to this guy by the name of Dim Early. They call him Dim Early, who is now he won it all. He's the
world
champion. Yep. And so here's a little bit of his post-game interview on the sideline talking about this win.
Congratulations on an epic win. How are you feeling in this moment?
I'm feeling great.
That's amazing. I know there's been a lot of practice throughout this year. What do you think is the one thing that really paid off for you tonight?
One is I'm like deep down the rabbit hole of like lambdas and single cell formulas, and I think that really came through today. And the second is my good friend Eric Ohm, who's around here somewhere, has an awesome tool called OA Robot that I've been using that like just speeds everything up and makes everything run smoothly, and that has paid massive dividends. So 2 things.
Congrats again, Dim. I hope you have a great night of celebrating.
She sounds so excited by this. She is so interested in everything that he said there.
So for those who are not following this is pretty much a Microsoft Excel, I guess, championship tournament.
But you know what the best part of it is? They did in Las Vegas. Right? Like, look,
always in
as
Las
much
Vegas.
as we might be able to laugh at them, I guarantee you they had a hell of a party leading up, hell of a party on the back side of it, right? Like, you could, I don't know what it would have to be for me to not have fun with an event in Vegas. So even if it's the XL championship.
And by the way, Excel is something I really suck at. Like, I'm not good at Excel. I've piddled around with it. It's still,
you ain't sniffing the competition over here.
God,
then.
no. God, no.
They was talking about stuff. I tried to watch the live stream because you can search the live stream on YouTube.
Yeah.
They posted all 4 hours of this.
Oh my gosh, 4 hours of Excel.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah,
4
so
hours
I
of
tried to
Excel.
follow it. I'm just like, nah, I'm good. I could, and honestly, I was gonna get some play-by-play for y'all. I'm like, nah, people really gonna switch the music if I play this, but
not Reggie.
Yeah. So
I don't know what you want me to say.
Y'all want a theme song for this? They had like
They
a
have
little
a
theme song. Yeah.
Okay.
It's the XL World Championship. Who is going to win? It's the XL
Sounds like an anime.
World Championship. Who's going in the spreadsheet bin?
It sounds like the Spidey theme.
Yeah.
You remember the Spidey? Not Spider-Man, the Spidey, Spidey and his friends. Yeah.
Feels about right.
Yeah.
That sounds about right. Probably fit the demographic of the people doing this.
Yeah.
I'm sure somebody in there likes some anime. So, salute the what's his name? Dim Early.
Dim Early.
Call him Dim Early. Salute to him.
That's not his real name.
It is to me.
Okay.
Yeah, hey, he called himself Dim. I think he's Dim Early on Twitter too. If you want to go search him, I know Reggie probably know who he is.
He
already.
follows him.
Yeah.
Not at
like,
all.
I already following this guy.
DMs are open.
I didn't even.
Y'all are crazy. Y'all are.
It's the mixtape in the loop, Sports Radio 16. I'll get y'all out of here on this. If it was a band or a group some legendary band or group that you want to be in, what is it?
Rolling Stones.
So you would like to be in a Rolling Stones?
Yep, I'll do that. Peacocking right next to Mick Jagger. Yeah.
I was gonna say the Isley Brothers, but I don't know if I want to participate in all the activities they be participating in.
You got to be smooth too.
But
you're a little too hyped up.
I just know they did work. Well, you talk about hyped up. Don't let the bell bottoms and stuff fool you, man. Them boys was getting active, and I do mean they look like they cut you.
Yeah.
I'm certain that they did cut at least one person at some point or another.
Yeah, I wanted to be in the rap group Dipset, just because, not even. I know I used to rap and all that stuff. Not even just rapping, just be a part of it.
Yeah.
That way I could have the Dipset chain and rock all the gear and all that stuff.
Yeah.
I wanted to, I probably would have did almost anything to get inside be a part of the group Dipset.
Yeah.
Now, would any of y'all, you want to be in the Rolling Stones? Would you be down with getting stabbed in the leg?
To be in the group?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You get stabbed in the leg?
Yeah, stab me in the leg. I'll go on tour.
What?
I'll go on tour. It's just a stab in the leg. Just don't hit the artery.
What?
Well, apparently a diehard fan actually got stabbed in the leg to be in one group. So it's a group. It was a record label called Rockefeller Records that Jay-Z, Dame Dash, and all of them started. And here's Memphis Bleak, who is a rapper, with Benny Siegel, who was another rapper. They were doing a podcast, and Memphis Bleak was talking about a story Benny Siegel pretty much talking to this diehard fan.
Yeah.
Remind you of something you probably forgot. You know we got a Rockefeller down with us running around that you initiated back in the days. You remember? In the limo? You told him, he was like, yo, I'd do anything to be down. I'm not going to say what city because might come looking for us. But he was like, yo, I'd do anything to be down with Rockefeller. And you was like, word, anything? You was like, let me stab you in your leg there. You don't remember us in the limo? And it was like, yeah. Bitch was like,
I don't remember that. Apparently, Benny Siegel said, hey, let me stab you in the leg then since you want to be a part of Rockefeller.
Yeah.
Stabbed him in the leg.
And he did.
Yep.
Would you get
y'all ain't cool enough for none of that, man.
Nah, I couldn't do
I
it.
could guarantee they don't hit an artery. They just stab you in the meaty part of your leg.
No.
You know what? I probably would.
I would.
I probably would.
I would.
Because some people go through worse to try to get in to be a frat boy or a fraternity.
Yeah. Now ask me why I didn't get into a fraternity. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that.
You don't want to get hazed?
Yeah. No.
A little hazing going on?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I thought that was hilarious.
It is funny.
Because it is, yes.
But good God.
I'd do anything to get Rockefeller. What's up? Let me stab you in the leg then.
It's funny that he immediately went there.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll stab you.
Well, because he was like, this is something nobody would say yes to. And the person was like, yeah. That's how you know you a sucker in that moment.
I think the crazy thing is he don't even remember that.
Yeah.
Like, how you not going to remember that?
When they did that.
Probably because of whatever the Leroy the Monkey was holding on to. He was having too much of that. But yeah, there you go. Figgy's mixtape. A very odd edition of it. But you know what? Just as fun as always. It was odd to me.
I thought you didn't like that one, especially with the Excel championship game you missed.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all wild. Y'all wild. All right.
We right.
So 1:20 p.m. every weekday for Figgy's mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610 at the Figgy Fig if you see something that is mixtape worthy. All right, coming up next, let's get ready to hand things over to the fellas of the drive who are out at the Raven Tower near North Side. Before we get there, should we take a look, a gander, if you will, at what the officiating profile will be?
Yes.
Let's do that and then draft the weekend next.
Yes.
Coach D'Amico is
513-5321.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
Thank you, Figgy. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyer Studios, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Adatula.
About to draft the weekend here before we hand things off to the fellas of the drive who are at the Raven Tower near Northside. Go catch the fellas, get you something to eat, something to drink, and then obviously enter for the opportunity to win the gifts that they always, or the prize that they always come with. But before we do any of that, I want to look at the profile of the officials. I think we were talking about it earlier in around the NFL. It just feels like it's infecting, but it's impacting games so much, the officiating that's there. And so the officials that you have coming in, you kind of got to know them. And this crew that will be officiating the Sunday night football game between your Texans and the Kansas City Chiefs, it is the crew chief is Alan Eck. His crew, mind you, is pretty heavy on offensive holding calls.
Oh, great.
Actually, no, it's not a point of emphasis for them. Sorry. But if it was, or if it pops up, it could be something that would affect the Chiefs, because the Chiefs are number 2 in offensive holding tendency-wise. But also, no crew has had fewer defensive holding calls, so don't expect defensive holding to show up. So if you see something like that on the Kansas City side, I don't know, does it feel like the Texans end up grabbing a lot? Just generally, it doesn't feel like they are typically that anyways. But that's not going to necessarily be there a lot. But defensive pass interference and illegal contact, 80% of those calls have been on the road team, mind you. But and Kansas City is the only team to didn't have a defensive pass interference called against them at home this season.
Also, I just looked it up. Alan Eck has a very strong home team advantage.
Yeah, that tends to happen.
31-12 straight up. The home team when Alan Eck is calling the game.
Yeah.
Well, that ain't great.
No, it could very much go a way that is a little uncomfortable in that way. But I would imagine and I would hope that it doesn't end up showing up hardly at all. But yeah, the tendencies and the trends probably don't lean towards the
I like
Texans
looking
in
at
this one.
these. Yeah, it's always fun. So they're not real big. His crew is not real big on defensive holding.
No, they're not
at all. So,
and the Texans aren't necessarily a grabby one necessarily. But yes, that'll be interesting to see if the defensive, if you get that DPI or illegal contact, that will be one where you go, they tend to do that. Allen X crew. When they're officiating games. All right, you want to draft this weekend?
I really do want to draft this weekend.
Figgy Fig, you ready to draft this weekend?
Yes, sir.
I sure hope so because I think you have the number 1 pick headed into this weekend.
All right, I ain't gonna make it.
Oh man, he gonna take this game. I already know what time it is.
I could tell you right now.
Ohio State, Indiana.
Yeah. And I actually want that game. That is a game of great interest to me because I want to see what Indiana really has. It's funny though because we probably should also say I'd like to see what Ohio State actually has as well. They haven't really played that much of anybody themselves either, but we're all sold on Ohio State.
Yeah.
I think the people who are sold on Indiana may be a little bit lesser than that Ohio State group.
Am I next?
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm torn. I kind of want to see there's so much on the line on these two games that I'm trying to decide between. But I guess I'll go with the marquee names and go Alabama versus Georgia in the SEC championship game.
Yeah.
And see what kind of chaos an Alabama or a Georgia win actually might create. But there was another one that starts at 11 a.m. that I was certainly contemplating.
Okay, fair enough. As wild as it seems, I will leave college football for you guys at least for one round. Give me the NFL. I would like Colts, Jags, 12 noon, CBS. I want to see, and I mean, who's it? Sauce Gardner is not going to play in this game. He's going to be out. And that hurt me a little bit because I think I'm rooting for the Colts in this one. Like, I want the Jags to get a loss. So. Yeah. The Jags' schedule is in the Colts. I think the Colts still have some losses very much that are scheduled for them. The Jags, not so much. So I would like that to balance out and give the Texans a better shot at winning the division, having a game at NRG Stadium in the postseason. And that would happen if the Colts get a win on the road. I don't know if that'll happen here, but definitely be watching for it.
It's going to be a great red zone day either way because the Texans not playing until 7:20 or 7:20. That's going to be good to be able to catch up on all those games. Go ahead.
Yeah, I want to see the Steelers and the Ravens, man. These are two teams that are 6-6. I have no idea what to think of any of these teams. I don't think any of them scare me, but it's fool's gold. It could be fool's gold with both of them. But I'm kind of curious who's going to break the tie on this one.
Yeah, no, and then they're both in the hunt. I mean, that's a huge game for them in their world.
They both 6-6.
Yeah, that's an enormous game. All right, y'all gave me the other one I was contemplating.
Real quick before you move on from that game, there's a possibility you could face one of those teams in the postseason, right?
Sure
like if obviously if Jacksonville does the thing that I think that they might, and they kind of hold you off on the AFC South title. Of course, that's talking weeks down. You could be I think this Texas team could be a high wild card, which would kind of bode with the low AFC North division winner. Like that could be one of those.
Who would you rather face
of these teams
in the playoffs?
Steelers.
Yeah, I think the possibility of Lamar Jackson still is frightening.
Still scare you.
Plus, Seth made a great point that I guess I had not acknowledged. The Ravens defense has been rounding a little bit more into form over the last 5 weeks or so. So that could be one of those things that it gets annoying for you.
Lamar Jackson's not having a very good year, healthy or not healthy, but there's still a little bit of reticence, that he could dial
kind of that Chiefs in him a little bit.
Dial it up. Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
I'm going to take BYU versus Tech at 11 a.m.
Yeah,
It'll be a
that's
lot
a
of
good
fun. ABC, talk about, watching it to see what kind of chaos gets created. That is one for sure.
Yeah, if you're talking about chaos, though, you left the two most chaotic ones on the table for me. I will take, even though I don't even know how excited I am to watch this game, but my eyes will be there, 7 p.m., ABC on Saturday. Give me Duke, Virginia, to see just how chaotic the college football playoff thing will indeed be this weekend. Funny enough, none of us took either of the Rockets games. They have the Suns tonight. Actually, you know what? I'm going to scratch that. I don't need to watch the ACC game. I do need to watch.
No, the pick's in, man.
Yeah, sorry.
I want to see
turned
just
the card in already.
I want to see just who the hell Dylan Brooks thinks he is tonight. Because
you know who he thinks he is.
Dylan Brooks has been putting up 30-point games.
You don't need to watch the game to know that.
He's been putting up 30-point games, man.
25 in his last.
You think he's not going to put up 30 points?
That's what I'm saying. I want to see if he going to do it again.
He might put up 50.
All right, okay, calm down. So I want to see that.
He might.
I see 713. 713 said they're in on UFC 323. You got a bantamweight championship fight there's a co-main there. So yeah, that might be interesting. I have to admit, I'm not much of a MMA lover. I get into the boxing.
Yeah.
But yeah, UFC. Go ahead and get after it. I love it. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610, and now we always have to thank D&M Auto Leasing for giving us the opportunity to chat with the fellas of The Drive, Clint and Ron, who are out at the Raven Tower near North Side in the great city of Houston. Fellas, what's it looking like?
Hey, it's beautiful, man. I love it when we come out here. I have already been down a Purple Haze.
Oh.
Might have to get another one.
Have you? I didn't even recognize that. We were having some serious.
Yeah, let's go ahead.
We were over here bonding, having some really good conversation, man. And I just completely looked over that.
Yeah, I punished that for you walked in the door, Jay.
And there ain't no mistaking that's some kind of grape juice or some kind of Kool-Aid or something. That ain't no doubt. That's one of them tall glasses with that purple in the bottom with a lemon and a
whiskey,
straw.
And look at God. Just another one just appears.
Boy, we're two down in crosstalk. Good gosh.
Yeah,
I had two down.
Buckle
man,
up.
I just finished.
Two in is what I meant. Not down. Two in.
Damn, Doc.
Fair. That was aggressive. I meant in.
But you're right. That second was going to go down, though.
Yeah,
you're not wrong.
It's going to go down.
I don't matter if it's your second or your eighth. I ain't never seen you baby one.
No, you haven't. No, this is a good spot, man. Indoor, outdoor TVs, indoor, outdoor, big screen outside. It's a great spot to get your Friday and your weekend started. Drink specials all over the place. So get on out here and have a good time. And we don't come empty-handed, baby. We got future tickets, and that Colts-Texans game, the last game of the season, you can win 2 tickets to that. That's becoming more and more important. Hey, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Hey, about 5-6 weeks ago, when we was giving away telling people we was giving away them tickets. I'm thinking, well, I don't know about that. but now this 4-game streak and the free fall that it looks like the Colts may be in the middle of. This could be a very, very important game coming up. So you got a chance to win tickets to that game. Academy Sports and Outdoors, of course, is involved. You can win gift cards with them. So a lot to hook you up with. Not only just to see and hang out with our pretty faces, but you can come out here and have a good time, get you some good drinks, and win some prizes.
Yeah, and if you go out there, make sure to give Ron a little hell in person. Fellas, do y'all have – yeah, that's right. Do y'all have a streak that you're proud of? Obviously, the LeBron streak that came to an end yesterday in fantastic fashion, mind you.
God.
1,297 straight games of double-digit scoring. Incredible stat. The thing that sticks in my mind is that KD, who now has the longest active streak, would need to play 82 games for the next 12 years in order to match that kind of streak. Is there any streak that you hold on to that you're like, I feel great about it? One of my favorites that came in during when we did the segment earlier today, someone said it's been 6 years since they lost a pair of sunglasses or an umbrella. And I was like, you're a magician.
I know.
How do you do that?
I don't even know you can keep up with that one. Yeah. I don't even know that is.
Well, I've never had an umbrella, so I can match them that. I mean, I ain't had an umbrella in more than 6 years, so I got that one. But sunglasses, boy, I mean, I'll lose a pair. And I don't lose them. I don't lose them cheap ones, J-Lo. I like to lose them $200, man.
I got to believe. I think I've taken at least 2 dumps as long as LeBron's streak is every day.
Really?
At least 2 dumps. At
least.
That's
regular right there, boys.
Extra. What are you doing for that kind of fiber content?
18. I probably longer. 20 plus years. I can't remember the last time I hadn't taken multiple dumps in a day.
You ain't ever been constipated?
But I've sat. I've taken multiple. I've sat down, gone for it, got something out.
He's bound and determined, boy. Persistent.
I get one in the morning easy, and then obviously there's going to be at least another one coming. At least.
I'll be damned. That's a good one. I ain't got one for you, boys.
I'm at 2 to 3 a day.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
I mean, did you two have any?
Oh yeah, I went 14 years without using a sick day until 2023. And I was really disappointed about that. And also, as much as time as I've been on the water, never been seasick. Well, I've been seasick, but I've never thrown up on a boat.
Huh.
Yeah.
So you took off days. You just didn't take them when you were sick. So you worked through your sickness.
Never taken a sick day until the 3rd round of COVID got me. Yeah. 14 years. I was so proud of that.
I'm going to be honest with you. I didn't make it hell into the radio business. I didn't make it about 2 years. When I had that old I was rooster telling all over the place, I called Ron and said, I ain't doing it. I'm sorry, I ain't coming in, boys. I don't think I can make it to the station or sit through a show.
And I'll be honest, I appreciated it.
Well, that was.
Yeah, don't bring that in here.
Hey, man.
That one was rough, boys. Yeah. I had a couple of bouts with COVID, I believe. That first one knocked me smooth out, boy.
I'll tell you, I had young kids at the time. You just stay your ass at home. Don't you get that to me.
Yeah.
I'm pretty. Hey, Reg, yes, I feel like that.
Oh God.
Well, I mean, I feel like that conversation about Giannis yesterday may have touched you a little wrong with the pronunciation.
What, because I sent you the pronunciation this morning?
Well, I mean, you got kind of, I can't see your face. You got kind of quiet in the background, and I feel like you may have got a little bit defensive because it was Nigerian. But I mean, I couldn't help myself. I was talking to you this morning. I'm driving in and I hear y'all talking about the World Cup, and I need you to tell me again the teams that the U.S. drew.
Okay.
Paraguay.
That's what he said.
I'm trying to practice my Spanish, man.
I said, what in the hell? Who are we playing again?
Paraguay, baby.
Paraguay. I knew, well, luckily, John's old South Texas ass said it right before you, so I knew.
I was going to say, what did Lopez call it?
I called it Paraguay. Yeah, I did.
I don't know, Lopez. You might want to hit that Odyssey app, that rewind feature. You said that something. You didn't roll no R. You said Paraguay. You said Paraguay or Paraguay.
I may have because I thought there was going to be some confusion from people like
which
you.
Fair?
Isn't your old lady? Hey, Lopez. Isn't your old lady white?
Yeah.
Yeah, that old white side came out. You said Paraguay. You didn't say no Paraguay.
Shout out to Pam.
And then when Reg said it, I thought to myself, boy, I mean, if John wouldn't have just said it, I literally would be sitting here going, what in the hell? What is Reg talking about? Who are we
must
playing?
Be the first time this country's made it.
Hey, we got real lucky. I mean, somebody just created this country. Hell, I mean, boy.
Congratulations,
Boy, that damn Reg will keep you on your toes now, make you think.
That's what I'm trying to do.
They ever made it.
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to have fun saying words, man.
You got listen up close, because if you ain't got them context clues, your ass ain't gonna have a chance.
That's right.
Hey, I give it to you, man. That ain't crossing my mind at all, man. I just out here, man. Paraguay, man. Let's go. Let's keep it pumping.
What was it again, Reg?
Let's keep it pumping, man.
Paraguay. I said what? I want to go to that match right there. That's gonna be fun.
It took me 6 months to get a Gumbawale, man. And I'm crushing, man.
And I have to fight to put the stank on it when I talk about Dare. So
that's great, man. That's great. Well done.
Hold on. What's Dare? What's
Ogumbowale. That was close. I'm messing it up right now because you got me on the spot. I'm not gonna lie.
My man said. That's all right. It's
all right. Look, one thing I know is you're not going to have to strain to understand what these fine gentlemen are saying. They make it plain and clear, and that's why they got the best damn afternoon drive sports
Hey,
show.
Reggie, I wouldn't say we make it plain and clear, but
yeah, well,
it's audible.
Yeah,
kind of.
Especially not if you keep downing these drinks you got over there. Damn. All right, you're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Enjoy your football weekend. Enjoy your sports weekend, and I'll definitely know you'll enjoy your Friday. Because right now, the drive is live.
You're damn right. The drive is live, and the drive is live on a Football Friday here at Raven Tower. Come on out to Raven Tower. It's a good time. We see some people starting to fall in already. And there you go. All right, there you go. We got one in the building. But come on out here and join us. Again, if you're in the building or you're on your way, you can get a part of our raffle. We have multiple prizes to give away. Just grab a ticket. You got a chance to win Academy Sports and Outdoor gift cards. You got a chance to win a free oil change. I ain't gonna lie, I just walked in to get my oil change earlier this week, and I walked out of there wishing I had a free oil change myself. But you get a chance to get a free oil change. I tell you, man, Tyler, they get my ass every time. You know, I walked in there to get an oil change. You know what I came out of there with, Tyler?
A little less money.
I came out here with a tire rotation and 2 new tires.
Oh,
yeah. I came out of there. So they get my ass every single time. My man said, ooh, got a chunk missing on that sidewall on that tire right there, and there's a bubble back there, man. I think you might want to go ahead. We got those 2 in stock. I said, damn, really? He said, ooh, these are under warranty. All you got to pay is the tax and the labor. I said, well, I can do that. I'm ready to buy these brand new tires. I'll ride these out till I lose them. But you got a chance to get a free oil change. No matter what type of vehicle it is, Tomball Ford will hook you up, and you can roll in there and get a free oil change. And the big one at the end, in the 5 o'clock hour, a pair of tickets to the Colts-Texans game. A pair of tickets to the Colts-Texans game, the last game of the season that could loom very, very large in terms of its importance. You got a chance to win all of those here at Raven Tower, 310 North Street here in Houston. Come on out and have a good time and hang out with us. As the drive is live, T. Mill is in the building doing his thing. Clint and I, we're here, so come on out, hang out. Food truck, I believe, will be coming in a little bit later on. And I had a hell of a steak last time. I remember Clint banged out the boudin ball or link.
I had a big link here, big thick link here at the Raven, morning. Man. Yeah. I mean, hey, T.
I did not have the feed up, but I just envisioned Tyler tripping to run to the mic to get that out.
Yeah, good thing my shoes are tied.
Big link. big link.
Girthy link.
I just felt like Tyler was getting there. All right. Big game this weekend, and I think the injury thing is the first thing maybe to jump out with Clint. And with the Texans, their cornerback, Kamari Lassiter, was at practice today, but he was working off to the side with the staff. So he wasn't participating in the walkthrough with the starters. He was off to the side with the staff and dealing with a foot injury, questionable at best is what people are saying. We'll see exactly how they designate him in terms of the injury when the injury report comes out here a little bit. It's official, but he was at least working at practice on the side with the staff. We'll see with that foot if he is able to go. We know they're going to be down Tim Settle for the year, but Kamari Lassiter, that is the latest up-to-date update with him on that foot. So we'll see. Still, I guess it's on the table, Clint, that he misses this game, being that this will be basically 3 days that he's missed practice on the field. Today, at least he was out there, but obviously not out there in walkthroughs with the team.
Yeah, again, I mean, this is the Tim Settle one is the one that hurts, and this one on top of it's going to be painful if he can't get back out there. When they're out there on the side, I don't know what to make of it. I mean, especially when it's a foot and they're moving and they're out there. Is there still a chance? Is it just being involved? You know, Kamari Lassiter's a guy that I mean, Ron, you look at it, he's a guy that probably going to be out there if he was in a cast.
Yeah, Clint, I'll be honest with you. I expect that Kamari Lassiter is going to play.
You do?
If he doesn't, I think it's going to, like, they have held him down and said no. I think, what is it, Friday? I think he is going to give every single bit that he can. And if it were me, he's just the type of guy, man. Him, Aziz, Will, they got a bunch of guys out there. I think Jalen only couldn't play because of concussion. You just can't do nothing with.
Right.
I think he's going to give every effort to go out there and play. Now, Clint, clearly he's hampered. Like, clearly he's not himself. And now the wonder is, all right, well, what does he look like with this foot issue, right? Like, what does he look like, Matt? And then how do they have to use him, right? Because I think a lot of the game he's going to be matched up with Worthy, Hollywood Brown, or Tyquan Thornton. All of those guys are speed dudes, right?
Yep.
I think that's who he will be matched up on the outside with, unless they run him inside with Rashee Rice. I don't think they'll do that much. I think he'll be matched up against speed guys. And does that mean they're going to play him backed off some because of the foot issue and the injury? Like, and how does he do? You talked about this. I can't remember if we were on or off here. But you rest assured, quick things that the Chiefs are going to try to do, a lot of mesh routes, a lot of crossing routes in man if they have to do that. Is he hampered coming across the field and cutting and turning with that foot? Now, I think he's going to try to give it a go. It is, to me now, how much does this affect how D'Amico and Burke have to use him and how his game differs?
Right. Yeah. I have no idea what to think of it, man. I don't have a ton of confidence, if I'm being honest with you, being on the sideline at practice today and being a foot with the corner. Not only with the corner, you're talking about running and cutting. You're talking about one of the more physical guys on the field. And boy, if there's just anything at all going on with that foot, man, I don't know if he can perform his job. Number one. Number two, you got to look at this thing longer term. Is it worth going out there? What is the injury specifically? Is it worth going out there and making it worse and losing him down the stretch when you've got what looks like a potential playoff run right here in the next month? So, a lot at stake if he does play.
And again, if he isn't able to go, Clint, you're down to Tremont Smith, who has stepped in because Stingley has had some injury issues and been in and out of the lineup. You're down to Tremont Smith stepping in.
You'd rather not see it against the Kansas City Chiefs and the speed that you mentioned. But the truth of the matter is two things. Tremont's been good when he's played this year, and D'Amico has been unbelievable in a sense, in several ways, but obviously in a sense of overcoming injuries, specifically in the secondary. And so I'm sure he'll have a plan that works. I'm sure he'll have a plan that fits Tremont, not so much as Kamari. I think they're two different players, obviously. So I think D'Amico, I got confidence that D'Amico will make it work one or the other. But this is a tough decision for the Texans to decide. Is the risk worth the reward?
And I think the decision is going to be on the Texans because I think Kamari Lassiter is going to do everything that he possibly can to prove, I can go. Just let me. That just seems to be that cat's mindset.
Right.
All right. Also on the other side, Andy Reid spoke to the media today. He said the corner, Chris Roland Wallace, who had been playing in the slot, he missed last week's game. They've already ruled him out with a back issue, but in terms of the other two offensive linemen, Trey and Jawan Taylor, Trey Smith is having an issue with the ankle, and then Jawan Taylor is having a tricep issue. He said with both of those guys, they're making progress, but it is wait and see. He also said that it would be a stretch right now for right guard Trey Smith and tackle Jawan Taylor to play, though he says Smith is further along than Jawan Taylor. Your read on that?
Well, I told you yesterday, Trey Smith is the one to watch for me. I mean, the tackles are going to need a lot of help any way you slice it with Daniil Hunter and Will Anderson out there. So the Trey Smith part, interior-wise, is what I got my eyes on. We're obviously don't have Tim settled.
Yeah.
We're missing some interior pieces. Any way that their interior offensive line is weakened to keep them from being able to run the football and to keep to allow us to have a better chance to push the pocket in pass protection would be so Trey Smith is the one I'm keeping my eye on. I would rather Jawan Taylor be the one that's a little further along, a little closer to playing, to be completely honest with you. But
really,
but yeah, absolutely. No,
even though that is you've been on that all week. Even though it is Hunter and Will Anderson, as you've said, they can help that.
I mean, Jawan Taylor's not going to slow down either one of those guys. He's a good player. Can hold his own maybe, but those two guys are going to eat either way it goes. Trey Smith has the ability of really creating a firm interior O-line and
a run game,
giving Pat somewhere to slide up into, give the run game somewhere to escape to. Trey Smith is the one that's a little bit of a difference maker here, and he's going against the Texans. If there is a weakness, we call it a weakness, the interior defensive line. So Trey Smith is the one I'm keeping an eye on. So, but looks like, if I'm reading to that, Andy, it looks like he's going to play.
Little intel of people I've talked to, I don't think either one of them are going to go.
Boy, I'm going to tell you, if you're Trey Smith and you're close and it's an ankle, a sprain,
he said he's further along.
Well, whatever it may be. This is a game. You lose this game, you're done.
Yeah, no, I hear you. It's just my man got a high ankle sprain and a low ankle sprain, both ankles. I'm sorry, same ankle. Ankle. That same ankle has a high ankle sprain and the lower ankle, so we'll see. But the surprising thing is I would have thought Jawan Taylor was further along than him, but that's one here. All right, let's get into some matchups, Clint. What are you seeing here? This is something that Texans fans should watch. When the Texans have the ball, when they're on offense, what for you are the key matchups?
The best player on their defense, the one guy that can wreck a game, that can wreck a situation. If this thing comes down to, hey man, we got to have a touchdown, we're down 4, and it's a third down or a fourth down or a goal line. We've seen Chris Jones just stand up and be a one-man wrecking crew, and so this game is about Chris Jones versus our interior offensive line. That's been better. But I don't think this is something that we all of a sudden feel like we've got Chris Jones figured. I know they handled Simmons from Tennessee well. They've handled some of the better defensive linemen that they've come up against. They've handled them well, kept them from wrecking shop, if you will. But Chris Jones has the ability in critical moments to make game-changing, game-ending type plays. And so I think big picture, Chris Jones versus our interior offensive line, particularly in passing situations. I do think that we're going to have to spin the ball around the park a little bit. So, particularly in passing situations, Ed Ingram, Andrews, that right side in particular, they make me a little nervous in pass protection.
Yeah.
And when you put the Chris Jones dynamic across the ball from him, they make me real nervous.
And to be honest, Chris was not playing anywhere near what you normally expect of him. But since the bye week, the last couple of games against Denver, against the Colts and Dallas, he's looked closer to the Chris Jones you've seen. Now, he gets double teamed damn near every play, definitely every pass play. We'll see if the Texans do that too. But yeah, he is important because, honest to God, Clint, at times if he doesn't get close rushing the passer, nope, they don't. They got a blitz, and that's the only way that they can get pressure. All right, for you, when the Texans have the ball, your thoughts? What's the matchup you're looking at when the Texans have the ball?
Well, this is a little bit of a piggyback on the conversation we had a little earlier. I mean, to start the show is the Kamari Lassiter. I'm going to assume right now that Kamari Lassiter is not playing. Right, so the key matchup immediately becomes the guys.
That's where you're leaning.
Absolutely.
You're leaning,
I mean, even if he does play, he's got a bad wheel.
Yeah,
so it immediately goes to, and I'll narrow it down to Worthy and Brown, the guys that can take the top off of defense, the guys that are that can run by you. Versus any corner not named Derek Stingley. So if Kamari plays and he's only got one wheel, that's the matchup that could be a problem. If Tremont Smith plays and you got to play a little bit looser coverage and now you're throwing underneath, or if you try to play man, those guys can get over the top. That matchup of Worthy and or Brown versus any corner not named Derek Stingley is the key.
Yeah. Someone texted in, they're a little concerned. Can't give up 7 points to find out if Lassiter is limited when the Texans' offense can't score.
When it's a wheel, man, it's dangerous.
Yeah, we'll see. All right, no, I'm with you on that with Tremont Smith, the other guys, because the Chiefs, this is what their thought process was. All right, we got Rice, we got Worthy, we got Hollywood Brown, Tyquan Thornton has come on. Like, two of those guys have to face probably teams' second and third corners, and if Lassiter's not able to go, you may even go deeper down there. The other speed kid, he may have to jump in the game to play some corner. Yeah, there's some interesting matchups on both sides. 713-572-4610. What matchups to you are the ones? If you're looking for what Clint said, Clint had to say Chris Jones against that interior three. Sometimes they kick him out to the tackles, but I'm with you. I think they'll probably look at Andrews. They'll look at Eddie Room and look at Titus Howard. By the way, remember Titus Howard, the reason why a lot of people believe he could play guard was the one game he had against Chris Jones years ago at NRG where he handled Chris Jones pretty well in that game. So he has had some success at guard playing against Chris Jones over there. So a lot of interesting matchups in this big game. We'll take a look at this. All right, Clint really believes, and I'll be honest with you, talking to Clint, talking to our engineer Andy, my experience last week, I didn't really believe this was that big of a deal, but I'm maybe starting to come along to where these guys are. We'll let you know about something in this game that could be a major factor. That's coming up next.
All right, power outages can happen, y'all, anytime around these parts. And, look, we narrowly escaped hurricane season with no hurricanes, so we don't have to worry about it then.
Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Raven Tower, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There we go. We are live on a Football Friday, and here in the city, here in Houston, here at Raven Tower. Come on out. Enjoy yourself. I know people are on their way to getting off work here coming up and getting ready for the weekend, and there is no better place to come out and do that with. We've had a great time here in the past. Last time we had a really good crowd out here. I remember the commissioner, Mary, and company made their way on out here. Indoor, outdoor TVs, indoor, outdoor, great drinks, food truck on the way. This is the spot to be at here on a Football Friday. No better place than here, and you got a chance to win multiple prizes, including Texans-Colts tickets later on this season, so you don't want to miss that. All right, Clint, this is something to you. I'm starting to come around on a little bit as being a factor, but you think the weather has the potential to be a factor in this game. By the way, game time temp, 23 degrees at 7:20 in Kansas City on the field. You think this has a chance to be a real factor in this game?
Absolutely, 100%.
Who you think this favors, by the way?
Oh, it favors Kansas City.
Yeah.
I mean, it favors Kansas City having. I mean, they play outdoors. They play in this stuff all the time. They've won monster games in this stuff. So absolutely, it is a factor. Now, I mean, you can be tough if you want to, but the reality of it is at night, 23 degrees, an indoor football team typically in Houston, all training camp, you're fighting heat. All you're worried about is heat. All you're worried about is, do we need to go indoors because there's a little rain, a little lightning? You have zero experience over the last 12 months in any level of 23-degree freezing weather playing football. And look, if it's clear and it's dry, then it'll be less, I think, of an issue. But 23 degrees, that ball is extremely hard. As I said yesterday, the snap, the quarterback, exchange, quarterback center exchange, the ball handling in the backfield, the quarterback's grip on the ball, throwing it. I mean, the receivers catching it. Anybody's got to handle the football. It is an absolute game changer any way you look at it. I mean, and whether they handle it well is yet to be seen. We'll see. I mean, C.J. Stroud didn't seem to have a problem with it when he was at Ohio State.
Yeah.
So if he's got a monster hand, and I don't know what he measured. I don't know what his hand measured at Ohio State or in the combine, but the reality of it is, if he's got a monster hand, then it'll be less of an issue. But
it didn't seem to bother them last year. They played 2 games there last year in December and January. I didn't think weather was a big deal. You said CJ played at Ohio State. Nico played at Michigan. All the Cyclone kids played at Iowa State. There are several Kansas City kids actually on the team, Urshery, Noel. So at first I wasn't thinking that was a big deal. I ain't going to lie to you. Even though those guys played there, this is something from personal experience. Like, my family and friends have looked at me like, man, it ain't that cold. Like, it is a bit of something when you have lived in the amazing climate here that we get here in Houston. And then you go down there, and I was down there for Thanksgiving, and I got a taste of that 34 last week. Woo! Like, hey, that was it felt different than 34. Like, 34 used to be for me a hoodie.
Yeah.
Like, I get a hoodie, man, T-shirt underneath the hoodie. 34 last week was a hoodie, a bubble coat, a hat, and I was struggling. So like and I lived in that climate for almost 40 years. 30 plus years of my life.
Adapted down here, right? I mean, it's what you're used to, right?
That's probably been about the last 3-4 year visits.
Yeah, I mean, I'm telling you, you get down here, you're exposed to the heat is the only issue, and you get used to that heat and that cold. You don't think about it until that hawk hits you dead in the face, and it's like, whoa, that's a little different right there.
I don't think you understand how much I love the fact that you know what that hawk means.
Boy, you can't play ball and not know what that hawk means.
when that hawk comes sliding towards your neck, boy, that hit that neck, woo, You got to get
out there for a while. And you want
to quit smoking. Go to a cold climate.
Yeah.
Try to go outside. You get it.
I mean, not only that. I mean, I'm glad you put it into perspective. Literally talking about Houston to Kansas City, but Jonathan Alexander of the Chronicle wrote this story on creative ways NFL players keep warm in cold weather games, and he cited. I don't know if I didn't read the article completely, so I don't know who all was in it. But the Texans, Cade Stover, a pass catcher by the way, lathers Vaseline over every inch of his body. Right? I mean, a pass catcher is going to lather up with Vaseline because of the cold. A guy that played at Ohio State, a guy that needs to catch passes is still going to lather himself up with Vaseline. That seems like maybe his D-end, his defensive end world he lived in before he moved to tight end, but that's how cold it is. Titus Howard's going to put some warm skin cream, which I've never heard of, to be honest with you, warm skin cream, and then wears latex gloves under his gloves that he's already going to have. And that's the offensive line. He don't have to touch the ball, and catch the ball, and snap the ball. And so
that's a kid from Alabama.
Right. And then all of a sudden, Daniil Hunter says, I'm immune to it after 9 years in Minnesota. So, again, that in itself, played 9 years in Minnesota, so it doesn't bother him as much. Yeah. That tells you that it clearly, if you hadn't played 9 years in Minnesota or you hadn't grew up in Kansas City, when you go back, it's going to hurt. It's going to be a little different. And look, I'm not saying it's a major ordeal. It may not hurt him. But when it's all said and done, it is something that changes the approach, it changes the dynamic, and it definitely can change the game in a major way if you let it.
713-572-416, YouTube and Twitch. Do you believe weather is a factor? It'll be 23 degrees at kickoff, dropping throughout the night. And by the way, just a kind of point of reference, the Texans have played 5 games outside of domes. And they have been 64 degrees in Tennessee, 78 degrees in Baltimore, 85 degrees in Jacksonville, 83 degrees in L.A., and then they played 56 degrees is the coldest temperature they played in Seattle on Monday night. So that is a point of reference where they've been. I didn't think it was going to be that big of a deal for the players, and I still don't. I think maybe we'll see. I mean, it's going to get cold. It's going to drop. This isn't going to be like the Miami playoff game the Chiefs had a couple years ago where several people walked out of the stadium, fans, with frostbite and amputated feet. Like, I don't think it ain't going to be that. The one person, though, I do worry about for the Texans, Fairbairn. I think the Chiefs have a decided advantage with Harrison Butker and kicking in cold weather, kicking in bad weather games, because he's done it and he's made big kicks in those. And if you remember, we talked about, I didn't really notice it much with the players, but with him maybe a little different. Last year, they played in December in the regular season. On a cold day, he missed an extra point after Tank went down. Yeah, go ahead, take that one, Reggie. And then in the playoff,
put your Nigerian spin on that joint.
Yes, just put a Hawaiian spin on. And then in the playoff game, if you remember, he missed a field goal that just never had a chance.
Yeah, good point.
And then he missed an extra point, and then he got one blocked in there. So he had 4 kicks that he missed in that weather. Like CJ, the offensive line, those guys, I'm not really as worried. I'd like the point Andy made during the break about Kamari Lassiter with that foot. I don't know how great cold weather is going to be, if that tightens up or whatever with his foot. But Fairbairn, to me, in a game and a team that relies on getting all the points that they can get, in a team where we've watched him have games where he's had to make 5 field goals. He's had to make multiple field goals. And we look at it, they lost last year by 8 in the regular season. They lost last year by 9 in the playoff game, and that's 4 kicks combined he missed in that weather. So, if anything, that may be the one that I wonder about is Fairbairn and his leg kicking field goals. So I'm not sure about the other guys, but that one was potentially something. All right, let's head to the phone lines. We'll get back. Dana Hughes, who is the radio analyst for the Chiefs. He'll call the game in Kansas City, and he'll join us. We'll get his thoughts on this game coming up next.
Coach D'Amico isn't worried about how the previous meeting with the Chiefs ended up in the Texans' final.
and in Cypress, 713-913-5285.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Raven Tower, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here. Raven Tower here, 310 North Street here in Houston. And if you are getting off work, making your way around, trying to figure out what the hell you want to do, come on out here. What's the music venue that we're next to?
White Oak.
White Oak. If you're looking for a point of reference.
A little landmark.
Right, a little landmark right next to, thank you, I couldn't find it.
Yeah.
Right next to White Oak Music Venue. Raven Tower, great drinks, food truck on the way in, and it'll be a good time in here. All right, let's head to the phone lines and talk to our guy, Danon Hughes. Danon Hughes, who is a former Kansas City Chief, also the Kansas City Chiefs color analyst for the radio network there. Danon, we love that you have joined us back this week. Somebody texted in, I'm telling you, Danon, I told my man Clint, I said, it makes me so happy that he knows what it means when it says that Hawk hit you. Not a lot of my white brothers know what that Hawk means.
Man. Yeah, man, that Hawk is out. It's out. I know about it. I knew about it as a little kid in Jersey, and then when I went to the University of Iowa, and definitely here in Kansas City. So the Hawk is hitting for sure.
Hey, bro, I'm gonna tell you that Hawk didn't make too many trips south to Houston, but when it did, boy, you felt that something. Hit you dead in the face. Now, it wasn't Iowa or New Jersey, but when it made its way down here, boy, it made an appearance.
Speaking of that, Dana, we just talked about this in our last segment. How big a deal do you think the weather potentially will be in this game coming up?
Well, first I have to say, man, I haven't gotten much sleep this week. I feel like I've been getting up in a cold sweat and just screaming out Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson Jr., just randomly. So I got the shakes a little bit. So, hopefully you don't hold it against, you can hear some fatigue in my voice during this segment. But, yeah, man, I think the weather is a factor. The weather – the 12th man at GEHA Field at Arrowhead Stadium is a factor. And you guys have been down this road before. Last year, playing you guys twice in just a few weeks here. And I remember that the weather was a factor then. So, at this point where we're sitting at 6-6, we'll take whatever advantages we'll take. And we know we got to run the table. And it starts this week with a hungry, very, very dangerous and hungry Houston Texans team. So it's the next man up philosophy, and we just got to get the job done.
Hey, man, when you look at this matchup in the recent history, the big, at least down here, I mean, I'm sure that the big, not outlier, but the y'all's interior pressure, Spags' ability to dial up interior pressure, whether it be with backers, safety, whoever the hell it may be, it's been able to get home. And if you look at some of the stats, I heard some of the TV talking heads talking about some of the stats that Spags pressures aren't getting home as much this year as they have previously. Is that something that's on y'all's radar, or do you think those numbers may be telling a little bit of a lie?
No, it's been one of the stories of this season. Our defense, as far as pressures and creating turnovers, just has not been the same as it's been in the past. And I don't know what the deal is. You guys have been around the game of football. I've been around for a long period of time. You can have the most intricate, creative blitz packages drawn up, but ultimately if you can't get home with four guys, then those blitz packages are only going to work but so much. And what I've seen recently, for most of this season actually, is when teams have been successful against us, basically what they've done is kept running back in or kept the tight end in, picked up the blitzer, and then if the blitz did not come, they just leaked out that running back or tight end, and now that guy became the final outlet for the quarterback. And if we're not able to get home, then you're exposing other guys like our linebackers and Nick Bolton or Drew Tranquil to a whole lot of open space with either a running quarterback or a running back that's just gotten a swing pass out of the backfield, and that has extended drives. So, like, you can't be a one-trick pony. You got to be able to be versatile, and it just hasn't worked out for us this year. This game comes down to, just like with you guys on defense, I mean, if you guys try to make a steady day of pressuring Patrick Mahomes with the blitz, like, it could be a long afternoon, or I should say long evening for y'all. And it's the same thing for us. If we cannot get home with four guys, Chris Jones, George Karlaftis, Charles Omenihu, Derek Nottie, Jerry Tillery, Mike Pennell, those are our interior defensive linemen. If we can't get home and create havoc and discomfort for C.J. Stroud with four of those guys, and we have to be relegated to blitzing, you guys will do to us just like the Cowboys did to us, just like the Broncos did to us.
Danon Hughes, analyst for the Kansas City Chiefs radio network, he'll be calling this game in Kansas City for with the Texans and the Chiefs. A lot of people are looking at this defense, and there are not a lot of holes with this defense. We've watched every single one of these games. You talk about cold sweats with Danielle Hunter and Will Anderson Jr., Derek Stingley on the back ends, not a walk in the park. We'll see about Kamari Lassiter. That could be a big injury front news as he hasn't practiced this week. How do you think Andy Reid, because listen, Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, those are Hall of Fame guys. How do you think they're going to go about attacking this defense, knowing the potential deficiencies they may have up front?
Hopefully aggressively. And that's not a slight towards the Texans. I just feel like we cannot be tentative. You cannot afford to be tentative. You can feel out the defense a little bit, but I think when you look at this defense, you look at Patrick Mahomes' abilities, if we start consistently throwing the ball horizontally, like to the sideline, swing routes, if we're trying to negate some of your speed with flip passes and jet sweeps and some of those things, bubble screens, that's where your defensive backfield will be able to attack the line of scrimmage and come up and make big hits. And then we'll be relegated to third and extra long. Like, we're going to have to take our chances down the field. And in this circumstance, with what's on the line, like, I'd hate to come out midnight Sunday night and saying, man, we kind of kept things in the holster and now we're out of the playoffs. Like, I feel like everybody's got a job to do. Everybody gets paid. We may be down up to 3 offensive linemen. We're going to have reserves in the offensive line position. Hopefully that doesn't affect aggressiveness by Matt Nagy and Andy Reid in the play calling. And for the most part, whatever plays are called, I'm hoping that Patrick stays upright or at least feels comfortable to deliver the ball down the field. We do have some weapons outside. We do have speed, but he's going to need time to be able to deliver to those guys. And we're going to have to take advantage of any miscues that Houston provides us. When we played the Cowboys last week, we did not get a hit on Dak Prescott. We did not put him down. We did not have a sack in the game. They converted multiple third and extra long situations to extend their drives and put points on the board. Like, that's been the recipe for the lack of successes that we've had, especially on the road. Now, fortunately here, we've played much better. We're 5-1 on the season at home, and we just got to think of it from that perspective. There's a lot of positives that we can expect in the game offensively and defensively, but we got to do it. Like this is uncharted territory, guys. You might hear some desperation in my voice, but this is uncharted territories for the Kansas City Chiefs. We have not been down this road before where we're sitting here in the beginning of December talking about must-win games for postseason. Usually we're talking about it for seeding or for number 1 seeds and hosting AFC championships. We're talking about playoff lives. And I think the reality set in Thanksgiving night when we lost against the Cowboys, like, wow, we're not in the driver's seat. But technically we are, because all we have to do is just keep winning, and we'll be able to play more in January.
Well, Dana, I'm gonna be honest with you. It'd feel real good as an old boy that was born and raised down here in Houston. It'd feel real good to go ahead and finish that job that them Cowboys started. It'd feel real good to go ahead and just finish that job that they started on y'all's ass, Dana. And I'm gonna be honest with you.
Hey, you guys down in Texas, you watch those old westerns. They had those most wanted pictures up around town. Like, I feel like we're most wanted guys around the NFL. Whether you guys get a chance to finish us off, or the Chargers will try to finish us off, and then Christmas night, the Denver Broncos, the hated rivals, will have an opportunity. So it's no cakewalk for the rest of the road here in Kansas City, and we got to know that everybody, including the Texans, want to be the team to say we put the nail in the coffin of the Kansas City Chiefs in the 2025 season. So a lot is on the line. We know there's some extra incentives. There's history. We've beaten y'all the last 5 times. So we know that there's some hangover effects there that we're going to have to try to quash.
Real quick, Dana, how you feeling about it? From how you feeling, and what are you feeling the people back in Kansas City are feeling about this game?
I think people are still in shock because you look up and you're like, how did we get to this point? How do we lose 5 of our 6 games by 1 score when we won 17 between the last 2 seasons to break a record, and 12 last year? How do we get that whole thing flipped around? So I think there's some shock, but I also think there's some confidence because, again, we haven't been down this road before. Like, we're expecting, it's kind of one of those deals where you're a kid on Christmas and you always got that grandparent that gets you a really cool gift. You're just waiting for them to show up. And then one year they show up in the morning, and the next year they don't get there until night. You're just sitting at the door waiting. Like, we're waiting for the big gift from the grandparents. Like, we're waiting for this whole thing to turn around, and until they count us out, like, we feel like we still got life. And we just know that the next man up is the Houston Texans. They're going to come in here with some fire, and we got to deliver.
You're going to open up that door on Sunday, and the Grinch is going to be standing there looking at your ass.
All right, Dana, man.
Don't call me next week if we lose, but call me if you win. How about that?
Told you,
there you go.
Dana, I told you they've been on my ass, Dana. I told you. They've been on me, Dana. They've been on me. That's all right, though. We'll see it. All right, man. Appreciate you joining us, man. And enjoyed this huge game that has huge ramifications when it comes to the playoffs. We'll talk to you down the line.
I appreciate you, brothers.
All right, that's Dana Hughes. He'll be on the call. Essentially, he is the Andre Ware of the Kansas City Chiefs. He'll be on the call. Good to talk with him. Coming up, that Dana, that Andre Ware. Coming up, let's talk about the potential meaning of what this game would mean if the Texans won the game. And this is a defining moment potentially for the D'Amico era. We'll discuss that next.
Hey, Ron said let's talk about this defining moment for the Texans. Hell, let's talk about your hair. How about that? If you're losing it and you desire to have it back, Advanced Hair Restoration has the easiest guaranteed solution in the game. It's a simple one-day treatment, y'all. It offers life-changing results. I've seen with my own eyes. If you
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Raven Tower, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. Shout out to Dane and Hughes joining us. We are live here at Raven Tower. And if you're in the building, we're about to start hooking folks up. All right, we've got plenty of giveaways. We got four $25 gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. We have a free oil change. Any vehicle you want, Tomball Ford. Shout out to Tomball Ford. You can go in. I feel like we got somebody who is going to get them a free oil change at Tomball Ford. In the building, you got a chance to win that. And the big prize a little bit later on, your chance to win a pair of tickets to that Texans-Colts game at the end of the season. That will be a huge game. You got a chance to win those coming up here in the 5 o'clock hour. So make your way out here to Raven Tower. Oh, you done got started, huh?
Where you think Eddie is right there, bro?
What is that? I had to mix in the water.
I got old tropical tequila.
Let's go. Don't look at me and it just you know I'm gonna say yes. You know I'm gonna say yes.
She's dangerous.
She is. She really is.
She's dangerous.
For the drink perspective.
In every sense of the phrase.
You're right.
There's something. I mean, I greatly appreciate the effort, the work. That's dangerous. That's dangerous.
Hey, all right. Here's some.
Look, see, I told you.
I know she is.
The presentation.
I mean, Andy met her right there.
Andy couldn't wait to get over here.
Couldn't wait to get over there. All right. But make your way on out here. Indoor, outdoor. Food. Is the food truck here yet?
Yes, I've already ordered.
Food truck is here.
Didn't even wait on you, bub.
Clint already ordered, so get on out here. It's going to be a great time here. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. A great way to start your Friday. If you're looking for a landmark, as Clint said earlier, White Oak Music Venue, right next to the White Oak Music Venue.
If you get close, you can see the tower, literally, the tower. I went ahead and went. I'm tell you, I went with the tacos. It's Mexican food out there.
Oh,
I got some queso and chips. I'll give you a little.
So it's a little different than last time.
Yeah, a little different. I'd say they went from barbecue to
Why not,
Mexican
man?
food. Yeah,
There you go. Why not?
Different.
I think we could figure something out with that.
I mean, I'll share just in case if you're in a hurry. I'll share.
You ain't got to share. I'm gonna walk out. Shout out. Hey, Reggie's in the building. Shout out to Reggie. Reggie had a Tula from In the Loop. All right.
Pet away. Pet away in the building.
There it is. Reggie's in the building having a good time, so come on out and have a good time. Hey, some injury news. Shout out to Tyler Milner, just dropping that injury report in. Hey, Tyler, they got that thing out quick today, didn't they? We're playing around, huh?
It shocked me, actually, when I saw that land in the inbox.
Some important notes here. Jamal Hill and Jalen Reed, no surprises. They're out. Jalen Reed with the forearm, Hill with the hamstring. Kamari Lassiter, Clint, listed as questionable. For the Texans now.
A limited participation listed as questionable. I'll take it.
Yeah, I take it.
After 2 days of no practice and 1 day on the side,
Clint,
I'll take it.
I don't know if he's going to play 4 quarters, but I think he is. I will be shocked if he doesn't give it a go, and I think it will be because they've held him out. They've said, son, we got to.
Well, I don't know.
And I don't know who's got to be the one to tell him that he ain't going to get a chance to play because he's going to lose his mind.
Well, I'm going to tell you, man, I'd love to see him play. I've become a huge fan. My favorite guy to watch on film. But the worst case scenario here in this game in particular is he plays and makes it worse. I have no idea what the injury is. I mean, if it's an ankle sprain.
They still have important games after this.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're just huge games. And I mean, if he tries to give it a go here and re-injures or injures something worse, makes it worse, doesn't finish this game, cost himself more games, potentially longer term. I mean, I mean, I'm just worst case scenario is play and make it worse. And so if it ain't full go and if everybody ain't 100% comfortable, man, give him some sweats, man. Get him on that sideline, give him some sweats. D'Amico has been tremendous. D'Amico has been tremendous. Jalen Petru's out, boom. They're still the number one team in the NFL. I'm not saying Kamari's not more important than that, but D'Amico's been tremendous in overcoming these injuries in the secondary. Let's not make a small problem bigger.
He's going to be hell to be around if he's not able to play.
I agree. I mean,
Don't he look like he'll be?
I mean, why don't we?
He'll be over there pissed. He'll be over. You got to take his. You got to leave his uniform and his helmet at home.
Could you imagine him, Will Anderson, and Aziz not being able to play in a game like this? And
could you imagine the mood they're in with their
brutal
significant others, their family, the whole
brutal,
just
brutal.
Awful. So, but he is questionable again. As I said, I think he will give it a go. We'll see how effective he is, and if it either one changes how Matt Burke and D'Amico want to run defense, or if he's not effective and they have to go in a different.
Well, I mean, we're hung up on Kamari Lassiter and Wright, but you look at full participants from today. There's some big names there as well.
Yeah, that have no designation.
Well, I mean, Danico Autry all of a sudden, although he's been on here every week, so I think this is more of an ongoing issue with him. But Danico Autry all of a sudden becomes a far bigger factor in this game with the Tim Settle injury. He is a far bigger factor. You look at Trent Brown. We talked to him yesterday. Everybody's more in love with him today than they were yesterday before we had him on air with us, which is exactly how it's supposed to work. That hand, the fact that he's a full participant was big. And
they
then
said he's got a broken finger, by the way.
Well, Woody Marks, and the fact that he's got that bum ankle, if he's practicing on that ankle, that is a huge plus for the Texans. We've discussed how important he is and how big he's going to be if they're able to win games down the stretch. So Woody Marks is important as well. Full participant today. That's big, man.
Now, Clint, the Chiefs injury report is out too, and I think there is one that will really – you may not know it yet. I'll help you. You may not know it yet, but this will have a lot of impact to Texans fans. So we knew from Andy earlier, he said Chris Roland Wallace, who had been playing slot, he's missed last week. He'll miss this week again. He's declared out. Trey Smith, Jawan Taylor, they're doubtful. We said it earlier that Andy said it'd be a long shot for those guys to play. He said Trey Smith is closer than Jawan Taylor, but they are technically listed as doubtful. The only other person
after
they have
not participating at all.
And they have not participated all week. They didn't even work on the side like Kamari did. The only other person that is out is Nico Remigio.
Say it again.
Nico Remigio.
There we go. I just checking on you.
Now the reason why, and that is one.
I had to make sure you meant
that. And that is the one that I think will interest Houston fans because it has him listed as a wide receiver. He has not lined up as a wide receiver since week 2. But what he does do every week is he returns punts and kickoffs. And if he is out, he's not returning kickoffs. Dameon Pierce is going to be returning kickoffs for the Chiefs in this game. So I was not certain if Dameon Pierce would be active in this game. I didn't know that Remigio would be out, but he is their kickoff returner.
Mm-hmm.
And Dave told the special teams coach talked about, I don't know if Dameon Pierce is going to get in on offense, but he has been working since we got him with our special teams at kickoffs.
Boy,
so
let Dameon Pierce return one. Frank Ross can get his ass run up out of town.
Hey, now hold on. It ain't like we ain't seen that this year before. So we may with the Nico Remigio being out, we may get a Dameon Pierce sighting.
There we go
in this game.
Well, good. I'm excited to see him. I like the young.
He's wearing number 34. He took him a while to get that wave cap on when he was at practice. He took 5 minutes to get that rolled up. Clyde Edwards-Helaire was looking at him like, "Hey man, you need some help." But it looks like we may get a little Dameon Pierce in this game. But Trey Smith and Jawan Taylor are the big ones. Big ones. They're doubtful. Again, as I said to you in the first segment, I don't see those guys playing. I don't see those guys coming out. Their injuries, man. I'm sorry, man. High ankle sprain. He's in a walking boot, damn it. High ankle sprain and low ankle sprain on one foot. He said he's closer. I don't see him jumping in this game. And I think they will have 3 backups. And Mike Caliendo and Wanye Morris, look out. Andy's going to have to protect those 2 gentlemen. Now, they did get to the Super Bowl with Caliendo playing guard, but he was out there. Quinnen Williams was giving him everything he could handle.
Well, luckily, lucky for him, we ain't got no Quinnen Williams on this.
He got Quinnen for 2 holding penalties. He just drug his ass down with leg scissors. So that is the latest there from the injury report thing. All right, Clint and the people, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this. What if they do win this game, if they're able to pull this game out, right now they're 7-5. This is a place, as Danon said earlier, and they're 0 for 5 the last 5 times they played the Chiefs since 2019. What would this mean? 713-572-416, YouTube and Twitch. What would this mean if they pulled this game out?
Shoot, they're in.
They're in the playoff, yeah.
They're
Their
in.
playoff chances go up to above 75%.
Like we in 2 weeks, I don't want to speak for anybody else, but in 2 weeks we've gone from, oh, hell, man, you lose another game, you ain't got a chance, to you're in.
Playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, 2 weeks ago, that was me right there. What the hell are you talking about? And hell, I think Larry and Stafford's the only one still beating that drum. But everybody else had kind of quieted down a bit, but he is persistent now. Yeah, I mean, you're in. I mean, you got the rest of the way with Arizona and Las Vegas on the schedule, Indy again on the schedule, and Chargers. I mean, you're all but in. So this is a monster game. If you can win this game, you're in, first and foremost. But secondly, I know the organization's going to downplay this. And hell, I don't have a problem with it. Maybe they should. But being the team, I wasn't joking when I was talking to Danon, what was it, Danon?
Danon Hughes. Yeah.
When I say I'd love to finish the job that the Texans did, I quickly go from, hey, man, we got a lot better chance to getting in, to, damn, it feels good to be the team that knocks their ass out. Damn, it feels good to be the team to swing the knockout punch and knock them off the mountaintop, officially knock them off the mountaintop. That would be, and not because there's some kind of, I'm not a guy that has a hate for Kansas City or a hate for this team or that team.
No, but
a team that has a dynasty and is looked to be untouchable. Damn sure when you talk about knocking out of the playoffs. I mean, it's one thing to not be at a Super Bowl or AFC Championship. Has Pat missed an AFC Championship since he's been the starter?
No.
I mean,
7 straight years.
Yeah, so I mean, to be a team that can knock these boys completely out of the playoffs would be a really, really, really good feeling. And I think it's something that inside the walls, they've never let us know, but inside the walls of NRG Stadium, I think it would be a feather in the cap. It'd be a reason to walk around with your chest poked out a little bit. It'd be a source of confidence beyond just winning and giving yourself a better chance to get in the playoffs. So, yeah, it would mean a lot. I think it would mean a lot more than I think we will ever know, even inside them door, that building over there in NRG.
Ray on YouTube and Twitch, and that's R-E-Y, Ray. Ray said, yeah, I think it means the playoffs for us, and KC is the top of the top. That's who you would have beaten. Text line coming in. As I said, what would it mean if they were able to pull this game off on the road, Sunday Night Football in Arrowhead?
Yep.
And as you said, I think that would end the Chiefs. That would end the Chiefs' season.
This year, 2025.
This year, that would end them.
I would rather beat them in an AFC Championship when they were winning 12 and 13 games, no doubt about it. But that's not where we're at right now. This isn't a would you rather segment. I mean, at the end of the day, this is what's in front of us, and I'd love to be the team that put the foot on the throat.
Text line: your Texans are real contenders. They would have beaten 3 top teams we think are contenders in a row: Buffalo, Indy, Chiefs on the road, back to back.
Any way you slice it, that run right there is a hell of a 3-game run in 2025. Now, I mean, those are some pretty healthy organizations. I know Indy has just arrived, but hell, Indy won 10 games and missed the playoffs because we knocked them out. I mean, it's not like they have been awful and all of a sudden now they've arrived. They've been a pretty good franchise, and now here they are. They've got some things figured out. I mean, you beat 3 really healthy, historically good franchises in a row in a season when you started out 0-3. That's
2 of them on the road.
Yeah, that's a good point, man.
Yeah, and also I would say to me this is outside of Buffalo, they have not been good in the games against the elite teams. Like if you think about it, the teams that you think since D'Amico has been here, the teams that you say, all right, I think that team's a Super Bowl contender. I've counted it. They're 2-11 in that time frame over these 3 seasons, and the 2 wins are Buffalo, right? Like I don't count the Silver Springs Ravens they played earlier this year.
I think it's fair.
The other games against Baltimore, there's a game against the Lions in there. They've played the Chiefs 3 times. I think the Rams earlier this year, I think, are legit Super Bowl contenders. They just haven't fared well in Seattle. They haven't fared well in the games over this period. And again, outside of Buffalo, who we've talked, I think they just seem to be maybe the worst matchup in the league for Buffalo.
Yeah.
They have not had much success.
Well, any way you slice it, man. I mean, I think that's the next step. We can talk about the lack of success in prime time. Okay, let's go get it. It would be huge in Sunday Night Football in this matchup, right? Because I know we can look at the Chiefs through the lens of, well, the record's not. But when people turn the TV on, they're still turning it on to watch the Chiefs. And if in front of that crowd, you can wet ass. That would be impressive.
Yeah, you'll be in front of everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. So the primetime aspect of it.
They had 57 million people watching their game last week.
Yeah, the primetime aspect of it is big. The as you said, kind of turning that corner and being better against true Super Bowl contending teams would be big. So it's a monster game, no doubt. It's a monster game, man. Our defense versus Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes. It's one thing to be a great defense and beat up on a bunch of bad football teams. But, boy, you go out there and you put a notch in your belt against Andy Reid and Pat Mahomes, and you keep them below your season average or something along those lines. Boy, that's a big time accomplishment.
Lamar Jackson and the Ravens, the Buffalo Bills, Josh Allen. Really, Joe Burrow one time is the only team in the AFC who's been able to put the Chiefs down in a game they absolutely had to have. You got a chance to do that. Yeah. You got a chance to turn the corner and change where you are coming up in this game. All right, as we continue right here live here at Raven Tower. Come on out, have a good time with us. Maybe D'Amico Ryans knew what he was thinking. Him and Nick Caserio knew what they were thinking as we are starting to get an understanding of a player that many of you were hoping the Texans would scoop up. We'll let you know the latest on that coming up next.
All right, hunting season, holiday season. It's that time of year. And you got to get down to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Look, I can't think of a better time to stop by your local
Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Raven Tower, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are having a good time. Hey, the bartenders are flowing, the drinks are flowing, the food truck is out. If you're on YouTube and Twitch, you can see Clint's got a couple of tacos, got some queso.
Those street tacos, boy.
There you go. Got him a drink, and you could be in here to enjoy this beautiful Football Friday as we are live here at Raven Tower, 310 North Street. 310 North Street, right next to the White Oak Music Venue. Come on out and hang out with us. We'll be here till 6 o'clock. Again, TVs all over the place. There will be some college football championship games that you can watch tonight. There will be some NBA. The Rockets, they're on tonight that you can watch here. TVs inside, outside, good drinks, good food. It's just a great atmosphere right here in the city, the great city of Houston. So come on out and hang out with us and enjoy yourself. Have a good time. And again, as I said, we're going to start hooking people up. After this segment ends, we will hook up our first couple of winners. Got a chance to win gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. All you got to do is grab a ticket. You see my guy Shay right there. If you're in the building or you're on the way, grab a ticket, put it in our raffle box, and you will have a chance to be a winner. You can win a free oil change. Shout out to Tom Ball Ford.
Come on.
And also you can win potential tickets to the Texans-Colts game, and that is courtesy of our good friends with the Houston Ford dealers. A chance to win a pair of tickets to that Houston Texans-Colts game coming up at the end of the season. So a lot for you to win here. All right, a lot of you, and we talked about it here, Clint, were wondering, wonder why the Texans didn't potentially jump on Darius Slay. Darius Slay was released by the Steelers, and then the Buffalo Bills, who are currently behind the Texans. The way that the waiver wire goes, it's by record.
Yeah.
And it goes to the team with the least record and on and on and on. And Buffalo, they claimed Darius Slay. Now, Clint, Darius Slay, 34 years old. He was on the Speakeasy podcast last night with Emmanuel Acho and company and said this is a decision that is a family-oriented decision, and he is not going to join the Buffalo Bills. Also in that interview, he said, hey, man, it's a little cold right now in Buffalo. Bills head coach Sean McDermott said the situation would be looked at as, quote, unfortunate, and he is he is not going to join the Buffalo Bills. He is contemplating retirement, actually, at 34 years old. He played with the Eagles last year, won a championship, and I wonder if the Texans claimed him, if Houston would be a destination he would have gone, because Buffalo wasn't. But that right there sounds like that doesn't sound like a D'Amico guy, like, oh, I got claimed. I'll pass on Buffalo, even though they're in it. It's a little cold there. That's not where I want to go.
Yeah,
it makes more sense on the type of guys that D'Amico likes to bring in.
I've never met a football coach that was like, give me the guy that just wants to play in a certain place. I mean, I want I want the guy that would play out there next to that bayou out there in that park we're looking at. Like that's ultimately what they want. But the interesting thing about Slay is, like, what point in your career do you get to, if you get cut, be a free agent? I'll be honest with you. I had no idea. I thought the only way the waiver wire worked was with younger players that were 4 years in the league. I didn't realize you could be he's an 8-year vet?
Let me see.
I didn't realize you could be 8 years in the league and get waived instead of cut.
You said that yesterday.
I mean, you look at it. I mean, obviously it goes down to the waiver wire, and I'm sure he hoped he would get to the Eagles. His word on the street is he hoped he'd get to the Eagles. He clearly didn't do that and didn't want to go to Buffalo. That's the wildest thing ever is a player of that ilk doesn't get to choose where he wants to go when he gets cut.
Yeah, he's been in the league since 2015. So
hell, you're talking about 12 years.
Yeah.
A 12-year veteran gets waived and has to go wherever. I mean, think about it if one of them, not that the the Bills are right now top of the barrel. But what if one of those bottom of the barrel teams said, "Yeah, we'll take you"? Hell no, I'm out on that.
Hell no.
And I'll be honest with you, I would have to respect it. I mean, I played with some bad organizations.
Yeah, you would understand that. But it's Buffalo and Josh Allen with they just beat you. You were on the field when they just beat you.
Yeah, I mean, but the Buffalo deal is interesting. But just big picture. I mean, hell, the two organizations that I spent an extended period of time with, I mean, if I was a veteran of 12 years and won a Super Bowl, I'd walk in there and spend about 10 minutes in the locker room and go, "Nah, I'm good. I'm good. Let me go play somewhere else. I got my bank accounts full. I just want to win a championship. This right here will take years off my life." So I don't know that Buffalo's that situation. You think he looked at Buffalo, or you think he's just being straight up honest, it's too cold?
Yeah, I think it's a lot of things. Family, do I want to be there? Do I want to be away from my family? And do I want to be away from my family in Buffalo?
Mm-hmm.
I think all of it. Because, I mean, Clint, let's be honest, man. Hey, Pittsburgh ain't Houston.
Yeah.
I mean, it's cold in Pittsburgh. Shoot, I mean, that ain't the whole way of it. All right, I did want to throw this out to you and the people, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. And Tyler, I want to start with you on this because it feels like, you tell me if I'm wrong, it feels like to me the Texans, and I've been here for 4 or 5 of these games, you've been here for 6 of them. It seems like this is, Tyler, the most confident I have seen Texans fans facing the Chiefs.
It's up there.
It like right now the confidence
we should be.
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, I think for fair reason. It feels like this at this point. It feels different. You said it yesterday. They're punching up. It feels different in terms of confidence level. There's a bit of a swagger and confidence and expectation of a certain type of performance from the Texans. Tyler, start with you, and people, you can jump in on this as well. I know there's a lot of confidence. What makes you nervous about this game against the Chiefs? If anything, what makes you nervous?
Oh, I mean, I think off the top, the number one thing's got to be just the Houston Texans offense. I mean, we've seen them improve, and the arrow's pointing up, as Cal would say. But this has still been what feels like a sort of bipolar offense week in and week out for the Houston Texans. Just hope they can do enough to score enough points to win this one. But, yeah, I mean, the confidence level's high and for good reason. I think there's been some recent years where maybe Texans teams have been gearing up for a game against the Chiefs where you thought you had a better Texans team than you do this year, maybe some of those Watson years. But the Chiefs and what they've done in their decline this season absolutely makes it a more confident game for Houston and everybody going into Arrowhead.
So the offense, I know you look at it, there's always things you go into games you're concerned about. What makes you nervous in this game for the Texans?
Well, I mean, just what we've watched versus, I'd say, lesser defensive fronts and less aggressive defensive fronts, kind of a give us false confidence, I think. I mean, I think it's about the offense, obviously. This defense is going to be legit and the real deal against whoever they play. They're going to get it done. Their identity is going to be their identity, and they're going to force their wheel on folks. I'm not worried about that. It's the offense that's still a little bit of, man, is this a product of some things coming together? And the OC being better, playing the right guys, the interior line, offensive line coming together, or is it, man, we just have faced some pretty pedestrian interior guys and some defenses that maybe they want to pressure, but they don't know how to time it up right, and Spags has them on a different level. I think that's still the concern for me is, the O-line, is it real against top-tier opponents? And when you got Chris Jones and Spagnuolo on the side, I don't know that I'm going to lean too much into stats.
That's interesting that neither one of you said Mahomes. I see that coming in right there. Mahomes is the number one things that makes him nervous. Someone texted in Andy Reid and Mahomes. So text in it's cold, the weather, Sunday night makes me nervous. But for you, Tyler, you said it was just the Texans offense, and for you, that interior offensive line, how they handle that and the Spags.
I don't think 20 points is getting it done. I mean, not comfortably. I think you're going to have to get 24, 27, and I don't. If we can't protect interior guard, center guard, we're going to have some problems. So I think that's where I would lean more so than. Look, it's a hell of a matchup. You're tuning into this game to watch the best defense in football versus Pat Mahomes and Andy Reid. There's no doubt. That's why you're tuning in, no doubt.
Yeah.
But I feel pretty confident that our defense is going to do a good enough job to win the game. The question is what define good enough job? And our offense is going to do that.
I think Texans fans absolutely should feel as confident as they've ever felt facing
Hell
this
yeah,
team.
yes, agreed.
With where they're playing right now.
Kansas City ain't been here in 8 years.
Yeah. All right, coming up, we'll look at our college football slate. This is a championship week. As we know, it is Football Friday, but it's also Football Friday for Saturday as well. Big games, SEC title game, Big Ten title game, Big 12 title game, and whatever the hell they're doing in the ACC. A lot to get to. What's your game of the week on the Saturday slate? We'll get to that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
The Texans are headed back to Arrowhead for a primetime showdown with the Chiefs on Sunday night. information kit. 800-242-3131. 800-242-3131. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Raven Tower, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, there we go. As a good time is being had here. The Drive is live on the road here at Raven Tower, as the big voice man said, 310 North Street here in Houston. As we're getting closer to the 4 o'clock hour, many of you are starting to get off work to start your weekend. Get on down here. Get you a little Purple Haze. I see my man Shay's got a nice little nacho. Clint's rolled through the tacos. Food truck is out there. Drinks are out there. It's a really, really great crowd out here. My man Jeremy is out here having him a good time. He went and got a double on that on that Purple Haze. He got a whole different glass. I didn't see that. Richie is out here from In the Loop, so come on out. And he needs a new Purple Haze, it looks like, as he is at the complete bottom of his. But come on out, man. It's a great time to get your weekend started. A great spot to watch some of these college football championship games that'll get started tonight, as well as a little NBA action also. And you can win some prizes here as well. Before we get to the Saturday slate, Clint, we hadn't talked about this. What was your reaction to Ole Miss, LSU coming together? Now, remember they wouldn't allow Lane to coach, but they have disallowed Charlie Weiss Jr., who was the offensive coordinator for Ole Miss, and now he was one of the ones who got on the plane with Lane, and he is going to go and be a part of his coaching staff at LSU. They have allowed him to go back to Ole Miss to run the offense, and it looks like right now they're going to be in the playoff with the latest rankings.
Well, they moved up.
They moved up in it.
Yeah, they're in the playoff.
What was your thoughts about Lane No and this situation with Charlie Weiss Jr.?
The same thought I had with Lane, which is obviously I'm out on a limb by my damn self. If I'm Ole Miss and I know who I am, I've never had this chance in my life to go win a national championship in the college football playoffs. I just had the best regular season I've ever had. I would probably do things a little bit different than the world thinks I should, and I would keep things together, especially the head of the snake and the play caller, the play designer. I would keep him together. So, hell, I thought Lane Kiffin should stay.
Well, hell, you're going to let Charlie Weiss Jr. come back in?
Come on now. Come on. So that's where I'm going. To answer your question is, hell yeah, I would let Charlie Weiss Jr. Is it junior or third?
Junior.
Hell yeah, I'd let his ass back in the building and coach.
Third.
You damn right. I'm going to try to win a national championship. I think Ole Miss screwed this thing up from jump.
I think they were trying to save face.
You're not a school that's going to keep a coach from jumping to a top 5 job in college football. And you're on the cusp of a national championship. You do everything you can to keep that quiet. You do everything you can to keep the building together. I hate to break it to anybody that thinks that Lane Kiffin would be – Lane Kiffin's not going to do any more inside that building from a recruitment and stealing player standpoint than he's going to do from that plush office at LSU, right? And now he's got the best of both worlds. He can go focus on being the coach at LSU, and his offensive coordinator that he hired can go down here and keep tabs on whatever players are going to transfer with him out of Ole Miss. So yeah. I don't
because Charlie's doing the same thing, right? Charlie's going to be.
I understand the old school way of thinking of no way that coach is in my building. No way. I understand it.
But why not all of them?
I just completely disagree with it. Look at what North Texas is doing.
Yeah.
Guess who's coaching in their season through?
Yeah,
the Oklahoma State head coach.
Because they can get to the playoff.
Right.
They got a chance to get to the playoff.
And I would argue that it's more detrimental for a North Texas team to let an Oklahoma State coach their team in terms of stealing their players and taking their players and how much it's going to hurt their program. I would argue that it's more detrimental for the Oklahoma State coach to coach North Texas and the Florida coach to coach Tulane for those smaller organizations than it's ever going to be for Ole Miss. So I'm going to die on this mountain by my damn self, I guess.
Well, I think it's man, if you're going to allow him to do it, he literally signed a contract with LSU. Charlie did. He also signed one. If you're going to allow him, to me it'd be more open to do that.
I'm going to tell you, I love Arkansas, as much as I can love any program. I said if Lane Kiffin wants to come to Arkansas and win 11 games and then announce that he's going to take Alabama job, LSU job, I'm gonna beg his ass to stay around and help us win a national title. And then I'm gonna raise some funds and put a statue of his ass out front of the stadium. I mean, you got to know who you are, man. You just that's if you're LSU, Alabama, Florida State, Tennessee, one of these schools that are constantly.
You probably wouldn't have them leaving if you're.
Well, I mean, if you're one of those schools, then go ahead and give ultimatums, man. Kick them up out of there. But if you're a long shot year in year out, and you should be happy winning 8 games and being in a bowl game. I mean, come on, man. I got to keep that crew together, man. I got to keep the band together and go one more show.
Yeah, one more. All right, Tyler, you knew I was coming for it. This is a obviously championship week. A lot will get determined here, and I know Notre Dame and Miami are watching this closely. A lot of interesting games this week. You just spoke of North Texas and Tulane. Looks like the winner of that game will get into the college football playoff. BYU, number 11 BYU, they've got a chance to get into the college football playoff as they play Texas Tech, number 4 Texas Tech in the Big 12 title game, Dallas or Arlington, wherever it is. Duke and Virginia, whatever, in the ACC championship game.
Well, if Duke wins that game, that's one of the more interesting ones. If Duke wins that game, this thing's will get turned on its head.
Oh, I can't wait to see what they do. Georgia, Alabama, and Atlanta, the SEC title game. And then 1 versus 2, Ohio State, Indiana, and Indianapolis for the Big Ten title game. Text in 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. What's your game of the week? Where are you at, Clint?
Well, I mean, I don't have any skin in the game whatsoever, but I'm gonna go BYU Texas Tech. I mean, I want to.
That's probably the biggest game that can determine a shift and change.
Well, we gotta look. I mean, there's being from Texas in-state school. I want to see Texas Tech make this run. I want to see them put a exclamation point at the end of this thing and have a good showing. Look, they're in. Obviously, there's no way. I think hell. The question here is, do they stay high enough to get the bye? But if I had to pick a game, I'd go BYU Tech. I'm not a believer.
You think that has a chance to be a game? Like you think BYU has a chance to win that game? 29-7 the last time they played.
Yeah, I mean, I think it has a chance to be a hell of a game. Yeah, I mean, it's to me when I look at that, I love Texas Tech and them being able to hopefully run the table and the Texas school win this thing. If A&M doesn't, Tyler, sorry about that. I think if BYU loses, obviously it's going to create more chaos at the bottom, and from that 10-14 swamp right there, where you all of a sudden you got Texas and Miami and Notre Dame and all of that mess right there. What happens there? The Duke-Virginia game we mentioned, the Duke game can throw complete chaos into the college football playoff.
ACC won't get a team. Yeah.
I'm here for that. Not only will they not get a team, but you got.
Know what?
There's North Texas, there's Tulane, there's James Madison, there's some of these
one of those other teams
that may get in. I mean, it's wild.
By the way, I think the committee would screw Notre Dame, and I think that would help Miami
get in. You can somehow screw Notre Dame?
Well, I just think if Duke wins, there would be an ACC team in. I think they would then put Miami, an ACC team, in over Notre Dame. Which they should anyway.
Well, yeah, I mean that's a good. I never thought about it like that. That's a good point.
Like
to
get representation. Yeah, to get that rep in. A 10-2 team. They got a 10-2 team in the ACC.
Notre Dame typically picks who they want to get screwed by. That's not that logo is going to that logo being in there is going to get more eyeballs on it. Unfortunately, not a big fan.
Notre
but
Dame.
It is. Sorry, Pendergast. Right? Then the Georgia Alabama game. If Alabama loses that game and has 3 losses, I understand that. Totally understand that the championship games supposedly can't hurt you. You might want to call Patterson from TCU and who was it? Baylor?
I know it was with 4.
Who was it? That's okay. Yeah. It's the same people making them decisions. Right? There ain't no decision. What's going on right now back then between 3, 4, 5, and 6?
Alabama better be a damn lock.
Hey man, I'm telling you, 3 losses with that loss to Florida State. The resume, other than having one more game, is going to look a lot like Texas. And you got Notre Dame and Miami down there as well. I'm not saying it's not going to happen. I think Alabama's in no matter what because that's a powerful brand as well. But it'll be interesting what they do. And then I think the Ohio State-Indiana game for me is –
that's the one for me.
Yeah, look,
I don't know how good either one of those teams are, to be honest
I think Ohio State got some horses, boss.
No, they got some horses, but, yeah.
The question in that game for me is, can Indiana keep up? And if Indiana can prove that they can keep up against Ohio State, I think I personally look at Indiana differently as they go into the college football playoff.
They went on the road to Autzen Stadium against Oregon, and they were clearly the better team. Clearly the better team when they played Oregon. Yeah, that's their big win. But outside of that,
I think this is a better team. I think it's a different team.
Yeah.
I do wonder,
he can win the Heisman, by the way, their quarterback.
Does he, no doubt. Does he have the horses to compete with Ohio State, the teams that have the horses? Yeah. Can Indiana do? Not only can they do it 3 times in the college football playoffs? If they compete at a high level here against Ohio State, hell, if they beat them, we'll know it. But if they compete at a high level against Ohio State, there's no other way to spin it other than they do have guys can keep up, and that to me that changes the game for Indiana and kind of how I personally view them.
Yeah, that's the one that jumps to me. I know a lot of chaos could be caused with the ACC championship game and the SEC championship game if Alabama loses and they have 3 losses, and then what happens if Virginia loses. But 1 versus 2, to me, to see how good those teams are.
I think the biggest advantage that can come from these games is the game I picked, BYU, Texas Tech. I think if Texas Tech stays in the top 4, they win and stay in the top 4, I think they get a bye in the college football playoffs, and they're 1 step closer, they're fresher. I think they've got an advantage that they probably need. I know he's built a squad up there, but he's got an advantage with that bye week that he probably needs, and that gives him a better chance to make that run.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see them stay in that top 4.
Yeah, it'll be a fun weekend. All right, what you got coming up?
Well, I think there's big factors this week in this Texans game, but I think one of them, historically, Spagnuolo, the defensive coordinator for the Chiefs, the stats will tell you that his pressure package absolute get home. That's not necessarily the case this year, and I think it bodes well. I know it bodes well for the Houston Texans. We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. Before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Orchard. Look, if you're selling a home, you need to lock arms with
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yeah, it's that time, baby. We are at the Raven Tower, right next to White Oak Music Hall. Come on through, music venue. By the way, did I tell you, I started to walk in over there, and I've never been in White Oak. I've never been in White Oak. And I'm going to be honest with you, outdoor amphitheaters and that size and those kinds of artists are typically right up my alley. And I've not been in. So I started to go in over there a little early, and guess what? That old electric car got me.
Yeah,
but I was responsible. I went over there and aired that thing up. Aired it up. I went over there and charged that thing up and made sure that I could get to the house. But nonetheless, we're at Raven Tower. Come on through and hang out with us. We got a couple hours left in the show. Big game this weekend. Monster College football weekend, championship weekend as well. We just gave away 2 of the Academy Sports and Outdoors gift cards. Come on through right now. You got a pretty good chance you're going to win. Got a pretty good chance that you're going to win. We got a couple of Tomball Ford oil changes that we can give away, as well as the Texans Colts tickets at the end of the season, courtesy of our Houston area Ford dealers. So come on through. Plenty of giveaways. And we got those in-the-loop cups, those in-the-loop glasses, those collector edition. Hey, and Reg is in the building. What is it, Reg? Paraway? Who? Padawai is in the building. Padawai is in the building. For those out there that don't understand that right there, that is Paraguay. Apparently, USA drew them in their World Cup pool. Which, Reg, I think that's pretty good, right, Reg? I think it's pretty good that we landed with those particular teams. All right, we got the Texans-Chiefs this weekend, and this is one of those games where what did I give you the percentages, Ron? You win this game, there's a 76% chance.
Over 75% for the Texans to get in.
Yeah, over 75% chance of getting the playoffs. And if you lose this game, there's still a 30+% chance to get in the playoffs. But there's more to this game when you talk about the history with the Chiefs in general, just their history being the most successful franchise in football in the recent past, and then you look at obviously this year struggling. You look at what the Cowboys were able to do to them last week in starting kind of the downfall, if you will, putting them in a must-win situation the rest of the season. The Texans have the opportunity to go ahead and step on their throat. We can finish the job that the Cowboys started with the Kansas City Chiefs. We can do it this weekend, and it would, again, 70+% chance that you get in the playoffs. Ron, I think for me, one of the biggest factors for anybody that's watched the Texans-Chiefs games, really the most recent Texans-Chiefs games, the Chiefs' defense being able to dial up pressure in critical moments. And you don't have to go far. All you got to do is look how the last Texans-Chiefs game ended. You don't have to go far. They dialed up multiple pressures that got Dalton Schultz in pass protection on a true edge rusher.
The one we remember a lot, George Karlaftis on that 4th down.
That's right. And then they dialed up a couple of interior A-gap pressures where I believe one of them was the linebacker and then one of them was Justin Reed actually on an A-gap pressure that caused some problems. That is – if the Texans can solve that riddle, if the Texans can solve that problem, they're going to have a real chance to win this football game. I think if we go out there and that is still an issue for the Texans, because what the Chiefs obviously accomplished it, but what the way in which they went about it is exactly what the problem has been for the Houston Texans. If you're a defense that can crowd the line of scrimmage, bring your backers or your safeties up in A gaps, and make the offensive line guess who's coming and who's not coming, odds are we're going to guess wrong most of the time, and you're going to get home on that pressure, right? We have shown we've been vulnerable in that area multiple times. Now, it's been better of late, but I'll be honest with you, I don't know if that's because we've gotten better or if that's because teams that we've played just haven't been as good at their task. We know that the Chiefs, from an execution standpoint, know how to execute it. Now, the positive here for the Texans, and this is what I want to highlight, Ron, and I want to ask you of, like, how real is this? You watch the Chiefs a lot. You study the Chiefs. How real is this? In 2022 through 2024, the Chiefs defense, they were first, second, and third in yards allowed per play, pressure rate, and sack rate. Right, that all applies to exactly what I'm talking about. Spagnuolo's ability to offer, to dial up pressures and cause problems for our offense. Right, that's what they've been for 3 straight years, first, second, and third, respectively. This year, right now, the Chiefs are 31st in yards allowed per play. I had no idea they were. I knew they were struggling. They weren't as good. But I didn't know it was that bad. Right, 28th in pressure rate, and 31st in sack rate. And so you're talking about a complete 80. I'm near literally a complete 180 on some major stats that made the Kansas City Chiefs defense who they were, right? From a scheme standpoint. Now, look, I know Chris Jones is a different animal. I know McDuffie's a different animal. I know they got some dudes and linebackers in the middle are different animals. But from a scheme standpoint, these stats being flipped on their head, they got to mean something. I don't study them, so I don't study them. I hadn't watched 12 games of film on them this year. I know you watch them closely and study them. How real do you think this is, and how big of a problem is it for the Chiefs when you bump them up against the Texans offense?
It's one of their top problems for their defense in general. They have routinely been a top 10 defense all season. Right, before last week's game against the Cowboys, they were the only team. Them and the Rams were the only team in the league that had a top 5 offense, top 5 defense. But that has been a problem the whole time, especially late. You can look at multiple games. They could not get off the field against the Jags, multiple third downs. They could not get off the field against the Broncos with multiple third downs. They could not get off the field against the Bills. They have struggled, and not just third downs, Clint, third and longs. Like exactly what you would want a defense to get in, 3rd and 7 or longer.
Yeah.
Dak Prescott, I believe, was 6 for 6 to open up the game on 3rd and 7s or longer. So the pressure packages and their ability to get pressure, as Danon said earlier, that has been the biggest issue on the defense and probably one of the top 3 issues on the team.
What do you attribute it to, though? I mean, you don't do a 180 and get turned on your head to that degree unless there's some level of what the hell's going on. That's like a we lost Chris Jones for a season type of stat.
Yeah, I think Chris Jones gets double teamed. Hell, the Broncos triple teamed him once.
Yeah,
he gets double teamed, and the deal was either by blitz or by multiple guys have eyes on Chris Jones, and guys like Charles Menahue, former Texan, guys like George Karlaftis were able to win one-on-ones. Or a blitzer is able to win one-on-ones. Now they're not. They have not been able to do that. That has been a problem. It is really amazing that they have been a top 5 to 8 defense all season long with that, but they have struggled like hell getting off the field and third downs and getting pressure.
Well, to be clear, I want to clear something up too. That is when they blitz. That's not overall defense every snap. When I say 31st in yards per play, that's when they blitz. Their blitzes ultimately have not been effective. That's the deal.
They have to blitz a lot,
right?
Because they're not getting any other pressure if they don't blitz.
I mean, that is just, to me, that is something. This is my biggest concern, that if I'm coaching or playing for the Texans, this keeps me up at night, right? And then when I heard these stats this morning, shout out to Mina Kimes for putting them together. When I heard these stats this morning, when they blitz, they're 31st in yards per play, 28th in pressure rate, and 31st in sack rate. I thought, you got to be kidding me. I mean, this is a huge opportunity for Texans, and the opportunity is better than I thought. Not only is the record not what you usually face when you face the Chiefs, but the defense that has been a major issue for you, the specific stats, blitz stats that have been an issue for you aren't as big of an issue, shouldn't be as big of an issue this year given that they haven't gotten home. So you still got the same defensive coordinator. For the most part, you get the same players. I don't know what to chalk that up to, but
your blitzes don't work when you create one-on-one matchups, and outside of one player, they can't get home.
Well, the issue with the Chiefs to not get home in their blitz packages this year is a plus. Now, this year I think is a negative. I know social media. I know there's a lot of tough guys on social media, a lot of tough folks on social media. That text line, there's a lot of tough. The weather here, Ron, is a problem.
You really believe in this?
I am. Hell yeah, I do. I mean,
I'm starting to come around a little bit.
Well, they may be able to handle it. I'm just telling you, generally speaking, when you take a team from the South that all they've ever worried about is heat and lightning and rain, and all of a sudden you plop them down in Arrowhead Stadium, one of the most difficult places to play football in all of America, and then you go, oh, by the way, it's going to be 23 degrees at night. That is a problem. And for anybody out there, I mentioned this earlier, Jonathan Alexander, the Chronicle, he wrote a story about creative ways. It's obviously, if somebody's writing a story about creative ways that NFL players keep warm in cold weather, it's obviously an issue. It's obviously something that's on their mind. But when you talk about the Texans specifically, Cade Stover, but by the way, Cade Stover lathering up in Vaseline, how's that hit you? I'll be honest with you.
Cade's a freak.
Well, now, I mean, see, that wouldn't it? See,
you just told me, how does it hit me, and I just wanted to be honest with you.
You get a couple of purple passions in you, and all of a sudden I mentioned Vaseline.
You know that had nothing to do with purple passions. I'm just saying, that boy lathered himself up with Vaseline, Tyler. It sounded like a freak to me.
I'll be honest with you. I hadn't played in a ton of, like, super cold weather. I've been in some games. I've never heard of a pass catcher lathering himself up with Vaseline.
Yeah, they're trying to block it.
I mean, I guess he ain't playing. I mean, I've seen him do a couple of them old look at miss a ball and look at his hands, man. I don't know if lathering that may be some of his DN days. I would strongly encourage him not to do that. By the way, Titus Howard puts on warm skin cream. Is that two Americas?
Yeah, I ain't never heard of that.
So it's not two Americas. I've never heard.
I personally have. Maybe I'm late.
Reg, is it Nigerian? Warm skin cream?
Never heard
Nigerian?
of that. I heard of
that. I'm just telling you, man.
I heard of that.
I mean, he needs to buy some stock in that, because if that works and it's called warm skin cream, I imagine he could sell a lot of it. And he's going to wear latex gloves. That's Titus Howard.
Is he using Bengay? I ain't never heard of no warm.
You think he just made up the term, huh? Warm skin cream.
Have you heard of it?
I've never heard of it.
Oh, okay.
I've never heard of it. Coach, you ever heard of warm skin cream?
I ain't never heard of that.
I guess Coach don't want to talk about that warm skin cream.
Andy's got some. Andy, of course, wrote
Andy done looked it up.
Warm skin, all-weather skin guard.
Yeah, man. I'm worried about that temp. By the way, it's Kansas City is supposed to be 23 degrees and dropping at kick. So we'll see. Hopefully it's dry and crisp and it's not a big deal. But, boy, if you get any kind of moisture in the air, the wind, the hawk, is going to be an absolute beast if it is in the building. So look out now. That could be a problem. Keep an eye on it. Boys, I think I've officially hit another one of them I'm old milestones. Ron, I don't think you're quite here yet. You know what I caught myself doing yesterday on social media?
What?
I'm thumbing through Instagram, and Instagram, once you buy something off of Instagram, boy, they hit you with ads heavy.
Oh, my God.
Oh, they're heavy.
Jesus.
I'll be honest with you. I've ordered things off Instagram that still haven't arrived. I don't know how to even locate them. I ordered a thing that picks up leaves in my yard, and I still hadn't seen it. I thought to myself the other day, that should be a big box. How do you lose that? What's going on?
And my wife ordered something from Pandora. They hit that sucker. She didn't even know it was out there for 3 days. She didn't know it was out there.
Well, boys, I done stumbled across some seeds for some plants in the flower bed on Instagram. I mean, if that ain't old,
it got you.
Oh, they got me. They got me big time, and I ordered about $70 worth. I mean, these plants, they almost look fake.
$70.
Well, you had to order $39 just to get free shipping. So I went ahead, and next thing you know, I said, "Oh, my little girls will like this flower. This one right here's got pink in it. My wife will like this one. It's got." Next thing you know, I had $70 worth. It ain't even the flowers, bro. It's the seeds. You know what I mean? I looked at myself and I said, boy, I'm old now. I'm not only do I like to get out and get in my flower beds or rock beds, but get out and kind of piddle with them a little bit. I've stooped to the old man level of buying seeds for plants on Instagram.
Yeah,
they're going to be beautiful.
This checks, though, because as you told me for a while there, you found yourself veering off to Home Depot. Driving home to get your garden together.
Houston Garden Center? I'll stop in that piece. I'll stop in that Houston Garden Center.
Hey, Tyler, we ain't that old.
I'm going to tell you that right now. I know you turned 35. We ain't that old where we dropping by the Houston Garden Center and Home Depot and just having a good time with.
No,
I
you
don't
ain't
even
that old.
mow my own yard, bro.
I ain't either, man.
Nah,
Shout
but
out
wait
to
till you
Juan.
hit that. Wait till you hit that Houston Garden Center.
Oh, I've been to it.
Yeah, I know those are lovely flowers.
Things are
There is
beautiful, ain't
nothing
they? Look at
about
that.
me
I
that
don't
is
sell
going to
the
make
flowers
me.
I
There's
like.
nothing about me that's going to make me get my car to. I've not reached that point yet to drive over. I got to get my hands on those.
Premium rare Hosta seeds, HOSTA seeds. Premium rare. They're unbelievable colors, man. I'm telling you,
They're
it's
unbelievable colors.
They're vibrant. They're real vibrant in color. They almost look fake. Does anybody out there that's in the garden game know what a Hosta, HOSTA Hosta seeds are? Instagram got me. I'll let you know if they ever get dropped off in the mail or if I purchased them for somebody else. Or if that was a donation.
Somebody texted and said, I ordered a leaf picker. Never showed up.
Was it the one with wheels on it? Because that's exactly what I had. And it hadn't showed up.
Hey, Tyler, Andy is in here laughing his ass off. And we know Andy's old.
I'm dead
And
ass.
I know he laughing at you.
I'm dead
Is
ass
this the
serious.
one with wheels on it?
I got tired of picking
You
up.
gotta be ashamed
I don't even have many leaves, but when I do, it's like it's a headache, you know. And it really what it is, mine was more for picking up because I don't mow my yard often enough. So when I do mow it, there's big piles of grass
Yes.
everywhere. So I wanted to just pick up that extra grass real quick instead of leaving it out there and letting it die. But mine didn't show up either.
All right, good luck.
I'm
with
gonna
you.
go digging for it. I got a confirmation
Good
email.
luck with you in 979. Hopefully you get your.
Let me know if you get
your
that
leaf
979.
picker. Did yours, by the way? He wants to know 979. Did yours have the one with the wheels on it too?
Was
The
it a
leaf-
push? I'm gonna guess you. I mean, there ain't no other way to dig it.
Coming up next, as we continue here, this is insane. Coming up next, we'll get you updated on what is becoming a developing story for this game coming up on Sunday night with the Texans. We'll let you know what that is coming up next.
All right, before we do that, though, I got to tell you about Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Look, if you or a loved one is ever
all day long. Thanks to Mokaram Injury Lawyers. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers at 281-222-2222. It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Raven Tower, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
No,
There we go. Let's hear it, baby, as we are...
I almost carried that conversation on air, Ron.
I know you did. As we are live here, as the big voice man said, Raven Tower, 310 North Street here in Houston, right next to the White Oak Music Venue. Hey, and I just had the rice bowl and all the food. Queso, fantastic. Food truck outside, some great Mexican food. As you can come out here and get you something to eat. Great drinks. The bartenders are fantastic. Give them a round of applause. Go up and go ahead and tip our bartenders. They're doing a great job. And it's a great place to be to get your weekend started off on a beautiful Football Friday here on Sports Radio 610. I do want to get to, I think, an important developing story with this game coming up here in a bit. But last night, Clint, the other team in Texas that was thought to be the hottest team in the league, they lost, and their chances really dropped down. The Cowboys did.
Yep.
And I think maybe coming out of that story, they may have another game, their next one, without CeeDee Lamb, who had what looked like a nasty concussion in that game and didn't play the rest of the way, and he was having a big game. But I think the story coming out of it for the Cowboys is Pittsburgh Steeler version of George Pickens.
Pittsburgh Pickens.
That old George Pickens, right? And it was crazy because Al Michaels, that snake, Al Michaels, just won't you take your ass and retire? My God. I mean, I'm not the biggest Mike Tirico fan, but Mike Tirico was sitting there forced to have to do the Kentucky Derby and had to do all the gymnastics and stuff because your ass didn't agree to the deal of taking your ass
carpet.
on.
We're wanting to get into a controversy.
Yeah, Jim's ass. Y'all old dudes, man. Y'all Jim and Al. It is my spot. How's Al? Al's got to be pushing 80-something. Al's got to be 80-something.
I mean, what'd you decide to just go pick on Al for, man?
I
I thought we was talking about George Pickens.
I know it, but every time I sniff that damn Al Michaels, I just can't stand him. But Al gonna say with Kirk Herbstreit
81?
said, man, it is 81. That punk. Anyway, Kirk gonna say, man, this is really working out well, man. CeeDee Lamb and George Pickens, that 1-2 punch. And Al gonna say, yeah, working out well right now.
Yeah, that's about right. The Tigers don't typically change their stripes now.
And then CD went down, and then George Pickett started doing home run trout routes.
I'm gonna tell you, hey,
like he was rounding the bases.
And it's
going.
And look here, they're going to be eliminated from the playoffs. It's going to get worse
because he won his money.
I'm going to tell you, man. Yeah, the thing is all he had to do. I mean, think about it.
People think that's where it came from, Clint, is because
it don't matter where it came
his money
from.
Yet.
It don't matter where it came from. All George Pickens had to do was give max effort for 5 more games, and he was going to get monster money. And everybody was going to forgive the Pittsburgh Steeler just when he didn't block for the Warren kid on the what was it? I don't know if it ended up being a touchdown.
That's
run.
One of them. He's had a few of them.
I mean, but everybody was going to overlook it if he just could keep it between the lines for 5 more games, and he just can't do it, boy. Just can't do it.
Another running them home run trouts out there.
Oh man!
And Richard Sherman couldn't wait to get on the air after the game to get him lit his ass up.
I'm glad Steve Smith didn't get a hold of him.
Oh, Richard Sherman hit him with that. You know, I mean, and they want to pay this guy, but, I mean, this is what the Cowboys got to look at. Do you want to play a guy that's only going to give you what he's going to give you due to circumstances? That's what he said. I said, damn, Richard. Everybody else on the set looked like, damn, okay.
I'm going to tell you, man.
Let's go start moving on to Dak.
Well, Jerry been known to pay these kind now.
Oh, yeah, he'll pay him.
I'm going to tell you, he is special, ain't he? I mean, he is special.
I watched his ass walk all over my team last week.
Oh, man.
Anybody want to defend a slant? Anyone? Yeah, George Pickens when he's right, boy.
Detroit did.
Yeah, they
defended it.
They just defended it, and then he helped them. I mean, I'm serious. Go watch some of those routes in the second half. He was on a home run trot. Like he looked like Jordan.
He looked like Jordan running around the back.
When Jordan hit, he looked like Jordan rounding second, running slants. And Dak back there like, I guess I got to throw it.
What was old buddy who the Astros that had the bad hamstring?
No, he's over there. He's over there rounding it like Paredes.
He looked like Paredes rounding first base with that old torn hamstring.
Hey man, I'm telling you, man, it is a slant in that game. My man out there, he is on a trot, Jack, and ran it too, just on a trot. So, yeah, man, that was. But it looks like they got a tall task ahead of them. They're 6-1, and the 8 seed. It has 9 wins already, so we'll see what happens with the Cowboys. But that was, even though as hot as they got,
man,
that was it.
You can kiss that thing goodbye. They going. I just hope the Chiefs join them. That's where I'm at. I just hope them Chiefs join them. By the way, you want to talk about that game tonight? Hey, man, Jahmyr Gibbs. Jahmyr Gibbs is on another planet.
And I told. Remember I told you a couple weeks ago. I was listening to our sister station, Valenti and Rico, as they do a great job in afternoons in Detroit. And Mike Valenti, who has been there for a while, was arguing, boy, I don't know if I want to pay a running back.
Shoot, if you don't know if you want to pay that one, your ass don't need to be in the business.
my man said maybe Brian Branch, maybe the tight end Sam Laporta.
Hell no.
He's like, those guys turn the corner.
Ron, he's as good as Christian McCaffrey right now. Hell, he may be better.
Yeah, he just affects the game so much. Did you see that?
They lined him up and threw it to him. He had 6 catches at halftime last night. You don't want to pay him?
Did you see the third Nate?
The hell out of here.
Did you see the third
Nate?
Nate?
If Dan Campbell don't pay him, I'll kiss your ass in Town Square at a city meeting.
Did you see the third Nate that he caught 5 with about 3 yards to go and him one-on-one, and that guy ended out of bounds?
Hey, man.
And he gained 6 or 7 more yards.
Hey, man, I thought I may have pushed the envelope a little bit when him and Bijani came out together. If I remember correctly, I said telling him, I said Gibbs is a better professional back. I think he's going to be better at the NFL. Now I thought maybe, I may have stepped off.
And he went to the right
there.
spot too.
Well, yeah, he went to the right. He went to a hell of a lot better place in Atlanta. But I thought at that point, I may have. I don't know if that may not pan out too well for me. I may not win that one. But boy, Jahmyr Gibbs. I mean, he's moving at a different pace, man.
Yeah, I don't know how you could be Detroit and not pay him.
Oh, hell, you can't.
Hell with Sam Laporta.
He scored.
I'll find another Sam Laporta.
Ron, he scored 47 touchdowns. 47 touchdowns before the age of 24. Which ties Barry Sanders.
He's got the Dion thing. My man. Hey, speaking of that same trot that George was in, he was at that trot about the 8.
Oh.
And just trotting in. When he knew that was blocked perfectly, just in that trot, just trotting in. Oh, yeah, he's something else.
My man scored 47 touchdowns before his 24th birthday to tie Barry Sanders for that record.
Yeah.
47.
Yeah. By the way, a little update here with the Texans.
Have we scored 47? Have we had a running back score 47 touchdowns in the last 10 years?
A running back. I mean, we got to. Let's see what Foster did. If he runs into it, maybe
he ain't been
Foster
here.
had a run.
When was Foster here?
You're right, 10 years.
It ain't been hell. We may got 15.
2015. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
31 fantasy points.
Yeah, he had 57 the other week. That ran my son down. Yeah. He's something else. Yeah, he be getting Kirk Herbstreit, man. Damn, that was a wide receiver route he just ran coming out of the backfield. He's.
And Amon-Ra St. Brown goes out there questionable before the game, and then goes out there and
practiced all week.
I ain't watched but one drive, and it's like, hell, ain't nothing wrong with him.
He's fighting through it,
and he put the nail in the coffin at the end.
Yeah,
I mean, boy, if the Lions can keep it together, man. Like last week, I was worried. I was like, man, what is going on?
But don't they seem like what this season is? Like from week to week, how did they score 7? You just went all those stats about the Chiefs' pressure unit. They scored 17 points against the Chiefs.
Yeah.
How did Chicago get them?
But I'm watching Goff throw the ball. Was it last week or 2 weeks ago?
Oh, 2 weeks ago. You were like,
I would have bet you a good amount of money something was wrong with his hand or his wrist. Like I'm thinking, what is he? What
you liked the Cowboys yesterday? I think based off of what you watched with Jared.
Yeah, I picked the Cowboys out because I didn't know what the lines were going to look like after what I watched the week before. I knew Jahmyr Gibbs was going to go off, but I didn't know.
At what point of that game were you like, well, damn?
When he threw that pick? When that pick bounced off Pickens' chest and into that linebacker, and I said, oh, it's over. They ain't going to come back from this one.
Hey, when I saw Tesla streaking down the line, man, I said, boy,
hey,
they got some problems here, man.
How do you feel about –
is that an Arkansas kid?
Well, he ended up at Arkansas, and he got some run. But, go to the league. He's got a lot more run with Detroit than he got with them old 4-win Razorbacks, I can tell you that. That's a painful watch right there when your program ain't really very good and somebody goes to the league and is out there making plays.
Yeah. All right, let's take a look at get back here into this Texans-Chiefs game. Some of the real key matchups in this game. What are the matchups that are going to determine this game? And I also think if there is an advantage for the Texans offense, I think this is one that we got to look at as well as they take on this Chiefs defense. We'll discuss that coming up next.
That's going to be a hot key. Coach D'Amico isn't worried about how the previous meeting with the Chiefs ended up in the Texans' final game of last year.
No hard feelings. We lost the football game. New season. We have a new team. About this team this year, like how do we go out, how do we prepare this week to put ourselves in position to go out and play as best as we possibly can.
Insider access, exclusive content, sports.
for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement 256 gigs, $830. Eligible port in a new line. $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Check out in 15 minutes or less per line. Visit T-Mobile.com.
The best burgers in town and so much more at Beck's Prime. 10 Houston area locations. Beck'sPrime.com.
It's an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Raven Tower, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
There we go. Welcome back as we are live here. As you heard right there from the big voice guy, Raven Tower. Still have several giveaways for you to win. And so if you're getting off work, it's about 4:30, nearing 5 o'clock. Get on out here. My man Shay is right here. If you have not put a raffle ticket in our raffle box, you still have a chance to win gift cards to Academy Sports and Outdoors. Shout out to our good friends at Tomball Ford. You got a chance to win a free oil change. You see this on YouTube and Twitch? Free oil change to Tomball Ford. Any type of vehicle you have, you can win, or you can go ahead and get a free oil change. That is still open to win, as well as the big prize in the 5 o'clock hour. Tickets to that Colts-Texans game coming up, the last game of the season. You got a chance to win those. We'll do that in the 5 o'clock hour. So still got opportunities. If you're on your way in the building, go ahead and get yourself involved in our raffle box.
I think I'm going to get myself involved with one more of those tropical tequilas.
What's that for you?
3.
Oh, that's not bad.
I'm $250, man.
Somehow I had gotten I thought a purple haze.
I don't know. It's a good idea that we're counting. Not out loud.
I don't know what that is. I don't know how many that is. But somehow I got a purple haze dropped by again. But it's not just a purple haze. There's a mix here.
Well, it's definitely a swirl. I saw it with a lemon on top.
Yeah, with a lemon on top, so it's a little different.
I don't know what that other flavor over there is. Let's see. You got a purple haze, a watermelon crawl, La Bamba, and a crimson and clover. Those are the 4.
Yeah, so something is in there. Something is in there as a mix. All right, Clint. Let's look at some of these matchups, and I want to see where you are. To me, when I look at some of the major matchups, right, and we understand. By the way, I want to also say these are 2 special teams that have had struggles throughout the year. We understand Texas special team struggles. Trust me, the Chiefs are right there with you. I'll be honest with you. I think the Chiefs might be the worst special teams unit I've seen in the league. We'll see. We'll see. They are awful and have had terrible penalties, terrible issues, situations this year during their time with the special teams. So that is an interesting key to this game with both of these teams that have had issues in the special teams. But Clint, when the Texans have the ball, I think you've talked about this a bit. I think a real important thing for when the Texans have the ball, you talked about, is the pressure package compared to what the Texans' offensive line and their backs are able to do, tight ends as well. That is a big deal in this game because it is what killed them in the last game in the playoffs where they had eight sacks. We talked about Josh Allen getting sacked 8 times. C.J. Stroud got sacked 8 times, and Clint probably got hit another 5 times in that game as well. They've got to be able to solve that. Now, this offensive line, from what we've seen, seems to be a lot more equipped to be able to handle that compared to what we saw last year. But that is a big deal of how they handle the pressure blitz packages up front from Steve Spagnuolo and his defense.
Absolutely. I think when you look big picture with the Texans offensively is I know they've gotten better. It seems like they found their best 5. I know they've improved. But are they ready to face one of the better schematical, pressure defenses and a defense that has a monster like Chris Jones in the middle? That combination, right? And so I think,
by the way, how do you think they handle Chris Jones? It's just a we're going to hard double all the time. By the way, he lines up all up and down the line. He might line up against Trent Brown. He might line up against Ursery. He might line up against any of the interior
I would invite him to line up on either of the outside guys just because because I think when it takes out of the middle, and so it softens up the middle of their defense. But more importantly, I think our tackles right now are I would welcome the bigger, more power type guys on the edges. It's the speed guys with all these different moves that scare me versus Trent Brown or Ariante Ursery. I think those guys, if you're not just significantly faster than them off the edge, I think they're probably going to be pretty comfortable. Now, whether you can bull rush them into the lap of the quarterback, we'll see. But I'll bet you that Chris Jones stays on the inside the majority of the game. And how do they handle him? This is a double team every opportunity that you get. Wherever he is, the center helps that direction. Right now, that plays into schematically. Now, when they walk up to the A gaps, right, or they show more than 4 bodies at the line of scrimmage, how do you account for that? And that's where the Texans have struggled. Just keeping it radio-friendly and as generic as I can, that's where the Texans have struggled. And so I know Spags is going to do it. I know got dudes that have done it at an extremely high level. I know they got a monster in the middle in Chris Jones. As you said, they can move him around if they want to.
Yeah.
I think this is going to be a challenge that I don't know that we've seen the Texans' offensive line face to this point. Yeah, you face some good ones. Look, the Rams schematically and some of their pieces were really good week 1. I think Simmons, when you look at the Titans, I think he obviously is really good. I mean, there's been some guys or some schemes, but when you look at the combination of Spags and Chris Jones, I think this is going to be the biggest challenge for him up front with this offensive line. I know it's the biggest challenge with this particular offensive line that has only started two games, the same starting 5. So it's Chris Jones.
Who are you most concerned about?
For me, it's Chris
front?
Jones. It's Chris
Interior?
Jones in the interior offensive line and Chris Jones. Absolutely. You look at Ed Ingram. Ed's been great, but I think the headliner for Ed Ingram is he is really good in the run game. He's physical when he's taking the fight to you. Pass protect's been a struggle for him, and I don't think it's been a struggle for him like consistently. I think he has the ability to just get out over his skis and completely whiff, and we haven't seen him versus a guy like Chris Jones. And I think Jake Andrews is a guy that's doing all he possibly can with limited. I mean, Jake just isn't the most gifted NFL center in the league, and he's doing his damnedest to hang on.
And that's what going back, and I went back and watched that postseason game last year, and he would walk Nick Bolton, their middle linebacker.
Yeah.
He would walk either Drew Tranquill or other linebackers up there, and he would just stand them in those A gaps, and then that seemed to confuse a lot up front, the offensive line. Some of them would go, some of them wouldn't, and that is something that's going to be a big key thing. I think on the other side, Clint, to me, defensively, yes, I think it's going to be a struggle for the Chiefs offensively in this game, potentially, when you look at the issues they have and when you look at the greatness of the Texans defense. I think, to me, the big matchup for me, Clint, is Kelsey and Rice in the middle of the field. If you look at spots where the Texans can be vulnerable and the spots that the Chiefs and Mahomes can work, to me, is more slot inside in the middle of the field. We watched Kelsey kill the Texans in the playoff game in the middle of the field, and that's also where Rashee Rice works as well.
Yeah.
I think there's got to be a serious conversation and thought that you force Stingley on, I would say Rice, on one of them potentially, so they don't just get advantageous matchups with him just right over. Because I've watched Andy Reid know, your best corner is going to sit out there on the right side as the corner. I'll just send guys out there that I have no thought or reasoning that I'm actually going to throw a pass to them. I'll just send them out there to occupy Derek Stingley. So I think that's the middle of the field with those two.
Well, you got to come out and you've got to see if your front four can get after their banged-up offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
And because if you can play a shell coverage, even if you want to play shallow, you want to play aggressive, you want to suffocate, if you can stay in a shell coverage, keep these – I mean, and there's nobody in the game better than Andy Reid in getting that quick game going, whether it's screen game, pick game, that quick game. There's nobody better, sideline to sideline, finding opportunities. And so if you can stay in some level of a shell, you keep everything in front of you, you can still play sticky, shaky, but you keep everything in front of you, you're going to be in really good shape, right? So it starts, it starts there. But to your point, one thing that D'Amico does have in his hip pocket at any point in time is he can take Stingley and put him on one of the receivers that whoever's making the most noise, which clearly I think the most attention initially is going to be Rashee Rice.
Like if Rice gets to go up against Petrie and some of the other guys in the middle,
gonna cook.
And there's enough time, that's a big part of it, if there's enough time. But those are quicker routes that there could be issues.
Yeah, no question. There's a
and if Kelsey gets to go up against Aziz like he did last year, there could be issues.
Yeah, there's definitely I'm gonna let it become an issue before I move and shake. But the ace in the hole is definitely Derek Stingley. You go get Rashee Rice, and we'll handle everything else with some kind of shell coverage. We'll handle everything else with some kind of hybrid look. But Stingley's the one that is your ace in the hole if you need it.
Now we'll talk about this more in depth, but does the potential injury with Kamari Lassiter change how you could potentially use Stingley? Does that affect that at all?
I don't think it does.
If it's Tremont Smith, right? And
I don't think it does. I think if you change the game plan initially, which I don't think it's going to be a mirror Rashee Rice game plan, but if you have to stray from your initial game plan, it's not going to be because Kamari Lassiter's not out there. Right, I think it's going to simply be because Rashee Rice is too good off the line versus what we have. We got to get hands on him. We got to get our best cover guy on him and take him out of the game. And then everybody else, it's going to be a team game from there on out, whether Kamari Lassiter is healthy or not.
Yeah. Text line coming through. Number one defense show. Yeah, I get it. Yeah. Yep. They're a great defense. But we'll look at it. To me, we're just talking about the matchups, and to me, I think a big matchup is the Chiefs with with Rice and Kelsey in the middle of the field. Last year, the Texans had a really good defense last year. The thing that hurt them in the middle of the field, a Travis Kelsey that was less productive as he's been this year, last year, really hurt them in the and there was no Rice, and that is where he occupies. Again, I as I've said, the Chiefs are going to have – this ain't going to be no up and down the field easy game for them against this defense. I think Patrick Mahomes probably going to get sacked 3 or 4 times in this game. It's going to be pressure they got to deal with. But if you look at it like what are key ways that the Texans could potentially give up plays, to me it's in the middle of the field. Like, Derek Stingley is probably going to patrol and handle his stuff on the outside, and they know that. If you remember the games last year, they didn't even really mess with him. They just messed with the middle of the field, and to me, that's a big part of this game. All right, coming up, 5 o'clock fire. We will take a deeper dive in a very important injury report from both the Texans and the Chiefs. Look at last night's Thursday night football game. A lot happened in that game, and now after that, a lot of implications in the NFC playoff race. Rockets back at it. More news with quarterbacks in the NFL as well. We'll get to all of that as we continue live here at Raven Tower here on a Football Friday.
All right, y'all. I got to tip my cap to all my Coors Light drinkers out there. If you're drinking Coors Light, you're drinking the world's most refreshing, and damn, you look good while you're doing it. If you're not drinking cold Coors Light, Andy, we just want a shot. We just want a shot, man. That's all we want. I mean, we're not asking too much. It's the world's most refreshing beer.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show, T-Mill, and Slick Reg are in the building right here at Raven Tower 310 North Street here in Houston. Make your way on out here. 5 o'clock. We'll be here till 6 o'clock, but damn it, hey, you want to watch some of these college football championship games? They'll be on TV. The Rockets, they play tonight as well. They'll be on TV. Indoor, outdoor, great drinks, great bartenders, a great spot to get your weekend started right here. So make your way on out here. Oh, that's a different drink.
Well, no, it's actually just the tropical tequila with options. All right. See, I've been here a few times. I've had several of these, and I've never been given options.
So there's a pitch. A pitch.
Britt came to work with options. Said she's a badass. She gives options.
Britt's a badass. Britt's a badass with options.
Badass
so shout out
Britt.
to Britt.
Order the tropical tequila, and you got options.
Well, walk on in here and say, "Where the hell is Britt?" And I want to know what the options are. So come on out and have a good time. She says you'll have a lot. Come out and have a good time and enjoy yourself. By the way, shout out to our guy, Reggie Atatula. You can hear him every day, 10 to 2. He was so gracious today that he said, hey, afternoon drive family, I want you guys to have a chance to win tickets to see the Houston Cougars.
I'm
and
always
he is
good
so
raw dog
gracious.
in the drive.
He is, man. He loves us. He loves us here. So coming up next segment, be ready. Coming up next segment, Tyler will open up the phone lines, be listening for the cue to call, and you'll have a chance to win a couple of tickets to see the Houston Cougars as they will play the Florida State Seminoles. I don't believe Leonard Hamilton is running that program anymore, but the Florida State Seminoles at the Toyota Center. You got a chance to win a pair of tickets there. We'll be hooking someone up. 713-572-4610 coming up in the next segment. So stay tuned for that. All right, Clint and Tyler and the people. Here is the injury report, and for both sides, I think there's some important news. I think Jalen Reed, Jamal Hill, they are officially out. I don't think there's a surprise there. Reed, that is more the bigger one with the forearm and the just the limited bodies they have at the safety position. But I think the big news here is Kamari Lassiter. He has not practiced this week, although today he was on the practice field, but he was working on the side with trainers throughout practice. He is with a foot injury, Clint, listed as questionable. So that is the big news to watch right there. Had not practiced all week. He is listed as questionable as we are here on a Friday. And obviously, Clint, as you've talked about it, this guy's a tone setter. He is a part of that great tandem between him and Derek Stingley Jr. This will be something for both teams and a big deal for this game to see what his availability is.
Yeah, this is a big one, y'all, because there's certain guys on this defense that when you lose them, it changes what you do defensively in several ways, and I think Kamari Lassiter is one of them. This defense their identity is predicated on two great corners and two great edge rushers. And when you lose one of those corners, that replacement is not going to be a guy with a similar skill set. And so you wonder how they're going to play that direction. You hear D'Amico Ryans all the time talk about sticky in coverage. We've got to be sticky in coverage. Does Trent Smith, backup corner, special teams guy, does he have the ability to be really, really sticky in coverage? And if he is that going to be an opportunity for Pat Mahomes and the outside speed that they have at the wide receiver position to get over the top? Or does he play soft and now all of a sudden are the Chiefs able to take some quicker throws to keep Daniil and Will from being as big a problem? So that's the Kamari Lassiter, obviously the corner. Then you talk about the scheme, and then you talk about, in no particular order, but then you talk about being that tone setter that you mentioned. I think him and Will Anderson and Azeez Al-Shaair, probably the intensity, the sense of urgency, the juice, the energy behind this defense. And when you lose one of those guys in the secondary, I think it's going to hurt. So hopefully Kamari Lassiter plays, but I'll be honest with you, I'm of the thought if there's anything wrong, if this could possibly be play and hurt it again or hurt it worse, I would rather see him sit. But if he can go, it's going to be good to have him.
Yeah, my gut feeling, and 713-572-4610 YouTube, and you can jump in on this. My gut feeling is he is definitely going to give it a shot. I think he is going to give it a shot and play. Now, we'll see how long he plays. We'll see if it's something that maybe is detrimental to the team. But my gut feeling is by Sunday, that just by the type of guy and player he is, and I think D'Amico trusts him to give him a shot. My gut feeling is he is going to play. Your gut?
My gut feeling is he plays.
Okay. All right. You think he does too? Okay. All right. So we'll see. And we'll see what that means and how well he can go. But Kamari Lassiter, that's the big one. Now, the other side with the Chiefs, a guy who they had been using prior to his back injury 2 weeks ago, Chris Roland Wallace in the slot. He is out for this game. I think the big news was obviously the two other offensive linemen. We knew Josh Simmons, the left tackle, would be out because he's going to IR with wrist surgery. But Trey Smith and Jawan Taylor, Andy Reid said earlier it would be a long shot. That meets what their designation is. They are both designated, Trey Smith and Jawan Taylor, as doubtful. He said Trey Smith was further along than Jawan Taylor. So it looks, when I see doubtful, Clint, generally that means they're not going to go. It looks like they're going to be down 3 starting linemen in this game. So I think that bodes well for the Texans, that they're going to be without 3 of their starting offensive linemen in this game to go against your front 4.
Absolutely bodes well. I mean, look, our defensive front is going to get after an offensive line any way you slice it. If they're down tackles, if they're down their best offensive lineman, which is an interior guard, boy, that's going to spell problems for Kansas City. Now, I would argue that from a game plan perspective and from a quarterback mindset perspective, everything should have been wired from jump this week anyway around, hey, man, we got to get the ball out. We got to overcome some serious problems up front. So it's not a major change of any kind, but, boy, when you go from Trey Smith at that guard position to I don't even give a damn who they got behind him,
Mike Caliendo is not anywhere as good.
Right. Well, you that's a step down. Jawan Taylor and to the guy 64, I don't even know his name. I've heard you talk about 64. Clearly, he's got the ability to get put in Pat Mahomes' lap in a hurry. So, this is a problem for Kansas City. Advantage Texans.
Yeah. So that is the latest. I do want to throw this out for Texans fans. Another person that is out for this game, Nico Remigio. He is a wide receiver. Someone texted in, Remigio is out, thank God. That dude scares me as much as Rashee Rice. Well, I don't think that Remigio has had an offensive snap since week 2 against the Eagles, so I don't know where that's coming from.
They were applying the same to special teams.
Rashee Rice, he said he scares him as much as Rashee Rice. He is going to be out for this game, and listen, their special teams, their return game hasn't been good, and it's not just his fault. They hit at 20-yard line or 18-yard line every time they return kicks. But, Clint, within this, Remigio is their number 1 returner. I think that potentially opens the door for Dameon Pierce to be a part of this game. I think Dameon Pierce may be their kickoff return guy. So I think you may see, I think he's wearing 34, by the way. I think you may see Dameon Pierce have an impact in this game, in the kicking game. Don't think he will on offense because Pacheco and Kareem Hunt are still there, and Smith, their 7th rounder. But I think we will see Dameon Pierce in the return game. So he was traded to the Chiefs, picked up by the Chiefs a couple of weeks ago, and now he may enter this game with this Remigio injury.
Look here, I tell you, to start the season, I think Frank Ross was untouchable. He was invincible.
You ain't lying. Yeah, I don't know that.
There's been a couple of rough special teams games this year. Now, if all of a sudden the guy that the Texans let loose, all of a sudden he becomes a factor and returns a damn kickoff for a touchdown or something, I think it'll be a good look for Frank now. I mean, that ain't gonna be a good look for Frank, man. I'm just gonna tell you. So get it together, Frank. Get you that kickoff coverage team. Hey, they better get 34 on the ground.
Yeah. So we'll see. But Dameon Pierce, I didn't think he would be active in this game. I think now that injury, and Remigio was a full participant all week until today. That injury, I think, is going to open up the door for a Dameon Pierce sighting in this game. So big one coming up. That's the latest injury-wise for the Texans and the Chiefs.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Thursday night football last night. The Lions, a lot of people. Cowboys. There you go. A lot of people felt like the Cowboys were going to win this game. A lot of money was going that way. The Cowboys end up losing 44-30. The Lions came on out and went to work. Jahmyr Gibbs, Amon-Ra St. Brown, who many people didn't know if he would play or not. They were able to win that game. Aiden Hutchinson and Muhammad coming on the edges gave their tackles hell. 44-30. And Tyler, I think you did okay last night. Maybe not.
Nope. 2 for 5.
Damn it. Jameer Gibbs didn't rush for over 76 yards?
Nope.
Jesus.
Did not hit either of the player props. Sons of bitches.
Okay, sorry about that. I thought for sure. I knew you did. I knew you didn't hit that under. That was one I was wondering about the whole way. But they go down. The Cowboys go down. You think this is over? This season is over for the Cowboys?
Cooked. Done.
Really?
Yes. Dinner's on the table.
Yes!
It is over.
The dinner on the table was unnecessary.
It's over, man.
There it was.
I mean, they're going to completely miss the playoffs in a year when, Washington's not who you thought they were going to be. The Giants are still a dumpster fire.
The Eagles are not.
The Eagles
together.
are not who you thought they were going to be. I mean, there was a crack in the door for the Cowboys to not that they needed that. Hell, they've always, or recently, they've been winning regular season games, but there was as much an opportunity in that division to make noise as there is anywhere, and they pissed down their leg once again.
Not to steal a line from Cal McNair, but even though it feels like this probably them 6-1 is probably going to be a struggle with the Niners, who hold the 7th seed with 9 wins already. Is the arrow pointing up to you for the Cowboys with what they've done and the moves they've made and how they've adapted to trading Micah Parsons? Do you feel like even though they're not going to make the playoffs, it looks like they're moving in the right direction?
Well, it's hard to not view the organization as moving in the right direction from the trade deadline forward. The Quinnen Williams move, the George Pickens move, it seems like they navigated the Micah Parsons move and came out okay on the backside. You can argue that they're better with 2 bigger interior presence inside, and so I would say that they're trending in the right direction. I mean, I like a lot of what – I don't watch them and go, boy, this team just has no chance. This offense is never going to work. They're never – you watch them. They're running the ball more effectively with Williams. Obviously with them 2 monsters outside, they've got a real chance at any time they drop back and throw it. Dak is playing really good. Even though I wonder how he threw that ball 5 yards out of bounds on that CeeDee Lamb go route early in that game. I don't know how the hell that happened, but
I feel like you wrestle with that.
I think they're moving in the right direction. Yeah, I think
so.
Say,
yeah, I think this is an offseason they're going to have the picks that they got.
They're a lot healthier than I thought they were going to be post Mike McCarthy. I can tell you that, and that was with or without Micah Parsons.
You're right. Shotty's been pretty.
I think he's been better than expected, and I think you could see the light at the end of the tunnel with, like you said, I think they got a couple of draft picks left. I don't know what they ended up giving up for Quinnen, but I think they got a couple of draft picks left, and we'll see. We'll see what it looks like.
Fire.
There we go, 5 o'clock fire. Rockets with a big one tonight. Dylan Brooks comes back into town. Jalen Green is still injured with that hamstring, so he's not going to go. But the Suns come back to Toyota Center. And by the way, Devin Booker's going to be out of this game as well. So Devin Booker and Jalen Green out of this game. But don't worry, Dylan Brooks, who has been averaging over 25 a game his last 5 to 6 games, had 30 the other night against the Lakers. He's getting them up, baby. Dylan Brooks thinks he is the number one option. And to be honest with you, tonight he might be. Without Devin Booker, he is getting them up. I still expect the Rockets to work their asses. We'll see if Şengün plays. I know he's sick a little bit. He's a game-time decision tonight. We'll see if he plays. But this should be one where the Rockets continue at home to win games.
But
Dylan Brooks
I'm going to try to watch it through my 82-game lens.
There you go.
Just kind of have me a cold beer. Just kind of watch it, man. No matter what happens, just chalk it up to a long season. A lot of basketball left.
Yeah, Dylan Brooks will be fun. Before we get done with 5 o'clock fire, Jonathan Gannon the hot seat coach for the Arizona Cardinals, said that Kyler Murray is out for the rest of the season. I think he's done in Arizona. I think they move on from that.
Do they move on from him or do they move on from Gannon? Which one's first?
Well, I think they're going to move on from both. Probably.
Well, if you move on from Gannon, you got to at least let the next guy see if he wants him.
Well, that goes more to the question then. I was going to say I thought he was done there. Do you think he's a starter again? You think somebody else, or maybe the Cardinals? Do you think Kyler Murray gets another opportunity as a starter in the league?
Opportunity, yeah, absolutely.
You think so?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
sure enough.
Yeah, you think somebody looks at him the way
I don't
Sam
think he
Darnold
ends up being a starter that wins games in the league moving forward.
But you do think he does get another opportunity?
Oh yeah, there's a lot of guys that get another opportunity. I don't know why he wouldn't.
Well, I could. It feels like he is
Sam
not
was seeing ghosts.
He said he was seeing ghosts, and
Flacco's 92.
if you want, like, it's different. Like the makeup of Baker or Daniel Jones or Sam Darnold may feel a little different than. I mess with Tyler about he always plays the wah thing with Kyler Murray, but there is a little bit of like, there's talent there, but do I really want to potentially hand him the keys? Is that the guy that I want to kind of lead my program as coaches and GMs say? I don't know.
Well, when you look at teams like the Jets right now, there's a handful of teams out there that the Raiders. What are they going to do? I think they're gonna take a route, especially if a team cuts him and they have to pay him a boatload of money and he's cheap to somebody else. Absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Coming up, Clint said something interesting yesterday about these two teams, the Texans and the Chiefs. I want to dive into that, get your thoughts on it. We'll do that coming up next.
All right, I say something interesting damn near every segment, but so I have no idea what Ron's talking about. But I'll tell you what's interesting right now is that the odds are, whether it's your vehicle, your significant other's vehicle, or a vehicle that your kids are driving, odds are it needs an oil change. And odds are that this time of year with the weather getting colder, it probably needs to make sure the battery's in good shape. Probably need to make sure that the
right there holding it up. Give Shay a hand. Everybody give Shay a hand. He's holding it up. We'll hook you up, and you'll have a chance to win. So if you're on your way, we're doing that as soon as this segment ends. And like I said, we got a lot to give away. Phone lines are open right now as Tyler will open them up. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 wins a pair of tickets to the Houston Hoops Showdown featuring the University of Houston Kelvin Sampsons. Houston Cougars will take on the Florida State Seminoles. That is December 6th at the Toyota Center. This is the first time these guys and these two teams and programs have met in over 50 years. You got a chance to be there at the Toyota Center December 6th. Caller number 5 has a chance to win a pair of tickets. 713-572-4610. The great Tyler Milner, a top 3 producer in all of the United States outside of New York and New York and LA, will get you set up right now. Text in or call in, 713-572-4610. Caller number 5 wins those tickets to see U of H and Florida State December 6th at the Toyota Center. So call in. Tyler will take care of you. All right, Clint, let me ask you this, because you said this yesterday. You said in 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, you can text in and be involved in this. You said yesterday one of the things that jumps out about this matchup is you've been here, you watched them play 2019 when Deshaun walked in and won that game. By the way, that's one of the last times I worked in Kansas City. You watched them beat the Chiefs, and then you've watched them play 5 more times since then. Here, that matchup in the playoffs a couple of times, in the regular season. You've seen the Texans and the Kansas City Chiefs play multiple times. In your mind, you said yesterday, it feels like they are punching up at each one of these matchups. They've been punching up. At this time, it feels a little bit different. Do you feel like the Texans have the better overall team walking in this game on Sunday?
I don't know if it's the team. I think the teams are probably on some pretty level playing field.
Level, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I would say they're pretty even right now, as their records would say they're close. One team has a ton of momentum and is moving in the right direction. I think the other team is virtually losing their luster. I firmly believe that Kansas City in the past, you go into the game and they had the ability to get you out of your identity, force you to make decisions that you may not want to make, go for it early on 4th down, flip the game, do things that you don't typically
play
do.
Out of your
play outside your identity for no reason before the game ever dictates it. I do not think the Chiefs have that right now.
I feel like that's what Britt's making me do right now. The bartender making me play outside of my.
I think the first quarter's. I think the first quarter's come and gone. She was a halftime sub and you were there.
Wow. All right.
Yeah. I don't know. I look at it, man. I think it's. I can only gauge off how I feel about. I think there's been a real. You said punching up. There's a real, hey, man, we got to go in here and play our best game to beat these guys. We may even have to be more aggressive than we want to be. We may even have to hope that they make some poor decisions and hope they turn the ball over. This is not one of those games. I think you go in there and you play your brand of football and do what you've been doing, protect the football, don't turn it over, play great defense. You got the quarterback now that's starting that can, when you need to be aggressive, you can be aggressive, and he can make them big boy throws if the game dictates it. That risk is necessary. We'll see. But I think you can play tit for tat and win this football game the same way that you were in games and one-score games late against several opponents. So I don't think the Kansas City Chiefs carry the same power of getting other teams, their opponents, outside of their identity. I don't think they have that right now.
But you're not ready to say you think the Texans definitively have the better team.
No. Look, I mean, I think you even look on paper, the Chiefs are a better team.
You think so?
Yes.
Well, even with I think the offensive line stuff is different. I think that's a big deal. That changes a little bit, but you still, even with the offensive line.
Yeah, look, if you start talking about injuries and go, hey, well, their whole offensive line's hurt, and we can get to a place where I say healthy. Right now, today, the Texans have a better roster. But I think if you look over their roster across the board, you look at their wide receiver group, their tight end, you look – if we're not going to talk offensive line because they're injured, that's fine. But if you look at their quarterback, it's pretty easy to get offensively. There is a significant advantage there. And then defensively, we have the advantage, but I don't know that it's significantly. They got McDuffie. They got Big Boy in the middle. And they've got some two linebackers that are dogs, that are difference makers. I think our defense is better on paper, but I think their offense potentially is better than our offense on paper than our defense is of theirs, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no.
So I would say that their overall roster healthy is probably better than ours, but I think we're on a level playing field right now. We're two teams in the middle of the pack that need this game desperately.
Yeah, even game. As I said, 713-572-4610. Do you get the feel that in this matchup, for maybe the first time, that the Texans may be walking in with a better team? Are they walking? When I heard this, I'm listening to Carrington Harrison. He does afternoons Kansas City. He came on with Payne and Pendergast earlier today. I was listening to him when they drove or when I was driving the kids in. He said definitively yesterday he thinks the Texans have the better team. He said that he thinks they're the better team walking into this game, and he picked the Texans to beat the Chiefs. I still am in a space where the quarterback and the coach is a big deal, and I still think they have an advantage in that spot. So I'm not sure if I'm willing to give that completely up. But I do think the offensive line situation is like we know how we feel about the Texans' offensive line. They're starting to build up, but I don't think anybody still thinks that they're great. As you said, man, Titus Howard's playing out of position. We'll see what happens. I think they have definitively the better offensive line walking into this game. And so I think that is a big deal, and obviously defensively they're really, really good. I do think a thing to look at, as we've talked about it, is I think, as I've said, the Texans have the best unit in the game, which is their defense. But I do believe the Chiefs' defense may have a better matchup against the Texans offense than the Texans defense does against the Chiefs offense. Right. Like I think when you look at the Chiefs defense going up against Nick Caley and that offense, I think that even though the Texans defense is better than the Chiefs defense, I think their matchup is easier than the Texans defense. So I think that also is something to look at. Right, the Texans defense have to go against Mahomes and Kelsey and Rice and Andy and all that, even with their offensive line compared to the Spags going up against Nick Caley and this offensive group. I do think that kind of brings things in a little bit tighter with the matchup. Yeah. But I'm with you. I think ultimately, I think this is the most even matchup we've seen between these two teams.
I think on paper,
probably since Deshaun. Really, I know that's a tough one.
Yeah, look, I think on paper that's accurate. I think record-wise it's accurate. I think on kind of the outlook of each team that's accurate. So yeah, I think it's fair to say several fronts.
All right, coming up as we continue, we'll get T. Mills' best bets as he attempts to finish off the weekend well, and we will do our Friday finish. You can jump in with us as well on that, and that is the Texans will win if they do what? And your prediction in this game that's coming up next.
All right, y'all. Football season is in full swing. And however you like to get in on the action, you can do it right now on Underdog Fantasy, right now, right here in Texas. This season, you can make team picks and player picks. Just download.
an Academy Sports and Outdoors Football Friday on Sports Radio 610. Live from the Raven Tower, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, congratulations to all our winners and our latest winner who took home Colts-Texans tickets. And Tyler, who was our winner for the Florida State Houston Cougar tickets?
Our guy Lee in Houston.
Shout out to Lee in Houston. So congratulations to our winners, man. We appreciate you. Hey, you listen to The Drive. You come watch The Drive. You come hang out with The Drive. You got
typically win.
You got a good chance to take home
tonight. You had a real good chance.
Stay away from Britt. She's coming to take people out.
That is sage advice.
Just, I mean, if you even connect eyes with her, that drink's getting filled up. So just let you know.
Yeah.
She went over and said, "This is my own personal concoction, Tyler." I said, "What in the hell? This ain't even on the menu." Okay. So, but no, get on out here. We're at Raven Tower. This is our second time being out here. Great spot for Football Friday. Indoor, outdoor. Great spot to get drinks. Great a great spot to have some food. The food truck out there. I had the rice bowl. It was delicious. So come on out here and have yourself a good time as we have here this week. Congratulations to all of our winners. And make sure you stay tuned with us here. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access as D'Amico Ryans will jump on with the fellas here in a bit as we get done. And a little late and local. The best damn sports show, late night show in Houston, Area 45, Sean Bijani and Patrick Creighton. They get going at 10 o'clock and they'll go to midnight. So stay tuned for that as well. And T-Mill's Best Bets, we will get those going here soon. So stay with us right here on The Drive. Before we get to our Friday finish, 713-572-4610, you can text in and let us know the Texans will win if they do what, and what is the prediction that you have for this game. Clint, what will this mean? What will this mean for you when you look at the Texans? How will you look at the Texans? What will this mean for you if they're able to go into Arrowhead against Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, and the Chiefs, win this game, put themselves in a great situation to make the postseason, a better than 75% chance to make the postseason, and then essentially kill the chances of the Kansas City Chiefs, who've been to 7 straight AFC Championship games and 3 straight Super Bowls? What would it mean if they were able to pull this off on Sunday Night Football in Arrowhead?
Well, one, it means you're in, obviously, as you mentioned, 70+% chance right there with Arizona and Vegas left on your schedule. If you don't get in an absolute, travesty. But so one, you're in. But I think too, you keep the momentum rolling, man, and in a big way. If you're able to knock off Buffalo, Indianapolis, and Kansas City 3 straight weeks, and in the process, that is kind of how you turn your season around and go from really what I thought was man, you might be lucky to get in the playoffs, to all of a sudden, hell, we might win the division and we're damn sure gonna get in the playoffs. I think that's a hell of a run. I think the momentum and the confidence that you gain from that, I think, I'd be honest with you, I think a win this weekend far outweighs the start of 0-3. 0-3 caused a lot of panic. 0-3 caused a lot of problems. 0-3 created a lot of doubt. And I think if you're able to beat Buffalo, Indy, and Kansas City, along with what it means to get to 8 wins with 4 or 5 left in the season, and position yourself where that would position them, yeah, man, I think this is big.
Yeah. No,
I'm not real sure what that was.
Somebody.
Was that a sneeze?
I don't know. Listen, I wasn't going to say nothing. I thought somebody was getting after it somewhere behind the bar, but I wasn't going to say nothing.
Whoa, there's a kid over there.
That don't matter. That kid's in a bar. Maybe somebody's getting after it back there behind that bar. All right. Daddy knows what's going on. No, man, I think this has a chance to be a real program-changing moment for D'Amico if they win this game. They've struggled to win games against these type teams outside of the Buffalo Bills. Outside of the Buffalo Bills, they have struggled to win teams that you look at and you say, that is a true contender. Even though the Chiefs are 6-6, I still think most people, I think they're top 5 Super Bowl odds still. I don't know how, but they're still top 5 Super Bowl odds. I think they've struggled to win these games. If you look at it, they're 0-5 against the Chiefs in the last 5 games. You look at the games against the real Ravens. You look at the games against the Rams earlier this year. They have struggled to win these games, and I think that is shit. Because I'll be honest with you, I think people around the league look at the Texans as they're a nice team. They're cool. They're like the baseball version of the Minnesota Twins. Nobody really thinks the Twins are going to win anything. They're a nice team. They might make the playoffs, but they're a nice team. I think this is a win to go along with this streak of beating Buffalo and beat Indy, and now going on the road to beat Kansas City. I think people would then shift and look at the Texans differently at this point. And I think that is what is.
Well, they're already. I mean, if you just watch them, they're already a team that nobody wants to play right now. Nobody wants to see them in the first round of the playoffs. Nobody wants to run into them late in the season with a game that means something. So you're already there. I mean, you just take it a step further if you're able to make the run that you've already started. If you're able to keep that thing alive, and keeping it alive means you go to Arrowhead and win again at night, prime time. They hadn't had a ton of success in primetime games either. So. There's a lot at stake here, and I think it'll go a long way if the Texans can pull this one off. If the Texans can win this game in Arrowhead, it's going to be a good day to be a Texans fan. That's for damn sure.
All right, before we get to T-Mill's best bets, make sure you stay tuned for that. We'll get our Friday finish predictions, and Clint, the Texans will win if they do what?
CJ needs to throw two or more touchdowns. I think CJ's got to throw 2 or more touchdowns. I don't think they're going to get inside the red zone and run it in there. I don't think they're going to be able to run it and control the game. I don't think they're going to be able to kick field goals all the way. I think CJ's going to have to punch this thing in. He's going to have to find ways to throw it over the goal line and score points. I think if CJ throws 2 touchdowns, along with some decent drives, obviously you're going to get you'll get a couple of field goals here. And there's some other scoring opportunities, but if he can punch it in with 2 touchdown throws, I think the Texans win this game.
Yeah, and I think 2 touchdowns means they're not kicking field goals, which is, I think, something big in this game. 713-572-4610. The Texans will win if they do what? There's someone text in. The Texans will win if the refs call the game even. You might want to just stop with that in your mind. I hope that's fine. You have it in your mind. I hope the Texans don't have it in their mind going into this game like they had in the playoff games. We heard them talking about it a ton after the game. To me, Clint, I think the Texans will win this game if they are able to shut down the run game of the Chiefs. And the reason why I say that is I think the Chiefs are going to have to do something to slow down the pass rush. And even though you don't look at the Chiefs as a team that runs the football a lot, I think we'll see them try to run the football more. Tim Settle injured in the middle. I think that, and what we've watched, we've seen Tampa, we've seen Seattle, we've seen teams be able to take advantage of that. And, Clint, that is going to be something that slows down the pass rush potentially. If they are able to take that away and they can't even run the football and the play action and none of that even means anything to the Texans, that just increases their odds to be able to just go after Patrick Mahomes. And if you know Andy Reid, if that don't work, Andy will say the hell with it. He'll throw it away himself. He'll just keep throwing the ball. Thank you, Andy. He'll throw it away himself. So I think it's a big key if they're able to shut down the run game. All right, prediction-wise, Tyler, where are you at? How do you see this game going, Texans and the Chiefs?
Texans arrow keeps pointing up. They get the big win at Arrowhead Stadium in a close one. Texans win 24-20.
All right, 24-20. Clint, where are you at in this game?
I'm going 24-17 Texans. CJ throws 2 touchdown passes and we run one in and kick a field goal. That's how we scored. 3 touchdowns and a field goal, 24-17 Texans.
Listen, I think the Chiefs' backs are against the wall in a major way, and obviously they've got some issues with their interior offensive line. I don't know that the Houston Texans are ready to go in and win this game. Not with the Chiefs needing this game. I don't know that the Texans are ready for this game. I got it 23-13 Kansas City. in this game, Sunday Night Football in Arrowhead, 23-13 in this game. All right, Tyler, let's get yeah. Let's I know you didn't think I was wearing this and going with the Texans. All right, Tyler, let's get to your best bets. What you got this weekend?
Yeah, 5 picks for you around the NFL on Sunday for Week 14. These are all NFL picks for the weekend. Here we go. We got Titans at Browns. A very low over-under set in this one, rightfully so, but I think they can